Solutions, the Basin's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transform my backyard into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks amazing, feels great, and even our dog loves it. Clean, cool, and built to last. Legacy Green Solutions is simply the best. Family-owned, rooted in the Valley for over 25 years, and voted Best of the Valley. Text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% today.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In just 2 days' time, the Territorial Cup will kick off in Tempe between the Sun Devils and the Wildcats. And according to Kenny Dillingham, Thanksgiving is about turkey and ASU and U of A football.
It's like the football that happens on Thanksgiving, or right around, like that's what it is. It's turkey, mashed potatoes, and Territorial Cup.
Coverage will start on Friday at 4 over on ESPN 620. In other ASU news, the Sun Devils will be playing in the Maui Invitational Championship today against USC at 12:30. Also on ESPN 620 after beating Washington State last night 100-94 behind 26 points from Maurice Odom. Tonight, the Phoenix Suns will be in Sacramento for an Emirates NBA Cup game against the Kings. The Suns will again be without Jalen Green, Grayson Allen, and Ryan Dunn tonight, and the Kings without Domantas Sabonis as well. That game will get going on at 8 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. Happy Wednesday Friday to everybody. The Wednesday that feels like a Friday. The best Wednesday on the calendar of any year, in my opinion.
Ride? Should it be Ride?
We could do that.
With a W?
With the W,
And
W-R-I-D-A-Y. We could do that.
A little nod to J.D. Salinger.
But Fred Day.
Fred Day?
Like Wednesday, Friday.
What happened to the Ness part?
Well, screw the Ness.
It's
Never cared for that anyway.
It's got to begin with the W or the Wednesday. It can't begin with the Friday because the Friday's got to be the tail half of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so how about this? You take the Wednes from Wednesday and the day from Friday. We call it Wednesday.
Yeah, we do that. Yeah, sure. There we go. Let's do that. Joke.
It is a good day.
It's one of the best.
Last day of school feel.
Uh-huh.
Will you sign my yearbook?
Kind of got that feel to it. We've got a very interesting Territorial Cup coming up between 2 ranked teams. I see the Suns are ranked 7th in the power rankings of Ben Rohrbach. Who's Ben Rohrbach?
He's a guy who's got the Suns 7th in the power
That's
rankings.
pretty high.
Hell of a guy.
Put some respect on that name.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah, that was before the game against Houston. So that came out Monday before.
Okay.
But the Suns, they're opening some eyes around the league.
7, that's a big number.
When was the last time we had Charles Barkley on the show and he said positive things about the Suns?
It's been a while.
Oh, he still criticized Booker a little bit there. So
A little bit, but I don't think it was unwarranted.
No, it was.
fair. Especially over this 3-game stretch.
I think that criticism from Charles to Devin Booker is a show of immense respect.
Boy,
he knows he's capable of doing more.
I would agree with that.
You know, so many years, especially since he retired, Charles has been doing all these different weight loss programs. He's had endorsements with diets, things and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
that weight loss drug, that everyone's taking now, versions of.
Yeah, I think he's
on that now because he looks svelte.
Yeah, he looked great at the game the other night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's lost a ton of weight.
Yeah.
All right, let's have some fun today. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
What is it about Bobby Hurley and holiday tournaments? Hurley's Sun Devils might be at it again in Maui after knocking off Washington State 100-94 in the Maui Invitational Tournament semifinals last night. Devils trailed, got the lead for good on an Alan Mukeba three-point play with just over 6 minutes to go. And Bick's dude, Modem, Mo Odom,
guy,
clutch
man.
again, led the Sun Devils with 26 points on the night.
He's got that clutch gene.
Yep, Bryce Ford had 18. ASU will face USC in the championship game this afternoon. I'm very excited about this.
Okay.
I'm so excited. I got excited last year because ASU won its holiday tournament in Palm Desert last year, too.
Mm-hmm.
So I've done it, Bick. I've pulled out the T-shirt.
Oh, there you go. The Bobby Hurley team.
Blinken Hurley.
If you're watching on YouTube, Arizona Sports, you could see Vinny pulling up his shirt.
Yes. Unlike Jarrett, I will not bare my skin and fur.
Good.
By the way.
Do you have a hairy chest?
You know what my last name is, right?
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, I take care of it.
Okay.
Unlike you woolly mammoth.
Fair enough.
That championship game is at 12:30 today, which is 9:30 Maui time. How do you reward a team that just won its semifinal game? And I know there was a 3-hour difference. It ended like 5 o'clock. How do they play the first game of the day?
I don't know.
Isn't that stupid?
Yeah, it is stupid.
I guess they're.
But you're in Hawaii, man. It's all good.
It's TV stuff.
Yeah.
Devils trying to win that tournament for the first time since 1994. Tip off 12:30. You can hear all the action with Jeff Bunn and Kyle Dodd on ESPN 620. Pregame coverage starts at noon. Good night for GCU hoops as well. The Lopes down Utah 68-58 in their first of 2 games in Palm Desert, California. Jaden Henley leading GCU with 18 points. And the Lopes win a college basketball game in the year 2025 without hitting a three-pointer.
How about that?
0 for 10 from three-point range.
Isn't that unbelievable? And they beat a good Big 12 team without making a three-point shot.
They did, and they held the nation's leading scorer, Terrence Brown, to 9 points, 16 below his season average. Bryce Drew's team, and Bryce will join us today. We'll face Iowa for the tournament championship tonight at 7:30, which seems like a really good time to have a championship game for a holiday tournament. Suns back on the road tonight in Sacramento. They face the Kings in an Emirates NBA Cup group play game at Golden One Center. Suns coming off a 22-point loss to the Rockets on Monday. The Kings riding their first 2-game win streak of the season. They shocked Denver on Saturday and then outlasted Minnesota in overtime on Monday. The Suns are 2-0 in NBA Cup play. This is a big one for them. 0-2 are the Kings. Grayson Allen still out with that quad contusion. Ryan Dunn will miss another game with a right wrist injury. Domantas Sabonis remains out for the Kings with a knee injury. Tip-off at 8. You can hear all the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 7. Tuesday night in the NBA, Luka Doncic pumped in 43 points, added 13 assists. Lakers breezed past the Clippers 135-118. Doncic, Austin Reeves, and LeBron James combined for 99 points in that game.
Yeah, they're a handful this year.
Yeah, they move on to the knockout round of the NBA Cup. Orlando absolutely pummeled Philadelphia 144-103, and Washington got its second win of the season. Wizards got 46 points from C.J. McCollum. They beat Atlanta 132-113. We are just 2 days away from this year's edition of the Territorial Cup. Arizona State hosting Arizona in a showdown of 8-3 teams in the Big 12. ASU still clinging to hopes of returning to the Big 12 championship game. They need a win over U of A and a BYU loss to UCF, or they win and Utah loses to Kansas State and Texas Tech falls to West Virginia. But in either scenario, Sun Devils need to take care of their own business, which won't be easy. Wildcats, a 1.5 favorite for the game, which kicks off 7 o'clock Friday night from Tempe. And you can hear all the action on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. Pre-game coverage rolls at 4 o'clock on Friday. The new college football playoff rankings were released on Tuesday. No change in the top 5. Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, Georgia, and Texas Tech. ASU did move up to 20th in the college football playoff rankings. Arizona cracks the top 25 at number 25. And there was some movement in the playoff that got some reaction from people. We'll get into that today too. Cardinals back on the practice field later today in Tempe. We'll get our first look at the Week 13 injury report. More specifically, an update on rookie defensive lineman Walter Nolan III, who scored his first NFL touchdown last week, but also left that game against the Jaguars with a knee injury. We should get further news on quarterback Baker Mayfield's status for Tampa Bay on Sunday. They host the Cardinals. Mayfield injured his non-throwing shoulder in their loss to the Rams and didn't return. Sprained AC joint is what they're calling it. He appears to be pretty tough. I think he's going to go. Week 13 gets underway with a triple header of Thanksgiving games tomorrow. Lions, Packers in Detroit at 11. Then at 2:30, the traditional Dallas game has the Cowboys entertaining the Chiefs. And the nightcap in Baltimore, Ravens hosting the Cincinnati Bengals in a game where Joe Burrow will make his return for the Bengals. That game kicks off at 6:20. And then we get the bonus game on Black Friday, if you're so inclined. Eagles and Bears in a matchup of 8 and 3 teams. That game kicks off at 1. Around the NFL, the league suspended Carolina safety Trayvon Merrick for his one game for his low blow to San Francisco wide receiver Jawan Jennings in the 49ers Monday Night Football win. Jennings threw a punch at Merrick at the conclusion of the game, and Merrick is appealing the suspension, but if it's upheld, he'll miss the game against the Rams. Brandon Cooks signing with the New Orleans Saints, with the Buffalo Bills after getting let go by the Saints. 6 different team for Cooks in his career. Justin Tucker's return to the league, not happening just yet. Saints brought him in for a tryout, but instead signed Cade York to their practice squad. And there was a trade in Major League Baseball going down yesterday. The Boston Red Sox acquired veteran right-hander, 3-time All-Star Sonny Gray from the St. Louis Cardinals in exchange for lefty prospect Brandon Clark and right-hander Richard Fitz. Richard Fitz.
I'm Ricky Fitz. I just moved in the house next to you.
Yeah, you did. By the way, Sonny Gray, one of only 2 big league pitchers with at least 13 wins and 200-plus strikeouts in each of the last 2 seasons. The other one is that guy Tarek Skubal from Detroit.
He's pretty good.
Pretty good. There you go. There is your splash for the last day of school. I mean, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, November 26th. Coming up next, can the Suns clinch a spot in the next round of the Emirates Cup tonight in Sacramento? We'll get into some Suns talk to kick things off today here on Bickley and Murata mornings from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Hayes Davis feeds Oso. He'll throw it down in the lane right on top of Jay Huff. Welcome to Oso's poster, Mr. Huff.
Suns at the Kings. Pre-game at 7, 8 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
So over the years, I've learned people are loyal to Sonic for a whole bunch of different reasons. Some people love the experience. Count me in on that. The all-American drive-in experience. You pull into a shaded parking spot. You put your car in park. You place your order. You do not move a muscle. The food and the car hop comes to you. People rave about the side items like the tots and the onion rings, which are both tremendous. People rave about the drink menu, where there's tens of thousands of different combinations of sodas and slushes, and my lovely daughter gets the same thing every time. The cherry limeade slush. Some people even rave about the ice cubes and buy them in bulk from Sonic. Me, I'm a big fan of their all-star selection of burgers, and they have just added another instant classic to their lineup. This is the Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. The ideal burger for football fans everywhere. And remember, at Sonic, you get all sorts of great stuff. Iconic classics, new favorites, everything you would want is on that menu. Head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Business owners with fleet vehicles need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles, over $1 million in 2025. And there's never been a better time. The Commercial Truck Super Sale is live at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, Chassis Cab, and Specialty Upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, the legendary JT. Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just wanted to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy. And that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
It's Black Friday all month long at Freeway Chevrolet. And right now, you can save big with up to $1,000 bonus cash on all new inventory. Visit us online now to get your Black Friday certificate. Then hurry in for some of the best deals of the year. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Must be used at time of purchase. May be combined with other offers. Not valid on prior purchases. Limit one-time use per customer. Valid only at Freeway Chevrolet. Offer expires November 30th, 2025.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The Suns got throttled the other night against Houston, so how are they going to respond tonight against the Kings? Who is available to play? And yeah, this half of the Burns and Gambo show is fired up. It's an NBA Cup game. Join us starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube page, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Let it go, guys. Jeez. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Wednesday. I want to send a shout out, a thank you, and acknowledgement to our great listeners and supporters in Chandler. We love you out in Chandler this morning.
Man, that guy, he brings energy. He brings toughness. I'm glad. I love watching him play. I do. Like I say, does he cross the line sometime? 100% he crossed the line.
Yeah.
But that goes back to my earlier statement. I'd rather have a guy who's overly aggressive than a guy who's passive.
It's Charles Barkley, the Hall of Famer, joined us yesterday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings talking about his thoughts on Dillon Brooks and how Dillon Brooks has fit in, what he has brought to the Phoenix Suns. Charles Barkley.
He's brought a little bit of crazy to the Phoenix Suns.
I get usually at least one text. Sometimes it's from the same friend.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's from other people. One text during a game, whether it's home or away, that says something like, Dillon Brooks is out of his mind, or Dillon Brooks is a maniac, or something like that.
I'm sure you've seen the social media coming from the other night where he just stood and stared at the Rockets like for 15 seconds straight, just like a psychopath. It was crazy. And the story that you told about how all those Rockets coming up and dapping him up before the game. Yep. What's up, hey man, what's up? And then as soon as they start playing, he's just a maniac.
Yeah, one specific trip down the floor, literally in the ear of Amen Thompson. Mm-hmm. Like his mouth was right on his ear just as they ran back down court. He is a maniac. He's the Suns' maniac. He has definitely brought something. Charles Barkley noticed. We talked to Justin Termini from Sirius XM NBA Radio yesterday. He's Eddie Johnson's on-air co-host. He's noticed what the Suns are doing as well.
Guys like Jack can, turn around the culture a little bit. You think of like the Marcus Smart type of player that the Lakers just got. I think that's helped them out there. Guys just play hard every single play. Defend, and you can see that in like Grayson Allen's got that type of personality. I know Colin Gillespie, who I'm sure you were going to ask me about, just as a really nice surprise. I think that was the guy that went up to Dillon Brooks at the outset of the year, even though Brooks was being coy about it. and said he wanted to follow in his footsteps. So you got a couple of those type. Ryan Dunn is another type of player like that. So you got a couple of guys on the team like that aren't as talented as the Durants or the Beals, but maybe play with a little bit more of a chip on their shoulder.
Yeah, and I think tonight is an interesting game, Vic, because yes, it is a chance for them to up their NBA Cup chances of moving on to the knockout round. If they win tonight, they'll play Oklahoma City Friday for the group title, and that's a tall task in itself. But I also want to see, this team got its groove disturbed on Monday night. They got their lunch money taken from them, and it was not a good performance, and they acknowledged it. But they had been playing so well and so consistently well. How do they bounce back from a game like that? Still shorthanded. Grayson Allen, they're being real careful with that contusion. Ryan Dunn is still out, so they're going to bat with basically the same cast of characters plus Mark Williams as they did on Monday night. Yeah. But I want to see psychological how they bounce back from that game.
No, I would agree. One thing about the Suns is that was their second back-to-back of the season, right? The first one they handled just fine because they're in this discovery mode. Everything is new and everything is exciting and everything is working. And that was a game where there was a lot of, I think, what was the word that Jordan Ott used? A lot of clunking going on.
Yeah.
It's kind of what it felt. It was just really a slog, an uphill battle against a real physical, defensive-minded team that rotates really, really well. The speed in which they rotated on defense is stunning. Yeah. I mean, that's why they can get away playing as many bigs as they do. Because they can cover you on the perimeter.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah, they're really buttoned up. So
that was actually their third back-to-back.
Okay.
That first one didn't go well when they went to L.A., lost to the Clippers, and then Denver on that Saturday night.
Oh, yeah, that's
But then the next one was at Dallas on that Wednesday. They won that game and then came home and crushed Indiana the next night.
Okay.
So they've had a sweep in their favor. They've been swept, and they've had a split.
So, and also, it kind of speaks to the mentality now. You've already beat the Sacramento team. Can you beat them twice? Yeah. You know what I mean? Because I'm not sure Sacramento thought they were going to lose to the Suns the first time, given...
They shouldn't have, really.
Probably shouldn't have.
No.
Yeah.
So the Suns did not play well that night.
Yeah. So I'm curious about that element, too.
Talk about discovery mode. That was a team that was like, oh, hey, we're together now. We should probably start playing. Sacramento's playing better. I mean, they beat Denver. that's
Washington
nothing to scoff
Wizards won last night, Vinny.
Everything is
like 20
up in the air, but everybody's talking about how the Suns are playing harder. They've got this identity now. Dan Devine, who we recently had on the show, he writes for Yahoo Sports. He has a long piece, and I like the way he framed it too, because he starts out with a couple of introductory paragraphs about the whole Durant trade and then the Beal dealings and stretching that over 5 years. So he writes, with all those picks out the door and all that money already spent, though, all the current iteration of the Suns can do is take the first steps down that path. And they're kind of kicking ass at that. And I
thought it was a very good piece.
It was. He's got a lot of statistical proof, too. Because you can eyeball it, as we have, and say, oh, look, this team is more invested. They're playing for each other. They play harder. They play with a tenacity. But he has the stats to back it up, too. And he talked about one thing that stood out last year to me was if there was a loose ball, somebody in a Suns uniform was not getting the loose ball. No. They were 20th in the league in loose ball recovery last year.
Yeah.
Now they're up to 5th.
That right. So the all the hustle metrics plus the fact of picking up teams.
7th.
Picking up teams the full length of the floor.
Yeah.
Which is something they rarely did last year. So the cool thing about what the Phoenix Suns have done is they're doing on the floor what the coaching staff said they were going to do. And a lot of times you get new coaching staffs, particularly guys who've never done the job before, and they begin talking. And they start talking, this is what we're going to look like. We're going to be violent. Right? You know where I'm going with this? It's the Jonathan Gannon thing. Don't get it twisted. We're going to win games. And a lot of times it's just talk. But everything Jordan Ott said, you can see on the floor. From the pace of play to the defensive activity to the hustle plays, the 50-50 balls. It's now, sustainability. Can this team burn this hot for the entire length of the season? We're going to find out.
Yeah, how will talent eventually catch up to them?
Well, hopefully they're getting their, quote, talent back eventually, right?
Well, I mean, I honestly didn't expect Grayson Allen to miss 6 games with a contusion. And apparently Jordan Ott said the swelling has been the issue, that he's finally turned the corner. It looks like he's making progress, but that was a way longer period of time than anybody expected. The Jalen Green thing is just frustrating. For a guy that's been, and we talked about it, a guy that's been as healthy as he's been over the last 2 years, and he puts this uniform on, he didn't play in the preseason either. So this hamstring has now lingered for close to 2 months.
With 2 different setbacks.
Yes.
One in China, then once when he came back, obviously. So, yeah, no, I agree with that. The Grayson Allen thing, Kellen Nelson pointed out that as odd as that sounds to be missing so much time with a quad contusion, that Cam Johnson missed a month with the same injury a few years ago. I did not remember that.
That was, I think it was right after Cam Johnson had that monster game against the Knicks where he hit the buzzer beater. Remember when he was going toe-to-toe with Julius Randle?
Oh.
And he just got beat up in that game.
Yeah, one of my favorite Suns games.
That was a fantastic.
That was one of the greatest.
Game.
Yeah. When he made the game-winning shot.
Yeah, because the Suns were shorthanded that night too, and
off the glass. Yeah.
And let's just clear this up for the afternoon show, okay? It is an NBA Emirates Cup game.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think it's that big of a deal, but if they're having a tournament in the middle of the season, you might as well try to win it, right?
Yeah, sure.
Well, and listen, regardless of if it's a cup game or not, you don't want to lose to the Kings tonight. Regardless.
Nobody wants to lose to the Kings.
And not that they need more to play for, but the stakes are there with the cup tonight. A win, and all of a sudden you're in OKC playing for the group. And for guys like maybe Gillespie or guys that don't get Jordan Goodwin, this tournament and that prize pool means a little bit more to the likes of a Booker or something.
I would say that's a fair point.
I
just think it's a real ham-handed, silly thing to do. That doesn't mean that the game itself that's not appealing to me.
Sure.
Yeah, they're going to play the game.
Right.
However you dress it up, it's still a game.
It's not like suddenly because they've made the court look goofy that I'm going to go, I'm not watching this. I don't like this.
Suns and Kings tonight at 8. You can catch it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Territorial Cup is coming up on Friday, and whichever side you're rolling on, we want you in the stands. Get ready to get for one of the oldest rivalries in college football. ASU taking on Arizona. Here's your shot to be there. Text the word Sparky to 620-620. Enter for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. Once again, that's Sparky to 620-620. Coming up next, speaking of the Territorial Cup, we will talk to the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils at a different time on a different day. But Kenny Dillingham is up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This is the biggest disappointment of the season for me. This offensive line that I took so much stock in going out and actually being able to run the ball. I was so excited to watch this rushing attack develop over the course of this season. It just has not transpired like that at all.
You're going to have to overhaul this in the offseason.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy Chevy dealers.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
It's kickoff time, Sun Devil Nation. At Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, we're proud to stand with Arizona State football. And just like Sparky on game day, trucks from Tim Hovig's Santan Ford bring the fire, the fight, and the power. From the F-150 to the unstoppable Super Duty, Ford trucks are built tough and built for Arizona. Tim Hovig's Santan Ford is an easy drive from anywhere in the valley. Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista and Gilbert. Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, proud partner of your Arizona State Sun Devils.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Check it out. At Gila River Resorts and Casinos, no one does it better. So, make a splash. Taste all the flavors. Pop in bottles all night long. And shake it till you break it. However you do you. No one lets you take it to a legendary status like we do. Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you.
Life's a sprint, and you need a quick pick-me-up. Meet G2G Protein Bars, your ultimate grab-and-go meal replacement. Whether you're hustling in the office or conquering the daily grind, G2G is the perfect fuel. Quick, delicious, protein-packed. Score an 8-pack in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local grocer. Or go online at g2gbar.com. G2G Protein Bars, setting the pace for your energetic lifestyle.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Tonight, the Phoenix Suns will be back in Sacramento for an NBA Emirates Cup game against the Kings. The Suns will be again without Jalen Green, Grayson Allen, and Ryan Dunn tonight. And the Kings will be without Domantas Sabonis as well. The game will get going at 8 p.m. right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In just 2 days' time, the Territorial Cup will kick off in Tempe between the Sun Devils and the Wildcats. And according to head coach Kenny Dillingham, Thanksgiving is about turkey and ASU and U of A football.
It's like the football that happens on Thanksgiving, or right around, like that's what it is. It's turkey, mashed potatoes, and Territorial Cup.
Coverage on Friday will start at 4 over on ESPN 620. And in other ASU news, the Sun Devils will be playing in the Maui Invitational Championship today against USC at 12:30 on ESPN 620 after beating Washington State last night 100-94 behind 26 points from Maurice Odom. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Black Friday prices are happening now in store and online through November 30th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is Santan Ford's Activate the Valley, presented in part by Gila River Resorts and Casinos, Arizona State's official sports headquarters, and Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. We are Santan Ford.
Just a couple days away from this year's edition of the Territorial Cup in Tempe. Sun Devils hosting Arizona in a battle of 8 and 3 teams. ASU still with Big 12 championship hopes alive, and as we are joined every week by the head coach of Arizona State University. And it happens right now on a different day at a different time. Kenny Dillingham, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kenny, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. What's going on?
I was wondering this. I heard your soundbite from your press conference about Thanksgiving being about, turkey and mashed potatoes and the Territorial Cup. What is a family Thanksgiving like at the Dillingham household the day before a huge rivalry game?
Well, right now it's me at work for half the day, but I'll go home a little bit. and a lot of food. Pumpkin, my wife is an unbelievable cook / baker. So she'll bake a bunch of pies. All the families will. My sister's my neighbor, so they eat. They're probably going to eat at their house. My wife's side of the family will probably eat at our house. Then we'll probably merge together for a period of time, so all the kids are playing and stuff like that. So I would say chaos. Best way to
How
start.
about it? All right, the Territorial Cup, obviously a very, very special event every single year. It's always there's always something unexpected that happens in this game. And this year, you're playing a team that's playing with real dangerously. They're playing real free. What do you make of this version of the Wildcats and what you guys are up against?
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that, I've said it before, but Stooks and Genesis and Noah, I mean, they were all on that team that won 10 games. And there's about 7 other guys that all had meaningful minutes on that team that won 10 games. So this is a team that, dating back 2 years prior, is a really high-level football team in our league. And they're playing as good as anybody in our league. And they've had an unbelievable season. We've had an unbelievable season, in my opinion. Both teams have had great seasons. And the seasons are over, and how I see it. And this is a one-game separate season, but shouldn't take away from what both teams have accomplished up to this point.
Kenny Dillingham, the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, our guest every week here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Going back to last week's game against Colorado, a little close for comfort into the second half, the fourth quarter. Dominant performance by you guys. And on the ESPN broadcast, they had mentioned, Kenny, that you threw out a challenge to your offensive line going into the fourth quarter, and I guess they heard it. 17 carries, 205 yards. In the fourth quarter alone, Jeff Sims didn't have to throw a pass. What does a challenge like that sound like, and how pleased were you with the response?
Yeah, I mean, I just told him, we got to be able to run the football. I mean, take care of the football and run the football. And we did that in the entire second half.
Yeah.
We just turned the football over. And the third quarter was just a comedy of errors / turnovers. I mean, and we had 2 one-play turnovers in the third quarter. I mean, that's just a horrible offense. So that's gotta fix this week. And but the ability to run the football is something that I pride myself in. I mean, Relique went over 1,000 yards. I think that's Coach Iguano's 47th running back that's gone over 1,000 yards or some crazy stat. And I think that's just a testament to what we believe in here, and that's establishing the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, you brought up Sean. I wanted to bring that up because after Cam Scadaboo and Relique's performance and then Jeff Sims' performance, it just seems like we've got this great succession of running backs in the program. And you do give your coaches a lot of autonomy and leeway to do their thing. Talk about Sean and what he's been able to do for you.
Yeah, well, one is he's such a good human being. You're right that, the guys understand that he has their best interest in mind, and the guys, they love him. And then when, you have that real relationship, then you can coach them hard, and you can get the most out of them. Coaching isn't very difficult, right? The best coaches are not the best guys who know where the 3 technique's going to be if you're in this formation. The best coaches are the guys who can get the most out of their players and can take a player whose average day is spending 45 minutes of extra time and whose average practice is 90% or 85% full speed, and takes them to spend an hour and a half of extra time, and who gets their practice to 99% of full speed. Players win games. So I think Sean does a phenomenal job at getting the most out of his players, and his players want to play for him.
Kenny Dillingham, our guest here on Arizona Sports on this Wednesday morning. Jordan Tyson, it was great to see him back on the field at Colorado. Made a contribution early. I know he said he was playing at about 95%, and he's listed as probable. But going into this game, and I know last year the one bummer about the win over Arizona was that Jordan got hurt in that game. Couldn't finish that game and wasn't available for the rest of the season for you. But what does it say about a guy, and I know you talked about this last week, but I marvel at guys like Jordan Tyson who have a lot to lose, quite frankly, and are coming back for the good of the team. What does that say about Jordan Tyson in your eyes, Kenny?
I mean, it just shows, one, the growth he's had since he's been here. He's matured as a human, as a young man, beyond what I could have ever imagined somebody could have grown. And he's just such a good person. He's such a smart person. And then he's freak talent. We all know that. Mm-hmm. But the behind the scenes of him is somebody that, you want your daughter to marry. I mean, he's that type of person. And it'd be awesome. I mean, I'm just fired up to see him play. He wants to play for his teammates. He wants to play for the city. He wants to play for the school. He goes to all of our volleyball games, our Big 12 championship volleyball team, by the way. He goes to those games like he's a Sun Devil. And I think in today's day and age, that's all you want. You want guys who have pride in the place that you're at and that you as a former alumni have pride in. And he is somebody that has a tremendous amount of pride for his team and this place.
When you take a look at this game, there's obviously going to be a lot of emotion. Both of you guys are ranked. I've heard stories that some kids, they can't even get in the stadium because the get-in price has gotten so high, they're just going to tailgate and hang out there. What do you do as a head coach in games that are going to have this much external energy and fan noise? How do you message to your team? How do you get them to kind of stay in the moment and in between the lines?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about living on the edge all the time. I want our teams to be on the verge and on the edge. I want them to live at the boiling point. I think those are the best teams in football. Are the teams that, you're like, man, those guys play with an edge. Like those guys play right on the boiling point. And I said, now they're going to play on the boiling point too, right? So we got to be aware of that because the emotions of this game. But I want our guys to play with an elite level of passion. And to me, passion is not emotion. Right? An emotion is an emotional response to something that's negative. A passion means you have a purpose behind why you're doing that emotion. There is a purpose behind the emotion, and you are controlled in that passion. Like it's a controlled passion. I want everybody in that stadium to feel our guys play as hard as they can with an elite level of passion for 60 minutes.
Nice.
This rivalry, we know it's a part of you. You grew up in this rivalry. You're a big part of it now, obviously, but you've coached in other big rivalries as well in your career. I'm wondering, is it more difficult, Kenny, to get the players in tune with the rivalry, the history of it, the feel of it on both sides now with all this player movement, with the transfer portal being open?
Yeah, I think anybody who says otherwise is lying, right? 100%, because you're not in it for 5 years. You didn't go through the highs and the lows of the rivalry within a 5-year sequence. So 100%, I think what really, brings it out for this rivalry is how close everything is.
Yeah.
It's why this is such a great rivalry is like, my neighbor could be the person that's rooting against me. And they actually are. My neighbor went to Arizona. So it's literally like that's how rooted this rivalry is. And I think the fun part, I alluded to this yesterday, was we're going to show up in the stadium and the best atmospheres are the ones you always want 100% your fans, right? That's the goal.
Yeah.
But the best atmospheres are when you're a home crowd and you have the majority of your fans, but there's a whole nother group of fans that are rabid and they are against you because you feed off one another. And I think our players are going to feel that energy in that stadium from the fans on both sides playing off one another and feel their passion. I think that's really when they kind of get rooted in, man, okay, this is real.
Yeah.
Well, Kenny, as always, thanks so much for the time. Happy Thanksgiving to you and best of luck on Friday night.
I appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving, and hope you guys get some good eating.
Yeah, we will. We do that well, Kenny.
Thanks, Kenny. We'll talk to you soon. Kenny Dillingham, the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils. Our guest every week, normally on Fridays, but with the schedule changing this week, kind enough to adjust his schedule to join us on Wednesday.
I'm really looking forward to this game. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, I've been, very much in tune with this rivalry for most of my life as well, and this is one of those years where I think both sides, you got butterflies. You never know how it's going to go, but when there's two good teams playing each other, the uncertainty makes it even better.
Yeah, and it's a great opportunity for Arizona. We're going to get into this later, obviously, though. But being the road team and then also sort of ASU has reached a different level in the last couple of years. Obviously, making the college football playoff. This would make a win for the Wildcats, and Kenny knows it.
Yep.
That much sweeter.
Coming up in NFL Hash Marks, we'll give you the latest quarterback injury updates around the league and go over the top stories from the upcoming long weekend of football. Yeah, there's a lot of it on tap. We'll tell you more next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Santan Ford's Activate the Valley, presented in part by Gila River Resorts and Casinos, Arizona State's official sports headquarters, and Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. We are Santan Ford.
Your home for Sun Devil football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so we've gone right from summer to winter in Arizona, and winter is the perfect time to upgrade your yard with Turf Monsters, Arizona's trusted, top-rated installer of artificial turf. Their turf is engineered for our climate, built to stay cool, vibrant, and durable year-round, and is backed by industry-leading warranties. Holiday gatherings coming up. A green, clean, low-maintenance lawn makes entertaining easy, and their artificial turf is pet-friendly, kid-safe. It drains fast, and it never gets muddy, so everybody can enjoy the yard without the mess. It's also an eco-friendly option where you're going to save thousands of gallons of water every year. And Turf Monsters can also use that turf to create dog runs, poolside turf, outdoor spaces, perfect for grilling and game days. Get a free in-home consultation, clear pricing, and fast professional installation, often in just one day. Get your yard ready before the spring hits. Visit turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7380. For Turf Monsters.
It's kickoff time, Sun Devil Nation. At Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, we're proud to stand with Arizona State football. And just like Sparky on game day, trucks from Tim Hovic's Santan Ford bring the fire, the fight, and the power. From the F-150 to the unstoppable Super Duty, Ford trucks are built tough and built for Arizona. Tim Hovic's Santan Ford is an easy drive from anywhere in the valley. Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista and Gilbert. Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, proud partner of your Arizona State Sun Devils.
Hey, Sun Devil fans, get ready for another rockin' season with a better tasting, healthier protein shake. Rockin' Protein. Whether you enjoy hiking, jogging, working out, or simply cheering on your Sun Devils, you need Rockin' Protein. Locally made right here in Arizona, this high-quality protein shake helps you get the results you want. And it's made with real Shamrock Farms milk, so it tastes delicious with no chalky aftertaste. Look for it in the dairy cooler. Rockin' Protein, proud partner of Sun Devil Athletics. Forks up.
Forks up, Sun Devil fans. Bar S, America's #1 selling hot dog brand, is a proud partner of Sun Devil Athletics. From hot dogs and sausage to bacon, lunch meat, and corn dogs, Bar S serves up an all-star lineup of mealtime and game time favorites. Craving something delicious at the stadium? Grab a Bar S pitchfork dog or a 100% beef frank and taste the tradition. Then swing by your local grocery store and bring home the flavor that fuels Sun Devil Nation. Bar S, proud partners of Sun Devil Athletics. Go Devils!
Everyone needs a checking account, so get the one with built-in benefits to complement your unique lifestyle. Mountain America's My Style Checking has perks no one can pass up. You'll enjoy sizzling restaurant deals, peace of mind mobile phone protection, timely telehealth access, built-in identity protection, and clutch loan rate discounts. Make My Style your lifestyle at Mountain America Credit Union. Visit macu.com/mystyle. Insured by NCUA. Membership required based on eligibility. Some benefits require no cost registration or activation. Terms, conditions, and exclusions apply.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta. Hash marks.
The x-rays, the MRIs, all the testing all showed the same thing. Sprained AC joint, which is a very painful injury. Very painful. But everything was structurally sound. There was no fractures. And as it was told to me yesterday morning, when we reported it, they're not ready to rule him out for Sunday's game. This Sunday's game. Now, I'm not telling you he's going to play on Sunday, against Arizona. But the fact that it's even a question, to me, is a victory, because I never would have thought that he would have been back, at least have the potential to be back this Sunday.
Yeah, that is Adam Schefter of ESPN talking about the possibility that Baker Mayfield plays on Sunday. Shoulder injury, suffered it last week in the game against the Rams. I guess tried to play through it, aggravated it on a Hail Mary pass at the end of the first half. Got to the point where it was too painful, couldn't go. Had the MRIs, as you heard. They came back negative. But it's a pain issue.
Mm-hmm.
And if it comes down to a pain issue for Baker Mayfield, I think he just strikes you as the kind of guy that says, pain, push it aside for 3 hours, and let's go play football.
Yeah. I think that's the case with Baker Mayfield. If it's a pain issue, he's going to find a way to play. He's kind of built in that Carson Palmer, Matthew Stafford kind of way.
Yeah. And, the Cardinals, obviously, it would be a break if Mayfield doesn't play. Teddy Bridgewater's the backup, and they've been banged up on offense all year. But Tampa Bay is still clinging to first place in the NFC South.
Mm-hmm.
This is a big game for them. So to have Mayfield gives them the boost. For the Cardinals, again, the script is still the same, is just try to find a way to win a football game, against anybody at quarterback. But Baker Mayfield, not the only quarterback that has some questions about his health this week. It's looking like Joe Burrow is going to make his debut tomorrow or his return, I should say, against the Baltimore Ravens. Here was Adam Schefter with more on that.
They essentially did that this past week because I think he would have felt like he was ready to go. They ramped him up on Wednesday and Thursday last week and then scaled it back Friday and thought better about it. Now, they're saying that they anticipate him playing this week, and I think he's going to play this week. But I actually, on Wednesday and Thursday, thought he was going to play last week, and then they reversed course. So I still want to see them get to Thursday night and say he's playing before we know he's playing. Now, again, I'm going to follow Zach Taylor's lead here and say that's what we all anticipate happening. But anticipate is different than is happening.
And that's another big game for the Ravens.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Listen, so is Adam Schefter saying that the Bengals, because they're playing on Thursday night.
Yeah.
So he's saying that they're not going to have an announcement before Thursday?
Yeah.
Game time decision.
That's how they can put a Band-Aid on that and say game time decision.
You know that NBC is dying to have Joe Burrow against the Ravens on that game. It would make all the difference in the world between watching that game and not watching that game.
Absolutely.
I really believe the Cincinnati Bengals and Joe Burrow believes that they can go and catch the Ravens and the Steelers as bad as they've been this year, because otherwise, what would be the rush for Joe Burrow? Maybe because of the Thanksgiving platform, it's a gigantic audience, and he's an old school type. He wants to be out there. I totally get that, but wouldn't that be wild if after everything we have seen, if that team rallies?
Because it went from Lamar coming back to try to catch the Steelers and the Ravens to now Joe Burrow and the Bengals thinking they can come back to catch both of them.
Right, exactly.
I still think the Ravens are beatable in that division. I mean, on paper, going into the season, you're like, wow, what a division.
Oh, yeah.
It's been terrible.
That's the thing. Does anyone believe the Steelers are the favorites in that division anymore?
No, and there's questions about Aaron Rodgers' health, too.
Yeah.
Going into this week after he missed last week. No, but I have a hard time getting on board with the Steelers being the favorite of any division right now.
Yeah.
Even though they're tied for first.
Yeah, no, listen, I get that, and I don't think they're going to last. The Aaron Rodgers injury, even though it's not to his throwing hand, but that's, you're an older dude and you're taking hits in the pocket. You can only protect that so much.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And this is the time in the NFL where the weather starts to get cold, the injuries start to rack up, and it feels like at the end of the day, the healthiest and best coached team will be there in the playoffs. And if your quarterback's still standing, like you have a chance.
Yeah. Should we go for the triple header of Adam Schefter sound bites?
Oh, sure.
Moving on, not necessarily focusing on a quarterback situation with the Las Vegas Raiders, but they have been a disaster. 2-9. They lose to the Browns last week on their home field, and Schefter believes that there could be big changes coming this offseason from top to bottom with the Raiders.
Well, I think when you make change like this, I think everything's up in the air, obviously. Pete Carroll never had fired a single assistant coach during his time in Seattle. I think it was 14 years. Never once. And now it's happened twice in the last 2.5 weeks. So I think that tells you that they're have been changes, that there obviously look like there will be more changes. And at some point in time, whenever organizations start making changes like this, it's only a matter of time before the lead guy goes. And so I think it's just been a disappointing season in Vegas. Pete Carroll cast his lot with Geno Smith. That hasn't worked out the way they would want so far this season. And so all that's going to come under review here at the end of the season, all of it.
It is the Raiders, so you never know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
I think Tom Brady's going to have a lot of influence on the direction that they go, and I think he did have some influence on the direction they went. But the fact of the matter is this. Pete Carroll is the oldest coach in the history of the NFL.
Right.
He was brought in for a quick fix. When you're this bad and the quick fix was not there, it's got to be a quick pivot. I think he's gone.
Think he just resigns?
No, I think maybe they have a mutual parting of ways, but what are you doing? He's not the long-term answer.
Yeah.
You knew that when you hired him.
Right. And what Vinny is saying is you hired him to put in a foundation, and there is no foundation because he's firing everybody. So why would you reset with him when he's failed to do the one thing, the one job you wanted him to do?
Yeah.
And also, like, compared to some of the other really horrible teams like Tennessee and stuff, they have talent. Genty and Bowers and
Max Crosby.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah, it's been a disaster.
They lost to the Browns.
Soundly to the Browns.
Yeah,
with Shedeur Sanders making his first start.
I'm going to challenge you on this where the Raiders have talent thing, Jared. First,
They
of
might
all,
not have overall
Brock Bowers
talent.
is very, very good. Ashton Genty has not been what
True.
people have predicted him
True.
to be.
Disappointing.
Max Crosby is great, but there's not a lot of else.
I guess you're right. They don't have a depth of talent. They have a few stars,
No.
but yeah.
One thing I do like about this Thanksgiving though is sometimes you get dog games on Thanksgiving. They all look pretty good on the marquee.
I was gonna say, yeah, you get the Lions
And the
at
Packers,
home,
right?
revenge against the Packers.
Uh-huh.
You get the Chiefs going to Dallas. Both teams have no more wiggle room. The
Yeah.
Chiefs
No,
and
that's
Dallas have no more wiggle room. And then Sunday night, if Burrow plays and Cincinnati can make it interesting and win, all of a sudden that division's like, what's going on?
Thanksgiving has been greatly helped by the Lions
Yes.
becoming relevant.
Yeah, that's a good
Because
point.
that was a 40-year stretch of like, oh,
that's a
God,
good point.
we're stuck with the Lions.
It was a 40-year stretch of most of the country. That was the one time they watched the Lions play because that was what was offered.
Like, oh,
And then
Barry
everyone
Sanders?
always-
Okay.
Then everyone always said the same thing. Poor Barry
Right,
Sanders,
exactly.
wasting his career in
And
Detroit.
then it was poor Calvin
That's
Johnson,
it, wasting his career in Detroit.
poor Billy Sims,
Uh-huh.
Eric Hipple,
Right.
Gary Danielson,
Eric Kramer.
Scott Mitchell.
Oh, not him. Not that dude.
We haven't done that in a while. Coming up next, the Arizona Cardinals getting ready for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on Sunday. We've evaluated a lot of the players. How about evaluating the decision makers going forward? We'll do that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. Not that long ago, played a round of golf with their founder, Shane O'Grady. During a round of golf, he got a text from one of his clients. His client said she was doing her happy dance because she had just paid off her house in 41 months. Can you imagine that? Less than 4 years? That's what people are getting from Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. Every bit of your income goes to paying off all of your debt, and you get to do that without any anxiety because you always have access to your equity. Lots of great things that come with the Life Changer Loan. By paying all principal first, the average Life Changer Loan client pays off their home in 5 years, which gives you a lot of time to build personal wealth while everybody else, chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. Now, this is not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. They'll be upfront with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are, I'm telling you, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844 online at lifechangerloan.com.
When I asked Scott Lucky if his last name had anything to do with his success in the trucking industry, he laughed and said, well, Mike, I guess you could say I've always been lucky. But when I asked him how he and his family grew Lucky Distribution Services into the company it is today, he didn't talk about luck at all. We work hard, he said. We keep a close eye on the bottom line, and we treat our people the right way. In other words, Scott Lucky makes his own luck, which is precisely why he switched to Pure Talk Business. Last month, I paid the big guys $740 for 12 lines, he told me. This month, I paid Pure Talk $420 for the exact same service. Thousands of businesses all over the country are saving real money by switching to America's most dependable 5G network, and luck has nothing to do with it. Just dial pound 250 and say micro. That's pound 250 micro to switch to a wireless company that works as hard as you do. Pure Talk.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com, and tell them Wolf sent you.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units, like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models, you name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns will look to go to 3-0 in NBA Cup play tonight in Sacramento against the Kings that have won 2 straight, but will be without Domantas Sabonis tonight. The Suns still without Jalen Green, Grayson Allen, and Ryan Dunn, but tip-off from Sacramento will be at 8 p.m. right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU and U of A both ranked in the latest college football playoff rankings. They'll get together for the 99th time in Tempe on Friday night for the annual Territorial Cup, and both teams with 8 or more wins for the first time since 2014. So it should be a good one Friday night at 7 over on ESPN 620. Mo Odom and the ASU Sun Devils beat Washington State last night 100-94 to advance to the Maui Invitational Championship today, where they'll play USC at 12:30, and you can hear that on ESPN 620 as well. And after all the turkey and mashed potatoes, the Cardinals will be in action on Sunday in Tampa, where they'll look to snap a 3-game losing streak against an uncertain Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Black Friday prices are happening now in-store and online through November 30th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The biggest reason for my success is, I really want to say it's really the opportunity.
Another big day, catching every toss. I'm unstoppable, even though it's a loss. There's no Marvin, but I'm keeping together. I'm making everybody question whether I am the number one receiver now. I'm catching 10 passes every game. I was overlooked and you wonder how. And now everybody should know my name. They call me
Mike Dortch.
They call me
Mike Marv.
They call me
Mike Higgins.
They call me
Mike Trey.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. They call me
Mike Dortch.
They call me
Mike Marv.
They call me
Mike Higgins.
They call me
Mike Trey.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. It's Michael Wilson.
Michael Wilson.
Oh, something else. Carlin's musical selection of the week. Cardinals getting ready for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on Sunday.
Sunday.
Look, there's a lot. Look, we've talked about evaluation and players obviously playing for spots and futures and things like that. When you get to 3-8, not a whole lot in terms of a playoff postseason carrot to deal with, but evaluating the evaluators and general manager, head coach, coordinators.
Right.
I want to start with one of the coordinators because Drew Petzing, he spoke yesterday to the media, and there's been questions about play calling all season long, and it gets under the microscope when you're not winning games. Here was Drew Petzing saying that he always looks to himself first when it comes to play calling.
Yeah, again, I'm always going to look to myself first. And are there areas where I think I could have been a little cleaner, created some better angles, or called things at a better time? Absolutely. I also know the team we just played is top 5 in the league in rushing. I think they allowed 42 yards the week before in rushing, 135 total. So I think we went into the game also knowing, like, it's probably not a game you're running for 250 yards, and we're leaning on it no matter who we are. And so I think it's a combination of those things.
Yeah, I think there's what he said was factual, but let's go back to the game where they gave up 42 yards. They were playing the Chargers. They won by 29 points. The Chargers weren't running the ball.
Yeah.
They were in complete disarray.
Yeah. Let's reverse this if you don't mind. Let's go to the very top. Let's start with the general manager, and let's talk about Monty Ossenfort and where we think he is at with 6 games left in year 3. So some of the free agent acquisitions have been good. I would say Mac Wilson Sr.'s been good. I'd say Josh Sweat has been good. I'd say Calais Campbell's been good. Jonah Williams was a bust. A big dollar bust.
It has not worked out, and it was a lot of money spent there.
Bilal Nichols, Justin Jones, Sean Murphy Bunting. So I don't think his free agent forays have been very, very good. How about the draft picks? How would we evaluate his 28 draft picks so far? What do we?
I think it's a mixed bag. I mean, people will say there hasn't been a Pro Bowl selection from any of the 28. Well, you have to eliminate this year's class because there's been no Pro Bowl invitations handed out.
Right,
So we're talking about, 20 draft picks? Let's start with that first draft. They just played, we just saw on a big stage, Will Anderson of the Houston Texans have a huge game.
Right.
He's had a great season. He's had a great career. The Cardinals opted to pass him up at number 3. They maneuvered. And they got a really good player in Paris Johnson Jr., who should be a fixture for the next 7 to 8 years at left tackle. That's a win. Even though that trade worked out tremendously well for Houston.
Yeah.
And it worked out well for the Cardinals, too.
Yeah, so that's a win. I agree with that.
B.J. Ojulari, incomplete. Garrett Williams, good pick in the third round. Michael Wilson, turning out to be a really good pick in the third round if this continues. The rest of that draft, John Gaines, still around. He's an extra lineman at this point. Clayton Tune, gone.
Yeah.
Owen Pappo's made no impact. Keitrell Clark in the 6th round, okay. Dante Stills in the 6th round. It's a great pick. He's been really good for them.
He's been really good.
The next year, 2024 draft class, Marvin Harrison Jr. He's good, but I think the jury's still out on what he can be.
He still hasn't reached what people thought. For a number 4 overall pick, you've got to be better. You've got to have way more impact than he's had.
Yeah.
Even if he's trending in the right direction.
Darius Robinson in the 1st round.
Incomplete, I guess?
It's incomplete, but I think it's finally trending.
In the right direction? He played really well against the 49ers 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
And people see defensive line and his body type, and they automatically think, oh, he's going to be a huge sack guy. No, he's more of a run-stopping guy.
That's a good point.
Which is important. Max Melton in the second round.
Fallen out of favor.
Yeah.
He was soft, low-key bench last week, even though Jonathan Gannon claimed it was just rotations. He clearly, the snap count, he got parked.
Yep. Trey Benson.
Mm-hmm. Nah.
Yeah, I mean, again, injury a big factor. Isaiah Adams in round 3.
Yeah.
Tip Ryman, round 3.
Incomplete.
Yep. Elijah Jones, round 3.
Yeah.
Rabbit in round 4.
Okay.
And the rest of that draft, Xavier Thomas, Christian Jones, Tajon Palmer, and Jaden Davis.
Okay. Yeah, so...
But, again, that's 5th, 6th, 7th round territory.
Yeah. Then you've got the other stuff that's on the resume, the tampering charges. Some people point to the breach of GM etiquette where, they did that where he's on the phone discussing trades that kind of aired on that program.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then the trade for Desmond Ridder did not work out well at all. So I don't know what I would give Monty Austin for. Maybe a C. And I bring it up
The
because
trade didn't work out for Atlanta either.
Yeah, that is true. Well, that's very, very true. So the question becomes now, then the head coach and his coaching staff, and in situations like this, we know that in the NFL, generally, if an owner doesn't want to do anything dramatic, the owner replaces the offensive coordinator. So let's get out of the GM to the coaching staff now, and you take a look, like you said, Drew Petzing, the latest to show absolute affinity and love for that last play call to Xavier Weaver, even though he was never open for a moment on the route. I get the solidarity thing, and I get the idea that we're here. That's our process. It's not the result that we care about. It's the process. How did we get to that decision? I'm here to tell you I don't like that process. If your process got you to throwing the ball all or nothing to Xavier Weaver, who's had 3 catches, and they couldn't connect earlier in the game when he was open on the goal line, that's the last place I'm going with the football, with all due respect.
Yeah, because that turns into a situation where, hey, receiver, go make a play.
Mm-hmm.
And it happens from time to time, but it's not necessarily the forte of Xavier Weaver, who has spent most of this year not on the active roster.
Right.
And I'm not knocking him. I think he gave it a great attempt.
Yeah.
I don't think there was. If everything remained the same, I don't think there was many receivers making that catch.
Right. So you could make a case. You could make a solid case to blow everybody out. To start over with a new GM, with a new head coach, with a new staff, get some real experience. But what are the odds that's going to happen?
And then at that point, you're essentially trusting Michael Bidwell to make all those decisions, right?
That's
if you
right.
get rid of the GM.
That's right. That's right. Because there's no president or director of football operations with the Arizona Cardinals. It's a position they refuse to pay for.
Let me frame it this way. And there's a lot of football and a lot of evaluation still to happen to see what this team is, quote unquote, made of in adverse situations.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the seat is equally as hot for Monty as it is for Jonathan Gannon?
I do not.
I don't either.
I do not. So, but I do think that Jonathan Gannon is in danger. For a long period of time this year, I thought they're going to give him another year. They just are, because he's put together 2 good years. It seemed like he was laying a good amount of culture down. I saw a tweet yesterday. I forget who it was from, but it blew my mind. It was a guy who just railed about how culture in the NFL, it's a myth. There's no such thing. Either you've got guys on your sideline who know how to make the right decisions when stuff is hitting the fan in the fourth quarter, and you either win or you don't. And I thought that's an interesting way to look at it. And they use the Eagles as an example. Team with terrible culture, but they still can find ways to win football games.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Jonathan Gannon is in danger now. I think these 6 weeks are going to matter. I just think there's been too many embarrassments. There's a stack of them. And one of the names that you and I have already discussed, the idea of if you've got to compete with the 49ers and the Seahawks and the Rams, a guy like Robert Saleh would be giving him a second chance to be a head coach.
Yeah, got experience in a bad situation in New York,
in the
and
Jets.
actually was
Yeah.
pretty good in that role.
Yep.
A lot of people that are upset that he's not still there.
And then you hurt the 49ers in the process. You get a guy who knows all about the division. Just a name to keep your keep your eye on, if you will.
Now, coming up as we head into rivalry week, our coaching carousel rumors affecting the playoff rankings and Territorial Cup. We'll get into all of it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think I know where this is going to go from here. I think this is going to devolve into a mess of a season where they win 4 or 5 football games. I just want to see if they have something left in them in these last 6 to give me some reason to believe that Jonathan Gannon can pull. Because it's about him. It's about him and his ability to keep his job, too. If they finish with 4 or 5 wins, I don't know how he can.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
The holidays aren't just about giving gifts. They're about giving memories.
I'm Diamond Dave, and nothing creates a memory like a sparkle of a diamond.
My dad, Diamond Dave, has helped families find the kind of gift that takes her breath away.
And the truth is, this isn't about just one holiday. This is about every holiday, every anniversary, every moment she looks at that diamond and remembers how she felt the first time.
That's why now is the time to do it. Whether it's a custom piece designed just for her or something perfect and ready today, you'll find it here.
Don't wait until the last minute. Come in, call, or DM me, Diamond Dave at Desert Wholesale Diamond, and let's make this season unforgettable.
From our family to yours, happy holidays.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave Kantor.
Business owners with fleet vehicles need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles, over $1 million in 2025, and there's never been a better time. The Commercial Truck Super Sale is live at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, Chassis Cab, and Specialty Upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Arizona sports fans, your serve this holiday season. Give the gift that keeps everyone playing. Right now, Just Pickle Courts is offering a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up before year end. From cozy backyard retreats to resort quality builds, they handle it all. Designed to being done. Make memories last a lifetime. JustPickleCourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Hey, it's Luke. What's it going to take for ASU to beat U of A in the biggest Territorial Cup since 2014? We'll be talking Sun Devils Wildcats at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata. Mornings rolls on here from the Arizona Sports Studios. And I want to send a shout out, a thank you, an acknowledgement to our listeners and followers and viewers up in Cave Creek. We appreciate you in Cave Creek.
When Keith released a statement on Friday saying that you, him, and Chancellor Boyce had a meeting about your future, are you able to elaborate on the nature of that meeting at all?
Yeah, like I said at the beginning, very fair question, but we're not answering anything that doesn't have to do with the game and the team and the season. But fair
You
question.
mentioned on Pat McAfee how you don't make decisions based on money. When you do make your decisions, what are the considerations for you then, especially when it comes to football decisions, right? Like, what are you thinking about?
Yeah, very fair question, but I'm not going into it because, like I said at the beginning, I'm going to keep this to this team. And
He says expects a decision on Saturday. Is that a decision that's been made, or is that still in consideration? Like, people are just curious about that.
Yeah, so, I mean, you can just keep going. I'm not going to answer them, so that's 3 of them. You got another one?
Lane Kiffin, head coach of Ole Miss, earlier this week. Deflection mode. He will not answer questions about his future. Lane Kiffin might be the biggest domino in this whole coaching carousel. When that falls, it might, it'll influence everything else. Does Lane Kiffin stay at Ole Miss? Does he? If he's staying at Ole Miss, he's answering questions. Am I right?
Of course.
And there's probably $100 million in his future being dangled from LSU or from the University of Florida. But does this have ramifications elsewhere? The new college football playoff rankings were released last night. And one of the things that everybody's talking about in these new rankings was the flip-flop between Oregon and Ole Miss at number 6 and number 7. Here's the way it went down on the playoff ranking show on ESPN with Reese Davis asking the question to Hunter Yurachek, who is now the interim chair. And man,
this guy's a beaut.
First of all,
what a funny man.
Just let me set the scene. He is the oldest, whitest man you've ever seen. Go, continue.
The change at 6-7 with Oregon and Ole Miss swapping spots. How much of an impact potentially could it be on Ole Miss if it's determined they don't have their head coach in the field?
6-7. But seriously, Rich, we didn't have any discussion about Ole Miss and their coach. That was all about Oregon and their performance against USC. Their strength of schedule continues to climb. They've been dominant on the offense and defensive side of the ball, really good in special teams. And the committee had been waiting for them to have a signature win to really put them where we thought they deserved to be.
Okay. I would say thank you to Hunter Yurachek, first of all, because he might have been so lame that he might have ended that craze.
The 6 and 7 one?
I hope so.
I don't know if kids will see that and stop doing it, but
that would be the guy to make them stop doing it.
My other favorite part of that clip is he makes the really awkward joke and then goes into comedian. Well, but anyway, Rich.
Right.
It's not Rich, it's Reese.
Right.
Seriously, Rich.
Right. Here's a transcript from Hunter Yurachek. You've got this is classic. Hunter, do you see Texas Tech, or does the committee see Texas Tech as being closer to cracking the top 4 or closer to the team, say, 6 and 7? The answer, quote, I'd say at 5, they're very close to 4 and very close to 6. Thank you, Hunter.
Nice.
Appreciate that. Thank you for the clarity, my man.
That's good insight from the guy running the college football playoff.
And he's only been running it for about 2 weeks because he stepped in because...
he stepped in it all right.
He stepped in a lot of stuff.
Well, these guys, they just hope it will play out.
Yeah, that's it.
Everything over the next 2 weeks, rivalry week, and then the championship games, and they won't have to make tough decisions. They like the attention that they do these shows every week, but I think they kind of dread actually having to make tough decisions and hope it just plays out for them.
Well, listen, again, and we are once again wondering what is the philosophy behind ranking college football playoff teams. Do you care about good wins? Do you care about bad losses? What do you care more about? Do you care about who teams play? What really is the methodology here? The goalposts are always moving to accommodate the teams they want in the college football playoff.
Yeah, and his explanation was Oregon's playing really well, and they really valued the win over USC. Ole Miss wasn't on the field last week. They had their bye after they beat Florida on the 15th of November, so they didn't have a chance to flex, I guess, if you will. Their week off, SEC style, was the week before when they beat the Citadel, 49-0. Not exactly impressive there. But again, this is a television creation, and all these people that take this criticism, Hunter Yurachek and all the other tournament chairs before him, have to face all these arrows for a process that is hypothetical from top to bottom.
Exactly.
Why do they do this?
Why do they?
Because sports fans are obsessed with rankings and lists, I guess.
I guess.
And debate.
The rankings should not come out until they need to. There's no need for these college football rankings to be out 4 weeks ago, right now, next week.
But if they didn't have it, they would say, "Oh, we need more transparency in the process." So this provides transparency, and then they're being transparent, and everybody hates it.
But they're not even transparent, though. Like Dan said, what is the criteria? Because the other talking point that came from this is that Notre Dame is ranked so far ahead of Miami, even though they have the same record, even though Miami literally beat them head-to-head.
Miami destroyed Notre Dame.
So
don't get me started on the Notre Dame bias and all this. I've lived it my entire life.
And that's, but that's the thing though, is like, is it?
Apologies to Tim Ring.
Is it head? Is it head-to-head? Is who has the best overall resume? Is it who's playing the best right now? Because that's what he sort of said with the Oregon-Mississippi thing, is that Oregon's playing better now.
Yeah.
It's like you don't know, and all they do is they step in it and they put themselves under more pressure the more they try to explain it.
And now they're penalizing Utah for having to rally dramatically to win beat a team that they were heavily favored to beat. But to rally the way they did, I think that's kind of disrespectful. Look, again, the teams, I think there is a real chance that there's going to be a cluster of teams that are really WTFing it after the college football playoffs.
So do you guys now think that it's just the winner of the Big 12 championship and that's it?
Yes.
I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see how it could be anything else.
And then we're probably going to get, even though it's a good idea, the group of five, let's pick the Cinderella's team. There's not going to be a good team out of that group.
It shouldn't be.
And the ACC champion is not going to be any good.
It shouldn't be automatic. It should be like the group of five. I don't know. I don't know how to set the criteria.
I don't know how to do it either. I mean, I get some of this is hard. You do it straight ranking, you're going to get the SEC, Big Ten,
that
Invitational.
Bias, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and what's the most inconsistent is that the quote criteria and the people in the room change every year.
Yeah, there's that.
Like that's a big issue. Of
the dude is 112 and he's dropping the 6'7".
The best is he's Reese asked the questions and mentioned 6'7". Pause as he's like calculating how to like do this great joke. Does it? Absolutely no reaction. Pause. And then like a courtesy guffaw, and then he seriously.
But again, the thing that's most annoying about this, and you brought this up in response to Lane Kiffin, there is a real belief that if Lane Kiffin takes this job at LSU before they figure out these rankings, that you're going to penalize that football team because they're not taking Lane Kiffin with them into the playoffs.
And they're comparing.
How is that fair to that football team?
They're unfairly comparing it to a few years ago with Florida. Was it last year even? 2 years ago with Florida State? When they lost their quarterback right before the playoffs and they didn't make it.
I think the loss of a player should be considered more.
Of course.
I wasn't a fan of that, too, and it was Jordan Travis who went down at the end of the year, and Florida State was awful after he got hurt, but they had earned their spot. I think that should be considered more than a head coaching thing. And that question that we played in that soundbite in the press conference to Lane Kiffin was right. He did make a big deal out of it on McAfee. I don't make decisions based on money. Then why are you considering leaving? You've built Ole Miss into a top 10 program with a hell of a lot less pressure than at LSU or Florida.
Yeah.
You want to walk into that situation at LSU with their governor calling the shots? No thanks. I don't care how much you're paying me.
Right.
I'll stay here in Oxford and have a hot toddy.
Right, exactly.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to get us caught up to speed on the big stories on this Wednesday morning in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Inbounds pass goes from Livers to Bouye down to the final 3 seconds. He'll dribble it out, and that'll do it here tonight. Suns fall to the Rockets. Final score 114-92. Their 3-game win streak comes to an end, and their losing streak increases to 5 in the series with the Houston Rockets.
More reaction to this Suns loss coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
If you are considering a new vehicle, you've got to know about the Black Friday deals being offered right now and all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the best place in the valley to get into a new Ford vehicle. It's where General Manager John Nissen and his team have discounted nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model on the lot. Stop in, take advantage of 0% APR financing for up to 75 months, plus up to $3,000 in Ford bonus cash, and make no payments until Valentine's Day on their most popular models. That includes 2025 F-150s, Lightning, Super Duties, Mach-E's, Escapes, Explorers, the list goes on. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end December 1st, 2025. Black Friday deals happening all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Stop in, tell them I sent you. I-10 and Ray Road, or you can visit them online. Complete your entire buying process at any time at EarnhardtFord.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns will look to go to 3-0 in NBA Cup play tonight in Sacramento against the Kings, who have won 2 straight, but will be without Domantas Sabonis. The Suns still without Jalen Green, Grayson Allen, and Ryan Dunn tonight. Tip-off from Sacramento will be at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mo Odom and the ASU Sun Devils beat Washington State last night 100-94 to advance to the Maui Invitational Championship today, where they'll play USC at 12:30 on ESPN 620. ASU and U of A both ranked in the latest college football playoff rankings. They'll get together for the 99th time in Tempe on Friday for the annual Territorial Cup. And after all the turkey and mashed potatoes, the Cardinals will be in action on Sunday in Tampa, where they'll look to snap a 3-game losing streak against an uncertain Baker Mayfield and Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Black Friday prices are happening now, in-store and online through November 30th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Barada Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Time for the big stories on this Wednesday morning. Sammy's going to take us through the Rush Hour Reboot.
Yes, good morning, fellas. It's the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. The holiday anticipation is here. It's almost time for, I think, one of the best stretches in the sporting calendar. But first... Yes. But first, the Rush Hour Reboot. So let's start in the association. The Suns have an Emirates NBA Cup game tonight against the Kings. Do you expect Booker to get out of this little rut he's been in tonight?
I mean, I think they're going to defend him. They're going to attempt to defend him similarly to what we've seen, and that's with the aggressive double teams, take the ball out of his hands, make him think about it. That is happening, and Devin Booker is also exacerbating it by not shooting the ball well.
Yeah.
I was talking to a buddy of mine. His percentage on wide open threes is very low. But when he's contested, he usually makes them.
It's bizarre.
It's coming at some point.
Yeah.
I think getting a team like Sacramento, a team that he's had success against, is.
I think he's got a real comfort zone against that team. I would bet that yes.
Okay. And then last night, Luka, LeBron, and the Lakers absolutely routed the little brother, the LA Clippers, last night. I got two questions. A, how serious are you taking this Lakers team?
Very actually. They've got a certain something to them.
Je ne sais quoi, if you will.
It feels like real buy-in with the coach and Luka and everything. And I was a little worried. Not worried. I was curious about what LeBron's demeanor was going to be like once he came back. Could you imagine though being a Clippers fan and you thought you were finally past that team? You had your own building now, the best building in the NBA. You're not sharing an arena with the Lakers. You're finally out from under their shadow. You think you've got a much better basketball team. Take a look at them now.
I'm taking them seriously. LeBron James is still LeBron James, even though he's probably the third best player on that team now. Austin Reeves' ascension continues. They still have Luka Doncic, who is unstoppable, but they have a connection too. And Luka's comfort level grows in LA. And last night there was an incident with Clippers. Chris Dunn got into it with Luka, and Jackson Hayes of all people came and defended Luka. And Luka's like, hey, "I'm paying your fine, dude. Thanks for having my back." But that's what this team is about. Everybody's got everybody else's back. So when you have that level of talent, you got something. Now, Luka and LeBron are not exactly the most durable guys at this point of their respective careers. So I'd have to see that, improve before I take them really seriously. But that's a good basketball team when they're healthy.
Yeah, and I'm sure you guys have heard the Clippers draft pick this season goes to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
What they need is another top 5 pick.
So we got into it briefly at the end of the show yesterday, but John Morosi with MLB Network saying the Diamondbacks have a 50-50 shot at trading Ketel Marte. Right now, do you guys have a lean one way or another on what you think might happen?
I think they're clearly motivated to trade him, because if this was a situation from the Diamondback standpoint that could have been resolved, then it should have been resolved when Ketel Marte apologized. But that hasn't changed what people have reported about the Diamondbacks. So either it's this is the time to trade him for a couple of different reasons, getting older, breaking down a little more often, and then the 10-5 rules come into effect after next year, plus the fact that you need to add some pitching right now.
I think I'll take what Bick said and amend it a little bit because, and he touched on it too. I think the Diamondbacks are motivated to be blown away by an offer for Ketel Marte, not necessarily wanting him gone, because I think from what I've heard from people and the way that the organization has moved forward, I think a lot of that stuff that happened around the trade deadline, or excuse me, the All-Star break, has been patched up, but they're also, he's not untouchable.
No,
and I think last year at this time he might have been untouchable, maybe. But if Toronto's the rumored team, send over Trey Savage.
Yeah, we'll take him.
I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, he's fine. He'll fit in. He'll look good in a Diamondbacks uniform. So last night the college football rankings came out. We just talked about those, but both ASU and U of A were in the top 25, and both teams have 8 wins for the first time since 2014. So what's ASU's and Arizona's best chance to win on Friday night?
I am very curious, and we talked to Kenny Dillingham about it. I'm very curious to see if the Sun Devils can continue to run the ball with that kind of success. Now, they're playing a much better defense in Arizona than what Colorado has, but there was a chip on the shoulder of not only the offensive lineman and not only Raleek Brown, who was running like a madman, but they came in with Kanye Udo. He ran with authority. Jason Brown came in, ran with authority. Man Robinson came in, ran with authority. That was something to build on, and I think that ASU's really got to be able to be successful running the football to win this game, because we've seen it. Jeff Sims has been very good, but he is so turnover prone.
He is. Yeah, the team is fumble prone, and Jeff Sims is fumble prone. That's one of the things that they need to do. So to answer your question, Arizona's would need to have the better quarterback on the field, and I think they do. And ASU has got to kind of not be so turnover prone, as Vinny just said. I think this is going to be interesting because there's definitely a hunter and a hunted feel to this game because of where ASU was last year in the college football playoff and all of the excitement and national publicity given to Kenny Dillingham. This is a big moment for Arizona football.
Yeah, it is.
Noah Fafita only has 5 interceptions this year.
It's true.
He had 12 last year. Now, it's very possible he could throw 7 versus
100%.
ASU this
very,
weekend.
very possible.
Look, on both sides of this, we know that goofy stuff happens in this game all the time.
Yeah, like we wouldn't be surprised if we come back on Monday and we're talking about a
tie. No.
or a
blowout either way.
A 4 overtime game or a blowout one way or another. Like that's the thing when it comes to these rivalry games, which are happening all week long, and it's a perfect time. Thanksgiving, you get to watch them.
I love rivalry week in college football.
The Iron Bowl, the Egg Bowl.
Feel the hate, Vinny. It's hate week.
It's
what they call it.
It is hate week. You're right.
Still one of my favorite photos, and it pops up every year on my Facebook memories. I was down. It was the extra point game. Remember when James Brooks blocked 2 extra points for ASU and they beat Arizona down in Tucson? And I was down on the field afterwards, and I took a picture of Jarrell Robinson and Mike Willie, the 2 wide receivers for ASU, and they'd taken their jerseys and pads off, and they both had gold T-shirts that had hate written out with the U of A logo on it, and it just warms my soul every time I see that picture.
One of them, was that the year one of the blocks was by our center's butt.
Yeah, because
wasn't necessarily.
It was a Zendejas at that time.
Yeah, it was.
Kicked it right into his butt.
Right, remember that? Remember Kenny Dillingham caught on camera? There's no pity for the bleeping kitty.
That's back when I was still an ASU fan.
All right, Sammy, we're all rebooted. Every morning we get the big stories at 7:30. Coming up next is Tonight the Night. Devin Booker gets back on track. We'll get into it. Suns Kings in the NBA Cup here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It originated in 1899, and on Friday, 2 Arizona college football teams battled to win it once again. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State, the duel in the desert, on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
For over a half century, Spinato's Pizzeria has been a Valley favorite. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Spinato's has always been family-owned, But now that family has grown in really cool ways. Spinato's is now giving their team members a slice of the pie through an employee stock ownership plan. So they're celebrating the same great people, and now there's even more pride in ownership. And also now something that you can be a part of that they've got going on at Spinato's, the Spinato's Secret Sauce Society, and it comes with some delicious perks. You can earn points with every visit. Turn those points into your Spinato's favorites. Members get special deals, surprises you won't find anywhere else, and birthday treats and early access to new menu items before they hit the public. Your loyalty deserves more than a slice. It deserves the whole pie. You can join the Secret Sauce Society today at SpinatosPizzeria.com. Spinato's has got 6 Valley locations: Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Scottsdale, Tempe, Ahwatukee, and Gilbert. And they are the proud official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. Spinato's Pizzeria, same passion, same flavor, and now family and employee owned.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Santa came early to Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Ho, 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 yeah. We've got 0 down, 0% financing, and 0 payments for 90 days. We're taking thousands off MSRP on new 25 Explorers, Escapes, F-150 Super Duty, Lightnings, Mach-E's, and more. We know affordability matters this holiday, so Tim Hovik Santan Ford is doing the unthinkable. 0 down, 0%, 0 payments till next year with thousands off MSRP. Get in now, because these Black Friday deals, they will not make it to December. Tim Hovik Santan Ford, online at santanford.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance auto protection plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-289-5955. 800-289-5955. 800-289-5955.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. The Suns got throttled the other night against Houston, so how are they going to respond tonight against the Kings? Who is available to play? And yeah, this half of the Burns and Gambo show is fired up. It's an NBA Cup game. Join us starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube page, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
When you're a star, and it's a double standard, it is what it is. You can't get mad. You have to accept the responsibility. He has to come out and ball every night.
That is Charles Barkley, the Hall of Famer. He joined us yesterday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, talking about Devin Booker, and it was kind of imploring throughout the interview yesterday when talking about the Suns and saying a lot of positive things, but kind of pointing the finger at Devin Booker. Like the Suns need more from Devin Booker at this point. And they're 2-1 in their last 3 games, and Devin Booker going into the Houston game had said, I love it that we're winning games because I'm not playing it very well. He took the blame over his last 3 games. He's shooting 32% from the floor, 27.8% from three-point range, 75% from the free throw line, and he's averaging 19.3 points per game. There was a game, the Minnesota game, which was an anomaly in many ways. He had 9 turnovers in that game, but also had 10 assists. And Monday night was really not only tough on him, Houston did a number on the Phoenix Suns and their offense. But if the Suns want to continue this role, and if you want to get into the NBA Cup knockout round, this is a big game, and I think Devin Booker needs to increase. And I think he's totally aware of it.
Yeah.
And this is not us trying to run Devin Booker out of town.
Oh. Yeah, no.
We've gone through that once already this year.
I cannot even begin to deal with that crowd.
Yeah, but, I mean, this year again.
Speaking of that, like, for instance, the Kyler Murray stands. You pointed this out. I saw this yesterday as well. All this artificial hate they were pouring at Jacoby Brissett. I hate watching Jacoby Brissett. It's like, come on now.
Yeah, I saw somebody post 4 turnovers, 1 touchdown. Kyler Murray would have turned all 4 of those into touchdowns,
so
guaranteed.
Crazy.
100.
So anyway, I didn't mean to derail you, but back to the Suns and all of this. I do think that I've noticed this so far this year, that we've had such a magical string of performances in the last 13 games, whatever it's been, that a loss like we suffered collectively against the Rockets, held to under 100 points, kind of a clunk show on offense. There's this fear that suddenly the bottom's going to fall out of the tub, that the Suns now suddenly are going to go back to being that non-competitive, turnover-filled team. I don't think that's going to happen. I think their culture is pretty much already set in a good way.
Yeah.
So, but I do agree with you that after a game like that against the Rockets, you want to see this team come out, with a different level of compete, maybe.
I think it also showed that they can't go too many games without Grayson Allen and Mark Williams and Jalen Green. If they're missing all 3 of those, they're not going to win too many of those.
No, the Mark Williams absence was big, and what I'm concerned about now on the Grayson Allen front is he is an essential part of this team, obviously, and he proved that because he was playing his best basketball at the time of the injury. But now this injury has lingered so long. This is at least a 6-game absence. It might go longer. We don't know because the Suns are erring on the side of caution with this. How much time does it take Grayson Allen to get back to that groove that he was in? Because he was playing phenomenal basketball. So, it's not just the 6 games. It's the ramp up back to the effectiveness that that he was playing with. Now, on the Devin Booker front too, and again, I don't have the stats to back it up. This is eyeballing it.
Okay.
I think him in the mid range right now has been almost automatic. Now, the last couple games, some in and outs, those will even out. I again am puzzled by the 3-point shooting, and it started out, and he was over 40% from 3-point range, and right now for the season he is at, well, it's dipped all the way down to 33%. From 3-point range. Wow. That's right.
Yeah.
Holy moly. The open looks, it defies logic for a shooter that good with that pure of a stroke.
Yeah.
That he's just not a better knockdown, wide open 3-point shooter.
Yes. There's no reason why Devin Booker shouldn't be better than Klay Thompson at 3-point shots. Yet there's something either about the range of the shot or Devin Booker's day-to-day health in terms of the elevation on his jump shot. I don't know why that hasn't locked in for him. I do know that going into last year, I thought the bigger adjustment was going to be on the volume of threes on Kevin Durant. Because we had those discussions that last year, that those 2 guys in particular, if you were going to get into the modern era of the NBA and start firing threes indiscriminately, that those 2 guys would have to sacrifice some shooting percentage and get out of their comfort zone a little bit. I thought Devin Booker would make the quicker adjustment, but that's not the case.
In his last 9 games, 20.5% from 3-point range for Devin Booker.
That's you just, like you said, the mechanics, the look of the shot, you just would never think that would be possible. But the other thing that is possible is that you can have a team that's freewheeling with the 3-point shot, because this team has been, right? So which also tells you something interesting about the last couple of years and how that team couldn't get with that particular program. So either way, I expect a really good bounce back. I think more of that Rockets game it had to do with the back-to-back nature, plus the 3 and 4 days. Was it 3 and 4?
Yeah.
3 games in 4 days, and not having Mark Williams. And I think it's
just a bad matchup overall, maybe.
Well,
there's that too.
The Rockets have a roster quality oozing from them that the Suns just lack.
That's it.
And that is the long athletic guys who get into you defensively.
Yep.
It's a mismatch on that front. Not to say that the Rockets are going to win every game because of that, but it was really exploited on Monday night.
And the Rockets, obviously, for obvious reasons, were very, very on point defensively. And now maybe they always are, but they were really on point defensively. Their rotations, I talked about this yesterday, it was so crisp.
Again, it was the third lowest total of assists in a single game in Suns history.
Yeah, see, there you go.
And
that tells you a lot.
when your assist to turnover ratio is 11 to 21, that's not good. That's a credit to the defense.
Yep. Yeah,
that wasn't necessarily. I thought the Suns were sloppy with the basketball, leading to 28 turnovers in the Minnesota game, and there was some defensive pressure. I thought that was more on Phoenix. The Houston game, those turnovers, that was forced by the defense. They suffocated them. Suns and Kings tonight from the Golden One Center, 8 o'clock. But you know what? It doesn't matter that it's a late tip because it's the last day of school.
Isn't that right? Isn't that nice?
Coming up next, Bick's going to kick off the second half of this Wednesday that feels like a Friday.
Fire!
With the Bickley Blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Give me the one food that you would vote off the island. You know my answer is going to be pumpkin pie.
It is pumpkin pie.
Okay.
Of course.
All right.
Well, I don't know if you guys could tell my love for stuffing.
Oh, wait, that's what inspired this whole conversation.
Take the stuffing and throw it in the incinerator.
It's cranberry sauce for me.
Mason Ritz, you cut it up a little. You turn it into a little bit of a paste, and you put it on top of the turkey. You go ahead and you scoop it up with your fork, and then you stick it into the well of gravy that you have on your mashed potatoes, and then you dip it into that little pool of gravy. Oh.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and sports fans know better than anyone you need more than goals to get where you're going. You need the right team, the right teammates. You need a really good plan, which is why if you're thinking about retirement, if you're stressed out about retirement, if you're seeking financial independence, set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. Go get a second opinion. Go get that game plan that will assure you are making the right financial moves for your future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, and not beholden to certain products or portfolios, which means they can offer you a multitude of options. Plus, they're fiduciaries, which means they are duty-bound and obligated to act in your best interests at all times. I am now a client at Trajan Wealth. I was super impressed with their approach, and when you meet with them, you're going to see it all begins with relationships, and I'm talking about customized strategies, personalized plans that are all based on your needs and your desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call them today at 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Arizona, pickleball is booming, and Just Pickle Courts is leading the charge in Arizona. Whether you're dreaming of a backyard court or upgrading your community center, Just Pickle Courts builds custom courts from concept to construction. We handle everything with precision and care. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation, plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvise here. Twice in the past few years, I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First to lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In just 2 days' time, the Territorial Cup will kick off in Tempe between the Sun Devils and the Wildcats. And according to Kenny Dillingham, Thanksgiving is about turkey and ASU and U of A football.
It's like the football that happens on Thanksgiving, or right around, like that's what it is. It's turkey, mashed potatoes, and Territorial Cup.
Coverage on Friday will start at 4 on ESPN 620. In other ASU news, the Sun Devils will be playing in the Maui Invitational Championship today against USC at 12:30 over on ESPN 620 after beating Washington State last night 100-94 behind 26 points from Maurice Odom. Tonight, the Phoenix Suns will be in Sacramento for an Emirates NBA Cup game against the Kings. The Suns will again be without Jalen Green, Grayson Allen, and Ryan Dunn tonight. The Kings will be without Domantas Sabonis as well. The game will get going at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Black Friday prices are happening now in store and online through November 30th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
There are exactly 0 head coaches in the NFL who got a 4th year at the helm without first delivering a playoff berth. Could Jonathan Gannon get a 4th year without producing a single winning season? Michael Bidwell would be playing a dangerous game in that case, furthering perceptions that winning is no longer the top priority, which is why these next 6 games are very important for the Cardinals head coach, who is 15-30 overall and has had a terrible year, maybe the worst season season 3 since Ted Lasso. There was the $100,000 fine for his physical altercation with the player, the game with 17 penalties, the tragic comedy that flowed through the Titans' loss, the blowouts against division rivals, and the rash of close losses that once defined the competitive underdog nature of the new regime, but now suggest that Gannon and his staff do not exactly shine in the biggest moments when little decisions directly impact the outcome, where there's real adversity in the air along with real pressure to win. Now, nobody cheers for another man to lose his job, but the stakes are getting serious, the clock is ticking, and Cardinal fans are fed up to a level I haven't seen in a while, and the rest of the NFC West is all ascending at the same time, leaving us in the dust. One more loss and Gannon clinches his 3rd consecutive losing record, and unlike his first 2 seasons, this one might have real consequences. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
You don't want to make changes for the sake of making changes right now. Does that mean it could still be on the table at some point?
Today. I'm thinking about today, Josh.
That was Jonathan Gannon on Monday, asked by Josh Weinfuss of ESPN about not wanting to make changes to the coaching staff and thinking about today. That's been very consistent messaging from Jonathan Gannon. But, yeah, we had this talk earlier, in some regards, Bick, when we were evaluating the evaluators, if you will.
Right.
And when you consider recent history and your fact, give me that fact again that you led the blast off with.
0 head coaches in the NFL who got to year 4 without delivering a playoff berth first.
Okay. And look, you don't have to go back very far in Cardinals history to see a similar trajectory. Go back to the Cliff Kingsbury hire, where year 1, not good, 5-10-1. There was an ascension to 8 wins in year 2. See a trend? That was kind of like the first 2 years of the Jonathan Gannon era. Year 3 for Kingsbury was the year.
Yeah.
And yes, they faded. They made the playoffs. They got blown out in the playoffs. But the goodwill of a playoff berth was not enough to save Cliff Kingsbury's job when they went from 11 wins to 4. 4 wins is very much possible for this team. And Jonathan Gannon doesn't have that goodwill of, hey, I know how to get us to the playoffs. I've proven it in the past. That doesn't happen. That's why I think these games are very big. I mean, I don't know what Michael Bidwill's thinking. I don't know what the financial ramifications are in the complete picture. How many coaches do you want to be paying at one time?
Yeah.
Do you want to give him another shot? Do you want to chalk this up to injuries? But his decision might already be made. That's how off things have appeared to be this year.
Very much so. And it's really the aesthetics of these games. And more to the point, what's really starting to bother me is this crystallization that these late game situations are really kryptonite for this coaching staff. And it's been a consistent thing. One of the plays we have not talked about at all in that game against Jacksonville was there was a very, 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 very big play late in the game where Jacksonville went on it, and they motioned Tim Patrick, wide receiver, to the right side. He was wide open.
Yes.
And he didn't look back. He pulled A.J. Green.
Yeah.
He didn't
was
look
wide
back.
open.
But he was wide open. And Josh Sweat was standing there in coverage, guarding nobody.
Yeah, it was such a well-executed play call, except for the receiver not being ready to receive the ball.
Right. And
it wasn't exactly a great throw by Hairdo either.
No,
but it was eye-opening at how open he was.
Right. And so my point is there's just all of these things on the weekly basis where you're left scratching your head and saying, what? And so these are factors now. These are all part of the story of this season, and it's not been good.
Yeah.
And so, look, Jonathan Gannon is not going to go 6-0 to close this season. It's the only way you could post a winning record. So he is going to have 3 consecutive losing records at the helm. And that would be a new one for an NFL coach to get a 4th year. You'd really have to find a convenient scapegoat for that to be the case.
Which they have, if they believe in Gannon or they believe that they don't want to fire him. They have the scapegoat of, there were so many injuries this year.
And Kyler he just wasn't the guy, and right?
It was the offensive coordinator's fault.
Well, if you had to guess, like, which way do you think this organization would lean? Of like, okay, it is the coach, we're going to start with a new one, or these are the outs that we're giving you, and we're giving you one more year?
how I feel right now?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
I feel like it's trending toward the former.
And
Having been through this so many times in Cardinals history, you start to get a feel of what all the conditions are that lead to that. And it's not quite disastrous. Like Cliff Kingsbury's last year was a disaster from top to bottom. You had off-the-field issues with the general manager, with an assistant coach. They weren't winning games. The messaging had gotten stale. It hasn't reached that level. But if they don't find a way to win a football game, especially if let's say they go to Tampa and they lose another close game where there was opportunities to get it done. I'm definitely leaning towards there's going to be changes made.
And then you get the idea of not being able to close out. In their 6 consecutive close losses, by the way, the defense surrendered 5 fourth-quarter leads and 1 fourth-quarter tie. So those are all games the defense could have closed out, and they didn't. And the offense is the same thing. In the 5 of the 6 games, they could not answer after falling behind in the fourth quarter. And so I think you add all this up, and it feels to me, Vinny, like all that inexperience the staff had that I thought wasn't an issue in the years 1 and 2 have become an issue because now they are making decisions under a lot of pressure and not doing it well.
Yeah, you mentioned that defensive stat again in late game situations, in tight games. Nick Rawlis spoke to the media yesterday, the defensive coordinator for the Cardinals, and was asked, hey, what can your unit do to help prevent these close losses?
Yeah, I mean, I think we got to marginally improve in a lot of different areas, you know. I mean, there's points in that game where we could execute better or coach things better and honestly, you know, keep points off the board, and that can create a different outcome. So critically looking at those things in terms of what could we have done, whether it was in the fourth quarter, you know, you give up a touchdown drive, or it's in overtime, or it's back in the first quarter, first drive of the series. What could I have done better as a play caller? What could we have done with our execution better? Keep points off the board. It's a 60-minute ball game, like it's the NFL, and where you got to just, you know, win between the margins and continue to work to improve those, and, you know, should see some wins if you improve.
All due respect to Nick Rawlis, and again, this is just a parroting of what comes from above him. Executing better, playing better, and coaching better are not answers on how to fix things.
No, they're not.
And going into Week 13, it's do or do not.
That's it. You brought up a point yesterday that I want to close with this segment with, because I think it is very, very true. You've had everybody in succession now defend that late throw to Xavier Weaver on 4th and 4. We're going to either win it now or we're going to lose it all because we're about going for the victory. You pointed out that doesn't jibe with what happened at the end of regulation.
No.
Because there was no urgency to get to the line and get 2 shots.
No.
So, again, it's a mess. I'm hoping for the best. I hope this football team can turn it around, but I am not real positive of that.
Yeah, but it was a weird juxtaposition on those 2 circumstances, too, at the end of that regulation and the end of overtime, because they chose to be, in regulation, conservative with a built-in safety net.
That's it.
And then on the 4th and 4 play in the overtime, with no safety net
at all,
that's when they went for it.
Yeah.
It just was. There wasn't consistency in the decision making.
It just seemed very inconsistent.
Yeah. Coming up next. What do we got coming up next here? Oh, yeah. I can read the show sheet. Coming up next, what is Kenny Dillingham's message to his team heading into the Territorial Cup? We'll tell you what the ASU head coach had to say next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Hayes Davis feeds Oso. He'll throw it down in the lane right on top of Jay Huff. Welcome to Oso's poster, Mr. Huff.
Suns at the Kings. Pre-game at 7, 8 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, so Black Friday has already begun at Walt's TV and Appliance, and there's an elite home theater bundle you do not want to miss. Picture this, a top-of-the-line Samsung 98-inch QLED 4K television, gorgeous television, regularly $14,999, paired with the top-of-the-line Samsung 4-channel soundbar. That's normally $19,999. That's $17,000 in premium home entertainment gear, and at Walt's, you are going to get both for $59.88. That is a savings of over $11,000. Remember, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, constantly evolving at Walt's with great deals arriving on the daily. You can get your special offers by simply texting the word WALTZ, WALTZ, WALTS to 620-620. That's WALTS to 620-620. You'll get a link to my daily hot deals at Waltz. You can refresh that daily because the deals change on the daily. Shop local because local matters. Shop Waltz.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto, a new holiday classic. All right, let's sing it again.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end December 1st. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 5th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota, let's go places.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
Hey, it's Luke. What's it going to take for ASU to beat U of A in the biggest Territorial Cup since 2014? We'll be talking Sun Devils Wildcats at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Bickley and Murata Mornings continues on this Wednesday with a thank you to our listeners, followers, viewers in Gilbert. Thank you so much for listening out in Gilbert, not just this morning, but every morning.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about living on the edge all the time. I want our teams to be on the verge. And on the edge. I want them to live at the boiling point. I think those are the best teams in football. Are the teams that, you're like, man, those guys play with an edge. Like those guys play right on the boiling point. And I said, now they're going to play on the boiling point too, right? So we got to be aware of that because the emotions of this game. But I want our guys to play with an elite level of passion. And to me, passion is not emotion. Right? An emotion is an emotional response to something that's negative. A passion means you have a purpose behind why you're doing that emotion. There is a purpose behind the emotion, and you are controlled in that passion. Like it's a controlled passion. I want everybody in that stadium to feel our guys play as hard as they can with an elite level of passion for 60 minutes.
Controlled passion. Sounds like a romance novel title. But Kenny Dillingham joining us earlier today. Talking about what his message is to his team this week. And if he wants that, to play with a passion, to be on the edge, I think we saw that from ASU in the fourth quarter of that game against Colorado. It probably shouldn't have come to that.
Yeah.
I thought there was a lot of playing with with their food kind of feel from ASU.
Yeah, very much
They can't afford to do that this week.
Mm-hmm.
I think that passion needs to be evident from the jump. And, one thing that we didn't get into Kenny with today was, it's been 10 games since ASU has scored a first quarter touchdown.
Wow.
That is a really, really long time.
Yeah, that's not a good stat.
So I think, that controlled passion, if that can lead to some points in the first quarter, some touchdowns in the first quarter, you could set the tone in this game.
All right, so emotionally, I think this is a high risk game for the Sun Devils because I think personally what they've done this year without Sam Levitt, without Jordan Tyson, has been very, very. It's been very studly. It's really befitted a program on the rise to be able to endure losses to your two best players. Right? Mm-hmm. And still find a way to win games in the Big 12. And they've done it with Jeff Sims. They've done it with Raleek Brown. They've done it with the defense that's gotten better. They've done it as a group. You lose this game to Arizona, I'm not sure how that affects the look of this season, but I guarantee it will.
It will, certainly. And look, Big 12 championship appearance is still on the table. Mm-hmm. It's barely hanging on the table, but it's there. And we know how these rivalry game losses can define a season. It certainly it applies both ways. If ASU loses this game, it will put a damper on the season. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
But the reality of the situation, you just brought it up. The thought from Tempe, from people around, I'm not saying those in the program, those around the program. When Sam Levitt was ruled out for the year and Kenny Dillingham broke that news on this show, you're like, okay, it's done. They'll fight. They'll play hard.
But they'll lose.
That's what they do. But they just don't have the horses to compete. And here they are going into their final regular season game still with a chance.
Mm-hmm.
That is very encouraging for those people who've been following this program for a really long time and waiting for consistent success.
Right.
Because it looks like the building blocks are there, the belief is there, the foundation, whatever word you want to use is there regardless of what happens. It sucks losing to your rival. Every time it happens, it sucks.
Well, I think especially this year, because A, it's a home game, and B, I think that if you win this, you're going to go to a bowl game with a chance to win 10 games.
Yes.
And that's a big barrier to cross in college football. You do that a couple consecutive years, you have now announced yourself as a top 4 program in the Big 12. Perennially. You lose this game, and again, aesthetics matter, but I just think that given the Mississippi State loss, which was very yucky, given that loss in Salt Lake City, which was an abysmal night of football, I think this one would leave a serious mark. Okay, you two yo-yos from the other side. What are you feeling about this?
Well, first of all, on the ASU side, what I was going to say was an ASU win also shows that, okay, yeah, we had tons of injuries this year, but we're still better than U of A. We're still ahead of you as a program, even with all that's happened to us. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I am stunned. You heard me the first half of this year and all last year crush Brent Brennan as a head coach. I thought, we had such a good thing with Jed Fish going. It looked like we were ascending, and we just had to start all over. I've been very, very impressed with him and the team. Now they're on the upswing. I hope he doesn't leave for UCLA. But either way.
Yeah. You talk about running a guy out of town. You and Brent Brennan, man.
Yeah, front runner.
Obviously, there's circumstantial things with the injuries that ASU faced, but it would be amazing that for in 1 year to flip the script, essentially, and just sort of show that you're right there with ASU 1 year after they made the playoffs and you were low as low.
Well, I thought Kenny brought up a great point, too, on looking at Arizona. Like, the number of players left over from Jed Fish's last team, which was a really good football team. The shock wasn't this year for U of A. The shock was last year.
Yeah,
Brent
Tetterell and
Brennan,
McMillan stuff.
Yeah, they had McMillan. I know he didn't play much, but they had
Bill Merritt.
Yeah. The running back, both NFL guys, that was the shock last year, is that they were so poor.
Mm-hmm.
This year is probably where they're showing what they probably should have been
That's a good point.
last year.
And Kenny made a point of that it's not like this team is some underdog team. This team has got a handful of core players that were part of that team 3 years ago.
But it feels like if U of A ends this exceeding expectations season with a win at ASU, for me, a win, listen, I want the Wildcats to win, but this game's all gravy for me right now. And when it comes to the Wildcat season, it feels
gravy.
Yeah, right? We'll get a lot of that tomorrow. I'm not a gravy fan, actually, but that's neither here nor there. For ASU.
What? Gravy's like my second favorite food.
What do you eat that dry-ass turkey? Mashed potatoes, no gravy?
Mashed potatoes, stuffing, all in the turkey.
How do you
bite.
eat stuffing with no gravy?
My mom makes a good stuffing.
Again,
I'm not saying that,
again,
but-
let's not do this. Everyone has their own taste.
That's true.
Okay.
No,
fair enough.
I'm with Jared on this.
Okay, good.
Go ahead, Sam. I didn't mean to derail your point.
It's okay. To finish off the point, it feels like even with Sam Leavitt out and Jordan Tyson being hurt all year, it feels like to make this season a quote success for ASU, it would have to come at a win in this last game to get to 9 wins to then have a chance to get to 10. Right?
I tend to think you're right. I tend to think that everything, whether or not you're on this side of this was a very good season or not, depends on ASU winning this game.
It depends on how you look at it. Are you looking at it logically or emotionally? And there's a big difference in that. Logically, if ASU loses and they're 8-4, and you would have told me at the beginning of the year, Sam Leavitt, when he plays at the beginning of the year, is not going to be very good.
Yeah.
And then he's going to get hurt and miss most of the second half of the season. Oh, and by the way, Jordan Tyson is going to miss a big chunk of games too. And you tell me they're going 8-4? I would have said, okay, wow, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
That's the logical way to look at it. The emotional way to look at it is you can get to 10 wins. You still have a chance at the Big 12 championship game. And if you let that school from down south derail that again, then it's a failure of a season.
And I think it's you.
And I understand both methods of thinking.
And not to compare the two programs, but where both of them were at the beginning of the season to where if U of A were to win this game on Friday to where they stand at the end of the season. If you're ASU and you were told that this would happen at the beginning of the season, you would think the season is maybe not a failure, but it dang near close. To go 8-4 after coming off a Big 12 championship, a college football playoff, to then go lose your quarterback, sure, but then lose to U of A, who then has a better record than you on the season.
I see the logic in that too.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting crowd makeup because the secondary market, I've got a buddy of mine who texted me, the prices have never been this high for a Territorial Cup game.
So make this make sense. U of A fans don't show up to games in their own stadium,
How about it?
but they're going to come here. Oh, wait, they all live here.
They all live here.
We all live here.
There were diehard U of A fans posting on social media last week about how terrible the crowd was.
Yes.
It was a holiday weekend. Everyone was out of town.
Last weekend was a holiday weekend?
No, it wasn't.
What holiday was that?
I was hoping you wouldn't catch that.
That's been a forever thing as long as I can remember down in U of A.
Yeah, but crowd is never a factor in this game.
Which is why the Brent Brennan to UCLA thing might have wings because if you're a head coach and you're 8-3 and that's what you get on game day,
that's
no bueno, man.
Have you seen what UCLA gets at the Rose Bowl?
Oh, that's a good point.
It's less than
drawing 40,000 and a 60,000 stadium is different than drawing 40,000 and 110,000.
Or drawing 25,000 in a 100,000 seat stadium. Plus, they're trying to get out of their lease with the Rose Bowl too.
Yeah, that's right.
Something to watch for. UCLA football is not what it once was. Let's be honest. They could probably pay you more.
Well, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd probably be the one thing. And California.
Well,
Southern California.
And he went there.
And it's his alma mater.
Yeah. Coming up next, we will talk some NFL, our weekly chat with Mark Schlereth from NFL on Fox, Denver Sports, and the Stinkin' Truth podcast is coming up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle. Heads for the end zone. Touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. When you buy an engagement ring or fine jewelry gift from Shane Company, you get more than what you paid for. Our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. It covers everything. There's no fine print. You'll get unlimited cleanings, resizings, and repairs. Plus, it even protects your engagement ring's center stone. We stand behind the quality of our jewelry, and that's our gift to you this holiday. Peace of mind. Because a friend knows the best things in life are free. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and nobody wakes up and says, hey, I got a great idea. Let's go window shopping today, as in let's go replace all the windows in our home. But if you've been living in the Valley for a while, if your home is 15 years old or older, chances are you probably need new windows. And my friends at Advanced Window Products have rolled out a great sale, which runs through the end of November, where you now get $3,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. It is the largest discount of the year. It's their best deal of the year. I'm a customer of Advanced Window Products. They recently replaced my windows, and I'm telling you, you will not be disappointed. My new windows look incredible. The whole process from start to finish was so professional, so impressive, from installation to cleanup. They even came back a second day to clean up and repair stucco, make sure there wasn't a speck of dust left behind. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company with 40 years experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. That warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available. For more information, call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
YRefi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At YRefi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. YRefi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefy.com/careers. That's YREFY.com/careers.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Hey, Cardinals fans, why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Ford is rolling out Black Friday deals all month long? F-150s, Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, gas, hybrid, and electric models, you name it, Earnhardt has it all, and price to move during the Ford Black Friday year-end sales event. All offers require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family, and that ain't no bull. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Sales event ends 12/1/25.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns will look to go 3-0 in NBA Cup play tonight in Sacramento against the Kings, who've won their last two without Domantas Sabonis. The Suns still without Jalen Green, Grayson Allen, and Ryan Dunn tonight. But tip-off from Sacramento will be at 8 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU and U of A both ranked in the latest college football playoff rankings. We'll get together for the 99th time in Tempe on Friday for the annual Territorial Cup. Mo Odom and the Arizona State Sun Devils beat Washington State last night 194 to advance to the Maui Invitational Championship today, where they'll play USC at 12:30, and you can hear it on ESPN 620. And after all the turkey and mashed potatoes, the Cardinals will be in action on Sunday in Tampa, where they'll look to snap a 3-game losing streak against an uncertain Baker Mayfield and Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly is coming to Talking Stick Resort on December 14th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it.
Have you heard about the lonesome loser? Sit down, take a look at yourself.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NFL analyst Mark Schlereth talks football with Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford and Chandler. Shop local. Shop EarnhardtFord.com.
Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Wednesday, and every Wednesday, you know it, we get to talk football with the one and only Mark Schlereth from NFL on Fox, Denver Sports, the Stinkin' Truth podcast. And that conversation going down right now as Mark joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Mark, good morning.
Good morning, fellas. How we doing?
We're doing good. It's like Groundhog Day with the Arizona Cardinals, finding ways to lose football games. Last week was interesting. They lose to Jacksonville, some really shoddy end-of-game operation. But I wanted to focus on this. And, you know, when teams start to lose, you start to pour over the messaging and the language used by the head coach. And Jonathan Gannon said on our airwaves yesterday on our afternoon show that the team's record is of no concern to him right now, that all he thinks about is winning football games, which seems like it might be a bit of an – I get what he's saying, but it might be a bit of an issue. Your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're out of it, right? At this point, you're not going anywhere. So now it's a culture building, trying to win a football game, all those different things. And I think you can't get at this point, you can't get so bogged down in, thinking about what the future holds. You know how limited the opportunities are in this game, and ultimately you've got to, if you're Jonathan Gannon, you're just trying to win a football game because you know that you may end up being, getting fired when the season ends. So I get what he's saying. Okay. I mean, that's what you've got to focus on, but anyhow, that's just kind of where they are. I'm assuming.
Yeah, and I think the problem is multiplied by the fact that the Rams are as good as they are. Matthew Stafford has thrown 27 consecutive touchdown passes without an interception. Then you've got Seattle. You've got the 49ers hanging tough. The feeling here is that we are falling hopelessly behind in Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that division. The division is great, and the decisions they have made, like you said, Matthew Stafford, look how many times the Rams went from, hey, forget them picks to, hey, man, we're going to build through the draft to, like, hey, we're going to go out and we went to a Super Bowl with Jared Goff, but that's not going to get us over the top. So then we go get Matthew Stafford. He has just been unbelievable. As you mentioned, 27 straight touchdowns without an interception. I think he hasn't thrown an interception since September. And then, you look at the decisions that were made in Seattle, right? Getting rid of Pete Carroll, hiring Mike McDonald, basically dumping DK Metcalf and saying, hey, man, Smith and Jigba is about ready to take off. Going out and putting, all the chips in the middle to get Sam Darnold. Unbelievably good decisions made by their general manager. You just look at those, you look at it and say, man, they're incredible. And then all the injuries that San Francisco's had, and they're still battling right now. They're still, overcoming. And what are they sitting at 8-4? It is one of those situations where you look at Arizona, you're like, what are we going to do? Like, it looks over. I mean, there's no question.
Mark Schlereth, our weekly NFL guest, as he joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Around the league, a few weeks ago, you dropped the terminology Captain Eye Black on us. it's all I think about now when I hear J.J. McCarthy and I watch him play football. But Captain Eye Black didn't have a good game. He ends up in concussion protocol after that game in kind of weird circumstance. But what do you think the panic level is in Minnesota that they blew that draft pick at this point?
Yeah, well, I think they probably still, you've got to still have some faith or belief that you picked him for a reason, but you got to, there's still at the same time, you got to be concerned. I mean, you had Sam Darnold in your building. You won 14 games with Sam Darnold, and you decided, no, you know what? We're smarter than everybody else. We're going to go in this direction. And so there's a big concern there, and let's face it. I understand why I understand why J.J. McCarthy was their pick. He didn't play a lot of games in college, but he did play in kind of an NFL like situation, an NFL system in Michigan. So you thought that maybe that would transition well to the National Football League, but so far it hasn't. And, you look at his rookie year, he has a knee that, he tears some cartilage in, and initially they say, hey, he's going to probably be out 4 weeks, and then it becomes season ending, right, because he has the cartilage repair. And then he's had another injury, and now he's got the concussion where I was today we were talking on the radio show. Apparently they told him on the plane, or he said something on the plane, or did the coach go by and say, hey, you've got a concussion right now. We're going to start somebody that nobody's ever heard of. So just be with me. Just be with us on this one. No, it's a concussion. Trust me. That's what's going on. So who knows what's going on in Minnesota, but boy, I tell you what, sometimes it's tough to be the smartest dude or the smartest team on the planet.
No doubt. Yeah, that's coming back to bite them. There's no doubt about it. All right, we had this conversation the other day. The top 3 seeds in the AFC, who do you trust more, the Patriots, the Colts, or your Broncos?
Wow. I probably the Broncos based upon how good their defense is and how they can create turnovers. So it would probably be the Broncos, but the Patriots, man, I have a lot of faith in Mike Vrabel as a coach. I've got a lot of faith in Josh McDaniels as an offensive play caller. Say what you want about Josh McDaniels as a head coach, and it's been an abject disaster. But when it comes to orchestrating an offense, that dude is phenomenal. Like, he does a great job with that offense. And Drake May is a case in point, seeing how well he's playing and what they do to get guys open, the big plays they make in the passing game, and they do a lot of it out of 12 two tight end personnel where they create one-on-one opportunities, on the outside edges. So they do a really good job, but it would probably be just based on that Broncos defense, their ability to rush the passer, their ability to make big plays. That's probably where I would go with the most confidence.
On the Patriots front, the job that Mike Vrabel's done has been remarkable. Obviously, the ascension of Drake May has a lot to do with it. But the Patriots, they're a really good football team. And I start to think about, wow, the Tennessee Titans are constantly in floundering mode. They're floundering again. They've got one win. They've already fired the coach they hired to replace Mike Vrabel. And I know that patience is not nearly what it once was in the National Football League, Mark. But are we past the days of a good, respected head coach having a down year or a down trend and surviving that? Because it just seems like if you got a guy like Vrabel in the building in Tennessee, why let him go and let him go somewhere else because the season didn't work out for you? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying. And, NFL where common sense isn't always so common. Everybody wants the hot, new, flashy, coordinator, the guy that orchestrates a passing game. And, really when you start to look at the teams that are winning, the teams that play the most or the least number of shotgun snaps, you know who the number one team is as far as the least number of shotgun snaps is? The L.A. Rams. Who's the best team in football right now?
The L.A. Rams.
The L.A. Rams. You know who else is in that category? The Seahawks play the least number of shotgun snaps. You know who else does? San Francisco. Yeah, I mean, look at old school principles, because that's what Mike Vrabel is an old school principle guy. Guy's going to run the ball. Guy's going to control the line of scrimmage. Guy's going to defend the run. Guy's going to do those things. Guess what's going to happen to you? You're gonna have success more than often than not. Mm-hmm. Guys that sit in shotgun all the time and say, "Hey, man, we're just going to orchestrate this passing game and we're going to destroy people in the passing game." I like those guys. Those guys to me, they don't understand complementary football and how that helps your whole football team. And so there's a lot of issues because we get enamored, our owners get enamored with dudes who are kind of offensive gurus. And I think ultimately it's stupidity. And it's something that kind of 90s football seems to be coming back on track a little bit, which makes me happy.
Yeah. Mark, thanks for the time as always. We'll talk to you again next week. Have a great Thanksgiving with the family.
You too, guys. Take care.
Thank you, Mark Schlereth, NFL on Fox. the Denver Sports and the Stink of Truth podcast. He joined us every Wednesday to talk NFL here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Way out west, there was this trophy. Trophy I want to tell you about. Trophy by the name of the Territorial Cup. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games. Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State. The duel in the desert. On Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
Santa came early to Tim Hovik Santan Ford.
Ho, 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 yeah.
We've got 0 down, 0% financing, and 0 payments for 90 days. We're taking thousands off MSRP on new 25 Explorers, Escapes, F-150 Super Duty, Lightnings, Mach-E's, and more. We know affordability matters this holiday, so Tim Hovik Santan Ford is doing the unthinkable. 0 down, 0%, 0 payments till next year with thousands off MSRP. Get in now, because these Black Friday deals, they will not make it to December. Tim Hovik Santan Ford, online at santanford.com.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Cover the point spread. What's the spread?
Well, don't forget about the 14-point spread.
It's not a spread, it's a schmear. Bickley and Murata make NFL picks against the spread. The spreadsheet.
Oh, week 13 in the National Football League.
The spreadsheet. What we do every week, we take the schedule of games, We love drafts on this show. So we draft the games and the point spreads that we feel the strongest about. We're back to a full slate of games this week.
Yes,
There's
we are.
16 games, so that means 4 rounds. Chance to make up some ground for yours truly and Sammy, who are at the bottom of the standings. But through week 12, Jarrett has assumed by percentage points, first place, 20, 19, and 1 on the year. Bick, you got off the schneid last week, 21 and 19. Sammy, your percentage points ahead of me on the year, 14, 25, and 1 against the spread, and I'm 14 and 26.
No, I think Dan is ahead. 21 and 19 is better than 20, 19, and 1.
Is it? I don't want to do math.
We have the same losses, and he has an extra win, and I have a tie.
Huh? I guess you're right. All right, Bick, you're still in first place.
Good job.
So we alternate who picks as well. I had the first pick last week. That means I'll go last. Jared's got pick number 1. Sammy is 2. Bick 3rd. I will go 4th. 4-round snake-style draft. Full slate of games. There will be no leftovers, which might be bad because some of these games are really, really tough.
Yeah, they all are against
yes,
the spread.
they are. Jared, you're up.
Yes, we've proven that they're all tough against the spread. But I am going to Thanksgiving Day and the Detroit Lions. Only minus 2.5 points against the Packers defense that has been very inconsistent. Detroit wants to get back on track. Lions minus 2.5 at home.
All right, the Lions are off the board.
All right, I'm going to go out and take them, whether it's Baker Mayfield or Teddy Bridgewater. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers minus just a field goal.
Wow.
Against our Cardinals.
Why are you wowing that?
Teddy Bridgewater sucks, but I get the team is better. But
I was Tampa, they need a win.
Sammy picked against the Cardinals. That's what I
picked against the Cardinals last week, and it pushed. So
yeah. All right, so Tampa Bay minus 3 off the board. Bick, your first pick.
Yeah, give me the Bills minus 3.5 at the Steelers.
Buffalo minus 3.5 on the road.
I like that
Steelers.
one a lot.
I like that pick too. Where do I go with my first pick? They were turnover prone. They're on the road. I don't feel great about it, but I'm going to take the San Francisco 49ers on the road at Cleveland, giving 5.5.
I love that. That was my second best one.
4.5, right?
5.5.
5.5.
5.5. Yeah. The lines move all day.
6, 7, 4, 5. Let's
Shador Sanders versus the 49ers
I had the
defense.
Browns, but it's okay.
All right.
Why?
My second pick, he's got Shador fever, baby.
I guess so.
Browns defense is great.
I'm going to Thanksgiving night, too. I'm going to take the return of Joe Burrow, bolstering the Bengals.
Whoa. Wow.
Cincinnati plus 7 on the road at Baltimore.
Wow.
Don't let me down, Joe.
Wow.
Someone's got to pick
Gutsy
underdogs.
pick.
Hey, gutsy, stupid.
Whatever.
It's a fine line that I toe very well.
All right. Yeah. As a young man who grew up in Chicago, you know that nothing good lasts for the Bears very long. Give me the Eagles laying 7 at home against the Bears.
That's a surprisingly big spread for that game, being that the Bears are actually
Vegas
have a good
saying,
record.
It's Vegas saying they don't believe in the Bears.
The Bears have a good record. That doesn't make them a good team.
It's
These games have been very, very, very weird.
It's Vegas saying that they don't think the bettors believe in the Bears.
All right.
Sure.
They don't care what actually happens.
I'm surprised this game's still on the board. The last Thanksgiving game available, the Chiefs only getting 3.5. It opened at 3, got a lot of action, moved it to 3.5, but they are miles better than the Cowboys, even if it's on Thanksgiving. So Mahomes and the Chiefs minus 3.5.
Are they, though? Are they miles better?
You want the weird stats?
Give me a
Gotcha.
boy.
Mahomes off extended rest, 19-3 in his career, or on short rest, excuse me.
Yeah.
Short rest, 19-3.
Yeah, but Patrick Mahomes also, any split you take is probably going to be about 19-3.
Any record is good.
Yeah, and so they're good. Chiefs minus 3.5.
Okay.
To Jarrett.
Jarrett, 2 picks for you.
Man, all my top 4 are all off the board. I don't love these picks that are left, but I'm going to take... The Jets are just horrible. I'm taking the Falcons on the road at the Jets. They're only minus 2.5. Falcons are also suck, but
Falcons are dreadful.
I know.
Stink.
I loved the Jets in that game.
Really?
I did as well, Vinny.
And then I'm taking another team. Oh, God, I don't want to take that one. I'll go on the road. Texans. The Colts' downfall is beginning now. Texans have a great defense.
That's a good pick.
Texans are getting 4.5 points.
Yeah,
so I'm taking.
I love that pick, too.
Oh, man, see, I had the Colts. We're all over the place. All right, so my
Colts missed the playoffs. You heard it here first.
There you go. My third pick. Oh, man.
And then the Texans trade C.J. Stroud? Or Davis Mills gets a huge contract somewhere.
One of those two. Guys, I'm not breaking news here. The Raiders stink. The Chargers are fine. 10 points.
They weren't
Big
fine
spread.
last week.
10 points, not enough.
It's a big spread.
The Bolts, -10.
Not enough. Wow. You didn't watch them play a couple weeks ago.
I did because I had the Chargers all over the place against the Jaguars. Believe
so he
me.
likes the Chargers giving 10. Bick.
Give me the Dolphins laying 6.
You took my
The
pick.
Fins.
Dolphins laying 6 against the Saints.
I got a win from the Dolphins a couple weeks ago, and I was going to ride them again, but
Winners.
they don't like you riding Dolphins, apparently.
No. It's against the law.
Ooh, there's so much good stuff to pick from here,
Is
isn't there? I don't know. I'm going to go to the Monday night game. I'm going to take the Patriots at home, giving 7 to the Giants.
I wanted the Giants.
And did you really?
Yeah.
Well, you thought the opposite of almost every pick here.
Yeah, I did because I'll explain why after. Go ahead.
And we just saw them up close and personal. I don't think they're that good.
No, they're not.
I'm taking the Tennessee Titans to cover the 6.5 at home against Jacksonville.
I love
You're taking the Titans.
Yeah,
I took them last week. They covered.
Yeah, they did. Didn't look like they were going to cover for most of that game, but they did.
They did. You're right.
Vic, your last pick.
My last pick.
3 games remaining. The 3 games left are Rams at Panthers, Vikings at Seahawks, and Broncos at Commanders.
Are the Monday night games taken?
I took,
Monday night game
I
is,
took
yeah.
New England.
I'm
yeah.
sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I missed that one. Yeah, I am going to take. It's too big of a line for the Seahawks. Broncos on the road. Panthers. Give me the Panthers at home, and I'll take the 10 points.
That's right.
Rams are going to win, but it's not going to be. It's going to be closer than that.
That's exactly.
Panthers
where I
may
wanted
not
to
be
go.
as bad as
Yeah.
originally thought.
That's exactly where I wanted to go. All right, so I'm between either the
Of course,
Vikings.
there's only
two games
left.
The Vikings in Seattle and the Commanders Sunday night against the Broncos. The Broncos have played in a lot of close games this year, and Jaden Daniels is questionable. I'll take the Commanders plus 6.5 at home. Big stage. Don't want to get embarrassed. Commanders.
Yeah, it's
their defense
hasn't stopped them from being embarrassed.
No, but
earlier
you know,
this year.
Bo Nix and Sean Payton, they like to play with their food a little bit.
Yeah, Jarrett, you're left with a 10.5 point
good.
spread. Which
No,
side do you want?
Most NFL games are close, even when the mismatch in talent. I'm taking the Vikings on the road, getting 10.5 points. They could lose by 2 scores, and I could still win them.
All right, Jarrett's gone with Detroit, Atlanta, Houston, Minnesota. Sammy's got the Bucks, the Chiefs, the Chargers, and the Commanders. Bick went Buffalo, Philadelphia, Miami, and Carolina. And I've got San Francisco, Cincinnati, New England, Tennessee. Good mix of favorites and
I was
underdogs
gonna
this
say,
week. I like
interesting.
That was going to be my point. Is I think 2 weeks ago we had one singular underdog pick between the 4 of us, and it was a brutal week for us. And I think with the collection of all the games back, you get some spreads that maybe you don't want to take, so you're on the underdogs.
Yeah.
So that was my
All
what I
right,
noticed.
we'll post the spreadsheet for Week 13 coming up. We roll into the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy will take us through some social studies. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We've both been to that stadium 100 times, all right? And you can look at the names in the Ring of Honor. There are a lot of players who were up there who were on very bad teams. And you can remember the good Carson Palmer teams. You can remember the good Kurt Warner teams. I'll use our own Ron Wolfley as an example. Ron Wolfley, a great Arizona Cardinal. He wasn't on any good teams when he was here. You just hope that one day when Trey McBride's name is up there in that Ring of Honor, that you'll be able to look at his name and remember the good teams that he was on and the good good moments that the teams that he was on provided rather than just an individual great player.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling, every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvisi here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In just 2 days' time, the Territorial Cup will kick off in Tempe between the Sun Devils and the Wildcats. And according to head coach Kenny Dillingham, Thanksgiving is about turkey, ASU, and U of A football.
It's like the football that happens on Thanksgiving, or right around, like that's what it is. It's turkey, mashed potatoes, and Territorial Cup.
Coverage on Friday will start at 4 over on ESPN 620. In other ASU news, the Sun Devils will be playing in the Maui Invitational Championship today against USC at 12:30, again on ESPN 620 after beating Washington State last night 100-94 behind 26 points from Maurice Odom. Tonight, the Phoenix Suns will be in Sacramento for an Emirates NBA Cup game against the Sacramento Kings. The Suns will again be without Jalen Green, Grayson Allen, and Ryan Dunn tonight. The Kings without Domantas Sabonis as well. Tip-off will be at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Black Friday prices are happening now in-store and online through November 30th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
That time of the morning where we hit social media, find out what's going on to the questions that Jarrett has posed. It's time for some social studies with Sammy Sabolka.
Yes, good morning. Kicking off the last hour of what's a short week for us, guys, and some of these questions will be Thanksgiving related. But if you're wondering where you can find those questions, you can find them at X, at Bickley_Marotta, at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. You can tune in and watch us every single morning. So our first question is for Cardinal fans. What can this year's Cardinals team learn from this year's Suns team? Maybe like a two-part, Cardinals Suns.
I don't have an answer to that question because the Arizona Cardinals don't look like a team that's capable of learning.
That's a good answer.
And it's a little late in the game to be learning things from a basketball team that just started.
Yeah.
Kind of like going forward as.
I mean, the fallback answer would say effort and passion, but I don't think that's been the problem for the Cardinals for the most part this year.
Sure. Some of the responses, Bruce says, 3-year rebuilds turning into a decade-long rebuild is a problem. Suns became relevant again in less than 6 months after swinging for the fences 2 years ago. Cards' problem has always been and always will be maybe some unwillingness to spend money.
I think maybe that's probably where I would add. What you could learn next time that you get the opportunity, go all in financially. You look at the Suns, and they plowed through 3 coaches in 3 years. People thought Matt Ishbia was insane for changing out a coach again. And he kept going until he found the guy that was right for the job.
Yeah, 2 more. Jordan said that having the right head coach does matter. Darryl Lee says, I think the lesson might be more organizationally. You need to have an identity. Motor and Violence sounded good initially, but ring hollow after the 75th million fourth quarter collapse. He's got a point.
What he said at the back end is great too. Number 2, big production trumps big names.
Yes.
Looks like the quarterback reality has set in. Let's see how things go at wide receiver 1. Really good answer.
That too. All right, so Thanksgiving is tomorrow, so there's just lots to be thankful for.
Oh, crap, it is?
Yeah. And you put the order in for the pie?
I forgot.
Ah, dang. All right, so what are you most thankful for in Arizona sports right now?
Kenny Dillingham.
That's my answer too. Yeah.
And then maybe underneath that I might go Dylan Brooks / Colin Gillespie.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, ever since he got in the building, I'm a big Tommy Lloyd fan, so I'm thankful he's the head coach at,
cool, dude.
at my program. And then, as always, Devin Booker just being kind of the staple for Arizona sports.
Yeah, thankful that he has got a real tie and a real affinity for this city, and it's become part of him and vice versa. I like that. But Kenny Dillingham's the answer.
Yeah,
I have a guy that's that invested in what he's doing, tremendous.
Yeah, David said he's thankful that Corbin Carroll is signed through the year 2030. Eddie V says ASU's Molly Miller and Kenny Dillingham. It's nice to be respected again, and how great would it be if Bobby Hurley's team could get that level of respect this year. And then, let's see, Daylight Films, again, from our end over here. Wildcat football recovering from last season, and a Wildcat basketball team that could potentially get to where they want to go this year. And then lastly, Daryl. Shout out, Daryl. Not pandering, I'm genuinely thankful for the show. I look forward to interacting with social studies each and every day. As an OTR truck driver, I'm also thankful for the app so he can listen whenever he's not in Arizona. So
very nice.
Appreciate that shout.
Why'd you cut off the little shot he took at the end?
Oh, yes. Oh, here we go.
He said he's even
catch up with the podcast, even the Jarrett parody songs as well, but maybe not that.
Sandra Dale Klauber had a similar sentiment to that end there, that he is thankful that for Jarrett's musical styling, because it makes all my inebriated karaoke days seem like I'm Michael Bublé.
Yeah, Michael Bublé.
You do make the Valley feel better about their own personal singing ability, Jarrett.
Thank you. That's my brain.
This week's was a crazy poll. I'm not gonna lie. That's not my name.
You know that song, the Ting Tings?
Yeah.
Did anybody know that song?
I know that song.
I knew that song. I didn't think I was ever gonna hear it in relation.
As sung by Charlie Day and Horrible Bosses.
Well.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
We had all those Mike Dortch and Mike. I thought it was funny.
Yeah, no, it was. I thought it was funny.
No, and we know that song is to appease you and entertain you, Jarrett. So.
Yeah. I haven't.
As long as you were entertained.
Yeah.
All right. And just when you thought there was going to be a social studies question the day before Thanksgiving that wouldn't involve food, our own Jarrett Carlin has us right now. What is the best Thanksgiving pie and why? Is it pumpkin, apple, pecan, or sweet potato?
I'm a big, out of those four, I'm not a pie guy, but I'll take the pecan pie all day long.
I would be proud to partake of your pecan pie. There's one choice on that poll question. It's apple, and light the others on fire and throw them in the garbage.
Thank you.
Yes.
Pumpkin pie is maybe the most overrated pie. And if you like pumpkin pie, I get it. But, man, out of those four choices, apple is the clear-cut answer. Thoughts on, like, a nice chocolate or a banana cream pie around Thanksgiving?
I'm all for it.
It's not traditional.
I did have pie duty again, and our group is smaller this year, so I didn't buy as many pies. And I ordered so far a pumpkin to appease the tasteless, and French silk.
French silk, yeah. There was Stephen Ruiz said not listed banana cream and French silk. Blow those out of the water.
Yes, of course. There are better pies than that. I'm talking about traditional Thanksgiving pies. Banana cream pie is not something you usually see at Thanksgiving there.
Who says?
Yeah, you can. It's pie.
Don't force your traditional pies on me, Jarrett.
What's your favorite Thanksgiving entree? Chicken Parmesan or?
I know some people that do lasagna.
We've already covered this. Big's having brisket tomorrow.
I know. But I just wanted the traditional pies, the autumnal pies, not to be confused with the autumnal soups.
Fair. I mean, I mentioned it yesterday. A warm apple pie with ice cream on it. There's nothing better after a Thanksgiving meal.
So I had a bowl of clam chowder last night. Oh boy, it was good.
Autumnal
New England.
Yes.
But
yes.
From our social medias and social studies, we wish everyone out there a happy Thanksgiving.
Or the poll results.
The poll results, 41% say pumpkin. Gosh, what a joke. Sorry. 28% apple, 25% pecan, only 2% sweet potato pie.
That's an un-American poll result right there. Apple pie. Haven't we been told that apple pie is as American as it gets?
Yeah, nothing more American than that.
All right, thanks, Sammy.
Wow.
That's social studies. We got through it. Coming up next, big win for the GCU Lopes last night. They'll try to make it 2 in a row tonight and capture a holiday tournament crown in the process against Iowa. We'll talk to the head coach, Bryce Drew, straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This is the biggest disappointment of the season for me. This offensive line that I took so much stock in going out and actually being able to run the ball. I was so excited to watch this rushing attack develop over the course of this season. It just has not transpired like that at all.
You're going to have to overhaul this in the offseason.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the holiday season has officially arrived in Parker & Sons, obviously in the holiday spirit because they are spending Thanksgiving practically giving away new air conditioning units. Here's the deal. Heads up, if you need a new air conditioning unit, this will be of interest to you. The government changes in 2026 require that all existing units at Parker & Sons and elsewhere must be installed by the end of the year or discarded, and so Parker & Sons unveiling their Too Good to Toss sale, offering perfectly good systems at huge discounts that come with a full warranty. Like I said, if you need new air conditioning units, do not pass up this incredible opportunity. Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. They're reputable and highly decorated. They're fast and reliable. They are trustworthy and credible. And this November, be thankful for comfort and savings from Parker & Sons. Too Good to Toss sale. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602 the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
Grand Canyon University is an affordable private Christian university offering over 350 academic programs. Beyond federal aid, GCU's on-campus students received approximately $196 million in scholarships in 2024. On average, undergraduate students graduate with approximately $6,200 less federal and private loan debt than students at private, nonprofit four-year universities. And many have the opportunity to graduate in less than 4 years. See what scholarships you may qualify for at gcu.edu/myoffer.
Bickley and Marotta talk Grand Canyon University men's hoops with the head coach. This is the Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card.
Yeah, GCU scoring a big win last night in the Acrisure Invitational. It's weird. They got like 2 different tournaments going on at the same arena. GCU's playing for the championship of one part of it. Then there's another part of it, the Classic and the Invitational, but whatever. Big win, 68-58 win over Utah. They will take on Iowa for the tournament championship tonight in Palm Desert, looking to connect with Bryce Drew, the head coach of the GCU Lopes, on game day. Hopefully that will happen, but the stat, we pointed it out in the splash early this morning, Bick. You don't see this very often.
Yeah.
GCU won a basketball game without hitting a three-point shot. And we know the three-point shot is not as prevalent in the college ranks as it is in the pro ranks, but that's still an amazing statistic.
Well, this was a very, very big moment for GCU's program, because if you followed the arc of the season, there was a loss at home to Youngstown State, and they do not lose very often at Global Credit Union Arena. You know that, the vibe there and the fans and the Havocs. It's a very, very difficult environment for opposing teams to play in. They went to St. Louis on the road, and they got handled pretty well. And there was some fear that, did they under-recruit this team? Did they not get what they thought they were going to get from a couple of these guys? And what's going to happen next week at the Acrisure when you have to play a couple of big boy basketball teams? They rebounded with a good win last Friday night against Northwestern State. Not much of an opponent, but it was a good sort of build the confidence kind of game. And then for them to go out and put that game on the floor in Palm Desert, Coachella Valley, wherever they are, that to me is very, very impressive. And I'm looking at the box score. The fact that Lopes committed only 6 turnovers the entire game, that's taking care of business.
Yeah. And that'll make up for the fact that you're not hitting from 3 when you're cashing in on those 2-point possessions when you're not turning the ball over. Yeah, really good win. And this would be, if they can get it done tonight against Iowa, and like you said, big opportunity, because this foursome of teams was GCU, Utah, Ole Miss, and Iowa. I mean, that's big boy basketball. Those are power conferences.
Yeah.
So this would be big for them to get this done. But
one of their players that was very good last night, and he was very good on Friday night, and I think he's going to continue to get really, really, really good. Jaden Henley, he's 6'7". He came from UNLV last year. He was not a full-time point guard for UNLV, but near the end of last year, late last February, they asked him to sort of be the facilitator for the offense, and he took over that role, and he was really good at it. And he's 6'7", and a 6'7" point guard it brings a lot of inherent advantages. And yeah, exactly. 6'7".
Don't do it.
He's a 6'7" point guard, and he can get to the rim, and he can elevate. He's a great finisher, and I think he's only tapping into his potential. They got a young man, Brian Moore Jr. He's a transfer from Norfolk State, and the interesting thing about that is this kid came in as an opponent last year.
I was going to say,
with Norfolk. And one of the cool things about the Havocs and the vibe they have at that arena is the Havocs never take a night off. Right? They never have a bad night as a crowd and a fan base based on the opponent, right? It's not like, who are we playing tonight? Oh, who cares about them? Yeah. They always do what they do. So as a result, the school from Norfolk State comes in, and this player who's really good on that team checks out this vibe and like, I got to play there. And so he transfers here based on his experience in one game. Now, if you had a fan base that took a night off, based on the quality of competition, he doesn't come here.
No, it's such a good point. I don't think there's a ton. It's not universal across the board that you get that kind of atmosphere. It's one of the best atmospheres in college basketball. And there's a million different factors that will sway a player on where he wants to continue his college career. That's a big advantage for GCU. Now, I don't know what the NIL situation is there. I know they play the game, obviously, and they're very competitive. But there's few places that can match up to that. And that's still part of the mix. Whether it's NIL, playing time, all of those things, you want to play in an environment where you feel like you're a big deal.
That's it.
And and that is the environment all the time.
That is so important to a college basketball player, where that game day experience means everything. Right, and I think it's true with football as well. But basketball, intimate arenas. If you've got a crowd that's well beyond the average crowd in terms of decibel and passion, it makes a huge difference. So this is interesting. So, they're playing Iowa tonight. It's a nationally televised game. It's a great platform for them if they can build off what they did against Utah. And Utah's a good team. And to be able to collar them defensively the way they did, that's a big step for them. And then you factor in what ASU is doing in Maui. People have pointed out that how proud would Bill Walton be that a pair of former Pac-12 teams are meeting for the title in
the
Maui.
Maui Gym. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. Like, could this be the Renaissance year where multiple local teams are good? ASU, GCU, and U of A are all really good.
And what I've learned broadcasting GCU games is there are levels in college basketball. At the very top, that's the world that Arizona lives in, right? And that's the world. That's where the blue bloods are, right? And that's where ASU and GCU is trying to get, right? GCU has never been ranked as a basketball program.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, and when it happens, it'll probably be a very, very big deal.
I mean, when you consider the number of schools there are, though, and the politics involved in the AP voting.
Yeah.
True, yeah. Weren't they like 27-4 or something? Like,
I won 30 games a few years ago.
Yeah, no, they've had a couple of elite seasons in terms of win totals, but it's always who are you playing, which is why this year's a significant year for GCU. They're in the Mountain West Conference this year. And that's a step up for them. The thing with GCU, and I think this really bit their team last year, they had a very talented team on paper last year, but there was just this kind of vibe like we're just on coast because it doesn't matter what happens in the regular season because the tournament the conference they were in, you were only getting one tournament berth, and it was going to the team that won the WAC conference tournament.
Yeah.
And so as a result, you just kind of got into this mode that we'll just gear up come March. Now it's much different. Now you're in a conference that sends 4 or 5 teams to the
in a good year. Yeah.
In a good year. Yeah. And so as a result, now you got a better crack at it, but you can't be messing around during the regular season, especially during your non-conference games.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's going to be interesting where all this is going. The fact that ASU's playing as well as they are, GCU scoring a big win against Utah, and then of course, Arizona just went to Connecticut and won in Stores. So exciting stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Early season stuff. I do have a bit of trivia for you.
Yeah.
I mentioned GCU 0 3-point shots last night. They didn't make a 3-pointer. They won the game. If you had to guess what year it was the last time an NBA team had a game where it didn't make a 3-point shot, what would your guess be?
Wow. 1991.
What do you say, Sam?
It's earlier. I actually saw this like a couple weeks ago. I want to say it's like 2005.
What's your guess, Jarrett?
Wow, 2005. I would have said somewhere like in the early mid-90s, 94.
Okay. The correct answer, closest to the pin, Dan Bickley with his guess of 1991. The last time an NBA team did not have a 3-pointer made in a game, January 4th, 1992.
Wow.
Oh, and the team won, right?
The Chicago, just
in general,
without any 3-pointers. The Chicago Bulls. The Bulls. They beat the New Jersey Nets that night. They scored 140 points.
Wow.
They went 0 for 3 from 3-point range. The Nets went 0 for 1 that night, by the way. And the next level of this trivia question, and Bick's going to rattle this off. Name the starting lineup for the Bulls that night.
What was the year?
92. So this would be the 91-92 season.
Yeah, this
their
would be
second championship
Michael
team.
Jordan, Scottie Pippen, was Bill Cartwright. Still at center. Craig Hodges.
No.
Oh.
No.
B.J. Armstrong.
No, he came off the bench.
John Paxson.
And you're just missing the power forward.
Stacey King.
No.
Who's the power forward?
Horace Grant. Horace Grant.
Of course.
Yeah.
Horace Grant.
Isn't that amazing, though? I could pick up a random game from 1992 and say, name the starting lineup, and you could do it. You know why? Because everybody played.
Right.
That's right.
Now,
that's right.
The other 3-point stat that's great is that the Suns have the record for most consecutive games with a 3-pointer, and that will never be broken because they'll never go a game without hitting a 3-pointer. So no one could ever catch them.
They might.
They could.
I don't want to jinx it, but like in the
very highly unlikely. But yeah.
Anyway, I'm assuming, apologies for Bryce Drew. I'm assuming there was something confusing with the time.
I'm blaming you.
Yeah, you could blame me.
Bryce is going to connect via in the
at 10:30 for the next show.
10:30 for Wolf and Luke.
Yeah.
But good luck to GCU hoops tonight against Iowa. Big moment for them on national television. Try to win that Acrisure Invitational. Also, want to remind you, Territorial Cup Friday, and whether you're rolling with the Sun Devils or the Wildcats, we want you in the stands. Get ready for one of the oldest rivalries in college football as ASU takes on Arizona. Your shot to be there. Text the word Sparky to 620-620 for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. That's Sparky to 620-620. I think it's kind of ironic that a U of A fan who's mentioned in that read would have to text the word Sparky to win. Coming up next, we'll roll out an edition of Mock My World. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card. Bickley and Murata mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW. Huge weekend ahead at Chapman BMW. Their Black Friday sale is underway. They're open this Sunday, which is a rarity. Here's what you're going to get. You can get 90 days to first payment, which means you can buy a new car now, not start payments until 2026. 0.9% APR financing on 5 years on select models. You will get the best deals and the best prices of the year by far. And for some extra incentive, anybody who mentions this radio show, you'll also get a $500 credit for a shopping spree in their parts boutique where you will find awesome BMW swag and merch. Their Black Friday event also applies to their award-winning service department where you can get free pickup and delivery from home or work. They can even drop off a loaner for you while your car is in the shop. They'll accept all extended warranties no matter where you purchase the vehicle and where you'll get huge holiday savings now for service work you may have postponed or procrastinated. And once again, Chapman BMW, both locations open this Sunday, which is a rarity. Get on down, check out the great deals. You can always check them out online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great Black Friday experience.
Grand Canyon University is an affordable private Christian university offering over 350 academic programs. Beyond federal aid, GCU's on-campus students received approximately $196 million in scholarships in 2024. On average, undergraduate students graduate with approximately $6,200 less federal and private loan debt than students at private, nonprofit 4-year universities. And many have the opportunity to graduate in less than 4 years. See what scholarships you may qualify for at gcu.edu/myoffer.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. I love this time of year when we focus on being thankful and helping others. At Right Way Roofing, our priority is helping you protect your home. Thank you to all of our customers for trusting us with your roofing needs. Happy holidays from my family to yours. And remember, at Right Way Roofing, there's only one way, the right way. Visit us at azroof.com.
Right Way Roofing, and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
It's the Black Friday sale, and it's on at Brooklyn Bedding. That's right, Bay Center Indians. Brooklyn Bedding is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in-store and online now through November 30th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever at Brooklyn Bedding. So here's what you do. You get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 11 Basin locations, and you tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever, and that's at Brooklyn Bedding.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, Driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic. All right, let's sing it again.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end December 1st. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 5th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota, let's go places.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns will look to go 3-0 in NBA Cup play tonight in Sacramento against a Kings team that's won 2 straight, but will be without Domantas Sabonis. The Suns still without Jalen Green, Grayson Allen, and Ryan Dunn tonight, but tip-off from Sacramento will be at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU and U of A both ranked in the latest college football playoff rankings. They'll get together for the 99th time in Tempe on Friday for the annual Territorial Cup. Mo Odom and the ASU Sun Devils beat Washington State last night 100-94 to advance to the Maui Invitational Championship today, where they'll play USC at 12:30. You can hear it on ESPN 620. And after all the turkey and mashed potatoes, the Arizona Cardinals will be in action on Sunday in Tampa, where they'll look to snap a 3-game losing streak against an uncertain Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Black Friday prices are happening now in store and online through November 30th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is not sports related at all. What is the best part of Thanksgiving food? The turkey, the ham, the stuffing, the potatoes, the pie, and other desserts, or other? I feel like we talk about this enough.
I feel like we talk about this on this day every year.
Yes, we do.
The turkey and the ham, my vote.
Yeah.
I wish we had ham.
I'm a huge potatoes guy, but I like all of it in one. But turkey, ham, and stuffing are tied at the top. 32% of the vote for both of those, and 15% potatoes, 13% pie, 8% other.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mock-ups are the bane of my existence, guys.
If you cut me open, mock drafts would pour out.
Bickley and Murata, Mock My World.
It's back another week. We moved it up to Wednesday this week because of the holiday tomorrow, and we thought we would give Sammy and Jamal a break from getting their tails kicked in the generation gap this week.
Mock My World.
Because we normally do a spreadsheet.
Yes.
Yeah, my bad. Last week we went under the category of players who were in Arizona, left, and thrived elsewhere. And we had ourselves a good old-fashioned steamrolling.
The year of Dan Bickley continues in Mock My World.
He has just been dominant.
Wow.
49.2% of the vote with his team of Max Scherzer, Anquan Bolden, Robbie Ray, and Tumani Kamara. Another win in Bickley's W column. Jarrett finishes second, 30.2. Sammy a distant third at 13.8. And my sorry butt team bringing up the rear at 6.9%. That was humbling. One of my worst showings in a while. This week we're going down the road of the Territorial Cup. I don't know how to phrase this, so I'll just call it this. Moment makers in the Territorial Cup football game.
I like that.
On either side. Is that an okay way to put it?
I like it.
If you think you don't know how to phrase the Territorial Cup, listen to Sammy and his update.
The annual Territorial Cup. I told you,
You're not alone,
It got
Herm.
me once. It got me. I had Teteroa McMillan on my mind. That's why.
That must have been it.
Yeah.
In reverse order of last week's results, I will pick first. I should probably go first in a second. Sammy's got second. Jarrett third. Bick fourth. 4-round snake style draft. I've got my run of whoever I want.
Yes, you do.
Ooh, where do I go? I'm going to go with a recent one. Remember that massive comeback in the fourth quarter by the Sun Devils down in Tucson a few years ago? I'm going to go with the guy that I equate to that comeback. Eno Benjamin.
Wow. Okay. See, I have a total of 6 names written down, so I'm hoping I can get 4 out of these 6. My first pick. It has to be. I knew this guy before. I did a little more research on how big this play was. Give me Chuck Cecil.
Yeah, that was the overall number 1 pick, but no way I was touching it.
Yeah, no, I figured I was
hoping.
The most painful single memory for an ASU fan in this rivalry was that
100-yard pick 6.
Yeah,
that was going to be my pick. All right, I'm going with. This was an overall absolutely dominant game. 1998, Trung candidate, 288 yards rushing, 3 touchdowns for U of A.
Nice.
He was on
I think that was the highest scoring Territorial Cup game. 50 to 42.
One of the best players ever named Trung.
I mean, that was our alternate category this week for Mock My World.
Trungs.
Best athletes named Trung.
Right, how about it?
Bick, you got 2 picks.
Give me John Jefferson, who had the infamous The Catch in the Territorial Cup.
Yep.
Where he laid out in the end zone one of the greatest catches in college football
There's
history.
still not great footage of that. There's a lot of still pictures.
You're right about that. Then I am going to take one of my earliest exposures to the Territorial Cup, Ryan Keeley throwing for 511 yards in 1998.
Wow.
They lost that game.
That was the Trung candidate game.
That was the Trung candidate
Wow, that
game.
was that must have been some
defense
game.
optional in that game, and they opted no on both sides. Jarrett, back to you.
I am going to go to one of the most memorable games for any U of A fan because they did not throw the ball in the entire second half. I was at the game, and it was like they were trying to run the clock out, and ASU could not tackle them, and they just kept getting touchdowns. And I'm going to go with Samaji Grant. 176 yards, 3 touchdowns in that game.
Yeah, and he
was a receiver.
A receiver ran for that many yards.
Yep.
Yeah, their quarterback was the Dawkins guy, right? Brandon Dawkins.
Yes.
Yes, and he only threw the ball 5 times in that game, I think.
That was about as mad as I've been in this rivalry, and I can't believe that Todd Graham did not get fired.
Lasted
after
one
that
more
game.
year after that. Yep.
All right, so it's back to me. A guy where when we talk about the Territorial Cup and games we think of the blocked field goals or extra points. So give me James Brooks.
You took one of my picks. You're not supposed to pick ASU players,
no.
Sammy.
I know, hey.
Well, he was great. And then
Turncoat.
To
James Brooks block party, they called it.
Yes, it was.
To create cheers after that. James L. Brooks.
All right. Good try, Jarrett.
No. I knew at maximum, only you would get that. And
I'm going to go back to 1991 when the vaunted Desert Storm defense was beaten 7-6 on a touchdown run from Kevin Galbraith.
He's on the list of mine.
I still have very fond memories of watching that game with my friends, and we were jumping up and down, and my dad's response to it was, "Don't step on the remote."
That's funny.
That's amazing,
fantastic.
actually.
And then I'm going to go back to 1996 when ASU routed U of A down in Tucson in their Rose Bowl season. How could you forget the still image of Keith Poole in the end zone with both hands and both index fingers up right in front of Chris McAllister?
Yep.
Keith Poole.
All right. One of my favorite U of A players of all time, given we went to school at the same time, 266 receiving yards in this game, a Territorial Cup record, and a 59-23 route. Meet Tetaroa McMillan.
All right. T-Mac off the board. Jarrett, who do you got?
We went to school at the same time. The guy just left school last year.
You went to U of A. Did you know Tetaroa McMillan?
God dang.
People ask you that question when you go to gigantic universities. Always makes me laugh.
Did you know T-Mac?
Yeah.
No.
I going to the guy who had one of the great defensive years of any player in this rivalry and a great defensive game in 2014. Scooby-Dooby Wright. Scooby Wright.
Nice.
Scooby Wright, who recently claimed on social media, without provocation, I believe, that he had the single greatest defensive season in the history of college football.
He did.
No, he didn't.
No, I'm saying he did claim that.
Oh, he did claim that. Yeah.
It's like he did.
Bick, you get 2 picks.
All right, I will give me Cam Scadaboo for last year's 177 rushing yards.
On my list.
And then give me Sparky the mascot for the push-ups he did after the 70-7 victory by ASU.
Not the largest.
There was an estimate that the amount of push-ups he did were in the thousands, and lore has it that he actually went to the hospital for exhaustion after the game.
I thought you were going to mention Sparky because of the mascot fight.
Yeah, you got the better of
Which one?
Oh, yeah.
Remember them just throwing haymakers in the end zone?
Yes, that's Sparky's push-ups in a 70-7 win. Because, it's 7 for the first touchdown, it's 14 for the second, then 21 for the third, then 28, then 35.
So I was looking at that game for research. No one player really had an unbelievable, incredible offensive game in that game, considering the score.
No,
so
because they were all the starters were out in the second quarter.
Yeah, that was a good creative choice there. All right, my last pick. I'll go with the guy who's currently on U of A still. Hopefully he could replicate this game, not from last year, but from 2 years ago. Noah Fafita threw 527 yards and 5 touchdowns.
He's not going to replicate that.
Hey,
600 yards.
We'll see. All right, my last pick. So, this is in the research. I had to text my dad because he went to ASU for a little bit. He said, Matt Schuh. Is that how you say his name? The punter.
Mike Schuh.
Mike Schuh.
Yeah.
It says Mike Schuh. Then
People who went to ASU for a little bit of time used to call him Matt Schuh.
Let me. Can I give you the story on?
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. So, U of A was 4-4-2 in the rivalry game. I got to find the exact year, but they went they played. Mike Schuh muffed a punt. He was he was an All-American punter.
Mm-hmm.
He muffed a punt. Arizona recovered. But they played for a tie. They played for their 3rd tie that year.
Yeah.
It was the most gutless move ever in Territorial Cup history. All right, my last one. Ooh, where do I go? I'm going to go to that 70-7 game. And there wasn't a big statistical play, but there was a player that everybody was talking about afterwards from ASU. Jackson He. Oh, remember him?
Yes.
I guess it was Jackson Ha is how you pronounced it.
That's right.
Remember he had the Chinese
the dude
letters?
from China
yeah, the
right.
Chinese
the
letters
game.
on the back.
That's
Yeah, he
right.
scored a touchdown in that game.
Oh, that was fantastic.
All right, we're way late. We'll get this up and updated for you, and you can vote your favorites. I think this is going to be very partisan.
I got all U of A people.
It's Mock My World. Final thoughts heading into the long holiday weekend next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, including filling out the weekend checklist. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Santa came early to Tim Hovik Santan Ford.
Ho, ho, ho!
Oh, yeah. We've got 0 down, 0% financing, and 0 payments for 90 days. We're taking thousands off MSRP on new 25 Explorers, Escapes, F-150 Super Duty, Lightnings, Mach-E's, and more. We know affordability matters this holiday, so Tim Hovik Santan Ford is doing the unthinkable. 0 down, 0%, 0 payments till next year with thousands off MSRP. Get in now, because these Black Friday deals, they will not make it to December. Tim Hovik Santan Ford, online at santanford.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile again, I'm 100% certain you'll choose ProSmile. Why? Because ProSmile really is different. They're Arizona's Smile Center. Experts in all-on-X implants and custom cosmetic veneers. They're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many implant centers use regular dentists for oral surgery, not ProSmile. ProSmile is the only implant center where the lab technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. No outsourcing, no delays, no mistakes. Specializing in all-on-X implants and custom veneers, ProSmile can give you the gift of a smile this holiday. ProSmile is offering $1,000 off services through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620, and I'll send you a link to schedule your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply. We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Song I'm totally unfamiliar with, but hey, I learned about it today.
Yeah.
In honor of Thanksgiving. Thankful from Kelly Clarkson.
Okay.
Kelly Clarkson! This song is 22 years old. That's how long she's been on our radar, by the way. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's a long time.
Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there. Kelly Clarkson, Thankful, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata, going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, time to fill out our weekend checklist. And normally it's limited to like 3 days. This is like a long period of time for our weekend checklist. We got a lot to pick from.
It's a good point.
What do you see happening, Vic?
I've got Arizona State beating Arizona. I don't have a score, but I'm going to predict Raleek Brown's going to surpass 200 yards again.
Ooh.
I've got the Buccaneers beating the Cardinals 35-24 on Sunday, and I have got Michigan upsetting Ohio State in Ann Arbor.
Wow. That would be huge.
That would put Michigan in probably in the playoffs and keep Ohio State in the playoffs too. That would suck for. It would probably take away Big 12 stuff.
Yeah.
I am going pretty generic here on my first one, but it's been 10 games. It's time for ASU to score a touchdown in the first quarter. Sun Devils get it done on Friday. They will score a touchdown in the first quarter. Last one was with 5:08 to go in the first quarter against NAU.
Right. Wow. That's wow.
I'm feeling optimistic today. ASU and GCU both win their holiday tournament championships today.
Wow.
And the Suns will beat... I say they beat Denver. I was going to say either Oklahoma City. I don't think they're going to beat Oklahoma City. I think they're going to beat the Denver Nuggets on Saturday.
So one of two on the weekend?
One of two, yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'd say Devin Booker breaks out of his mini slump, scores 35 or more versus the Sacramento Kings.
That number's going down. Last week you said it was 40.
I'm really, really bad at these predictions. So take that as it will. I feel the distractions will be too much for Ole Miss, and Mississippi State will upset them in the Egg Bowl. How come BYU and Utah aren't playing this week, by the way? I don't get it. They're in the same conference now. Anyway.
Yeah, but they played already.
I know. Yeah. I'm saying, why aren't they playing this week for Rivalry Week?
I don't know.
And then I'll take U of A over ASU, probably picking with my heart. I'm going to say the score. It's going to be high scoring, 35-31.
All right.
All right. So my first prediction, I honestly have no idea which way the ASU U of A game is going to go, but I do think it's going to go to overtime. ASU U of A goes to overtime.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a very specific.
Yeah, I'm getting specific this week on the checklist.
Hasn't happened since 2010, since the James Brooks game.
So there we go. ASU U of A goes to overtime. And then I'll go the Suns take 2 out of their next 3.
Okay. And
then this weekend is rivalry weekend, so I will say two top 10 teams in college football will lose. 2
top 10 teams.
2 top 10
All right.
teams.
Some bold stuff there. I didn't make my ASU prediction. I think this is a really tight game.
Uh-huh.
I think ASU finds a way to win. It has been the hallmark of the last 2 years for Kenny Dillingham teams. Yep. When they are in tightly contested games, they find ways to win more often than not. I like the Devils 27-23.
Yeah. Will any of the things that need to happen for the Big 12 title game? We need 2 of the 3 of Utah, Texas Tech, and BYU
if
to
ASU
lose.
takes care of if Sammy's prediction comes true and one of those teams is Texas Tech losing on the road to West Virginia, ASU's in business. I don't think so either.
Not gonna happen.
Although West Virginia is much improved, but Texas Tech is
Utah's playing Kansas. Kansas stinks.
Yeah. No, I'll say no. Nothing happens that needs to happen.
I don't see it.
And BYU is hosting UCF.
Sunday, the Arizona Cardinals will be without Walter Nolan III.
Bummer.
Ruled out for that game against Tampa Bay today by Jonathan Gannon.
Such a bummer, right? Because he flashes. Unlike Darius Robinson last year, he's actually flashed when he has got a chance to play. It just feels like a lost year.
Just the individual effort and talent he showed on the touchdown last week. By the way, we didn't bring this up either. The funniest moment of that game was on that play. After Nolan gathers the ball in and is running toward the end zone, did you see Cody Simon's block? It was like a stop in the name of love block.
Oh, okay.
He didn't make contact with anybody. There was an offensive lineman in front of him, and he just went like this.
Like stop.
It's hilarious. If you go back and watch the replay, it's hilarious.
I will.
Well, that is going to do it for us. Last day of school is here. Hope everybody has a safe and
fruitful, blessed Thanksgiving.
Relaxed Thanksgiving. That goes for all of you guys. We'll be back on Monday.
Thank you to you, all our listeners and viewers.
Yes. Shout out to...
That was a nice sentiment.
Shout out to all of our listeners. We do appreciate you. Thanks to Kenny Dillingham, Mark Schlereth for joining us. Long weekend. We are back on Monday. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everyone.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Arizona sports fans, you're served this holiday season. Give the gift that keeps everyone playing. Right now, Just Pickle Courts is offering a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up before year end. From cozy backyard retreats to resort quality builds, they handle it all. Designed to being done. Make memories last a lifetime. JustPickleCourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com, and tell them Wolf sent you.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In just 2 days' time, the Territorial Cup will kick off in Tempe between the Sun Devils and the Wildcats. And according to head coach Kenny Dillingham, Thanksgiving has always been about turkey, ASU, and U of A football.
It's like the football that happens on Thanksgiving, or right around, like that's what it is. It's turkey, mashed potatoes, and Territorial Cup.
Coverage on Friday will start at 4 on ESPN 620. In other ASU news, the Sun Devils will be playing in the Maui Invitational Championship today against USC at 12:30 again on ESPN 620 after beating Washington State last night 100-94 behind 26 points from Maurice Odom. Tonight, the Phoenix Suns will be in Sacramento for an Emirates NBA Cup game against the Kings. The Suns will again be without Jalen Green, Grayson Allen, and Ryan Dunn tonight. The Kings without Domantas Sabonis as well. Tip-off will be at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Book your getaway at Talking Stick Resort and save 30% off the best available rate, but hurry as the offer ends December 11th.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Wednesday that's kind of a Friday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. What is up, Wolf?
What's going on, man? Yeah, it is the Wednesday that is a Friday, the greatest year of broadcasting, I would say. Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest day in broadcasting throughout the entire year, I would say, is this day right here. The Wednesday that is a Friday before Thanksgiving. Oh, I love the entire vibe of Thanksgiving. I love the feel of it. I love the family. I love the fact that you get to spend a lot of time with loved ones for the most part. And growing up, it was such a huge part of the culture, I would say, of the Wu Fang clan was Thanksgiving.
What are is it the 3 Fs? Is it the 4 Fs? How many Fs do you have?
It is. It's, of course, faith.
Okay.
It's family.
Okay.
It's football.
Okay.
And then food.
All right, so there you go.
4 Fs.
All of those will be met tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, and I'm going to have to tell my Thanksgiving Day story at some point in time.
Yeah,
I'm not going to do it now, but
that
at
is
some point in this show.
It's required, although I should point out, make sure you pick your spot because we got a lot of guests today, okay?
Oh, we do.
Tim Healy's going to join us in 15 minutes to talk Territorial Cup.
Timmy.
K-Ray joins us next hour because the Suns are back at it. Alex Weiner joins us next hour because the Diamondbacks are kind of making some news. Max Starks joins us in the second half of the show, and Cardinals cornerback Garrett Williams will join us in the 1 o'clock hour as well.
One of my favorite players.
Yeah.
Garrett Williams, watching this young guy grow into something special.
One of the surefire building blocks for this team. Even though I get it, this season's been extremely disappointing when you're looking for guys that you're definitely building around that every other team would love to have. Garrett Williams is on that short list. Let's start with the Territorial Cup, though, Wolf, because that is Friday, and it is 2 8-3 teams. There's always a ton on the line, but even more seemingly on the line this year. And it's, the first time since ASU really turned that corner last season that the game is here. Last year they had to go to Tucson for that game, and that game was not close. It was great. I loved it, but it wasn't close at all. It was done 5 minutes in, it felt like.
Yeah, man. Oh, first of all, where do you start when you think of this? The Territorial Cup, where do you start, Basinonians? For me, it's just the fact that both these teams are fighting for national recognition. They're fighting for it right now.
Both
Did you
ranked.
see both teams, both ranked in the college football playoffs?
Mm-hmm.
Both ranked, number 20 and 25. ASU number 20, and of course the U of A number 25. Here we go. It is Friday, the Friday after Thanksgiving, of course. It is a tradition that I think is really, really special to this state. And the fact that both these teams are fighting for national recognition, fighting for a special kind of season. And then here it comes, the Territorial Cup. Man, this is, hold on to your butts, baby.
We did our final Sparky's Den of the season last night from Mountain America Stadium. Great setup right behind the Pat Tillman statue. So, the backdrop doesn't even look real. It looks like it's a green screen. We might do one for the postseason depending on where it goes. But it was the final one that we know for sure with Kenny Dillingham last night. And it was It was kind of a reminder talking to him, Wolf, that he's not only a part of this rivalry as a coach, but he grew up here, obviously. So he's experienced this rivalry since he was a kid, right? So, I mean, nobody gets it more than him. A lot of times you have a coach come in and, they're a part of it, and over time, they're really invested in it because of their job and everything. But he's been invested in it since he was 5 years old. He talked about the balance of playing with emotion but not going too far over the top.
Yeah, they know it's emotional. And like I tell our guys, I want to play with emotion. I'm emotional, so I want the emotion. There's just a boiling point. You got to be able to catch yourself before, you boil over.
Yeah.
We want to boil all the way to the top of the pot. We want to get people uncomfortable with the boiling, right? And right there is where we want to live. Right where you're like, man, if this hot coffee, if I step wrong, it's spilling, and it is hot. We want to be to the brim of that passion. And people should feel it. They should know it. This is a game that's going to be passionate on both sides. And but we don't want to spill it, and we don't want it to go over the edge of the pot.
Only Kenny could use a coffee analogy right there, just talking about how hot you want it to be, and we want this thing to be right there when you're sipping it, and you definitely don't want to drink. You don't want to take a gulp of it because you know what, you're going to be in trouble. But man, you want to sip it because you want it to be really hot.
You want it to be uncomfortable.
Oh my goodness, that is perfect sound for when a Wednesday is a Friday.
Look, you know this, and certainly from doing that show every week for the last couple of years, I know this. I think most people listening know it. Kenny's always fired up. It was a different level last night for this game. He talked about the ramifications of the Territorial Cup as well.
Yeah, I just want to say quickly, this is so real to the game of football. It is. There's intensity. And then there's intensity, and I tell you that all the time. Uh-huh. But then there's crazy intensity where you're off your mind, you're losing. Do you understand?
That's going to be a gift. There's just no way around it.
That's exactly what he's talking about. There is intensity, Basinonians, and then there's intensity. And then there's the whack job who has no control over what he's doing. And you have to have discipline and control when you go play the game. You don't want to get worked up to a point where you go out there and here it comes, you start this brawl before the game is even started.
No.
Because you are out of control, sir. There is such a thing as being out of control, brothers. And there is such a thing as being up to the brim, where you are right there, and you are ready to go, and let us get this game on right, and you are fine. But don't ever spill down the side. He's so good.
We're not going to get to play all this audio today, but a couple other things he said about this were, he was talking about how people ask him, hey, is this a must-win? And he's like, every game is a must-win in college football. You only get 12 of these. But he was like, but this is kind of like a must-win plus one, kind of, because it's the Territorial Cup. But he also talked about how they're having their players,
must win.
How about a must plus?
A must plus. Also getting your players of like, hey, if somebody makes a great play, go over there and cheer with them so he doesn't start taunting somebody. Like keep your teammates in line, basically. He talked more about just the ramifications of this game for both sides.
It is. And, we're having a good year. We had a good year last year, so we're, on our trajectory to build sustainability, having 2 good years back-to-back. They had an unbelievable year this year, and I think all of that together, and we already sell out all of our normal games. Now we have the Territorial Cup here. I'm excited. I think this place is going to be as rocking as people have ever, and it's a night game.
Yeah.
And it's the day after Thanksgiving. So all former alumni are in town. They may live in Chicago, California, Texas. They came back in town for Thanksgiving with their families. And you can come to the game on Friday night versus 2 good teams. This place is going to be rocking.
You know what is just listening to him talk right there? You know what is awesome about this season? Even though it's been a bit of a disappointment with ASU because of all the injuries, Basinonians, you know what's amazing about this is Kenny Dillingham has activated the valley. And I will call it a valley because he calls it a valley. And because of that, just think about it right now, especially this game. Here it is, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's the last game of the year. Here it is. Man, if they go out and win this game and get to 9-3 on the season, you've been talking about this for weeks now, and I think I've come around a little bit slower than you, but I definitely have come around. This is it, man. Following up, winning the Big 12 with a 9-3 season and hopefully going to a bowl, of course, and winning the bowl game and getting to 10 wins, I think that's special.
It would be great to just win the Big 12 every year, and obviously that's the goal here that you're building towards, and we're all disappointed, largely because of the injuries. I'm more disappointed in the what-if factor because of the injuries than anything else. I'm not really disappointed in how they've played.
But are we activated?
But that's the thing. Yeah, it's activated. And 3 years ago, if you had said ASU's going to win 9 games to follow up their 11-game season, you'd have been like, I'll take half those wins this year. You know what I mean? So it's not immediately, hey, we're on Ohio State's level and we're playing in the playoff every year, but it's a huge step up from where it was just 3 years ago.
It was kind of like Activate the Valley when he first came out. I was like, Activate the Valley. Now I'm kind of coming around on the word activate.
You were only questioning it because you were like, it should be Activate the Basin. That's the only thing you were hesitating about.
It's just,
Actually learned it's a basin and a valley, so it both work. It works either way, so everyone can be happy.
Everybody wins on a Thanksgiving.
That's right. We talk about the basin, of course. The basin is in the valley.
Look at that. We've come full circle.
Technically, if you want to talk about it, Phoenix is a basin. I built it there.
More geography when we come back, and also who needs to step up if ASU wants to win this Territorial Cup. We're going to talk to the voice of the Sun Devils. Tim Healy joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It originated in 1899, and on Friday, 2 Arizona college football teams battled to win it once again. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State. The duel in the desert on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
All right, I'll start. This Thanksgiving, I'm thankful for Parker & Sons.
Here we go.
Hey, they're practically giving away new AC units. 2026 government changes means they have AC systems they have to install before year end, or they got to throw them away. They're perfectly good systems, full warranty, a fraction of the price.
So you're thankful for refrigerant laws?
I'm thankful for a deal and a house that's cool.
This November, be thankful for comfort and savings with Parker's 2
too good to toss sale. Call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvise here. Twice in the past few years, I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dash cam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
Thanks to everybody listening in Mesa today. Special shout out to Mesa, Arizona. And
Mesa.
Wolf, how about this? You got the Territorial Cup in just a couple days. Who better to talk to than the voice of the Sun Devils? Tim Healy joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Tim?
Well, I'm a Mesa resident, Luke, so I feel like you gave me a special greeting just now. Does that make me a Macedonian or something like that?
Not a Macedonian, a Basinonian, of course.
Just curious.
We're all Basinonians now.
Timmy, how are you
doing?
Good
to see you, fellas. Happy Thanksgiving, by the way.
Happy Thanksgiving,
you too.
No doubt about it. Timmy, I want to start with this right here. I don't want to lead you in any way, shape, or form. I just want to say, what is the fulcrum of this game going forward? Tim Healy.
The fulcrum of this game. You know what? I think the first thing that comes to my mind is how cool is it that this game happens this year when both teams are really good.
Yes.
And really, you have to go back, I think, to 2014 when the Pac-12 South Division title was on the line down in Tucson, and unfortunately for the Maroon and Gold, the result went the other way. But I think that was the last time that these rivals met, when both were playing at a very high level, and they are both playing at a very high level right now, both 8-3. I think Arizona's won 4 in a row. And how about Arizona State? To me, this is a stat or a tidbit about the Devils that hasn't gotten a lot of mention. But in the last 2 years, last year and this year, Kenny Dillingham's team is a combined 8-0 in the month of November. Wow. You talk about closing and finishing with a flourish. Last year, they finished with a 5-game win streak. All those games occurred in the month of November, and it catapulted them into the Big 12 championship game. And they're 3-0 this month with wins at Iowa State and Colorado, sandwiched around the exciting home win over West Virginia. So Kenny's teams really seem to be able to finish strong at the end of the season. And of course, they'd love to cap it off with a win on Friday night. But to me, Wolf, I think that's one of the fulcrums. Hopefully it's going forward that, these two programs will continue to be strong year in and year out. And this game, if that happens, this game, I think, will get more notoriety on the national level, because those of us who live here know how intense this rivalry is locally.
And just to listen to you talk about it, to me, when I listen to Timmy here, the pressure of this game is going to be as high as it gets because of it.
It feels real now hearing Tim Healy talk about it.
That's right.
It feels like we're officially now just within a couple days. Tim, we've gotten to a point this season where ASU, like mid-season with the injuries, it could have slipped away. And it didn't. They've won every game since Jeff Sims became the starter. There's been a lot of different kinds of wins. You had the game where you had to carry the ball 29 times on the road. You had the game where he was throwing 3 touchdowns in the second quarter against West Virginia. You look back at what the team even looked like earlier in the season. A lot of the players are different now too. What in your mind has been the key to keeping this season on track to the point where they still have a shot at 9 or 10 wins?
I think it's the coaching staff, and I also think it's the veteran nature of this team. As you all recall, starting back at the beginning of the season, we were talking about how they returned, 16 starters from last year's Big 12 championship team, plus a lot of the backups on the two deep. And that veteran nature of this club, I think, is one where they have just been able to kind of go with the flow and deal with the adversities that have come their way. Losing Sam Levitt for the rest of the year, losing Jordan Tyson for 3 critical games down the stretch, other various injuries, Prince Dorba missing some time. And I think one of the most underrated losses this year, Luke, is Xavier Alford, the safety. At practice yesterday, I was chatting with Shimon Mateer and just getting an interview with him for our pregame Friday, talking about the rivalry and the season. And out of nowhere, he just launched into a heartfelt tribute to Xavier Alford in terms of how much they've missed him. He said that Xavier Alford is the best safety he has ever played with. And, that's another key loss for this team. And yet, again, I go back to 8-0 in the month of November the last 2 years, 3-0 in November here. And I think another key in answering your question is just the way Jeff Sims has stepped up at quarterback. And he's just really, really done a nice job. And he had that historic game at Iowa State, rushing for 228 yards, and didn't run the ball as much last week against Colorado because he really didn't have to. Raleigh Brown was piling up 255 yards, and the Devils as a team rushed for 355. And I mean, I don't know that they're going to be able to match that number against a really good U of A defense Friday, but certainly an ability to get a push with the run game will be a key in their hopes to get a victory.
Timmy, could you go into a little bit more detail in regard to U of A's defense and how good they are? For the most part, number 21 in yards per game allowed in the FBS. Yeah. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, the first thing I look at, Wolf, is the fact that the guy who's coordinating the defense is someone we're very familiar with at Arizona State. He's actually fairly near and dear to us. He was a great man. He still is a great man. Unfortunately, he's on the other side of the rivalry now. But Danny Gonzalez, who was ASU's defensive coordinator in 2018 and 19, is now Arizona's defensive coordinator. And the numbers are staggering. Kenny says that their pass defense, their secondary, is playing as well as any secondary in the country right now. And the numbers would back that up. They are 6th in the FBS in pass defense. They're only allowing somewhere in the vicinity of 160 passing yards per game. They're 4th in the Big 12 in scoring defense. They lead the conference with 16 interceptions. And so that's going to be another key. It's always a key in a football game, but certainly on Friday, ball security and the ability to hold on to the football and not cough it up via the turnover is going to be a key factor. I mean, you think back to last Saturday, it's staggering that the Sun Devils were -3 in the turnover department and won by 25 points. I mean, that kind of stuff just doesn't happen very often, and it won't happen if they're -3 against Arizona on Friday. But yeah, the defensive improvement of the Wildcats, to me, has been the key to their whole season. We kind of figured with Noah Fafita, a veteran quarterback who is U of A's all-time touchdown pass leader, that their offense would be pretty good, and it's been more than pretty good. But the defensive improvement that Coach Gonzalez has orchestrated, I think, is really the key factor in Arizona's terrific season to this point.
Yeah, how weird was this weekend? ASU's -3 in turnovers and wins. Cardinals +4 in turnovers and loses. Yeah. Nothing made sense.
Yep.
Talking to Tim.
Luke, how weird is it that the Sun Devils are a 1.5-point underdog at home in the rivalry game, in a game where they have an identical record to the U of A, and ASU is the defending Big 12 champion. I mean, that shows you what a lot of the people nationally think of Arizona's season. And like I said, it's just, that atmosphere is going to be lit Friday night at Mountain America Stadium. And hopefully this is just the beginning of rivalry games in this rivalry that are like this year in and year out, where both teams are good and the stakes are even higher than usual in this big-time game.
Yeah, that's actually where I was going next, because ASU is clearly aware of that. Obviously you've seen it, and I've seen it as well. They're very aware of that fact. You've got a head coach who grew up here, so he's not just invested in the rivalry from the last couple of years. It's been his whole life. I wanted to go back to Jeff Sims for a second. they've clearly minimized the carries the last couple games because they could, but this feels like a game where if he has to carry the ball 25 times, he just carries it 25 times. Do you feel that way?
I think it's just one of those games where whatever it takes, I think in an ideal world, to tell you the truth, I think they would prefer to have a scenario or a paradigm similar to what they had Saturday at Colorado, where they don't have to run the ball as much with Jeff. But again, this is going to be a whatever it takes kind of football game. And the run game with Sims has been successful. I mean, he's averaging well over 100 rushing yards per game in the 3 games he's played in the month of November. Of course, a lot of that came in that historic 228-yard game at Iowa State on November 1st. But, I would not be surprised if he carries the ball a few more times than I believe it was 8 carries that he had at Colorado. And I know they would love to get Rayleigh Brown going, because Rayleigh had, I don't want to say struggled, but, it had been, I think, something like 2 months since his last 100-yard game. And then he absolutely exploded in the second half up at Colorado. And how ironic was it, Luke, that he had an 88-yard touchdown run 3 weeks after Jeff Sims had an 88-yard touchdown run, both in the same area of the field, going in the same direction. I mean, it was like you clone Sims run and you come up with Rayleigh Brown. So it was just impressive. And then the fourth quarter, they put in Kane Udo, and he ran the ball. And then they even put in the really good, talented second-year back out of Seattle, Jason Brown, late. And he looked good running the football and got a touchdown. So, again, it's going to be a lot tougher on the ground against Arizona. But certainly I think the run game is going to be key to ASU's hopes for success.
Yeah, watch out for ASU if they're on their own 12 for an 88-yard touchdown run, Tim. Great
Got
to talk
right where they want them.
Exactly. Have a great Thanksgiving and a great Friday, too.
Great to see you guys, and happy Thanksgiving to you.
All right, you too. That's
Timmy.
Tim Healy joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, over to the NFL. Who are our top 5 teams in the NFL? We're going to tell you next with our power poll heading into, is it already week 13 in the NFL?
Yeah.
What's going on here? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Inbounds pass goes from Livers to Bouye, down to the final 3 seconds. He'll dribble it out, and that'll do it here tonight. Suns fall to the Rockets. Final score 114-92. Their 3-game win streak comes to an end, and their losing streak increases to 5 in the series with the Houston Rockets.
More reaction to this Suns loss coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat if you don't? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's the Black Friday sale. I've been telling you about the Black Friday sale over at Brooklyn Betting. Yeah, we all understand it's not Black Friday yet at the same time, Brooklyn Betting, they are having a sale right now in honor of Black Friday. That's right, Basinonians. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in store and online now through November 30th. You still got a couple more days, ladies and gentlemen. November 30th. We're talking mattresses, 30% off. Sheets, 30% off. Pillows, 30% off. Everything, 30% off. Everything you need for the best sleep ever is at Brooklyn Betting. So here's what you do. You get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations, and you tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models, you name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
An ice cold Coca-Cola is perfect, but a free Coca-Cola from Sonic with endless flavors and add-ins like cherry, jalapeno, or lime? Perfect just got perfecter. Whether you're into cherry vanilla with sweet cream, strawberry jalapeno, or green apple and bourbon caramel, Sonic has the perfect Coca-Cola for you. Create a Coke your way, any size, any flavor. Free for a limited time, only in the Sonic app. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time offer, see app for details.
If you want to live free, yeah, yeah.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's game at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and head coach Jonathan Gannon has already ruled out defensive lineman Walter Nolan III. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight for an NBA Cup game at the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off is at 8, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU men's basketball goes for the Maui Invitational Championship today. The Sun Devils take on USC at 12:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. And speaking of the Sun Devils, Friday's Territorial Cup game will be a matchup of top 25 teams. Arizona was ranked 25th, and ASU was ranked 20th in yesterday's edition of the College Football Playoff Rankings. This report is brought to you by Waltz TV and Appliance. Black Friday is almost here, and don't go to the big box store. Buy local with Waltz. They'll match any price and will provide a 3-year warranty for free if you mention Bickley. Buy local online at waltz.com.
Who is the best in the NFL? Wolf and Luke's NFL Power.
You know, I'm loving the lack of clarity at the top of the NFL standings this year, Wolf, and the fact that I think if we sat here one day and just tried to pick out teams that had a realistic shot of winning the Super Bowl, I think we could probably name more this year than it kind of feels like the last few years. So I love it all week except for the 10 minutes we do this segment each week, because it's really getting difficult to pick just a top 5 right now.
Yeah, not only that, too, Luke. It's really getting difficult to admit who's good and who isn't. And it's getting difficult.
It's also difficult for me because I expected coming into the year and still kind of suspect that Detroit, Kansas City, and Buffalo would be really good.
Yep.
But I can't put them in the top 5 right now in good conscience, considering their record and kind of how they have looked lately. So here we go. Start with number 5.
Number 5.
All right, number 5.
Anybody could be number 5.
Anybody could be number 5.
Anybody, but
not Tennessee. Sorry.
Not carried away with that. Anybody.
But there's like 15 teams that could be number 5. I said earlier in the season, and I still believe this, I feel like this team has a self-destruct button, and they keep like hovering their hand over it, and they did just melt down this past weekend. but they are the defending Super Bowl champs. And actually, their overall record at 8-3 is still the 4th best in the NFL. So I have Philadelphia at number 5, but man, do I not trust them at all.
Maddie, you know what? This is really going to be interesting who you have next, because I also have the Philadelphia Eagles at number 5. I mean, there could have been like 5 or 6 teams based on earnings, honestly, you could put at number 5, even number 4. But then then that would go up to about 7 or 8 teams you could pick if you were going to have the top 2 in the power poll, meaning 5 and 4. Man, let me just say this right now. The Philadelphia Eagles are a mess. From what I understand and what I've been hearing whispers of, the locker room is an absolute mess. They're 8-3.
Sure looks like it's a mess.
They're 8-3. This is how talented this team is. If, in fact, Nick Sirianni can get everyone aligned, get everybody on the same page, so to speak, in that locker room, they're going to win another Super Bowl.
You ever see Major League, where at the very end of it, spoiler alert, but the movie's like 50 years old, they win whatever, the pennant. I don't even know if they win the pennant, but they get in the playoffs. And Charlie Sheen's pitching, and they're all celebrating, and this third baseman comes up, and they're celebrating, and he just punches them in the face. That's what I feel like the Eagles are going to be like if they win the Super Bowl. Like, they're going to get handed the Lombardi Trophy, but like 4 guys are just going to be brawling on the field.
They're an absolute mess. They're 8-3, and that's why they're number 5 in my power poll.
All right, on to number 4.
Number 4.
Number 4, they didn't really look all that impressive against Tennessee last weekend, but I've got the Seahawks at number 4. I think at this exact moment they have the best receiver in the NFL in Jackson Smith-Njigba, and I don't trust Sam Darnold at all in the playoffs. I truly do not, but this isn't a playoff power poll, and based on what they've done this season, and I do trust their defense, I have the Seahawks at number 4.
Wow, okay. This is going to be really interesting. Number 4, give it to me.
All right, here, hold on. Let me pull back number 4 because I was looking at something right there.
Number 4.
The New England Patriots at number 4. That's right, Mike Vrabel. You know I'm a big fan of yours, Mike. Yes, indeed. Your mentality, what you're all about, it's starting to show, is it not? You've got a very, very physical team on both sides of the ball. The New England Patriots show up. They play sound, fundamental football, and because of that, they're winning a lot of games. Ron Wolfley reporting. 10-2 on the season. The sources are there, and they're all saying the same thing. The New England Patriots beat you in a very fundamental kind of way. And Drake May? Oh, no. What are you becoming? Drake May. Number 4, the New England Patriots.
All right, on to number 3.
Number 3.
Where I have the New England Patriots. I don't know how they ended up with Drake May after how many years of Tom Brady. I'm not saying he's Tom Brady, but he's looking like certainly a top 10 quarterback in the NFL already, if not better. Honestly, you could make a case top 7, top 6, I don't know, maybe even top 5. We got to see what he does in the playoffs. The other thing, though, that I like about the Patriots, Wolf, and you sort of alluded to it there with their fundamental play, they're number 2 in the NFL against the run this season defensively, and that's something that will help you immensely in the postseason. I mean, Drake May in the playoffs is an unknown, obviously, so you have to – it's not a mark against him, but it's just something that you can't, to me, have the Patriots number 1 because of that. You don't know what Drake May, what this team's going to look like offensively in the playoffs, but they've won 9 in a row, and they have the second-best rush defense in the NFL, so I have the Patriots at number 3.
Okay, the Patriots at number 3. Okay, give me number 3.
Number 3.
The Seattle Seahawks at 8-3.
Oh, the old switcheroo.
Number 3 right now, based on earnings. For me, it's really built on their defense and just how good that defense is. You want to try to run the ball against the Seattle Seahawks? Have at it, man. They're going to blow your face off when you try to do that. Isn't that right, Leonard Williams? Yeah, Sam Darnold makes me really, really nervous. But this is a squared-away team, a fundamental team as well. The Seattle Seahawks at 8-3 with Sam Darnold starting to look a little greasy as December looms. But right now, they're number 3 in the power poll.
I'm realizing none of these teams that we have up here, do I really want to see any of them win a Super Bowl this year? But here we go, on to number 2.
Number 2.
Yeah, number 2, I have the Denver Broncos, 9-2 this season, and what have they won 8 in a row to get to this point after starting 1-2? They had that weird loss to the Colts on the field goal that was missed, but they called leverage, and then the Colts got to kick it again, and they ended up winning, but they haven't lost since then. So
finally giving them their proper credit.
Give me Denver at number 2. I've had them in the top 5 for a while.
Yeah, but you've had them 5th.
Yeah,
and it would make certain people in the chat frustrated.
I don't know. I think the last couple weeks I've probably had them 2 or 3. Because I keep talking about their defense, and I tend to trust teams with defense. Anyway, I have them at number 2 this week.
Yeah, I'm the one that people are all fired up about in regard to the Denver Broncos and not having them in the.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I've had them up there lately.
Yeah, you have, definitely. I've come around. The Denver Broncos, give me the 2 right there, just so I can actually solidify.
Number 2.
Oh, number 2. The Denver Broncos at 9-2 right now. You know what I love? A physical team in terms of stopping the run. You want to try to run the ball against the Denver Broncos, they're going to whip you at the point of attack, and they're going to tackle the guy trying to run the ball. They're very, very good. When I talk about fundamentals, I'm talking about blocking and tackling for the most part. Their tackling is exceptional. The Denver Broncos right now winning games, especially on the defensive side of the ball, 9-2. Give them their due, even though Sean Payton, I'm not crazy about it. Still, at the same
abrasive.
time, he's good. He's an excellent coach. The Denver Broncos at 9-2, number 2.
I mean, they've beaten Kansas City. They've beaten Philadelphia on the road this season. They held Dallas to 24 points, which is not easy to do. I trust the team with a good defense, yeah. And Bo Nix, his numbers aren't amazing, but he gets it done late in games. On to number 1.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable.
Guessing we have the same team here, Wolf. I would say the LA Rams are the most complete team in the NFL right now. So I have LA at 1.
Oh, no.
Great. 2 NFC West teams in our top 5. Actually, in our top 4, and you have 2 in your top 3. You have Seattle number 3.
No.
What a fun year. All right, the Territorial Cup is Friday, and whether you're rolling with the Sun Devils or backing the Wildcats, we want you in the stands, so get ready for one of the oldest rivalries in college football as ASU takes on U of A, and here's your shot to be there. Text Sparky to 620-620 for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. That's Sparky to 620-620. When we come back, what do the Cardinals have to do to beat the Buccaneers on Sunday? We don't have another show after this before then, so we're going to get into the keys next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Way out west, there was this trophy. Trophy I want to tell you about. Trophy by the name of the Territorial Cup. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games. Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State. The duel in the desert. On Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange.
But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here, and the Black Friday sale is underway at Chapman BMW, where you will find the best deals of the year, like 90 days until your first payment, 0.9% APR financing for 5 years on select models. And if you mention this radio station, you'll get a $500 credit for their parts boutique, where you will find great swag and merchandise, including a golf bag I've been eyeing for years. Get in early for the best selection at Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds, because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. Is Sunday against Tampa Bay a little more winnable than we think for the Arizona Cardinals? We'll tell you why we think that might be the case on today's Burns and Gambo show. 2 to 6, Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. I'll tell you my take on this game, Wolf. Maybe it sounds too simple, but I feel like if Baker Mayfield plays, the Cardinals are going to have a hard time. And if Baker Mayfield doesn't play, the Cardinals are going to win. That's sort of where I am with this. I mean, you got a Tampa Bay team that is desperate for a win right now because all of a sudden their season has unraveled due to injuries. And they're still in first in that division, but just barely.
Yeah, again, Baker Mayfield, his health is going to be critical, as you said, going forward. Teddy Bridgewater is the backup, and, you had a very up-close and personal, it seemed, encounter with Teddy Bridgewater and how he played.
He looked like he didn't want to be the backup. He was like, why am I out here?
When he came in, it's hard to dispute what it is you're saying right now. Baker Mayfield, though, can you imagine? Your shoulder popped out briefly. Can you imagine how worried you might be playing the game of football as a quarterback if, in fact, you hold on to the ball a little too long? Now, Baker Mayfield, circumference is what I think of when I think of Baker Mayfield. This guy's got pure circumference, Basin audience. He plays the game, and he's a tough, tough guy. Having said that, he's also a human being. And if you've got a bum shoulder, it's not your throwing shoulder, but still, There's a lot of defensive linemen who understand what the left shoulder is compared to the right shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? There's a lot of
You're
guys
gonna get hit
who
there.
understand the difference, and guess what they're going to do? Hammer you if they get the chance. That's got to be a concern, and because of that, I would imagine if Baker Mayfield, even if he plays, he's going to be getting rid of that ball quickly.
Okay, this is going to shock you, Wolf. I've never played in the NFL.
Yeah.
But I have had that injury, that shoulder injury, playing hockey growing up, and it messes with you even when you're not doing anything crazy physical. So
Yes.
I cannot imagine being a quarterback who you're already kind of like you said, you got to get the ball out quickly because you don't want to get hit just in general. I mean, watching the play where he got hurt, that's the sort of thing that gets stuck in your mind for a little bit. Like, if I just throw the ball too hard at a weird angle, is my other shoulder going to slip out? Like,
What was I doing?
Yeah, so, but I also don't think that's something that just magically heals if you sit him for a week either. I mean, so I don't know. I think Tampa's in some trouble just big picture now with that. But Baker Mayfield is crazy enough to play through anything. It's basically why the Browns ran him out of town because he was playing so beat up that year, and they decided we need to go and just have 17 more quarterbacks that can't throw.
That was a wise decision.
Yeah, it really worked out well for the Browns. But I mean, if he plays, Tampa's entire offense is dangerous. I think Bucky Irving has a chance to play in this game too, it sounds like.
Okay.
The latest I've seen on Baker from this morning, Ian Rappaport said Baker Mayfield has a chance this week.
Yeah, he's got a chance. And, it's very interesting that you say that you also have suffered this injury. I did the same thing. This was the injury that kept me out of 3 games in the NFL.
And you've only
3 games.
How many games did you miss in the NFL?
3.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 games in the NFL. It was a separated shoulder. And I remember coming back. Can you imagine, Mason O'Neill's coming back as a wedge buster, coming back as a blocking fullback. Look, everybody, it's an ISO.
Yeah.
Right in the that's Mike Singletary.
Just don't hit anybody.
Look, it's Lawrence Taylor. Little power on the kickout block. I mean, can you imagine having a bum shoulder? And when you were coming back, you were thinking, okay, don't pop out again. Please don't pop out again. Don't do it. And, I'm sure this is going to be something that will mess with Baker Mayfield, even when he comes back, whenever that is.
Now, they have a ton of offensive weapons. They don't have Mike Evans, but Emeka Egbuka's been, I think, the best rookie this season in the NFL. He's trailed off, though, a little bit. The problem is the other guys that would be in the running for Rookie of the Year are Cam Scatterbo, who's out for the year, and Jackson Dart, who's been hurt a lot. So I don't even know who's going to win that race at this point. The Raiders don't give the ball to Ashton Genty, so it's like they don't want him to win Rookie of the Year. And then when they do give him the ball, he's getting hit as he's getting handed the ball. But Tampa's got a lot of weapons. Even Tez Johnson, another rookie receiver, has stepped up. Chris Godwin back. Their running game has been effective even without Bucky Irving. Here's Nick Rallis yesterday talking about which Tampa quarterback the Cardinals are preparing for.
Both. You got to be ready for both. So, yeah, simple as that.
And the challenge of defending Tampa if it's Baker back there?
I would say it's the combination of arm talent and mobility, just because he can stand in and deliver. But then, he's tough as nails, and he can get out of a lot of stuff. So when it's not open, he is going to play the down till he can't play the down anymore. He doesn't throw in the white towel much and throw it out of bounds. He's going to try to extend and use his legs to run or make plays down the field, and it's impressive. So I would say that's a challenge with him.
Yeah, it's a challenge, and it's also going to be a challenge. I've been talking a lot about the fundamentals as of late, but this is going to be a fundamentally sound team the Arizona Cardinals are going to take on. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers just understand this is who Todd Bowles is. Mm-hmm. This is what he demands. It is about blocking and tackling once again, going out and doing your job. This is going to be a very, very base, a very physical game. Even if Baker Mayfield plays, I don't see Teddy Bridgewater coming out. I don't see anybody else coming out, taking the ball, and suddenly lighting it up by throwing it all over. I don't see that. That's not the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's not who they really are. It's not who they've been. But they play well on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. It's about blocking and tackling, period. This game especially is going to emphasize who's healthy and who isn't.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Because Tampa Bay, if you just go back a few weeks, they were 6-2. They were going into their bye week, and they looked like a legit Super Bowl contender. Yep. And they've played tough teams. Coming out of the bye week, they lost to the Patriots by 5. They lost to the Bills by 12. And then they lost to the Rams pretty badly on Sunday night. But each one of these games just feels like they're losing more and more pieces. A lot of the season they have played without Godwin, without Mike Evans, without Bucky Irving, and then various other guys that are key pieces of the offense have been in and out of the lineup. And now, potentially without Baker Mayfield, it's not the same team that started 6-2, but if they get a couple of these guys back, then they quickly are that team again.
Yeah, 3 straight losses for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and in those losses, Basinonians, they have allowed 106 points, if you can imagine that. I mean, it is a Todd Bowles team, and they have suffered all sorts of injuries as well, very similar to what the Arizona Cardinals have gone through as well. This is going to be a fundamental game, a game that is going to be about the fundamentals and who executes them the best. You can't turn the ball over. You can't do it. You can't give the ball up in a game like this. You've got to block and you've got to tackle. I'm looking right at the offensive line, too, for the Arizona Cardinals once again. Right at them specifically. What are you going to do about this? I've been, I'm tired of it, as a matter of fact.
Well, I think everybody is, because it's costing them game after game right now.
It's not like they're dropping starters left and right on the offensive line. They have not.
When we come back, we'll stick with this game because we got a lot of guests coming up later in the show. Garrett Williams, among others, is going to join us. So we're going to play Fulcrum football next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. This winter, stay warm and safe. Our complete heating tune-up is just $159.95. And if you have gas, we'll install a carbon monoxide detector for free. Carbon monoxide is the invisible killer, sending thousands to the ER and killing hundreds in the U.S. every year. Get peak efficiency, avoid surprise breakdowns, and protect your family. Make the precision decision today and call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So, folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's game at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and head coach Jonathan Gannon has already ruled out defensive lineman Walter Nolan III. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight for an NBA Cup game at the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off is at 8, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU men's basketball goes for the Maui Invitational Championship today. The Sun Devils take on USC at 12:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. And speaking of the Sun Devils, Friday's Territorial Cup game will be a matchup of top 25 teams. Arizona was ranked 25th and ASU was ranked 20th in yesterday's edition of the College Football Playoff Rankings. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly is coming to Talking Stick Resort on December 14th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it.
Arizona's sports.
It's part of the NFL. It's not easy. It's not easy to win in the NFL. Everybody want to win.
Who or what is the tipping point?
That's going to be key to our success.
This is
Fulcrum Football with Wolf and Luke.
All right, here we go. Hour number 2 of the show live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Playing Fulcrum Football a little bit early today, and certainly early in the week, Wolf, because it's only Wednesday, but today's a Friday, even though it's a Wednesday.
Yeah. Darn.
Yeah, you seem real broken up over that.
Just simply the best broadcast day, for the most part, of the year. It's my favorite right now. When a Wednesday is a Friday before Thanksgiving. Thank you, Lord God, for what you have done for us.
Garrett Williams going to join us. Max Stark's going to join us. Kevin Ray's going to join us. Alex Weiner's going to join us. So we're playing Fulcrum Football now, Wolf. So it is time for the coin flip, which I won.
Sorry, you go first.
You're going to have to deal with that, yeah. And this is a tougher one to do this week without knowing who definitely is going to play for both of these teams. You know what? Whether Marvin Harrison Jr. plays or not, I'm still confident that Michael Wilson needs to play a big role in this one.
Who did that?
Was that a turkey impression at least?
Yeah, it was Wolf.
Okay.
Turkey Day story.
Yeah, all right.
Coming soon.
That's coming up later in the show. Yeah, give me Michael Wilson with my first pick. I mean, what is the run here over the last 2 games? 25 receptions? Yeah. I lost track of even how many yards. 200 and 300, actually. 303 yards over the last 2 games. 25 catches, 303 yards. Yeah, give me Michael Wilson.
Ain't nothing but 325 yards.
Those are Jamar Chase numbers.
Hey, Michael, welcome to the fold, brother. Okay, my first Fulcrum football player or players, everyone on the offensive line. Everybody on the offensive line, may I have your attention, please? Everybody, it is time to ball out. Man, I'm looking at the same guys. The same guys for the most part. Now, I understand Josh Fryer is a different guy, and he's going to be starting at right tackle, but I look at everyone else on the offensive line, and I wonder what is going on, Will Hernandez? What is going on, Yelda Froholt, Evan Brown, Paris Johnson Jr.? Everybody needs to step up, allow pass protection. Yes, pass protection is a beautiful concept. It is, but it starts with the offensive line giving your quarterback the opportunity to throw the ball. The Arizona Cardinals, number 25 in sacks per attempt. Running the ball, they're number 25 in rushing yards per game. Man, the offensive line has got to play better. That's why they are my first Fulcrum football players.
All right, my second pick, give me Josh Sweat.
I mean, pretty much everything. There's not much food that I don't like, so could we start with dessert? But got to leave room for everything else. So, yeah, it's great. It's a great holiday. It's a great holiday. Football, family, and football. I mean, football, family, and food. So, yeah, sign me up.
No,
football, family, and football.
It's faith, family, food, and football.
I never would have pictured Belichick as a dessert first guy.
Yeah,
that's a real game changer right there.
Probably likes squash and pie crust. Hey, let's take this orange stuff that kind of looks brown. Let's put that in a pie crust. It stinks.
Let's take this pumpkin that's been melting out in front of the front door for the last month and make it into food now. Josh Sweat has at least a sack in 7 of the Cardinals' 11 games this season.
Unbelievable.
You know, to your point, if Baker Mayfield's out there, he's probably going to be feeling a certain sort of way about that shoulder. He doesn't want to have to deal with Josh Sweat. And if it's Teddy Bridgewater, he probably just doesn't even want to see Josh Sweat at all in general. And it feels like most strong Cardinals defensive performances start with Josh Sweat each week. So I will keep drafting him every week till the end of the season.
Okay, that's a pretty good one right there.
Also, you took the entire offensive line, so it kind of limited my options.
Yeah, I took the entire offensive line. Give me number 2, as a matter of fact. Trey McBride, ladies and gentlemen. Trey McBride is my second Fulcrum football player. And the reason why I say this is, Trey, I think you need to block better. I think you need to. I think you need to get back to being that true stud tight end. I know you're putting up incredible numbers right now. I know how alluring it is to just be able to go out there, catch the ball, and score touchdowns and help your team win. And you are so good at that. But Trey, you know I love you. Don't abandon who you are and what you're about. The point of attack matters. Buff up and bone up and get back to being the true stud tight end you are. Trey McBride, number 2.
Are you saying that because of what you're seeing from him, or because the offensive line has struggled so much and they don't have Tip Ryman that they need more blocking from him?
No, actually what I'm seeing from Trey.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Reception-wise, 28 catches for 311 yards and 2 scores over the last 3 weeks. So he is thriving there, but I hear what you're saying, because all hands on deck as far as protecting the quarterback right now.
We need our version of George Kittle.
Yeah. Man, I really want to take Trey Benson here, but I guess I don't even know who to take at running back at this point with this team. So you know what I'm going to do, Wolf?
Yeah.
I'm just going to go with the guy who had his first interception in 3 years last week. Give me Budda Baker.
Where's the mashed potatoes? Where's the cranberry sauce?
Budda Baker, who, look, I mean, he's Budda Baker. He's always having good games, but he finally had that monster game this past week, to the point Well, I think most of us watching were like, okay, Buddha's hitting another level. They're going to win this game. It was his first interception, among other things, since 2022.
Oh.
And it was a great interception, too, but the Cardinals could not capitalize.
That was so great. Buddha kicked back. He was in his own room. He was playing in his own room. All of a sudden, he saw the guy out there, and he broke it down. That was unbelievable. For a guy that doesn't make a lot of plays on the ball. Man, he looked like a guy that was a genius when it comes to making plays on the ball. Dropped into his zone room and all of a sudden felt the guy on the in and then jumped that thing. Man, that Buddha Baker, okay.
It was his first interception since December 18th of 2022. Care to guess who he intercepted? You'll never get this answer.
No.
If anybody out there is driving around, you know this answer.
Yeah.
You probably should work in sports media if you somehow know this. Brett Rippon.
Brett Rippon.
Yeah.
I played with his dad.
Well.
Mark Rippon.
Yeah, well, that was, yeah.
Okay, my number 3 Fulcrum football player has got to be, let's see, I called out everyone on the offensive line. That was number 1. Number 2 was Trey McBride. Number 3, I'm going Josh Fryer. That's right, Josh.
Oh,
right
double
tackle.
down.
Doubling down right now. Everyone on the offensive line already got called out. Now, Josh, I need you to step up, man. I know you haven't had a lot of reps. I know you're still in the process of developing. You are not who you're going to be right now. Yet at the same time, I also know you'll come off the ball with a dark heart and a painted face and bury somebody at the point of attack and do it with a wry grin on your face. So you know what, Josh? We need more of that on the offensive line. Josh Fryer is my number 3 Fulcrum football player.
I think it's the first time a player has ever been drafted twice in Fulcrum for football, and certainly drafted twice by the same team. All right, we got time for one more. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take the guy we're going to have on later on the show, Garrett Williams. Just
first off, happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Garrett Williams.
Do you guys know that drop, by the way?
Of that I've heard that. Who is that?
It's Dan Snyder in January of 2020.
Well,
wishing everyone a happy Thanksgiving. He no longer owns a team.
Not who I expected to hear from today, but yeah, give me Garrett Williams.
Okay, my 4th Fulcrum football player is Paris Johnson Jr. Paris. Josh Fryer has that mentality. What a beautiful thing that is. Just play that one more time for
like
me,
47
please.
guys getting tackled.
Oh, that feels so good.
On that note, now that you've drafted the entire offensive line and some of them twice, I think you've made your point of what you're hoping for on Sunday from the Cardinals.
Yeah.
We come back. Let's talk a little Phoenix Suns. What are we looking for from them over this upcoming very difficult stretch of games? Their play-by-play guy, K-Ray, drops by next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It originated in 1899, and on Friday, 2 Arizona college football teams battled to win it once again. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State. The duel in the desert on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Presidential Pools, they first started as a little company building these little pools all the way back in 1991, and now all of a sudden, Basinonians, they have reshaped the pool industry here in Arizona by becoming the largest pool builder in the state. That's right. They're really improving, ladies and gentlemen, and have over the years. But of course, it's the people and the products and their process that really makes them so different. They build pools, and their history and expertise is worthy of your attention. Most of their sellers have been there for decades. James Frabasilio, good buddy of mine, someone you can trust, Basinonians. That's right, he is the president of Presidential Pools. His 2 sons, of course, it's a family-run business, and I give them my highest recommendation. Go to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Progressive presents a testimonial of sorts.
Hey, slow down! Oh, yeah? Well, you drive like my grandma. She's a very attentive and courteous driver who wears a seatbelt and always uses her turn signals. She's also a talented painter and has very low cholesterol. Not that that has anything to do with her driving, just thought a more complete picture of who she is might be interesting. Anyway, have a nice day.
Safe driver? Get Snapshot from Progressive and get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvi's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom and catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever. I'm ready for whatever.
All right, thanks to everybody listening or watching along in Scottsdale, Arizona today. Thank you, Scottsdale.
Oh, that was weird. Just kind of looked up and all of a
Nice
sudden
things about Scottsdale.
There's K-Ray. Wow, K-Ray has appeared. Kevin Ray is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Kay?
I'm not in Scottsdale, but I've heard good things about that place.
Yeah, no, you should check it out sometime. There's a lot of stuff going on there. All right, Kay, the Phoenix Suns. This is weird. This is uncomfortable. They're going into this game after a loss. What are we even supposed to do? Like,
Right.
I forgot what this feels
Run,
like.
everybody.
Right.
What did you take away from Monday's game?
And I forgot to pack the Batman mask. Sorry, my bad, guys. Yeah, the takeaway from Monday, a couple things. One, let's not forget that Houston was picked by a handful of people to come out of the West, if not, at the very least, compete with Oklahoma City, the top 2 teams in the Western Conference. That aside, third game in 4 nights, I thought that fatigue played a role. Again, I'm making excuses, but I thought fatigue played a role. And just, the same kind of problem crept up and crept in. It was the early turnovers that led to transition buckets, and that's a team that will absolutely feast with Amen Thompson triggering every break. And then, Aaron Holiday got white hot in about a 6-minute stretch. And I think because of the fatigue of the third game in 4 nights and having to rally, against Minnesota Friday night, I just thought that they were kind of running in mud the rest of the game.
Yeah, Kay, just to, once again, being 11-7 right now, buddy, I got to ask you, did you see this coming? Did you see them being 11-7?
I'm not going to say, I always resist looking at a schedule, whether it's NBA or NFL. And I always laugh, like when people, like when the NFL schedule comes out and people go, oh, well, that's going to be a win. Well, that's going to be, you have no idea who's playing, and certainly in the NBA, you have no idea who's going to play. Look at what the Suns have dealt with, injuries in the last, 10 games or 10 days. So I'm not going to say that I saw 11-7 coming. I saw a team that was going to be much better than what all the so-called experts predicted. But to sit here and think that they were going to be positioned in the West where they are, probably a little bit of a surprise. But just having been around this group through training camp, you just got a sense that there was a real, unified direction from top to bottom.
I just honestly, Kay, when I think about it, man, I think of them beating San Antonio twice. Mm-hmm. I think of them beating the Timberwolves.
The Minnesota game, for sure.
I mean, honestly,
right?
I did not expect them to go out. I expected them to be competitive. I just didn't think they were actually going to be competitive and win more games than they lost. And that's the thing that really has got my attention right now. And just how different they look to me. It is a joy. I've been talking about it for the first or the last couple of weeks. What a joy it is to watch this team play the game of basketball. So it's the one thing I continue to focus on, and I can't get my mind off of it. And I know I've asked you this a couple of times as the season has unfolded, but it's impressive what I'm seeing. And to go out there and do it when I didn't expect that. I didn't expect them to finish above 500. And I'm not going to let that expectation manage the rest of the season for me and what I think the Suns will do. But having said that, they have superseded every start I could have imagined.
Yeah, look, I think, I think for the guys in that locker room, for that coaching staff, they knew what their standard was. And they didn't feel compelled to pound their chest and shout it from the rooftops. It's like, I'll be damned if we're going to be like, they knew what their standard was. And so I think for them, it's irrelevant what anybody else thinks, me, you, the so-called experts about, where they stand after 18 games. They know what their standard is. And look, they will tell you they were disappointed in the loss the other night, despite missing all the guys that they were missing. And yes, Kevin Durant, we know, exceptional player missing for Houston, but that is still a very deep and lethal Houston team.
Yeah.
And so the Suns, came out of that game making no excuses. They just gave the ball away too many times, created too many easy scoring opportunities. And then offensively, it was a struggle. And part of that, you have to tip your cap to the Houston defense.
We're talking to Kevin Ray. Kay, the stretch coming up. I mean, they're kind of already in it. You could argue this 12-game stretch is the thing to watch. And if that's the case, they're already 3 games in. But coming up here over the next 6 games, they play 5 of them on the road, and some of the opponents are Oklahoma City, Denver, the Rockets again, the Lakers. Given the injuries that they currently have that really haven't seemingly held them back yet this season, are you concerned at all that they're going to not have enough scoring against some of these teams?
It's certain.
Oh, no, they got the K.
Certainly.
He's gone.
Okay, Kay was there.
That was a question we're not allowed to know the answer to, is what that was.
All of a sudden he was not there.
He was just
There's
gone.
a blank screen. The good thing is it means nothing, based on audience. Kay Ray is going to be back any second now.
I blame the internet connection in Sacramento.
Yes.
That's what I blame right there.
Yes,
that's
Sacramento.
The King's revenge right there for the first meeting this season.
Yes, being out and about, too. Thanksgiving looms, does it not? Can you imagine having Thanksgiving in Sacramento?
Well,
Sacramento.
Nothing against Sacramento, But no, I can't imagine having Thanksgiving there. Just to answer my own question until K-Ray gets back, the concern with the not having Jalen Green or missing some of these guys that can score, and you might not be missing them all for the full 6 games, but man, going to Oklahoma City on Friday and then the very next night playing Denver here, Wolf. I don't know who made that schedule, but I feel like they were just like, well, let's see the Suns get through this on the road against the Thunder and then home against Denver the next night. But this team's going to fight, and they're going to be in most of these games here, and they're going to have a chance to win most of these games based on what they've shown us so far. I just wonder in that Houston game, it was like, man, if Book doesn't have a great shooting night, they're a little limited in scoring right now without Jalen Green and without Grayson Allen and some of these other guys.
That is the one thing about what we've seen as well. Devin Booker in the last 3 games, not looking like Book.
He's been a little bit off.
He's been a little bit off. I thought it was relatively a poor game, a very bad game against the Rockets. I felt like he did not play up to Devin Booker's standard. And yet at the same time, I'm tempering everything I see from Book right now because of the responsibility that he's carrying and because of the development that is happening with him as well. He is a bona fide leader on that team right now. He is the leader, if you ask me, on that team right now. And yet they've got him playing a position, point Book, that is really impacting his game with a lot of the turnovers as well that we see from Devin Booker right now. It's getting a little egregious, and I think we'd all agree on that.
Yeah, Dylan Brooks has led the team in scoring each of the last 3 games, and maybe not a shock against Houston, but you don't expect anybody other than Booker to lead the team in scoring that many games. We got K-Ray back for just a second here before we go to break. So, Kay, I'll just ask you about Sacramento, a team that was really struggling, and overall their record is still just 5-13, but they've won their last 2 games against Denver and Minnesota. We've seen them, but we saw them all the way back in the first game of the season. So what's different about them now?
Yeah, well, look, and you guys were talking about the tough schedule ahead, and you talked about the Lakers and Denver and OKC. Do not sleep on this Sacramento team, guys. They've won back-to-back games. They had the toughest strength of schedule in the NBA through this first stretch of games. Keegan Murray has only started playing the last 3 games. Tonight will be his 4th game back. They've beaten Denver. They've beaten Minnesota. They've played Oklahoma City 3 times. So that's 3 of their losses. They've played Denver twice. They played Minnesota twice. So I would caution Suns fans, don't get fixated on the Sacramento Kings record. This is a group that's talented, and I can tell you firsthand, playing here on their home floor, it is a loud, raucous crowd, and this is not a game, not a team that you want to be loose with the basketball. So this tough schedule starts tonight, and look, it's a cup game. So if the Suns want to help, aid their cause in punching their ticket to the quarters, you got to win this one tonight.
K-Ray, great stuff as always, man. Thank you. Have a good Thanksgiving.
All right, boys. Happy Thanksgiving.
All right, that's Kevin Ray joining us right there from Sacramento. He kind of is experiencing Thanksgiving in Sacramento.
Yeah.
For all of us.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kay.
Just seems lonely. Thanksgiving in Sacramento.
How about, the way he said Oklahoma City on the schedule 2-3 times already for Sacramento. Yeah. It so far this season, it just has been an automatic loss.
Then again, he's getting out. They're going to leave right after.
That's true. He's not hanging out there all day tomorrow. Oklahoma City 17-1, and they're like 2 inches away from being 18-0 right now.
Man.
So that's that's nice. The Territorial Cup is Friday. Whether you're rolling with the Sun Devils or backing the Wildcats, we want you in the stands. So get ready for one of the oldest rivalries in college football as ASU takes on U of A. And here's your shot to be there. Text Sparky to 620 for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Again, that's Sparky to 620. All right, speaking of the Territorial Cup, what exactly is on the line for ASU on Friday beyond just beating their rivals? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Hayes Davis feeds Oso. He'll throw it down in the lane right on top of Jay Huff. Welcome to Oso's poster, Mr. Huff.
Suns at the Kings. Pre-game at 7, 8 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Bay Sononians. Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. You know who loves Thanksgiving is Tim Hovick. That's right, Tim Hovick, Santan Ford. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to jump in your vehicle and drive on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. Let's talk a little bit about the Ford Maverick. That's right, Tim Hovick, Santan Ford. They've got some Mavericks for you. What's so cool about the Maverick? It does what a truck needs to do, like hauling or towing, and yet you can move around easily in this. It's the perfect size. It's easy to handle in parking lots. Not a problem. The Maverick, it has a flair and a style all its own, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe you, for the modern truck owner that is out there, maybe you like it. It's perfect for business managers and service companies. You can take a test drive at Tim Hovick Santan Ford with a bunch of Mavericks under $30,000. Go to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Phoenix, get ready. The ultimate Black Friday blowout is November 28th at Arizona's largest pawn shop, Mo Money Pawn. Doors open at 6 a.m. with 60% off Arizona's biggest gold jewelry selection only until 7 a.m. Score up to 75% off TV, electronics, game systems, and tools. Don't miss Arizona's largest firearm selection at MMP Guns. Plus, Jesse James 9mm hollow point ammo for just $7.99 a box until 7 a.m. These deals are once a year. First come, first serve. Visit Mo Money Pawn on 12th Street and Indian School Road or momoneypawn.com.
Finding the right time to have your teenager's wisdom teeth removed can be challenging. Trust me, I know. My son's school and baseball schedule is always full, so we're doing what most parents do and booking the extraction of his wisdom teeth during the school holiday winter break. And we're going with Pro Smile. Pro Smile has oral surgeons on site with state-of-the-art facilities, and they can get your child in and out and feeling great before they head back to school for the new year. So make your appointment today before spots fill up. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's game at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and head coach Jonathan Gannon has already ruled out defensive lineman Walter Nolan III. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight for an NBA Cup game at the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off is at 8, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU men's basketball goes for the Maui Invitational Championship today. The Sun Devils take on USC at 12:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. And speaking of the Sun Devils, Friday's Territorial Cup football game will be a matchup of top 25 teams. Arizona was ranked 25th and ASU was ranked 20th in yesterday's edition of the College Football Playoff Rankings. This report is brought to you by Waltz TV and Appliance. Black Friday is almost here, and don't go to the big box store. Buy local with Waltz. They'll match any price and will provide a 3-year warranty for free if you mention Bickley. Buy local online at waltz.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here on behalf of Vinny, Jarrett, and Sammy. Like to wish you and your family a great Thanksgiving. Join us Monday morning. We will be well-fed and armed with opinions. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Territorial Cup on Friday. Wolf, do you know who's going to be ASU's honorary captain for the game on Friday? At the game doing honorary captain things.
Yeah, no.
Have you ever heard of Cam Scadaboo? Let's just take this up a whole nother notch.
I guess we're playing for keeps. Is that right?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
I mean, it's not enough that you have 2 8-3 teams. This is the first Territorial Cup in Tempe since, the Kenny Dillingham era really took hold. I know they played, his first year, but since they went on that run last year and the run they're on this year, you already have that. You have the head coach of your team grew up here, so this is not his third Territorial Cup. He's been paying attention to this every year that he's been alive. Let's just bring Cam Scadaboo back for this game too.
Yeah, man, that is well done. Why not? It's testament to Basinonians to football being an emotional game. It's one of the things I love and appreciate about the game the most. It is, it's an emotional game, and it's okay to be passionate about playing it and going out and bringing the intensity, and yet at the same time, you have to do it always under control.
Don't spill your coffee. That's what we learned earlier.
I mean,
in the show.
just the cut you played earlier of Kenny talking about that, it's a beautiful thing. I love the game of football, and the fact that you're going to have Cam Scadaboo as your honorary captain. What do you think that's going to do to some guys on the sideline for ASU?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. You can bring back Sun Devil legends that played a little while ago, and that's awesome, and that gives you a jolt. But a lot of these guys were his teammate last year, so there's a whole nother level to that.
That's right.
All right, going back to some of the stuff from Sparky's Den last night with Kenny Dillingham and asking him, I talked to him a lot about the Colorado game and just the season up to this point, but obviously the second segment of the show, we talked a lot about the Territorial Cup. And you know how sometimes, Wolf, you ask somebody a question that you have to ask the question, that they're not going to give you they're not going to give you necessarily a specific answer, but at the same time, it's Kenny Dillingham, so he's going to give you some sort of answer. I asked him about the Big 12 championship scenarios because a year ago, the final few weeks, what was his analogy? You need to win all your games, and then you need a chicken wing to fall in ranch dressing and everything to go just right. And then it did, and they made the Big 12 championship, and they won. So they're still in this going into the final game of the regular season. So I did ask him if he's following those scenarios at all, and he did have an answer.
Yeah, I know the one scenario. I know if we lose, we're eliminated. Okay. So let's try not to lose, right? That'd be the goal, right?
That's fair.
And if you don't lose, you're not eliminated, right? I think. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know all the stuff. Let's just try not to lose.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding. He's so right.
That's accurate.
Just win, and that's all you can do is take care of winning and let the chips fall where they may. There's been a lot of things that have happened, of course, to ASU. We all know about the injury situation, and I know that people can say, well, Wolf, every team has injuries. Yeah, but when you lose your starting quarterback, that changes a lot of things. Oh, and your best player on your team in Jordan Tyson.
And your center, and your starting right.
Oh, my goodness.
And maybe your best defensive player.
But I'll just take those two pieces right there. Your starting quarterback, who is a difference maker when he plays, Sam Levitt.
Yeah.
And your best player, and I consider Jordan Tyson to be an NFL prospect, the best prospect on the team.
I think the best, and I forget who said this, but it was actually somebody with ASU, the best way to evaluate, kind of assess the injuries they've had this year. They probably were pretty fortunate with the injuries a year ago. And
Agreed.
The football universe has more than made up for it this year because they have been unreasonably unlucky with injuries this year. But last year they were probably a little more fortunate than a lot of teams are. Yeah, they didn't have, Levitt for a game last year and they lost that game. And, Scadaboo was beat up at points, but every team has injuries. And for the most part last year, they stayed pretty healthy. And this year it has been brutal, but they keep winning. So kind of covers up a lot of that. I talked to him about what you and I have been talking about the last few weeks. What does this do? Set aside the Big 12 championship because you only control that so much. Although when they take the field on Friday, they will still be in it because some of those games that impact them don't happen until Saturday, regardless. So he talked about just what this win means beyond just beating U of A, beyond what it could mean for the Big 12 championship, just for the program in general.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the first time in 12 years that Arizona State's gone back-to-back 8-win seasons. Us being at 19 wins, I think somebody told me 20 wins in the last 60 years is the most in back-to-back seasons, or 40 years is the most in back-to-back seasons. And, we're right on the cusp of that. We're at 19 right now. So we're right on the cusp of tying pretty much whatever that is. I don't know exactly what it was. Doug would know. But whatever that is, so this group of guys, obviously we're going to do whatever we can, whatever it takes to win the game. But, just sitting here today, this group of guys have really changed the program from not in a good spot to, as high as the program's been in the last 2 years in a long, long time. And I think I would just love to send that group out on top.
Yeah, that would be really, really cool. You know what I think of, Basinonians, when I think of this game, the Territorial Cup that is coming up in Tempe, of course. I think of Activate the Valley. I was talking about this earlier. I think of Kenny saying Activate the Valley. And even though I wasn't a big Activate guy, I didn't Activate the Valley. You know what I mean? I wasn't.
You're not a big Valley guy either.
But you just go out and win. You just go out and win. And you know what? He has activated the Valley. That's what he has done. I call it a basin, of course. He has activated the Valley. This is what it looks like. This is what it feels like. And here it comes, the Territorial Cup. And it just so happens that the Wildcats are actually ranked in the college football playoff rankings. They are ranked at number 25. ASU is number 20, of course. And now here it comes on Friday, the Territorial Cup. And you've got all this cred that is out there for ASU. All this cred that they've been getting. You lose Sam Levitt, and suddenly Jordan Tyson is hurt. Now he's come back. Thank goodness he's come back. But you've suffered a lot of setbacks, and yet here you are with the ability to possibly beat your rival. Would you say they're ASU's rival still? Would you say that, Basinonians? You better believe that they are. And because of that, now all of a sudden you got the opportunity to win 9 games on the season and then possibly win a bowl game as well. I just, he has activated the Valley. Can you imagine how activated it will be if they beat the U of A?
His stat before the season was ASU has only won double-digit games back-to-back seasons once since 1973. He's right. It was 2013 and 2014. Along the lines of the stat he was throwing out right there, if ASU wins tomorrow, that's 20 wins total over the course of 2 seasons in a row, and that's only happened in 2013-14, and then you're going back to 96-97, and then you're going back to 1972-73. Wow. So this is stuff that ASU has not done very often, and the other part of this, I think if you win on Friday, you have more than cemented yourself as one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the Big 12 consistently going forward. I just think you have, as long as Kenny Dillingham's here. And you're winning without Sam Levitt, so even if Sam's not here, your program didn't fall apart. The other part, though, wouldn't be the worst thing to push U of A back down if you're ASU. Because you got to remember, U of A 2 years ago did win 10 games.
Yeah.
So you've established yourself as one of the Big 12 powers, but do you really want your rival climbing back up? That would be 2 double-digit wins for U of A in the last 3 years, potentially, if they win this game and they win their bowl game.
And I do give the U of A a lot of credit because, once again, they have put the combination together that helps football teams win. A quarterback with the defense.
All right, when we come back, let's talk a little baseball, try to get some answers on Ketel Marte, some answers on Zach Gallen, And Wolf will get you some answers on how you can watch the Diamondbacks next season, too. Okay, we're just going to, this is like hot stove in late November. We're going to talk Dbacks offseason with our Dbacks reporter, Alex Weiner. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Way out west, there was this trophy. Trophy I want to tell you about. Trophy by the name of the Territorial Cup. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games. Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State. The duel in the desert. On Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You don't want to move yourself. You don't want to have to ask your family members to come over, bring your pickup truck so we can go ahead and we can throw stuff in the back. You don't want to pack yourself. You don't want to do that, Basinonians. You need the professionals, and you need Moving Team 6. Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012. With his sons, Garrett and JT. This is a family-owned and operated, a family-run business right here in Phoenix. This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. The reason why I know that is because it's built on the backs of the Lee family. And what I also love, they proudly support and hire veterans, of course. Listen, go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here with a smoking hot deal from Waltz TV and Appliance, where right now you can bundle a top-of-the-line Samsung 98-inch television with a Samsung Q Series soundbar. We're talking a combined retail value of $17,000, and right now you can get both for under $6,000, saving $11,000 on a beautiful system. Hurry in today because these kind of in-store offers do not last. Elevate your home entertainment for less at Waltz.
Fight.
Here are the top 3 headlines in Arizonasports.com. I'm Payne Moses. ASU and Arizona are both ranked in the CFP Top 25 entering the Territorial Cup. Mo Odom helps ASU win another in Maui over Washington State. And Cardinals' Michael Wilson is opening eyes as the team's wide receiver 1. And those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
All right, little Thanksgiving music for you here on this November 26th. All right, let's talk a little baseball, which we don't typically do this time of year, Wolf. We don't, but we're going to right now. Our own Dbacks reporter, Alex Weiner, is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Alex?
What's up, Alex?
Hey, guys. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too. All right, let's just start with a simple icebreaker of a question.
Okay, I like it.
Who's more likely to be on the Diamondbacks next year, Zach Gallen or Ketel Marte?
Oof. I would say Ketel Marte.
Okay.
I would, considering the fact that he's on the Diamondbacks right now.
Fair.
And a lot would have to happen to get him off of the Diamondbacks. But it is a good question. Obviously, we saw the report, I think it was yesterday, that John Morosi mentioned kind of a 50-50 chance. We've known that they've been listening to calls on Ketel. At the same time, it's hard to believe that they'd move him unless they get, quite a package that could help them fill multiple holes. So I would say probably Cattell, but it's certainly a little bit up in the air, maybe more so than we had anticipated.
Alex, are you hearing any other rumors that might be out there? Any other names for the Diamondbacks that might be moved or a position they might be looking for? I know it's not solidified yet, but there's a lot of rumors that are out there. Have you heard any of these that you're willing to repeat?
Just that we know what the needs of this baseball team are. We're kind of at the point of the offseason where things are starting to trickle in. We're getting some trades. It seems like the trade market's going to move a little bit faster than the free agent market, which, could be of interest to the Diamondbacks as they look to, make some moves to improve the roster. They need multiple spots in the starting rotation. They need some bullpen help, but there's also a couple of needs in the lineup when it comes to first base and potentially outfield. And a big reason why is because they have so much money dedicated to players who are going to be on the injured list to start next season. And so it creates even more holes and kind of hurts your flexibility there. So there should be a decent amount of kind of wheeling and dealing here. We'll see exactly when that starts to come up, but the stove is starting to heat up a little bit. So it's around this time where we start to see some more moves start to come through.
Talking to Alex Weiner. Alex, the Zach Gallen conversation, it felt like midway through last season, okay, he's gone. And then they kept him through the trade deadline. And all of a sudden, he looked like Zach Gallen again, really for the first time all year. And then the season ended. It was like, okay, he's gone. But I heard something earlier this week where he's not ruling out a return here. So what are you expecting there as far as, do you see, a real path where he could come back and still be part of this team next season?
I think it's possible. I mean, he's been very open since since the end of last season, that he has loved his time in Arizona. He's been here since he was a really young pro back in 2019. Has a house here, lays down roots here. And so, yeah, he's been pretty open about the idea of coming back. He mentioned it. He did a charity event with the Boys and Girls Club in Phoenix on Friday, and he was asked about it. And he said, yeah, he would love to be a Diamondback for the rest of his career, but that's not always how it works out. So, I'm not entirely sure what the path is there. I mean, for the Diamondbacks in the rotation, they have two very obvious holes, and it's like, how can you best fill them, right? When you have a payroll that, may be a little bit lower than it was last year. And if it is, given how much money you have dedicated to your injury list, what is the best way to fill that? Is do they end up trading a guy like Ketel Marte? Because that might impact whether or not Zach Gallen is on this team next season too, depending on how much money they have available to them in the budget. So I don't know. It seems pretty up in the air right now. I would maybe lean no. I'd maybe see Merrill Kelly as a more likely option just because he's older and maybe shorter contract, maybe a little bit less money. But at this point in the offseason, a lot of different, opportunities are out there. So I wouldn't totally rule it out, but I am curious what his market's going to look like because, as you mentioned, it was a really bizarre year for him. If he had entered the free agent market a year ago, it would have seemed pretty clear what his market would have been. But after he had the worst season of his career, but with a strong finish, it's going to be a real curiosity to see how teams really value that.
Yeah, speaking of value and teams that are out there, what do you think is going to be the market for Ketel Marte? What kind of action do you think? I see the Diamondbacks. If you're a general manager in Major League Baseball, why aren't you calling the Diamondbacks to actually what's it going to take? What would it take? Just out of curiosity, I think you would call. What do you think the market's going to be like?
I totally agree. I mean, if his name is being floated out there, you got to do your due diligence to get this guy because he's legitimately the best offensive second baseman in Major League Baseball, probably one of the top 10 hitters in Major League Baseball. He certainly has been over the last couple of years. And he's on a contract that, it goes up a little bit after 2027, but for the next couple of years, it's like $28 million for 2 years of a guy who's still in his prime and one of the top hitters in the league, not to mention a switch hitter. So he is an incredibly valuable player. And I would think that a lot of teams would be after him. We heard the report from Morosi yesterday that the Blue Jays and the Phillies checked in. Makes sense. Those are both teams coming off playoff runs who fell just short. And in Toronto's case, like 1 run short or one, cleat touching home plate from Isaiah Kiner-Falefa short of winning the World Series. And so it would make a lot of sense to put a guy like Ketel Marte in the middle of both of those batting orders. Gambo mentioned earlier this offseason, at least 7 teams had called. I expect it to be a pretty robust market. And if you're the Diamondbacks, Ketel might be your golden ticket to maybe filling out multiple holes. So does that mean you have to trade him? No, but if there's a way that you can get some young, controllable pitching to help your rotation moving forward and maybe another bat with some upside, that might be something worth looking into.
Talking to Alex Weiner. Alex, just to finish that part of the conversation, if they were to trade him, is it for that reason you just laid out, that he's a golden ticket to get you a bunch of pieces? And I guess the reason I'm asking that is, like, whatever was an issue behind the scenes last year, it didn't seem like it was anything unforgivable. Like, is that in the past? If he comes back, is that in the past? If they trade him, is it not because of that?
The club certainly treated it like they, appreciated the apology and wanted to move forward. Obviously, if there is even more frustration behind the scenes than even we know about, then that might be a factor in this whole thing. But for now, kind of what's been stated and kind of looking at the roster and where it is, it would seem to make sense that you would try to find any way you can to kind of build out a more complete roster with fewer holes than we've seen. And this might be the best way to do it if they can't find a prospect package that can get them a number 3 or a number 2 kind of starting pitcher. So I would think that would be the main reason for it. But, if they do trade, one of the best players in the franchise's history and one of the best players in baseball, they're obviously going to be getting questions about whether or not there was some more frustration with him behind the scenes. And that was ultimately a factor in this.
Just for me, as we're having a conversation, this isn't an interview. This is a conversation, as a matter of fact. Guys, when I look at this right now, I think they have to move Ketel Marte. I think they have to do it because it's not about Ketel. It's about everyone else that is in the clubhouse. I believe there was a real point of contention, whatever it may have been. And, man, I just see a really difficult path to bringing him back. Apology notwithstanding, of course.
Mm-hmm. Alex, before we let you go, I just wanted to ask you about 2 positions on this team. And you don't even have to give me a specific name. Just give me, like, what you expect if it's a guy they go out and sign or whatever. First base and third base. How do you expect those positions to look at the start of next season?
Real quickly, just to go back on Wolf's last point there, I think whether they trade him or not is going to speak volumes in terms of kind of where the standing is with him in the organization and in that clubhouse. So I totally agree with that. In terms of first base and third base, it's a good question. First base, you look at the 40-man roster, you have Pavin Smith coming back. I know it's felt like he's been a Diamondback forever, and he's certainly had his ups and downs. And then Tyler Locklear, who is probably not going to be ready for opening day. He suffered a bad shoulder and elbow injury at the end of the season. And so you're pretty light at first base. And so unless you move some guys around to playing that position, it does look like, you might need to go out and get somebody to help, pick up the slack a little bit there, whether that is a Paul Goldschmidt, who has been floated out there as a possibility, as someone who could maybe platoon at first base. I know that would be a potentially exciting option for Diamondbacks fans. He did hit lefties really well last year, although his numbers tailed off against righties. And then third base, they have a lot of guys who can play third, right? I mean, Blaze looked really good at third base last year. They tried out Jordan Lawler, and he had some hiccups there. Whether or not you attribute that to just early career jitters or a real problem that could lead him to maybe being an outfielder going forward, we'll see all of that stuff in spring training. But they do have some optionality at third base, while at first base it does seem like the depth isn't quite there. But obviously, if they find an opportunity to go get a third baseman who can fill out in the middle of your lineup, Blaze can play multiple positions. They're trying out Lawler in center field a little bit. He can play some multiple spots. So there's a little bit of flexibility with both spots, but I do think that we talk about pitching and the bullpen and the rotation being the biggest need on this team, but don't be surprised if they do something to address the position player group as well.
Alex, thank you, brother. Really, really appreciate your time, man.
Thanks, Alex.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
That's Alex Weiner joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, we're going to take you through all of the top stories of the day, all of them, every single one of them, Wolf. With Wolf and Down Your Lunch, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Weekly and Marana mornings.
The Suns, and this is something that happens to us all the time, so it shouldn't be a surprise, but all the national media types that really loved and went in hard at mocking and trolling Matt Ishbia, they don't want any part of this story right now. Nobody is stepping forward and saying, oh, look at what's going on in Phoenix.
They have this blend of fun and chemistry and edge, too. There's so much fun to talk about. There's so much fun to watch this team play basketball right now.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with a Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefy.com/careers. That's YREFY.com/careers.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Squirt. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's game at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and head coach Jonathan Gannon has already ruled out defensive lineman Walter Nolan III. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight for an NBA Cup game at the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off is at 8, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU men's basketball goes for the Maui Invitational Championship today. The Sun Devils take on USC at 12:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. And speaking of the Sun Devils, Friday's Territorial Cup football game will be a matchup of top 25 teams. Arizona was ranked 25th and ASU was ranked 20th in yesterday's edition of the College Football Playoff Rankings. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Book your getaway at Talking Stick Resort and save 30% off the best available rate, but hurry as the offer ends December 11th.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon on a Wednesday. We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke, and it is time for Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Rick.
All right, we got a lot here and not a lot of time, so I will be rolling through these. The Territorial Cup goes down Friday in Tempe between number 25 Arizona and number 20 ASU. I don't do this much anymore, but who you got and why?
Ooh. I got ASU. I do think this is going to be a close game, which tends to favor ASU. They seem to like playing in these close games. It's also in Tempe. You get the Cam Scadaboo factor. I just think ASU is good in these close games. A lot, though, hinges on Jeff Sims. I mean, if he's turning the ball over, U of A can make this a very miserable day on Friday. I think ASU in a relatively lowish scoring game for college football, like maybe probably a weird score. Kenny probably does some weird thing to sneak in a 2-point conversion somewhere or something. I'll say ASU 26-24, which feels like a scoregami score.
Yeah, there's, it may be wishful thinking on my part, Basinonians, but I think ASU is going to be able to run the ball. I think ASU is going to line up and run the ball against the U of A. ASU number 24 in rushing yards per game, as a matter of fact, in the FBS. And the U of A number 74 in rushing yards per game allowed in the FBS. I think the Sun Devils have got to make this truly personal. This has got to be a personal game for every one of the players and for both teams involved. It's going to be. This is going to be a personal game on the line of scrimmage, running the ball. I don't see a path where ASU does not run the ball and somehow they win this game. I don't see that happening. So I think ASU has got to run the ball well, and I expect them to do that and be capable of doing it, and it's why they win the game 20-17.
Ooh, even lower scoring.
A guess.
The Arizona Cardinals take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Sunday, but the Cardinals will be without defensive lineman Walter Nolan III. Has his rookie season been a disappointment because of all of the injuries, or have the flashes he has shown done enough to encourage you guys going forward?
It's been a disappointment, not in his play. I mean, I feel like they got a good player there. I feel like that was a good first-round pick. It's just been a disappointment more in that it's hard to develop as a young player when you've basically played, 2 and then parts of 2 other games as a rookie. It doesn't seem to be hurting his effectiveness, but, you go into next season, he's not going to have a full year of development going into year 2. He's just going to have bits and pieces of games.
Yeah, for me, I'm absolutely emotionally devastated when it comes to Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan III. And how similar their paths in the NFL have been. There is definitely talent there. There is goodness that is there. It's just, man, I've seen so many players throughout my career, and I know it's early for Darius Robinson and for Walter Nolan. It's early in their NFL career. I just hope they don't turn into the guys that I have seen over and over and over again. And all of this talent just could not stay healthy, and it was no fault of their own. I hope Walter Nolan III and Darius Robinson do not continue to be this up and down in terms of available and not available.
The Phoenix Suns have an NBA Cup game tonight against the Sacramento Kings. We did not have time to do a full staring at the Suns segment today, so I'll ask you guys here, what will you guys be watching for in tonight's game?
Devin Booker, honestly, just to see how he bounces back. When Devin Booker has a, quote, bad game, it's still not a bad game. But by his standards, he hasn't quite looked like Devin Booker the last 3 games, and that's fine. There's 82 games. Nobody's going to look like an elite all-star every single game, except SGA, apparently, in Oklahoma City. But you can't have this linger where he's not elite, because this team can't win if Devin Booker isn't elite pretty much every night.
Yeah, the Kings have won their last 2 games. Very impressive wins, as a matter of fact. K-Ray was actually talking about it. You know what I'm looking for tonight? I'm looking for the bounce back in terms of, okay, you thought playing 3 games in 4 nights, that was a little tough. Well, now all of a sudden, watch this. I want to see the energy level, especially on the defensive end of the floor, skyrocket to where we have seen it before. I see this game between the Suns and the Kings as who wants it more? Who's going to play harder in this game? Especially on the defensive end of the floor. Who is going to bring that competitive spirit and drive to the floor tonight? I think that's where it all starts between these 2 teams and who wins this game.
ASU men's basketball is getting ready to play in the championship game of the Maui Invitational at 12:30 against USC. What would it mean for ASU, a team that was picked to finish last in the Big 12 this year, to win such a traditionally prestigious tournament?
I think this would be great, and it's not like USC is, a top 5 team or something that you have no shot against. It'd be really cool if they could pull this off here in about 20 minutes. I don't know that the Maui Invitational is necessarily what it has been in some years past.
That's why I said traditional.
Yeah, but it's still, it's any box you can check along the way. This would be a cool sort of feather in the cap. I mean, when we get into Big 12 play, we got to see how ASU looks against some of these teams like Kansas and U of A and BYU and the Big 12 is loaded when it comes to basketball. But hey, anything to build momentum early in the year. ASU's got a couple real intriguing players this year, and the standard for ASU hoops is not go out and win a national championship. It's, can you get into the tournament?
Yeah, speaking of toughness and competitiveness, we've seen that, have we not? Especially in this Maui Invitational. We have seen this. Because of that, yeah, man, I would not count them out of doing anything. And this is exactly what I think they need to give them a little confidence collectively going forward.
You'd be 7-1 and your only loss would be to Gonzaga, too.
Pretty good.
That's not the worst thing in the world.
And finally, Thanksgiving is tomorrow, which takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com. What's the best part of Thanksgiving food? Turkey or ham, potatoes, stuffing, pie / other desserts, or other?
Ooh, this is tough because my initial reaction is to say pie / other desserts. But pumpkin pie gets mixed in there, and I think we've made our feelings known on this, Wolf. I mean, to the point where I think people will be passing pumpkin pie around their dinner table tomorrow, and as they're like, hey, family, eat this delicious trash, they're going to be thinking, hey, Wolf and Luke hate pumpkin pie. So actually, because pumpkin pie is so much of a drag on that, I'm going to go with the turkey / ham. I'm just going to go traditional on this.
The social media has destroyed me in many different ways. I think there's a lot of guys out there that would say, you know what, I don't even go on social media anymore. There was a picture of a pumpkin sitting on a pie crust like it was a toilet. Okay? The pumpkin had arms and legs and, the pumpkin face. It was a pumpkin face sitting. We all get it, right? We all understand. That destroyed me.
I mean, that's the sort of image you can't get out of your head. I agree with that.
I'm just saying right now, just knock it off. We don't like pumpkin pie. We are meat eaters. We are the Wu Fang Clan. We enjoy turkey. We enjoy ham or any other kind of meat you might have that we could eat. I'll go with the turkey.
I like a good holiday ham. Rick, do you have the results? Rick, are you there? I can see you.
Can't hear you, Rick.
Rick, we can't hear you. You have to turn your mic on.
Wow, that was... I turned on the AirLink mic.
That's good.
Anyway.
Somebody's out there like, why is this guy talking to me?
Yeah, okay. Anyway, I was saying I'm going to over...
You have to override us quickly because we had to go to break an hour ago.
Because in my house we do a special oyster dish. It's scalloped oysters. Look it up. It's really good.
Okay.
And I'll vote for that, which is stuffing 33%, turkey ham 32%, pie, other desserts 14%, potatoes 13%, other 8%, and it's time to go to break.
How did you vote for scalloped oysters? I didn't see that as an option.
Other was an option.
Somebody's ready for Thanksgiving break.
Stuffing leading the way. Nice. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. We're going to come back, and we've got like 4 seconds left in the show. How will the Cardinals' game plan change if they're facing Teddy Bridgewater instead of Baker Mayfield on Sunday? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It originated in 1899, and on Friday, 2 Arizona college football teams battled to win it once again. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State. The duel in the desert on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my great friends at Waltz TV and Appliance, where Black Friday and Cyber Monday evolve on a daily basis. Make sure you get their latest incredible smoking hot deals by texting Waltz to 620-620. You will get a link to Bickley's Black Friday deals that you can check and refresh daily. Again, save big by texting Waltz, WALTS, to 620-620. And remember, shop local, shop Waltz.
Message and data rates may apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
The biggest reason for my success is, I really want to say it's really the opportunity.
Another big day, catching every toss. I'm unstoppable, even though it's a loss. There's no Marvin, but I'm keeping it together. I'm making everybody question whether I am the #1 receiver now. I'm catching 10 passes every game. I was overlooked, and you wonder how. And now everybody should know my name. They call me
Mike Dortch.
They call me
Mike Marv.
They call me
Mike Higgins.
They call me
Mike Trey.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. They call me
Mike Dortch.
They call me
Mike Marv.
They call me
Mike Higgins.
They call me
Mike Trey.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. It's Michael Wilson.
Michael Wilson.
You know what I'm not thankful for?
What?
This song. I was just going to say Thanksgiving is ruined.
That was the worst he's done in a while. That was terrible.
He told me in the hallway it was historically stupid. And you know what? He was being honest.
Yeah. It's all right. That's, the creative process, man. You cannot master it. It's going to bring out some brilliance from time to time, and it's going to bring out some dirt balls from time to time.
Especially if you have to do it every week.
The creative process, you can't do it on demand.
The most impressive thing to me about Saturday Night Live is the fact that they do it every week and on the crazy schedule they're on. So that was clear. Jarrett doing a song on a short week, that's what you get right there.
Absolutely, yeah. You know what? He's typically nails on that. I love his stuff.
That was the Chinese democracy of Jarrett songs.
The Guns N' Roses
the Guns N' Roses album that was just Axl with a bunch of fill-ins. It was bad.
That took like 20 years to make.
Yeah.
By the way, I just want to thank everybody in Glendale for listening through that right now. Thank you, Glendale.
What up, Glendale?
You stuck with us through that.
Man.
That's amazing right there. Rick, if you're going to turn your own mic off, could you just turn Jarrett's mic off next time in a situation like that? Also, before we move on to football.
No.
The events leading into our last break, Rick, is why I'm nervous about you running with the Bulls. That right there sums up why I don't want you running away from a bunch of live bulls in Spain.
Well, I'm not in the habit of running away from bulls. I'm in the habit of using my left hand to press a button to talk, and I just pressed the wrong one. Sometimes it happens.
All right, but then you kept talking. That was the best part.
So you think because you can't press a button, you're going to be able to run away from bulls?
Yeah.
Because it's something I would be like actively thinking about. This was like something that I wasn't really thinking about because I do it so often.
I fear Rick running right at the bull and be like, "Oh wait, why is he coming this way?"
Man, yeah, boy, that's something that again, if you do it, I'll give you some money. You know what I'm
chip in $10 too.
That. I'm in for a Ben Franklin on that.
We could get a GoFundMe going. Rick running with or at the Bulls. All right.
Rick, do it. Here's a Ben Franklin. When I was a kid, basically, I'm the son of a truck driver. You have to understand. To me, a Ben Franklin, that was serious cash, baby.
How much?
It was all over.
How much would it take to get you to run with the Bulls?
Are you kidding me? At what age?
That's a fair qualifier.
At my age now, not so much.
I'm surprised you didn't when you were in the NFL, to be honest.
When I married the Warrior Queen Macedonians and lost everything, you know what? I would have said, what do you say? You give me 10 grand maybe.
Either
nice
way,
little down payment on the house. You know what I mean?
Still more than the $100 you're offering Rick. Substantially more.
I mean, what are you gonna do?
The Cardinals have a game this weekend. How about we get back into that?
Yeah, right. You know what? Forgive us, Space Needs. We're having a little bit of fun here.
Yeah.
When a Wednesday is a Friday, it happens once a year. It is one of the greatest days in broadcasting. Can you imagine? I mean, here it is, Space Needs. We're talking about the Suns. We're talking about ASU. We're talking about the Territorial Cup. We're talking about the NFL and the Arizona Cardinals. This is. Do you think we have a dearth of things to talk about?
There's some good stuff right now.
We've got some really good stuff to talk about.
Some really good stuff.
That's why it's my favorite day of broadcasting.
Yeah, and to be honest, the Cardinals side of this is kind of the downer because the Territorial Cup is potentially great on Friday. The Suns are an amazing story. Rick brought up ASU basketball. They're trying to win the Maui Invitational here in just a few minutes. The Cardinals are just trying to win a game at this point.
Man.
1-8 in their last 9. The Baker Mayfield, Teddy Bridgewater component to this, it's always going to be a big deal who the other team's quarterback is. But I think this week, more than any other week this season for the Cardinals, it's a huge deal. I think if it's Teddy Bridgewater, Cardinals probably win this game, honestly. If it's Baker Mayfield, I don't know how the Cardinals win this game. I mean, Tampa needs the game, and if they have Baker Mayfield, they are in pretty good shape to get that win.
Yeah, that is the one thing about this, though, that I think is fascinating. Who knows? Baker Mayfield banged up. Okay, yeah, I understand. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they're still in the hunt for a playoff position. No doubt about it. They've got a chance to do it. Yet at the same time, they have suffered so many injuries. And right now, Baker Mayfield, is he going to be the elite, the best version of Baker Mayfield that we have seen? Or is he going to be a guy that's banged up and nicked up out there playing? It might not be the best option for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, depending on how bad that shoulder is. So, again, it's a situation where Baker Mayfield, he might scream every time he throws the ball. Every time he throws, not getting hit.
I think he does that anyway.
Throwing the ball. Maybe he's going to feel it in his left shoulder. He certainly felt it in his left shoulder while he was throwing the ball in a game. It wasn't a contact. It wasn't by contact. And suddenly his shoulder popped out.
That's not a great sign. That's not traditionally a non-contact injury.
But, Luke, that can get mental, man.
Well, yeah, because if your shoulder's popping out and you're not getting hit, then that would lead me to believe that there's been a version of this issue before that maybe wasn't necessarily publicized that much. Real quick, Darren Urban from practice today. Marv back at Cardinals practice. That would help. He said he didn't see, and this is the open portion of practice, didn't see Amari DiMercato, didn't see Baron Browning, didn't see Will Hernandez, didn't see Rabbit, didn't see Josh Sweat or Kelvin Beachum either, although he pointed out that Sweat and Beachum both had rest days last week. Remember, there was this big deal about Sweat, and then Sweat was fine. So, just like 10 names to keep an eye on there for the Cardinals in addition to everybody else.
The Buccaneers are all banged up, basically. They are. They've lost a lot of people this year as well. And the Arizona Cardinals, right there. The Buccaneers were going to win games based on how they were able to run the ball and throw the ball with Baker Mayfield in a very balanced offense, how they were going to be able to do that, and the fact that they were going to be a good defense. Their defense has fallen apart.
When we come back, Max Starks is going to join us. We're going to get his thoughts on what exactly happened to the Cardinals at the end of that Jaguars game, twice, really, regulation and overtime, and start looking ahead to this weekend for both the college and the pros. Two-time Super Bowl champion joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Inbounds pass goes from Livers to Bouye down to the final 3 seconds. He'll dribble it out, and that'll do it here tonight. Suns fall to the Rockets. Final score 114-92. Their 3-game win streak comes to an end, and their losing streak increases to 5 in the series with the Houston Rockets.
More reaction to this Suns loss coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Maybe your teeth are all jacked up, Basinonians. My teeth were jacked up at one point in time, and I can tell you right now, I had the all-on for. Well, Aria Dental Implant Center, they can do the exact same thing for you. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make, man. Yeah, you hear that all the time. Healthy teeth, healthy mouth. And if you've got a healthy mouth, the chances are, you know what, you're going to be healthy. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait and switch pricing, some fake limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. This is your health, Basinonians. Go experience the Aria difference. You're going to be super glad that you did. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers out there. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA, dentalimplantcenter.com.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're planning to propose this holiday, we're ready to make creating your engagement ring a warm, welcoming experience. At Shane Company, we're all about your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Explore the widest selection of diamonds and ring settings ready for you to see in person, or visit us at shaneco.com. You'll have your ring in days, not weeks. Our friendly jewelry consultants don't work on commission. There's never any pressure, just perfect proposals. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is rolling out Black Friday deals all month long? General Manager John Nissen and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model on the lot. So stop in and take advantage of 0% APR financing for up to 75 months, plus up to $3,000 Ford bonus cash, plus make no payments until Valentine's Day on our most popular models, including 2025 F-150, Lightning, Super Duty, Mach-E, Escape, Explorer, the list goes on. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you will be treated like family, and that ain't no bull. Stop in and see them in person. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or online anytime at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. APR is $1333 per month per $1,000 finance for the first 75 months. Interest accrues from date of purchase. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 12/125.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's game at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and head coach Jonathan Gannon has already ruled out defensive lineman Walter Nolan III. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight for an NBA Cup game at the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off is at 8. Right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU men's basketball is going for the Maui Invitational Championship today. You can listen to that one right now over on ESPN 620 AM. That game has just gotten going. It's ASU USC. And speaking of the Sun Devils, Friday's Territorial Cup football game will be a matchup of top 25 teams. Arizona was ranked 25th and ASU was ranked 20th in yesterday's edition of the College Football Playoff Rankings. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly is coming to Talking Stick Resort on December 14th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
Max Starks joining us for Maximum Football here heading into the Thanksgiving weekend. What's going on, Max?
I am doing wonderful, guys. Happy Thanksgiving to both you and Wolf. And, of course, I am thankful for our friendship, and I'm thankful for the sport that we get to talk about.
Max setting a thankful
I
tone
love
early.
that, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. And happy Thanksgiving to you and yours, Max, as well. God bless you all.
Thank you so much.
Max, before we get into football, how many different cities are you going to spend this weekend in?
So, you know, it's funny. I'm only going to be in one. I'm only going to be in Pittsburgh because the LSU-Oklahoma game that I had scheduled, they pushed the start time 30 p.m. Eastern. So, obviously, as much as I love going to Norman, Oklahoma, they don't have flights.
Oh, yeah, this time of year would be a little bit tough to.
So, I am not going to be there.
Well, let's start with the Cardinals game that they played this past weekend against Jacksonville, and just specifically the end game scenarios. I mean, you've been saying this for a few years, and it wasn't even always just about the Cardinals, but how the difference between an average team and a mediocre team or a playoff team is winning the close games. Max, the Cardinals are 2-6 in close games this season, and Sunday was Exhibit A on finding ways to not win a close game. What did you make of the end of regulation and overtime?
You know, I thought, you know, Michael Wilson, of course, you know, had a great game. Jacoby Brissett managed the game, but I think it was kind of forcing the football in those moments. They couldn't really get the run game going, and it was trying to make a play, you know, when you're trying to force yourself to make a play as opposed to just taking the easy out. I think they put themselves in situations where they were trying to force it as opposed to taking what traditional knowledge says, take the short underneath route, stop trying to go for the deep daggers. And I think that's what ultimately caught up with them in the end and why they couldn't pull that game out.
Have you ever seen a team actually be +4 in the turnover column and lose a game? You know how hard that is to do, Max?
Yeah. I mean, you have to literally try and do that. It's not accidental. That's one that's tough. And I mean, I've seen it where, you know, just from my experience this season with the Steelers, right? They were +5 in the turnover category and barely won a game against New England. So, I mean, they wanted to give it away just kind of like that situation. So, teams, you feel like, if you don't know how to win, you will always find a way to lose a game. I hate to say it like that, but when you don't know how to win and you think that I have to do this, I have to do more than my job, I have to do more than my assignment, and that's when you start overreaching, that's when you start getting into trouble, and that's unfortunately what's kind of been the modus operandi for the Cardinals this season.
Talking to Max Starks. Max, how do they fix that then? And I'm not even necessarily saying before Sunday, although if you have a solution before Sunday, that'd be great, and maybe call them because they could use it. But just in general. I mean, this season has been a step back, and it's very clear that even if they take a step forward again, this particular wall is something they're going to have to break through winning these close games.
Yeah, so the easiest solution for Sunday is, send a sleeper cell in there and let everybody get the flu at the same time. That's all I got.
There's one option.
Cough on a water bottle or something.
Max,
I don't know.
Max, have you ever, honestly, have you ever experienced back-to-back losing seasons?
I have not. I mean, I think the last time was high school.
Wow.
It was high school.
Oh,
you have to remember, I didn't have a single pro losing season, and I didn't have in college. We went to January 1st bowls for like 4 years.
Wolf is getting angrier by the second at you, by the way.
So, Max,
I'm sorry.
I know you don't even know what it's like to be in a locker room where you're 3-8 or you're 3-10. I know what it's like to be in a locker room where you were 3-8 and you were 3-10 and you did it back-to-back years, and suddenly you're looking at guys picking up the stakes, getting ready to move to a new river, and yet you've got 6 games left on the season. I mean, leadership is so critical in situations like that. You can't relate to that at all, which is a stunning proposition to me.
Yeah, it is one that, as I look back, I was very fortunate and blessed, right?
Yes.
In those respects. But I mean, the one thing that I can relate to is, I have a lot of friends that coach, and, you're around those guys and talking to them. I mean, I'm dealing with it right now. Darnell Stapleton, one of my good buddies, O-line coach down there in Washington. He was there at Florida for a couple of years with Billy Napier when they couldn't figure out how to get themselves out of a wet paper bag at times. And so, I would say that just from the commonality of speaking with those guys, talking with them, and the frustrations that they had, you're absolutely right. The leadership is key, like who that voice is that still bangs the drum, right, that keeps the cadence for the rest of the team matters. And you need it to come from your quarterback position. You need it to come from leaders on the defense. And for the Cardinals, I mean, you have a Calais Campbell there that, would be obviously an unequivocal leader just by the experience and the breadth of life that he's lived in the NFL that can talk guys into, keeping their mind on football, keeping their mind in the game, not putting one foot in the parking lot, right? We always talk about those things where it seems like a team has one foot in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Not necessarily that they're tanking, but their mind is distracted, so they're not clean, they're not crisp in those moments. And I think that really matters. That's where it's going to be really crucial for Jacoby Brissett, a Calais Campbell, a Budda Baker, to step in and say a Kelvin Beachum even, right?
Speaking
You're looking
of
at
stepping
these
in,
older
Max,
vets that have been through all of that.
Max, I mean, honestly, you never experienced a losing season in the NFL. You never experienced
I mean, the worst season I had was 8-8.
He played for Mike Tomlin. What are you going to do? Tomlin never has a losing season.
19 years. I got a coach that's never had a losing season.
I totally had forgotten that because I know he said that in the past.
Yeah.
But it's been a couple of years.
He does not have
me on that.
a PhD in losing like you do,
I can't
Wolf.
get over that.
Max, we are going to let you
Stop talking
for a segment. Probably because you just angered Wolf this close to Thanksgiving. But we're going to bring you back at 1 o'clock, okay? You're going to be back at 1, right?
Oh, my
yes,
goodness.
I will.
Okay.
Yeah. I will.
All right. Thanks, Max. All right. When we come back, actually a really good slate of Thanksgiving games tomorrow, Wolf. So we're going to run through some of these next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Way out west, there was this trophy. Trophy I want to tell you about. Trophy by the name of the Territorial Cup. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games. Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State. The duel in the desert. On Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's right. Starting to cool down, as we all know. It's really getting a little chilly in the morning. So you know what? All Pro Shade is heating things up right now. That's right. When you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free, courtesy of All Pro Shade Concepts. These shades aren't just for the summer, Basinonians. They'll stop that winter wind. That's really, really nice. And hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. I can tell you, we are the Woo Fan Clan. We had All Pro Shade Concepts come out, and that's what they did. They put up these shades and awnings, and I can tell you it does help keep the heat in. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag a free patio heater while this offer lasts. Go to allproshade.com. You got to have shade.
Dan Bickley here, and the Black Friday sale is underway at Chapman BMW, where you will find the best deals of the year, like 90 days until your first payment, 0.9% APR financing for 5 years on select models. And if you mention this radio station, you'll get a $500 credit for their parts boutique, where you will find great swag and merchandise, including a golf bag I've been eyeing for years. Get in early for the best selection at Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
Phoenix, get ready. The ultimate Black Friday blowout is November 28th at Arizona's largest pawn shop, Mo Money Pawn. Doors open at 6 a.m. with 60% off Arizona's biggest gold jewelry selection only until 7 a.m. Score up to 75% off TVs, electronics, game systems, and tools. Don't miss Arizona's largest firearm selection at MMP Guns. Plus, Jesse James 9mm hollow point ammo for just $7.99 a box until 7 a.m. These deals are once a year. First come, first serve. Visit Mo Money Pawn on 12th Street and Indian School Road or MoMoneyPawn.com.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvey's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here on behalf of Vinny, Jarrett, and Sammy. Like to wish you and your family a great Thanksgiving. Join us Monday morning. We will be well fed and armed with opinions. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, I wasn't joking. We banished Max for a segment because he never had a losing season in the NFL, and Wolf was like, get him out of here.
Man, that just, you've got to be kidding me. As long as that guy played, and you're telling me he never experienced a losing year in the National Football League.
Or in college, apparently.
That just blows my mind.
This is our chance, Wolf, because when Max comes back, we got him, then we've got to do our picks for Week 13, then Garrett Williams is going to join us too. So this is your chance to tell us the Thanksgiving story, which has become an annual tradition on the show.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, what do you say, Rick? You go ahead and give me a beat as I broadcast here. The year was 1985, and I was playing for the then St. Louis football Cardinals, Basinonians. My rookie year had gone fairly well, and as November rolled around, I was feeling pretty confident I could turn this brutality into a career. November came around, and suddenly there was a huge notification on the team bulletin board. Yeah, the team bulletin board. Who's got a bulletin board anymore? Nobody. Yes, there was a team bulletin board announcing it was time to get your orders into Kroger to receive your turkey, courtesy of Kroger Grocery Stores.
Sounds nice.
Have you ever heard of Kroger? All you had to do was fill out the form, indicate how big of a turkey you needed, and then pick it up the day before Thanksgiving. Can you imagine? Can you imagine, my brothers? I thought this was the best thing in the world, the generosity of Kroger. So I filled out my form with my greedy, calloused hands and went home to tell the family about this awesome deal. On the day before Thanksgiving, after practice, I got into my car and drove over to Kroger's. We were told to go there, smiling all the way. I parked the car and walked into the store asking where the butcher counter was. Yeah, the butcher. That's so good, is it not? Can you imagine? I walked up to the butcher and noticed a huge frozen turkey sitting on top of the counter with a sign that said, "Cardinals players welcome." Think about that.
Wow.
This was unbelievable to me. Are you kidding me?
Somebody went all out.
As I approached, the man said, may I help you, sir? I said, my name is Ron Wolfley, and I play for the Cardinals. I'm here to pick up the turkey I ordered for Thanksgiving. The man's demeanor totally changed immediately. His brow crunched up and furrowed. He said, who are you? I said, I'm Ron Wolfley. I play for the St. Louis football Cardinals, the football Cardinals. I'm a rookie. The man had no idea about who I was or what I was talking about, but he said, I'm sorry, sir, but I have no idea who you are or what you're talking about. I was absolutely crushed. I turned and walked away muttering to myself about this being the kind of thing that happened to poor kids that grow up at the bottom of a hill emptying into a gravel pit. This is what happens to the poor kid. The next day, before our team meeting, offensive lineman Joe Bostic stood up in front of the team Basinonians and said, before we start this meeting, we have some salutes we need to hand out. Immediately, everybody put their right hand up to their throat and wiggled their fingers, making a turkey call. Literally doing it like this, YouTube. It was so crazy. Are you kidding me? Where's Freddie Joe Nunn, said Joe Bostic. Where's Freddie Joe Nunn, the first round pick that year? Freddie, the first round pick, raised his hand, ladies and gentlemen. The veterans all stood up and looked at him. Scott Burgold, our second round pick. Where's Scott? Burgold stood up and you know what he got. I realized the turkey thing was nothing but a huge prank orchestrated by the veterans. Nothing more than a way to buffoon the rookies yet again. And yes, they got me. Saluted me as well. The year was 1985, and I was playing for the St. Louis football Cardinals.
Without turkey. I have two questions for you, okay? Two important questions. I don't know that I've ever asked you these questions.
Yeah.
One, was Joe Bostic's nickname Mr. Fantastic?
No, it was not.
All right, I just had to, I needed an answer on that. And the second one, nobody tipped you off that this might happen to a rookie.
This is really what is incredible. Number one, I will say this. The Kroger store was in on it the whole time. They were in on it the whole time. So they were playing along. In years past, they used to film it. The veterans would actually go and film it to record it. They didn't do it the year I was there. But number two, my brother Craig actually knew about the Turkey Day prank and never told me about it, Basinonians.
That's amazing.
The Steelers did the same thing, and he never spilled the beans to me. 5 years he was already in the league, and he said, hey, Ronnie, this Turkey Day thing, if they come up with this and say, oh, you get a free turkey, go on over and get it. Just don't do it. Don't believe it. Can you imagine, though? You're thinking, oh, my goodness, I'm going to get this turkey, man. And they used to tell you how many pounds. They would literally give you the option. How many pounds do you want? Well, everyone is like, I'll take a 22-pound
take the biggest
turkey.
one.
That's what I'll take. And, man, I'm thinking how generous these people are. And then to know that they were in on it the whole time. It was
The fact that Craig held that for 5 years is one of the most savage moves in NFL history.
It is pretty incredible. And yet I was in on it the next year.
Oh, I'm sure you were.
I can promise you that much. Couldn't wait to stand up and look at a rookie.
We just need a montage of Wolf making turkey noises to go out on YouTube.
There it is. You know what? That is a Turkey Day tradition.
Yeah, you're going to have to tell that story every year.
I've told that story
just the way it is.
Every year for a long, long time. Thank you for the reminder on that, Rick.
I would say you got your you got your revenge because A, you got to play the joke on the rookies the next year, and B, you got a great story out of it. So even though you had no turkey Thanksgiving of 1985, you've made the most of it since then.
You might want to X that out later. You know what I'm saying?
Kind of. 3 games tomorrow, real quick before we go to break. These are all good, at least on paper. Packers-Lions. You've got the Packers a half game up on the Lions for second in that division. No guarantee both those teams even make the playoffs. Chiefs-Cowboys, middle of the day. One of those teams, if not both, is probably going to miss the playoffs. And then Bengals-Ravens tomorrow night, Wolf. You got the Ravens just rattling off wins, but never really looking impressive as they do it, but rattling off wins. And the likely return of Joe Burrow for that game for Cincinnati.
Oh, you know what, honestly, just all 3 games. The National Football League, it is my favorite thing to watch. I'm not alone on that. I realize there are millions of other people out there that love to watch NFL football. For me, it is my favorite thing to do, to go ahead and have Turkey Day and be thankful for everything that God has given me in my life, most of all for his son, the Lord Jesus Christ, and then to sit down and watch football, something where I can remember what it was like to go out there and just lay it all on the line, man. It's a beautiful game for so many different reasons, and yet to watch it, 3 games back to back to back consecutively is really, really cool. One of my favorite days.
I would guess you have a son that's probably pretty interested in watching some football before playing some big football on Friday.
No doubt about it, man. Vetter is really into it, of course, and especially on Turkey Day. But to me, Packers-Lions.
Yeah, that's probably the most brutal one.
Even if you remove the records, for me, Packers-Lions.
Divisional rivalry as well. Here's Joe Burrow real quick on Thanksgiving and football memories. Because, again, it does sound like he'll be back tomorrow night for the game against Baltimore. And somehow Cincinnati, who's won like 1 game since he got hurt, is not really out of it in that division if they win tomorrow.
I think just like a lot of kids, you grow up going through Thanksgiving, you have your meals with your family, and then you go and sit on the couch, and typically there's not a lot on except football. Back in the day, it was Lions and somebody. You go watch Matthew Stafford throw for 300, 400 some yards with Calvin Johnson and probably lose the game, but it was fun to watch. Those are memories that you have, and so I kind of always wanted to be the person out there.
He's not wrong.
Matthew Stafford. Matthew's like, look, dude, you're making it sound like I was ancient.
Back in the day when I watched the current MVP play football.
Oh, my goodness. That was great.
Pretty accurate, though. Stafford go out there, throw for 300, 400 yards. Calvin Johnson look amazing, and Detroit lose. I mean, he really kind of nailed it. All right, when we come back, Max Starks is welcome back on the show. He's been putting time out for 15 minutes. Is the Cardinals' offensive line at this point just a lost cause for 2025? We'll get into that with Max, who obviously played offensive line his entire career and never had a losing season, as he just pointed out. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit, he's sacked, it's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brian's headed to the basketball court, but he's sick of this check engine light. So he goes to AutoZone for the free Fix Finder service,
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
where a friendly AutoZoner reads the light in just a few minutes and gives him a detailed report
No big, just a loose gas cap.
and gets him to the court with a tight gas cap and tighter defense. The free Fix Finder service at AutoZone. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Finding the right time to have your teenager's wisdom teeth removed can be challenging. Trust me, I know. My son's school and baseball schedule is always full, so we're doing what most parents do, and that is booking the extraction of his wisdom teeth during the school holiday winter break. And we're going with ProSmile. ProSmile has oral surgeons on site with state-of-the-art facilities, and they can get your child in and out and feeling great before they head back to school for the new year. So if your son or daughter needs their wisdom teeth out, you can rest assured they're in the best hands at ProSmile. And no need to dread it. They'll handle them with kid gloves, and don't let costs hold you back either. ProSmile takes most insurance plans and offers great finance options as well. You can even ask ProSmile about their wisdom teeth package deals. So make your appointment today before spots fill up. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information. Hey, you might even see me there in the waiting room. And no, my kid is not allowed to put his wisdom teeth under the pillow expecting cash the next morning. Not happening.
Message and data rates may apply.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's game at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and head coach Jonathan Gannon has already ruled out defensive lineman Walter Nolan III. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight for an NBA Cup game at the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off is at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And ASU men's basketball is taking on USC right now in the Maui Invitational Championship. It is currently 24-23. Actually, it's 25-24 ASU with about 9 minutes left in the first half. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Get Black Friday deals all month long, only at Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Arizona Sports. Max Starks. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, final hour of the show here on a Wednesday that's basically a Friday heading into Thanksgiving, and Max Starks has been welcomed back in after Wolf banished him for a segment. Joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Max? Don't know.
I'm good, guys. Wolf, are you good?
Yeah, I'm
good.
Wolf? As a matter of fact, yeah, I'm doing great right now. I wish I had a little turkey and gravy, but that'll come in good time.
You know your brother would want that apple pie. Your brother he'd already be at the dessert table.
Oh, yeah, you got that right. Grandma and Aunt Joy or my mom's apple pie. Yeah, either.
Apple pie is a great pie there. Max, I know we've talked to you a lot about the offensive line issues for the Cardinals this season. It felt like it almost hit another level, though, this past week against Jacksonville. Maybe it just seemed that way because it's been building, but 6 sacks of Jacoby Brissett. He was pressured a lot more than that. You get to this point in the season, and this has been an issue. Is it just going to be that way the rest of the year?
I mean, I think it's pretty much you're at your wit's end trying to figure out what configuration, what the group needs to do, how they need to communicate, skill level of all the guys involved. It is what it is. You know, I think the biggest thing is trying to figure out an offense around that, not getting into true drop-back situations too often, move that pocket a little bit, create some screens, and try and create that dink-and-dunk quick pass game if you want to keep Jacoby Brissett healthy for the remainder, just because certain matchups just aren't going to bode well for them. And with the amount of turnover that you've had, and you've tried a lot of different things, it just hasn't worked out. And unfortunately, you hate to say, not that you're throwing it away, but you just got to get more creative in your play calling.
You know, do you not, when you look at the offensive line specifically, Max, do you not have a situation where you've got to start playing some of these younger guys? And I know they already have, in terms of going out and, you know, allowing a younger guy like Isaiah Adams get a lot more reps. I think they have to start looking at some of these younger guys and see what they actually have. I know that sounds like you're giving up on winning, but it seems to be a prudent thing to do when you're 3-8.
Yeah, when you're 3-8, you now need to start planning for, you know, you hate to say like you're giving up on the season, but you need to see what you have going into the offseason to know what type of moves need to be made. And seeing what guys can and can't do, where their limitations are, where they can grow. Are they an ascending player? You want to get an opportunity to do that in live game situations. And I think you're right. This time of year, I would say this week or next week, you start thinking in that direction. You know, whether you're 4-8 or whether you're 3-9, that's when you start turning the page like, hey, we got 5 games left. Let's just see what we got for the future. And some guys got to get baptized in the fire, you know. You got to see if you can burn or you come out the other end unscathed. But we got to see at this point. We got to know what the future looks like and how we go into the offseason, how we go into the draft, and how we go into that prep of putting this thing together for next year to know what guys we can count on, which ones we can't.
And you know, Max, when I'm talking about this as well, especially on the offensive line, you know I'm not talking about, hey, you got a guy who's healthy. He's been your starter all year long. He's clearly better. You know, we're going to tell you to sit down. I'm not talking about doing that. I'm talking about a guy, and you know it, how much of the time it happens where a guy is nicked up. You're banged up, and it probably isn't a wise thing to take a shot and go out and play on the field. And because of that, we're going to go ahead and get a young guy and throw him out there and see how it goes. I mean, there's a big difference between that and telling a healthy guy, you know what, sit down, we're going to start this other guy just to see what we got, when there are still this many games left in the season. I'm not talking about doing that.
Yeah, no, you're not shelving a guy, right? You're not trying to protect him from injury and the end of the season.
Yes.
And, or if there's some future type of situation, you don't want him coming up injured. No, not any of that. But like you said, guys, known injuries, known shuffled positions, guys are not, guys are out there playing with popsicle sticks and Band-Aids on, or even some ABC gum. I don't know. That's just holding on for dear life, trying to be, because they're trying to be a good teammate. Those are the guys you sit down like, dude, you're sick. I can see your elbow sticking out of the flesh. That's not good. You might want to get that wrapped up. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for the guys, the walking dead, so to speak. You don't want the healthy guys. Like, the healthy guys, stay in there because what you get paid for. You're highly compensated to do this. You're going to continue to do it. It's the guys that, like you said, aren't up to snuff physically in the health department that you can start to play around with that or move some guys around to get healthy bodies in there and see what they can do.
Max, how much of the struggles as they've kind of mounted for the offensive line this season are other teams figuring out specific ways to attack them even more? And to be clear, it's not like the offensive line was great at the start of the year. I understand that. But now it just feels like the quarterback is under duress more too. And how much of that is, Jacksonville seeing what San Francisco did a few weeks ago, or San Francisco seeing what Seattle did, and teams getting tape and saying, you know what, this in particular seems to work against the Cardinals 9 out of 10 times.
So there's an old rule, and Wolf, you know this one very well. Whatever you put on tape, good, bad, or indifferent, expect to see it for the next 4 weeks or the next month.
Yep.
So if you gave like this tape, you're not going to get rid of it until the end of December, right? St. Nick will have come and gone by the time you get rid of this issue.
Yep.
Because of those 6X. Everybody, the next 4 opponents are going to try the exact same thing that Jacksonville Jaguars did, like the Jacksonville Jaguars did for San Francisco when they saw that tape, and they keep begetting each other until you put a stop to it, right? Until you stop the bleeding, until you put the thumb in the dike, right, and stop the water from flowing. That's what you're going to deal with. And for the Cardinals, you made this bet. The line is going to have to deal with the stunts. They're going to have to deal with, free blitzers, overload blitzes. They're going to have to deal with that for the next 4 games. So you are what you put on tape, and sadly, it haunts you for the next 4 weeks or next 4 games.
So when you look at this offensive line, forget about the contracts, forget about guarantees, forget about all that stuff. When you look at the 5 guys that are on that offensive line, who do you think you'd like to be your starters next year?
Well, I mean, obviously, Paris Johnson is
Yep.
definitely one that it's an easy choice. You got to go with Paris. I would love a healthy Will Hernandez.
Yes.
But he has to get healthy. I think he wasn't in shape and was trying to jump onto the moving train.
Yes.
Right? And so he didn't really. I think an off season of health with him would be another guy that I would love to see at that position. And and maybe Froholt probably be the only other one.
Yeah.
But that would probably be the 3, and I would probably look elsewhere for tackle and for another guard.
Yep.
All right, Max is going to stick around. The Territorial Cup is this Friday, and whether you're rolling with the Sun Devils or back in the Wildcats, we want you in the stands. Get ready for one of the oldest rivalries in college football as ASU takes on U of A, and here's your shot to be there. Text Sparky to 620 for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. That's Sparky to 620. All right, when we come back, one more segment with Max, and we're going to get some of his favorite rivalry week memories because he's a former Florida Gator, and as he just pointed out, Wolf never had a losing season, and I feel like Florida has about 9 rivals they play every year. So we'll get into all that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It originated in 1899, and on Friday, 2 Arizona college football teams battled to win it once again. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State, the duel in the desert, on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine your retirement, what do you see, Basinonians? You know, we all, I think, have different goals, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. And that's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors really come into play. They make all the difference. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Give them a call today, 480-360-7900. I thought I had things in good shape. I really did, until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. It turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing, and now I've got a clear path to retirement. Trajan Wealth, they identified those opportunities and helped me correct them. I trust them. You can too. Call Trajan Wealth, 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC, registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gambo for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. Lund Mortgage tracks rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice and full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance or buy now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com. That's RateWatch@LundMortgage.com.
Dan Bickley here with a smoking hot deal from Waltz TV and Appliance, where right now you can bundle a top-of-the-line Samsung 98-inch television with a Samsung Q-Series soundbar. We're talking a combined retail value of $17,000, and right now you can get both for under $6,000, saving $11,000 on a beautiful system. Hurry in today, because these kind of in-store offers do not last. Elevate your home entertainment for less at Waltz.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
Quick shout out to everybody in New River, Wolf's favorite place, New River.
I love driving by New River.
I think they have a
kind of
statue
wave as
of
you
you
drive
up
by.
Statue of
Rip
Wolf.
by it on the 17.
Max Starks is joining us for one more segment. We've still got Garrett Williams coming up in about a half hour, too. We're going to talk to him.
That's right.
Sunday's game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But, Max, let's talk some college football since you watch more college football than pretty much anybody that any of us know. I just want to start here in, broad terms. ASU, U of A on Friday. In your experience, either covering rivalry games, just watching them, playing in them, how much of a difference does home field advantage make? Because ASU coming off a Big 12 championship win and with the same record as U of A, and a lot of people would say maybe played a tougher schedule than U of A this year, is the underdog at home.
Yeah, I mean, I really love home field advantage. I think it plays a big role in how your team, that crowd, that energy that you get is just unmatched when you're at a home game, and especially when it's against one of your most hated rivals, right? This is one of those where there's no love lost. Buddies become enemies from high school because y'all went to separate schools, and one's a Sun Devil, one's a Wildcat, and all of the pride that comes with that. My school's better than yours. The proximity of them, it matters a whole lot. And I think for ASU, coming into this game, a lot is on the line, right? For them trying to keep your hopes alive. We'll see how it shakes out for the Big 12, but a win is what keeps your hopes going, because a lot of things can happen in front of you, and it can go a long way to have a top 25 victory. And I think the same thing for U of A, right? You're sitting there at 25 in the polls, got the same exact record as your rival, and I'm not getting any respect. So you kind of play that whole respect card, and let's just ruin it for them and try and give ourselves a better opportunity. You're not going to leapfrog from 25 to 12 or anything, but, you put yourself in a better position to be successful. And this game matters. It's Territorial Cup, state bragging rights. And when you come home for Christmas, you don't have to deal with your buddies hanging that shame over your head.
Yes. No, that's always a plus, no doubt. Okay, so once again, schematically now, let's look at the game of football. Where do you think this game turns? What is the fulcrum?
I think of it, and I think the fulcrum is probably going to be with who can rush the ball better.
Yep.
I think because we know who Jeff Sims is. Like Jeff Sims, he threw the ball 24 times last week, right? So it's not going to be he's going to air it out 35 times. That's not going to happen. So the run game, to stay on schedule, to be in a position to be successful, has to clinch this. And for University of Arizona, you've got to run the ball effectively and try and put things in the best place for you to be successful. So that's why I really believe the run game is really the big differentiator in this game, because as you look at just kind of where the teams are at and how they're playing, Noah Fertitta is another one. He's a little guy. I love Noah Fertitta. He's a little guy, though. So can't see over the pocket. I think we've heard that story before. In another sport, another team, another league. Anyways, but the run game is going to be key. And so I really believe this game is going to be one that's going to get short really fast by who can possess the ball and keep churning those first downs and wear down the other's defense.
Max, with Jeff Sims, the 3 games that he has started since he took over, he obviously played against Utah too, but the 3 games that he started since he took over, he carried the ball 29 times against Iowa State. They won the game because of that, but they clearly had openly decided that was too many carries. That dropped to 17 against West Virginia, and then it dropped again to 8 against Colorado. His other game against Utah, he ran the ball 21 times. I understand wanting to preserve your quarterback's health, and 29 carries is probably too many, but is this a situation where if that's what's working in the second half, we see him hovering up around 20 carries again, if that's what's working, because you don't know when you play again after this?
Yes. There is no tomorrow, right? Tomorrow is going to be literally, that's it. So you don't know what bowl game you're going to end up with. You don't know how things are going to shake out. He'll have a couple of weeks to lick his wounds afterwards if he's bumped and bruised up. But if that is winning football and running the football is going to get you to that winning football, then you have to exhaust that option. I mean, it's not like he's a pocket passer that you're forcing to run, right? He's a dual threat quarterback. So this is a part of the repartee, right? Sometimes we're going to ask you to win it with your arms. The other times we're going to ask you to win it with your legs. And if legs beats out arm, so be it. You know, we also said this isn't going to be a game where you're going to get into a huge passing battle. This isn't going to be, 40 slinging passes, 40 passes each on each side of the ball. Neither one of these quarterbacks are really big throwers. So stick with what you know, create some good double option RPO game off of it, and just let the chips fall where they may. And hopefully for the Sun Devils, it's with a victory.
You know, it's really going to be cool as well because, to your point, Max, the U of A, their pass defense, they're number 6 in the FBS in pass defense, giving up only 159.7 yards per game. I mean, they're really, really good, and yet that is not ASU's strength when you think of Jeff Sims and you think of his ability to throw the ball. Yes, he's capable of doing that, but I don't think that is where it really is going to tip the outcome of this game. I think you've already nailed it, man. The fact that ASU is number 24 in rushing yards per game, number 24 in the FBS, that's pretty good when you consider all the teams. I mean, you got a lot of SEC teams that are in front there, too, that they're ahead of. Number 28 in terms of rushing defense as well. ASU has done a really, really good job on the line of scrimmage, and that's where I think this game is going to turn. When you look at U of A's offensive line, I mean, what have you seen from them over the course of this season?
U of A's offensive line, I mean, they've not been great in the pass protection game, but in the run game, I've seen a lot of nice things from them as far as how they run the inside zone stuff.
Yeah.
Has been really nice. They're able to create some creasing pockets, nice cutback lanes for the running back. So I would say that's probably where I think their strength is getting guys on a move, not necessarily the gap man scheme, which I feel like ASU is a little bit better at. But using that to kind of move flow. I don't think this outside zone. I think it's really going to be inside zone and a lot of misdirection inside of that influence zone, little wham maybe where you come back across the motion. But that's where I see U of A really being strong.
Max, always great to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great Thanksgiving, all right, buddy?
Happy Thanksgiving, buddy. I love you, man.
Man, happy Thanksgiving to you guys as well. And, of course, I can't wait to talk to you guys afterwards. I want to hear the aftermath of the holidays. So I will talk to you guys next week.
Okay, man.
There will be some aftermath.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Max. It's Max Starks joining us right there as he does each and every Wednesday for Maximum Football. And, I mean, this is pretty much everybody we've talked to, everything we've said. Look at the running games on Friday. I don't think ASU wants to play a high-scoring game. I mean, if it goes that way, it goes that way. And I do like their secondary a lot, ASU's secondary, even without Alford. But, you got to respect what U of A has done this season, too. If I'm ASU, I'd rather play a lower-ish scoring game in the 20s.
Yeah, for me, man, it's on the line of scrimmage for ASU, both sides. And I think that's why they pull it out in the end.
All right, we come back. We got to make our Week 13 picks early because, well, this is it for the week. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Hayes Davis feeds Oso. He'll throw it down in the lane right on top of Jay Huff. Welcome to Oso's poster, Mr. Huff.
Suns at the Kings. Pre-game at 7, 8 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, I jacked my back up many times, of course, playing in the National Football League, and I did go to see the spine surgeons at DISC. A little shout-out, Dr. Chris. Thank you for helping me. And that's one of the reasons why I love recommending them to you, Basinonians, because they have helped me in the past. DISC, they treat a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated disc, bulging disc, spinal stenosis, neck pain, low back pain, degenerative disc disease as well. The surgeons there have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to your goals and active lifestyles. DISC offers spinal fusion alternative for patients suffering from back and neck pain. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's game at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and head coach Jonathan Gannon has already ruled out defensive lineman Walter Nolan III. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight for an NBA Cup game at the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off is at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. ASU men's basketball is taking on USC right now in the Maui Invitational Championship game, and it has been an awesome game so far. It is all tied up at 43 at the half. You can listen to the second half over on ESPN 620 AM. And speaking of the Sun Devils, Friday's Territorial Cup game will be a matchup of top 25 teams. Arizona was ranked 25th, and ASU was ranked 20th in yesterday's edition of the College Football Playoff Rankings. This report is brought to you by Waltz TV and Appliance. Black Friday is almost here, and don't go to the big box store. Buy local with Waltz. They'll match any price and will provide a 3-year warranty for free if you mention Bickley. Buy local online at waltz.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, making picks with Wolf and Luke.
All right, it's time to make our Week 13 picks, and Jamal is back there running, which makes me nervous because he's still pretty close to me in the standings. Real quick, as far as the fantasy football updates for the show, Wolf, did you win again? Yeah, Wolf won again. Wolf is now 8-4.
Okay.
I won again. Now 7-5 after starting 0-4 with a certain quarterback that I'm 7-1 since benching. Jamal is right there on the cusp of the playoffs at 6-6, and Rick, I don't know.
No. Sorry, I didn't hear that, Luke.
What? Rick is 1-11. One win, 11 losses.
Well, at least you don't have any players that spit on people.
That's true.
My best player is sad because he wanted to spit on someone.
Well, and it is like your biggest pet peeve is people that spit on people. All right, but as far as the picks, we actually all did really good this past week. Jamal and I both went 3-0. Wolf and Rick both went 2-1. Although Rick, somehow you went back and found a clerical error where you had an additional loss that you didn't know about. So Rick audited himself and has an extra loss, as only Rick could. So here are the standings now for the season. I'm 39-1, so I'm in first. Jamal is 28-12, 2.5 games back. Wolf is 26-14, 4.5 games back, and Rick is 20-20, 10.5 games back. Draft order: Rick, Wolf, Jamal, me. So, Rick, you are on the clock.
And did you already say there's 4 games this week?
There's 16, so we each get to pick 4, so this is your chance to make a big move.
Okay. I think I did this last year, and I like to start with the Thanksgiving games because I love Thanksgiving football. And since I'm pretty much out of this race, I'm just going to pick Thanksgiving games. Give me Patrick Mahomes over the Dallas Cowboys.
All right.
My homeboy. Okay, let's see. That's tier 4. That's a tough one, man.
Tier 4?
Yeah.
Rick just going
for fun today.
Yeah, okay. Rick doesn't care.
Rick dropping into the I'm just going for fun strategy when you're 10.5 games back. That's what you do. Wolf, it is your pick. You don't get to have fun. You're still in this.
Okay, it's my pick. I'm going to go tier 1 game. San Francisco at Cleveland. San Francisco wins.
Oh,
tier 1.
You don't trust Shadur, huh?
I don't.
Okay.
Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
You got to watch out for him.
Myles Garrett.
Yeah, that's okay.
30 sacks. It's not going to matter.
Yeah.
All right, Jamal, it's on you. No pressure. You went 3-0 last week and made up no ground. So enjoy that.
Oh, thanks for pointing that out.
I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah. I am going to take the Seahawks over the bum and JJ McCarthy.
Called him a bum. Wow. You mean 9?
Oh yeah, 9 is what they call him.
Jamal, this is what I've gathered this season. You're not the world's biggest Minnesota Vikings fan. That's what I've
JJ McCarthy specifically.
Just specifically McCarthy. Yeah. Okay. All right, I got 2 here, huh? Okay, give me New England at home on Monday night against the Giants.
Okay.
Probably a good one.
Wolf, do you have any tier 1 games left? Is that one of them?
Yeah, I do, and that is one of them.
Yeah, how many more do you have left? Don't tell me what they are. Just how many more do you have?
2.
Because I'm seeing 2. Yeah, okay. All right, for my second one, I'm going to have to go with a road game here. You know what? Just give me Denver over Washington. Just give me Denver on the road over Washington. Yeah, I can't see Denver giving. Anybody that didn't think I was believing in Denver, I'm taking Denver.
Yeah.
So,
man, you had a lot more belief in Denver, I think, than I did.
Jamal, I left a pretty solid game out there for you.
Well, I'm hoping it's this one. I'm going to take the Chargers over the Raiders.
Oh, yeah, I left that out.
Tier 2.
Okay, so
Tier 2?
Yeah.
Really?
What?
Yeah,
wow.
well, the Chargers, they get a little squirrely sometimes.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
That's the only thing about that. If they were consistent all the time, oh, man. I love the Chargers.
The real thing here is that Wolf has a long-standing beef with Jim Harbaugh.
That's true. He made him late for curfew once.
You're so right about that. Okay.
And also, if you're looking for consistency, the Raiders are pretty consistent, just in the wrong way.
Is it my turn?
It is your turn.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to go with the L.A. Rams at Carolina. Yes, I understand they're going to be traveling on an East Coast game all the way across the country. Yet at the same time, the Rams are becoming giants. Just killing people on both sides of the ball right now. Matthew Stafford, the leader, by far and away, to me at least, for MVP.
Yeah. I don't want to say critical, but the year they won the Super Bowl, I feel like he obviously played a role, but I felt like that was more Aaron Donald and the defense. But 30 touchdowns and 2 interceptions this year, Matthew Stafford's the MVP.
Unbelievable.
Unless something dramatically changes here over these final few weeks.
Jonathan Taylor had a bad game recently.
And he's a running back. I mean, Jonathan Taylor could finish with 50 touchdowns.
Yeah, but I do think he's in second. Like he'll finish in second.
Yeah, they'll allow a running back to finish second, but never first. All right, Rick, 2 picks.
All right, 2 picks for me. And again, I love Thanksgiving football.
This
so
worked out perfectly.
I'm going to continue to pick Thanksgiving games, and I am going to go with the Lions over the Packers at home. And then I think that I like the Ravens over Cincinnati. I think Joe Burrow could come back and, fire up that team and they could win, or the Bengals just aren't good enough to beat the Ravens, and I think it's the latter.
I think the Ravens at home right now, I put it down as a Tier 1 game.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
How many games have they won in a row right now? How many games?
5, right?
They're winning.
Even with Joe Burrow coming back?
Well, how many games has Joe Burrow played?
Oh, 1, I think 2.
2, maybe 2.
That's true.
Just saying,
He's going to be a little rusty. That's my
thing. Got a
thing.
little rust. That's a bad place to be. Baltimore, against that defense?
At night?
When they're balling? You look like the Ravens once again? Yeah.
It's going to be very weird for me tomorrow
be
because
tough.
I'm going to be wearing my Joe Burrow jersey while cheering for the Ravens.
That's a weird look, I'll be honest.
Yeah, that is.
All right, we got to make these picks
But
before
so
Garrett
right
Williams
for
joins
you.
us. Wolf, it's your pick.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take Atlanta over New York. Falcons, much better team than what their record would indicate.
Talk about inconsistent.
Especially against the Jets. Oh, yeah, I'm taking them.
Wolf going with nothing but road teams this week, as if to prove some sort of strange point. Jamal?
This is terrifying me.
Okay.
Because of what I just saw on Sunday. But I'm going to take...
Oh, you're going to do it.
The Jaguars.
Oh, you're not going to.
Absolutely. I'm absolutely not picking the Cardinals or the Buccaneers. I'm going to take the Jaguars over the Titans.
Okay.
Just, as long as Trevor Lawrence doesn't throw 15 interceptions.
Yeah, that would help. All right, I got to pick 2 of these. Okay. I don't trust this team at all. We said earlier when we put them in the top 5 in our power poll that I feel like they have a self-destruct button. They are at home. They're coming off a loss on Black Friday, so give me the Philadelphia Eagles. Oh. They hate each other, but they tend to hate each other to victory. So give me Philly. That's 1. And then, man, this other one's going to have to be some serious trash. I don't want to really pick. You know what? Give me the Miami Dolphins at home, a team I know I have not picked this season. But they are home against New Orleans. Miami this time of year, they just love playing the home games. And
they've looked better recently.
Yeah, even if it's just Achane running for 300 yards. Give me Miami.
Okay.
All right, Jamal, your final pick of the day.
Give me the Colts at home over the Texans.
Okay.
Man.
All right.
Really?
CJ Stroud probably back for that one.
Boy,
So Jamal picking against
That's
Ohio
gonna
State.
be really, really big right there. Can you imagine the Colts offense against the Texans defense?
Jonathan Taylor against maybe the best defense in the NFL.
Oh, my goodness. What a game that is.
Wolf, you are up, and you have either the Cardinals-Bucks game or the Bills-Steelers game to pick from.
Oh, yeah, I'm taking the Bills over the Steelers.
Okay. And, Rick, that means you get the Cardinals game.
Yeah. Oh, man.
You said you like picking games that are fun.
Yeah. I am going to go with the Bucks.
Wow,
I'm sorry.
just going with Teddy Bridgewater heading into Thanksgiving.
My brother, either still lives or lived across the street from the Bucs Stadium. So, yeah.
Okay.
That's an interesting reason to pick a game.
Yes.
I think the Cardinals get one this week. I think they can pull this off. I think they do. All right.
Tier
we
4, definitely.
Tier 4 in that one. Tough on the road, obviously, for Arizona, but I think they pull this off. All right. We'll run through the picks some other time because when we come back, we're going to talk to one of the Cardinals. Garrett Williams joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Way out west, there was this trophy. Trophy I want to tell you about. Trophy by the name of the Territorial Cup. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games. Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State. The duel in the desert. On Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst, it's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready, be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Cards fans, SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Bird Gang and here to help you experience all the action this season. SeatGeek makes it easy to find the perfect seats to the perfect game, so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations and momentum-shifting takeaways this season. Whether you're getting tickets to Cardinals games or to any other live event in Phoenix, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Arizona Cardinals. SeatGeek.
Hey, Bird Gang, some things aren't given, they're earned. Paul Calvisier and Ford has earned its spot at the top as the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. From the legendary F-150 to the larger-than-life Super Duty and the versatile Maverick, hurry and get behind the wheel of your Ford truck today, only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of the Arizona Cardinals. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like wanting a psychic that helps you, but getting one that just ruins surprises.
I see. Your friend's throwing you a surprise party.
Well, that's ruined.
I see. The end of your favorite show. Madison stays with Braden.
Can I get a refund?
I don't see that.
You wouldn't settle for just any psychic, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
From savings to convenience, discover all the advantages of using the Albertsons or Safeway For You app. Becoming a For You member is free, easy, and offers awesome perks. Receive personalized digital savings on your favorite items, earn points towards discounts on groceries and gas, easily access the weekly ad from anywhere, and more. Download and sign up today to get $5 off your next $25 purchase as a new member. Take advantage of all the benefits you get by downloading the Albertsons or Safeway For You app today.
Your home for everything Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Cards HQ with Wolf and Luke.
All right, Wolf, we got one more segment before we get out of here for Thanksgiving, and we are fortunate enough to get to spend it with Cardinals cornerback Garrett Williams, who joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Garrett, thanks for the time. How's it going?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Doing great, Garrett. Really appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. How's the body right now?
Oh, it's good. It's been good. It's been season, getting banged up, but I'm happy to be out here, happy to be out there with the guys, and happy to be playing this upcoming week, too, and just keep it rolling.
Garrett, we talked to you before last season, and you were talking about how, eager you were to make that jump in year 2, and you very clearly did. You had a monster year last year, and I know you haven't been on the field at quite as much as you'd like this year, but your play has looked just as good as last year, if not better. How do you feel you're just evolving in terms as an NFL player now in year 3?
I feel like there's definitely more steps I can take to keep being better. I feel like I haven't played my best ball this season. That's what I pride myself on, is just being the best player I can be for the team to help us get more wins, So I want to be out there every game, and also just when I'm out there, I want to just keep playing cleaner and cleaner, and I feel like each game I'm improving step by step. So it's a process, but I feel good about where I'm headed.
So, Garrett, when you look at the team collectively on the defensive side of the ball specifically, what have you guys done well, and where do you think you must get better collectively?
Yeah, I think what we've done really well, especially as recent as turnovers, taking the ball away and getting the ball back to the offense. And I feel like as we keep doing that, that's eventually it's going to turn into wins, and because that's an important part of the game. So I feel confident in that, and that helping us build. And just I feel like where we can always improve is just communication. I feel like as a defense, the only time that we usually start having bad drives is when we're not communicating as efficient as we can and have. So I feel like whenever we do that at a high level, everything is smooth. So we just got to keep harping on that.
Garrett, how involved are you in that communication right now? How much responsibility falls on your shoulders?
Yeah, I definitely. It kind of depends on where I'm at position-wise on the field, but definitely a big role in it. So that's my thing of making sure that I'm getting the calls echoed throughout the secondary, and even sometimes with the linebackers, just to make sure that we're all seeing it the same, and so that when the ball snaps, we can all just play fast.
Talking to Garrett Williams. Garrett, you mentioned the turnovers. The defense forced 4 last week. You had an interception there. Buddha had an interception. Akeem Davis-Gaither as well. Can you just kind of take us through what the dynamic is like in that secondary? I mean, with you and Buddha getting interceptions in that game, the secondary has really looked like a strength of this team this year.
Yeah, I feel like we just speak on it. We talk about in our meetings throughout the week going into games the importance of taking the ball away, the importance of getting the ball back to the offense, and the importance of winning our one-on-ones and taking advantage of the opportunities that we do get, because we missed a couple of those opportunities early in the season. So, we're just trying to capitalize on it, knowing that if we just do that, like I've been saying, it's gonna lead to more opportunities for the offense and just more wins.
Garrett, how much tape have you been able to watch on Baker Mayfield? And if you have been able to watch a large amount of it, what are your thoughts on Baker Mayfield?
That he's a gamer. He's a guy that's going to leave it all out there on the line, and he's somebody you can tell that the team rallies behind. So, we just got to be out there and stay true to our rules and just make sure that we're doing our part, and so that when he gives us the opportunity to take the ball away, that we're ready and that we do it. But he's definitely a playmaker and somebody that I respect and I like watching play.
Talking to Garrett Williams. Garrett, is it a challenge at all to prepare for a team when you don't necessarily know who's playing quarterback for them? I mean, obviously they want Baker, but he's banged up. It might be Teddy Bridgewater. How does that change your preparation throughout the week?
Yeah, for the most part, I go off of kind of like what we believe is going to happen. Like for me, I'm going into the game assuming that Baker's going to play. Now, obviously, I'm going to watch the Rams game to see what Teddy Bridgewater was doing when he was in, but he's been the starter for the whole year, and you kind of already know that he's one of those guys who's going to push through injuries and things like that. So you just assume a guy like him is going to play. So you want to make sure you're prepared because he is the heartbeat of their team.
So once again, as you go through your tape study on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, do they run it better than they throw it offensively?
I think it's a little bit of a mixture. They got playmakers on the outside end in the run game when it comes to guys like Bucky Irvin on the run game, and then like even guys like Ibuka on the receiver end and all the other guys in the room. So a little bit of a balanced attack, So we just got to be prepared on all facets to be able to just play our game and do what we got to do to get the win.
You talk about that passing game, too. I mean, Chris Godwin just got back. You mentioned Ibuka, who's a rookie, Tez Johnson, who's a rookie. Is it different at all preparing for a team when 2 of their top receivers are rookies, so you've never played against them at the NFL level, obviously? Yeah, but at the same time, I'm not a rookie, but I haven't played a bunch of guys in the league already anyway, so it's my first time playing a lot of guys when we go into games. So, I feel like I kind of just go into it with an open mind. I study what I study on them. I see what I see, but really the amount of times I play them doesn't usually take – I don't really put too much into that, because I always try to view each game as a whole different, kind of like experience and opportunity.
Garrett, these guys will tell you you're one of my favorite guys, one of my favorite players to watch. Seriously, I've been able to talk to you not only on the air but off the air as well. I know who you are. You're very, very genuine. and here you're sitting at 3-8 right now on the season. What are you talking about to the guys that are in that locker room? Because I know you are a leader. You're one of these guys that I do see possibly wearing the C at some point in time on his jersey. What are you talking to these guys about?
Just taking the next step, taking that next opportunity. We have another game this weekend that we're close. You can keep saying it, but we really are close. And it's just those few details. If we just continue to just harp on the little things, not only just in the game, but throughout the week as it leads into the game, eventually things are going to turn and go in our favor. And we just got to stay faithful in that and keep trusting the work that we are putting in, because that's what I respect about our team and just organization as a whole, is that we're all showing up to work each day with the same mindset of just trying to get better and trying to improve, even though things haven't necessarily gone how we wanted to go.
So that vibe in the locker room is still there?
Yeah. No, we're trying to get it. We're trying to win. We're trying to be our best version of ourselves and be the best team we can be, regardless of the things that at this point we can't control. We can't control our record of what's happened in the past couple of weeks. The only thing we can do is just put our best foot forward and go out and try to win a game on Sunday.
Yeah.
Well, Garrett, it's always great talking to you, man. Thank you so much. Have a great
You're
Thanksgiving.
A dog, buddy. Appreciate
you guys. Thank you, guys.
Yep, that's Garrett Williams joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. He is always great to talk to.
Dog.
He gives you insightful answers, and he's also one of the best players on the team. And he's only in year 3, and I don't think anybody would dispute that he's one of the very best players on the team. Wolf, it's officially a Wednesday that's basically a Friday.
Yes.
I think this is your favorite work day of the year, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no doubt. It is the Wednesday that is a Friday. It happens once a year where you can guarantee it, Basinonians. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there, and God bless Basinonians.
There are, and I'm not even joking, there are times in like early October, Wolf will bring up, hey, we're almost to Thanksgiving.
That's right.
Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody, on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Dillon Brooks, I feel like, is almost a main attraction of the Phoenix Suns right now. Not Devin Booker-like. I think because Jalen Green's not playing, because Grayson Allen's not playing.
He always gets a loud ovation when they do the introductions.
I think he has become very quickly a very popular player. Almost Kelly Oubre-like. I think Dillon Brooks brings some of the swag that Kelly Oubre brought with him, along with some of the work that Aaron Baines and Ricky Rubio. In some ways, he's like a mashup of all three in one guy because he's got a lot of swag.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards fans, SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Bird Gang and here to help you experience all the action this season. SeatGeek makes it easy to find the perfect seats to the perfect game, so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations and momentum-shifting takeaways this season. Whether you're getting tickets to Cardinals games or to any other live event in Phoenix, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Arizona Cardinals. SeatGeek.
Hey, Bird Gang, it's go time. Paul Calvisi here for your Arizona Ford dealers. Whether you're headed to a game or an epic desert weekend, Ford has the power, capability, and style to get you there your way. From the league-leading F-150 and playmaking Bronco family to the do-it-all Explorer and Expedition, Ford gives us the options to win on every drive. The road is yours, Bird Gang. Go out and own it in a Ford. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of your Arizona Cardinals.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random +1.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The Arizona Cardinals are back in action at State Farm Stadium Sunday against the Los Angeles Rams. Be part of the Red Sea for this exciting NFC West matchup.
Let's go, rush!
Secure your seats, protect the nest.
Fans on their feet. It is packed again here.
Tickets are available at azcardinals.com/tickets.
This place going crazy.
That's azcardinals.com/TIX.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvey's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are getting ready for Sunday's game at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and head coach Jonathan Gannon has already ruled out defensive lineman Walter Nolan III. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight for an NBA Cup game at the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off is at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU men's basketball is taking on USC right now in the Maui Invitational Championship game. I believe the score is 58-53 USC. You can listen to that game over on ESPN 620 AM. And speaking of the Sun Devils, Friday's Territorial Cup game will be a matchup of top 25 teams. Arizona was ranked 25th and ASU was ranked 20th in yesterday's edition of the College Football Playoff Rankings. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at Your Valley Chevy dealers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Up to the claw on this Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Very disappointed you're not pointing and flexing over there. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only Tim Ring, filling in for John Gambadoro today. I'm so used to the point.
Oh, is that what he does?
Oh, you come on, you haven't seen that?
I try not to watch.
Oh,
I try not to listen either.
Yeah,
no, I'm kidding. I'm a listener, not a watcher.
Thanks, Ring. I appreciate that. First of all, it took him, they installed these cameras, and it took him forever to learn that was his camera, not that one. So for the longest time, he was pointing and flexing at that one, and then he realized it was that one.
Well, so he's doing like a Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan deal with the camera?
Sure. Yeah,
well, we're happy Gambo got a jump on the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. And with that, Bernsey, may I be the first to wish you and Carissa and your beautiful family a happy Thanksgiving. Happy to be here today.
It's great to have you here. I always love working with you. I know it's an exciting time for you and Faye with Connor and the big playoff game coming up. It's Ring versus Wolfley.
It is. It's a
on
Ring
a
Wolfley
Friday
matchup.
night. How about that? Wolf's kid in Horizon. Your kid in Desert Mountain squaring off in the 5A playoffs, the semis tomorrow.
Yeah, the semi.
That's exciting.
Friday night at Horizon, winner to the state championship game, which is played at Mountain America Stadium. But it's almost house money for all these. I know they want to win the state championship,
Of course.
It's a successful season no matter what happens. I just bumped into Wolf here as we were crossing paths. Wished him good luck. Told him maybe I'll see him on Friday night. But yeah, listen, it's always a great football weekend, Thanksgiving weekend, college and pro football, and now I throw in some high school into the mix, and it's really great.
Good for you guys. You and Faye, just soak that stuff up, man. Enjoy it as much as you possibly can. Speaking of football weekend, our football weekend got off to a little bit of a rough start. It's our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Okay, injury update. Walt will not be out there today. He will not go this week. And then everybody else, you guys will get the report, kind of varying degrees, who's working back from some things, and just take it day by day.
I'll share with everybody based off of Tyler Drake and the other Cardinal reporters kind of giving their visual on who was doing stuff out there, who was not doing stuff out there. We haven't gotten the official injury report yet for the Cards game against the Bucks coming up on Sunday. But obviously, Timmy, the Walter Nolan one hurts just because you see this path that he's going down, and it's not his fault. It's not even his responsibility. But you see this path he's going down, and it's so familiar to the Darius Robinson path a year ago of first-round pick. He's not playing. When is he going to play? I was watching the press conference on social. I don't even think Jonathan Gannon was asked how long Nolan's going to be out, because he's not going to answer that question, right? He never really does answer that question specifically. You hope it's not like that with Walter, because you want some positive development for him and for them this year.
You know what? The difference between Nolan and Darius Robinson, Bernsey, is that when Nolan has actually been healthy and been on the field, he's been a difference maker.
Yes, he has.
He has made big-time plays. He's a guy that you look at and say, okay, that's a guy who can individually impact a football game. We haven't seen that out of Darius Robinson. So, yeah, they mirror each other a little bit in terms of a rookie season almost being lost to injury. But Darius Robinson's had a whole second year. He's been bothered a bit by injury this year. But he hasn't popped, I think, in the totality of his career in the way that Nolan has popped in a very small sample size.
And in some ways, that makes it even harder, doesn't it?
It makes it harder.
In some ways, it makes it even harder to stomach watching Walter Nolan not be able to play. And, and again, I know with Darius Robinson last year, it wasn't just the injury. It was obviously his family situation and his mom. And I don't want to minimize that or look past that. But I think it makes it even tougher to swallow. It's like, you're right. When Nolan's been out there, he's been a bad dude. I mean, he's been everything you thought he was going to be.
Totally disruptive. And at this point, when you're a 3-8 football team, you're looking for just little kernels, little nuggets of reasons to be excited, to have hope for next year, hope for the future. And that guy, in a very small sample size again, has looked like he's got the potential to not only be really good, but to be dominant.
You read my mind, because later we're going to have a conversation about Michael Wilson. You want, in a season that is this lost, that is this off the track, you're looking for just little things to, okay, boy, this season has sucked, but that guy was good. Oh, this season has been terrible, but that kind of worked a little bit, and maybe that's a building block. And when you have what few of those kernels, as you call them, kind of taken away from you, what's left? What Will Johnson coming back? Okay, he's played great. They've lost every single game they've played without him. He's like Walter Nolan, I think, in the sense that when he's played, he has looked like an absolute day one baller ready to go. But again, he's missed 5 games so far this year.
He's played in 6. He's missed 5. He was a difference maker again when he played. But now you're having an availability issue with Will Johnson right away, very young in his NFL career. A lot of the availability issues that plagued him at Michigan are kind of rearing their ugly head here in his rookie season. So, yeah, that's – again, you're looking for reasons to watch Cardinal football, stay engaged with Cardinal football, and you almost go back now to a 3-8 football team and you say, well, individually, what can we build on for next year? And those guys aren't available. We'll see if Johnson can play on Sunday.
Yeah, he was, according to our own Tyler Drake, he'll join us a little later on in the show, Cardinals that he did not see practicing were Josh Sweat, Baron Browning, Amari DiMercato, Will Hernandez, Rabbit Taylor Demerson, Kelvin Beachum, and Keitrell Clark. Trey Benson was practicing. He was kind of in the back of the line for individual drills. He wasn't fully ramped up yet. Marvin Harrison Jr. was back at practice. So, again, this will be one of those, when the injury report comes out, we'll get the limited full designation and kind of get a better idea of who was able to do what. But it was a good thing to see Marvin Harrison Jr. back out there. Good thing to see Will Johnson out there. Hopefully he can play this week because he is, as you say, a complete difference maker. Now, on the other side of the equation, according to a report from NFL.com, Teddy Bridgewater is going to get the vast majority of the QB1 reps this week over Baker Mayfield. Jonathan Gannon talked about having to plan for 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, he's one of the toughest players in the entire NFL. So, if he can play, I'm sure he'll play. But you got to have 2 plans ready. You know what I mean? You really do, because they are different players. Is their scheme going to change a lot? Probably not a ton. But you definitely have to be ready for Baker, and the plan would be a touch different if we're playing Teddy.
It would be his first start, Teddy Bridgewater, since 2022 was the last time he started an NFL.
I've seen him more on commercials than I've seen on the football field lately.
Seriously, his progressive commercial might be the best one of the bunch.
How great is it?
Well, the one where he's like the substitute best friend. Right,
Yeah.
Isn't that the one where he comes in and he
listens?
He listens. He puts both of his hands on his fist.
Or how about when, I think it's Tyler Huntley has to come in and give the kid the birds and the bees talk. Anyway, I digress.
No, those are really good. Those commercials were good last year. They got way better this year. They're really funny. Go ahead.
Well, whether it's Bridgewater or Mayfield, Bernsey, that pirate ship is taking on water there in Tampa. Now, we're not ones to talk here in Arizona in terms of, they're playing really, really poorly right now, but they've lost 3 in a row. They've lost 4 out of 5. The only team they've beaten in that stretch, the New Orleans Saints, so nothing impressive there. They've lost to the Pats, Bills, and Rams. No shame in that. But Baker Mayfield, even before the injury, this was a team that was struggling here in the second half of the season, midway through the season, into the second half of the season. So I'm not saying, hey, the Cardinals have a great opportunity to win, but this is not the Buccaneer team we saw through 8 games of the season when Mayfield was an MVP candidate.
Yeah, no, it's I look at what's left on the Cardinals schedule. What is there, 6 games left now at this point? And you're looking for pockets of, hey, here's a winnable moment, there's a winnable moment, and there's some that you just automatically rule out in the first Rams game and maybe even the second Rams game, depending on what they have left to play for. I feel like this game, especially if it's going to be Bridgewater at quarterback, call me crazy, I feel like it's a very winnable game for them. Like it's a game where they could at least hop on that plane and have a reason to feel good about themselves on their way home, something they haven't been able to do in, 8 of the last 9 weeks that they've played football. I know it's more complicated than that, and it being the Cardinals, it's never that easy. But because they're taking on water and because they don't have their starting quarterback and because their defense is really, really struggled the last few weeks, they're giving up like 35 points per game over the last few that they've played. I feel like this is a road game the Cardinals could potentially steal if they get a certain number of key guys back, Will Johnson and Marvin Harrison Jr. being among them.
And the Buccaneers are not only without their starting quarterback, they're Bucky. Their starting running back, Bucky Irving. They're Bucky. They're Bucky and their Mike are out. No, they're Bucky Irving. They're Mike Evans. Obviously, wide receiver number 1. He's been on IR with a collarbone since week 7. So that's part of the reason why they're struggling. It's the defensive side of the football. There's no question about it. Todd Bowles' team's always finished strong, though, 5-1 and 6-1 in the last 2 years, respectively. So you know what they're thinking. Yeah. Okay, the Cardinals are coming to town.
Course.
This is a get right game. They're still in first place in the division, so all is not lost in terms of making the playoffs.
Yeah.
They don't play a team with a winning record the rest of the season. So you know what the thought process is in Tampa. Like, okay, the Cardinals are coming to town. We don't care who's playing quarterback. We got to go out there and win a football game, and we will do exactly that.
The Phoenix Suns have exceeded expectations so far this season, and quite honestly, they've created new expectations. So is the expectation now that they beat the Kings tonight? That's next. Burns and Gambo, Tim Ring filling in.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Back here to tell you about Liberty GMC there in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. All right, well, you waited this long. Black Friday is going to be upon us in just a couple of days, which means it is the perfect time to get to Liberty GMC and take advantage of all the fantastic deals on the trucks and SUVs they have there right now. $12,250 off an all-new 2026 Sierra 1500, $7,250 off the Sierra Heavy Duty, best trucks out on the market. If SUVs are your thing, the popular 2026 Yukon and the Yukon XL models, they're arriving daily at Liberty GMC. They've also got Terrains. 2026, you can lease one for $279 a month. You can buy one with $4,250 off. Deal after deal on the best trucks and SUVs in the market at Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because Comfort Specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR, that's 602-2, then our EP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457. Arizona sports fans, your serve this holiday season. Give the gift that keeps everyone playing. Right now, Just Pickle Courts is offering a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up before year end. From cozy backyard retreats to resort quality builds, they handle it all. Designed to being done. Make memories last a lifetime. JustPickleCourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice Boneless New York Strip Roast is only $7.99 a pound with your card and digital coupon. Limit 2. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions, the Basin's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transform my backyard into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks amazing, feels great, and even our dog loves it. Clean, cool, and built to last. Legacy Green Solutions is simply the best. Family-owned, rooted in the Valley for over 25 years, and voted Best of the Valley. Text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% today.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Hey, it's Luke. What's it going to take for ASU to beat U of A in the biggest Territorial Cup since 2014? We'll be talking Sun Devils Wildcats tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
What's so funny?
Lauren and I are. Go ahead. You know what? Go ahead and play it for Tim
Hey,
again.
it's Luke. What's it going to take for ASU to beat U of A in the biggest Territorial Cup since 2014? We'll be talking Sun Devils Wildcats tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
What's tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, it's Thanksgiving.
Yeah. That's why Lauren and I are giving the,
How do you know they're not working? Maybe they're more dedicated than you and DeGambo.
You know what? My apologies, Luke, if you're listening. You're clearly a better, more dedicated talk show host than I am. Because straight up 2 o'clock tomorrow is going to be straight up shoving turkey in my mouth, man. There ain't going to be any yelling or screaming at 2 o'clock. I'll tell you right that. I'll be with family doing the thing. Shout out to our audience in Maryvale joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Thank you, Maryvale. We appreciate you, and we appreciate you listening on this Thanksgiving Eve day. Tim Ring is filling in for Gambo. We always have a blast when he's here. I was thinking about this when I was getting some thoughts together for the show, and I can't. You're wearing the Sun sweatshirt. YouTube has noticed that your nice sweatshirt. They love this. They love the look. That's like an old school one right
This is a
there.
good one. I like
it.
this
Yeah.
one, yeah.
So here's where expectations, I think, can sometimes be the death of sports to a certain point. Okay, and there's a long-winded way of explaining this. At the beginning of the season, we had no expectations for the Suns. Like we thought they were not going to be very good. Have we already morphed to the point where they're off to such a good start that we now expect them to beat the Sacramento Kings?
We're down that road.
I mean, are we there? Do we look?
But roadblocks loom.
Do we look at the Sacramento Kings? Like a month ago when they opened the season against the Sacramento Kings, we had no idea what to expect from either team. But now because the Suns are off to a good start, it feels like we've just accepted the fact that they're better than Sacramento, that they're better than some of these bottom-feeding Western Conference teams, and that we go into tonight's game expecting that they should beat the Sacramento Kings, as opposed, because they're in the middle of this brutal stretch where they got destroyed by Houston. They've got OKC and Denver coming up. They're probably going to get beat pretty thoroughly, and they could at least get beat pretty. Tonight's the one night we look at it and go, wow, they should beat Sacramento. Are we already there with the Phoenix Suns where we're burdening them with those expectations?
I think Jalen Green's injury aside, just forget that for a second. I think if the Suns were at full strength and you had a Grayson Allen, I mean, we'll get into this later. Grayson Allen he's not just playing well. He's playing at before the injury, obviously.
Yeah.
Playing at a ridiculously high level. Ridiculously high level. But without him, without Ryan Dunn, the way they kind of looked the other night against the Rockets, the fact the Kings have won 2 games in a row and then beaten no slouches in the Nuggets and the T-Wolves, do I expect victory tonight? This game in a vacuum, maybe not, right? Mm-hmm. I think they can win. Mm-hmm. I want them to win.
Yeah. No, yeah.
But had they gone in there with full guns ablazing, even without Jalen Green, I would say expectations were that they were going to get a W tonight. I don't know if their current state, they have enough to go on the road tonight. I'm not going to be disappointed. What concerns me about not winning tonight, and I'll take this in a little direction, go back to the other one.
Go for it. Yeah. No, fine.
Is that you got 3 games in 4 nights again. You just went through this. Okay, you got OKC Friday. Suns haven't beaten the Thunder since April of 23. Okay, defending champs. Nuggets coming here on Saturday. Then you got 3 in a row on the road at the Lakers, at the Rockets, at the Wolves. And then you come back, you got 2 against the Warriors. You got the Lakers again. I mean, what is this record going to look like on Christmas morning when we all wake up and open our presents and check the NBA standings? That's my bigger concern right now for the Suns. The stretch they're about to embark on, and Grayson Allen may not be coming back anytime soon. And we know Jalen Green's not coming back anytime soon. So I look at this Kings game tonight as boy,
you better win.
I hate to say it, but after tonight, there's 8 really tough games. You better win this game.
And that's kind of what got me thinking about that, is because I think a month ago, we never would have said that about the Phoenix Suns, because their success, I don't want to say it's spoiled us already, but I do think it's moved the first down marker a little bit now, right? I think their early success that they've had, if there's one thing it feels like it's taught us, is that there's a level of Western Conference teams, and the Suns are not as bad as those teams. The Suns aren't the Pelicans. The Suns aren't the Mavs. The Suns aren't the Clippers so far in the start that they're off to. The Suns are clearly a much better basketball team than any of those. And with that comes the expectation that, and what you just said, with the schedule being what it is, comes the expectation of like if they don't win tonight, people are gonna be like, well, wait a minute. I thought we graduated past this level. I thought like a video game, I thought we got through this level, that we already established that we were better than the Sacramento Kings. But I think you're right. If the Kings are not to be trifled with, they've got two quality wins in their last time out, right? This is an NBA Cup game, which I don't know how. I don't know how you feel about it.
Gambo asked me about it on Friday.
Okay.
I'd be happy to reiterate.
Please reiterate. Actually, reiterate. I'm curious.
I am not as anti-NBA Cup as many. Certainly not as anti-NBA Cup as Gambo. I will say, and this is just my personal take, as the years have gone by, I've become less and less interested and engaged. Now, maybe that's because the Suns have not been as good as we thought they were going to be during the NBA Cup era. I do appreciate what Adam Silver and the league, what they were trying to accomplish and do. Like, look, we're playing these games anyway.
Yeah.
Let's try to give a little extra juice.
Yeah.
Something extra for people like Burns and Gambo to talk about on an afternoon drive radio show, as opposed to just another run-of-the-mill.
I appreciate the commissioner thinking specifically of us when creating this.
It was in the
God
press release.
bless you, Adam. Yeah.
I want Burns and Gambo to have something to talk about.
Gambo's got incredible power in the NBA that he can get mentioned in a press release.
You know what I mean? It's like what's the harm in trying to give a little extra meaning to some mundane regular season games? And if you don't like it as a fan and you don't care about it,
don't worry about it.
And you still have the games. The games are still being played, whether the court is the same or not.
Disengage with that element of it, of which Gambo has disengaged. And that's fine. I totally understand where Gambo's coming from this one. For me, I actually find that I'm looking forward a little bit to tonight because it's an NBA Cup. Because again, going back to those expectations that we had of the Phoenix Suns before the season started, 2 years ago, I didn't give a rip about the NBA Cup. That was a team with Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, and Bradley Beal that was expected to contend for a championship. What do I care if they win an NBA Cup? Last year, same thing. What do I care if they win an NBA Cup? This year, this Suns team is not winning an NBA championship. That goal is just not attainable to them this season in the NBA. Winning an NBA Cup, or at least competing in an NBA Cup, gives them something very short-term, very real, very now, that they might actually be qualified to compete for and make a little run at. Why wouldn't I want to see them try to do well in that regard, right? Like it's in a season where our expectations aren't that high anyway, you're clearly better than any of us thought you were going to be. Go see how far you can get in this NBA Cup. Why not? It's there.
It's a little extra juice for these games if you choose to welcome said juice. Like, I look at it this way. If they're playing for the NBA Cup championship, and I don't know what day of the week that game will be on, let's just say for discussion purposes, they're playing the Milwaukee Bucks on a Friday night for the NBA Cup championship in Las Vegas. In when would it be? December?
December is like a couple weeks from now.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, a couple weeks from now.
Yeah. Like December, whatever that first. Wouldn't you care a little more about it than if they were just playing the Bucks in Milwaukee on a Friday night in December?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you care? Right.
I would.
And I think that's the goal. Like, we're just trying to give you something a little extra here.
Yep.
Something to talk about when the rest of the country's focused on college football and the National Football League, the NHL, if that's your bag. But it just gives something a little extra.
Agree.
For fans to talk about and think about and pull for your team if they are, in fact, in the mix.
And
That's
I think
the way I look at it.
Since the Suns are 2-0 in Cup play so far, it's not the main reason to watch tonight's game. It'll never be the main reason, but it's a reason. You know, if they're 3-0 and have a chance at actually getting into this, 8-team, that's cool. For a team that really, frankly, isn't going to be competing for much of anything else this year.
It's not like they're stopping the season down and having an in-season tournament. The games are being played anyway.
If the Suns don't qualify for the NBA Cup, they're going to have 2 games added to their schedule to play while everybody else is off doing the Cup thing anyway. It's like somewhere in the midst of that schedule that you just rattled off, they've only got 80 games on the schedule right now. 2 games are going to be added to make up for the fact that they're not in the NBA Cup. So there's something.
And if you don't care, Don't care.
Worry about it. Don't care about it.
Don't care about it.
Yeah, you and I we're simpatico.
We're
is what we are.
We're
Yeah, we're in lockstep.
sympathetic.
When we come back,
trifle and a sympathetic in the same segment.
Hey, you know what? It's the high end of the vocabulary.
Take it easy, Mark Jones.
Ringer is filling in for Gambo. The Phoenix Suns, speaking of expectations, they're clearly outperforming those expectations. The rest of the West is not. We'll explain next on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Kenny Dillingham, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
I want our guys to play with an elite level of passion. And to me, passion is not emotion. An emotion is an emotional response to something that's negative. A passion means you have a purpose behind why you're doing that emotion. There is a purpose behind the emotion, and you are controlled in that passion. Like, it's a controlled passion. I want everybody in that stadium to feel our guys play as hard as they can with an elite level of passion for 60 minutes.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Dr. Jay Schwartz from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. It's where I went for my LASIK procedure about 15 years ago. I'm so glad that I did. Here I am 15 years later, 58 years old, no glasses, no contacts. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. You can have that too. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures, including mine. And my good buddy Vince Marotta had his LASIK surgery done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz is a team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and he has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Call right now for a free thorough eye exam if you're interested in a vision correction procedure. I highly recommend LASIK surgery. You can call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com. And don't forget to ask about 2 years of interest-free financing.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Football fans, get ready. On December 14th, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly comes to Talking Stick Resort for a live Q&A that you won't want to miss. Hear inspiring stories of leadership, perseverance, and unforgettable moments from one of the game's greats, all in an electric atmosphere. This is your chance to see a true football legend up close and personal. Don't miss Jim Kelly on December 14th. Visit TalkingStickResort.com for more details. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is rolling out Black Friday deals all month long? General Manager John Nissen and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model on the lot. So stop in and take advantage of 0% APR financing for up to 75 months, plus up to $3,000 Ford bonus cash, plus make no payments until Valentine's Day on our most popular models, including 2025 F-150, Lightning, Super Duty, Mach-E, Escape, Explorer, the list goes on. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you will be treated like family, and that ain't no bull. Stop in and see them in person. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or online anytime at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. APR is $1333 per month per 1,000 finance for the first 75 months. Interest accrues from date of purchase. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 12/125.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters, and Turf Monsters builds great pickleball courts, and you've got a great incentive going on now, Mike.
We are offering 15% off through Thanksgiving on all full court pickleball installations, and we customize to your space. You heard that right, 15% off, but you must act now. We want your business. Customer service is our number one priority.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's game at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and head coach Jonathan Gannon has already ruled out defensive lineman Walter Nolan III. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight for an NBA Cup game at the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off is at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU men's basketball is taking on USC right now in the Maui Invitational Championship game. It is not looking good for the Sun Devils right now. They trail by 10 with about 3 minutes left in that one. You can listen to the rest of it over on ESPN 620 AM. And speaking of the Sun Devils, Friday's Territorial Cup football game will be a matchup of top 25 teams. Arizona was ranked 25th and ASU was ranked 20th in yesterday's edition of the College Football Playoff Rankings. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here on behalf of Vinny, Jarrett, and Sammy. Like to wish you and your family a great Thanksgiving. Join us Monday morning. We will be well fed and armed with opinions. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well fed and armed with opinions. I love it. That's fantastic. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there. Hope you're all traveling safe, whether you're on your way to the airport, you're on your way to wherever. My wife and kids right now are on the way up to Flagstaff. I'll be joining them as soon as the show is done. I know you've got big plans tomorrow before Faye has to go into work. And then
yeah, she always works on Thanksgiving, so we do a little Thanksgiving lunch, and then it's pretty much football in Couch City. I know you make it up to Flagstaff every Thanksgiving, so you're going to be making that. How bad is the traffic on the 17th?
Actually, the last few years, it's been not that bad at all. Like by the time I hit it, it's all gone. It's probably bad now, but by the time I get there, hit the 17 at like 6:15 or 6:30, it's not that bad.
What's the first cocktail you have at 8:32 when you arrive there? Get settled and say hello to everybody.
Gray Whale Gin, Fever Tree Tonic, and a squeeze of lime.
Look at you.
It's
well played.
It'll be. I don't know if it'll be waiting for me, but the ingredients will be out.
It'll be waiting for you what, with your slippers and your robe?
My pipe and my velvet robe. Honey.
Where's my cocktail?
I'll be like Jack Nicholson in The Shining. Honey, I'm home. You come in and put the robe on
Excuse me, is that the right amount of ice? I don't think so.
Honey, I said that much gray whale, not that much gray whale. Come on. So that will be when I get up there about 8:30. That's what we've got going on. And then, honestly, probably listen to the Suns game on my way up there and see how they do against the Sacramento Kings. And this is
it's a late start tonight. Actually.
8
You'll
o'clock.
Probably be able to catch most of the game.
You get up there in time. Yeah, I would think so. So they did this thing on the Ringer, and probably because the Ringer was filling in for Gambo today, I spent a lot of time on the Ringer.com today. I got a couple things to talk about that I saw on the Ringer today. They called it, Tim. They called it the Thanksgiving Index, and basically their idea was let's give it up to teams and fan bases that have something to be thankful for so far this NBA season. And it was, in typical Ringer fashion, it was this really easy to look at like chart that showed each team relative to their preseason expectations, relative to their preseason over-unders, right? And how far they're overachieving from what the over-unders said about them in the preseason. The only other team that is pacing better than the Phoenix Suns above their over-under are the Detroit Pistons. That's it. Suns are number 2 in terms of exceeding their expectations and being on a pace better than what Vegas said they were going to be. What grabbed me about this one, though, and this is kind of what I was talking about earlier, You look at the underachieving teams, and this really helps the Phoenix Suns. Memphis really underachieving. The Kings really underachieving. Dallas really underachieving. The Pelicans really underachieving. And the LA Clippers really, really, really
at
underachieving.
the bottom of this chart.
And that is where expectations for the Phoenix Suns have kind of changed a little bit, where it's like, hey, damn, this might be a playoff team. If for no other reason, look at everybody else in this conference and where they're at relative to what we thought they were going to be at the beginning of the season, right? Like that feeds this almost as much as the Suns play themselves.
I mean, if the Suns can kind of make a living beating the bottom half of the conference, competing, maybe stealing a game or two against the upper echelon, yeah, they could end up with a 40-plus win season. We talk about the play-in. That will probably put them in the play-in. We understand that. But they'll be battling for that 6th seed on those play-in spots up until April.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Pelicans are brutal. Okay, the Mavericks might figure it out eventually. The Jazz will not figure it out. We don't know about the Kings playing better as of late. The Clippers, who knows if they'll ever figure it out. The Grizzlies, the Blazers. I mean, even the Warriors are kind of hanging around 500. I guess we'll get a couple shots at them coming up in the next month or so. But yeah, I mean, you're right. And think about the Suns team when they're at full strength. That Jalen Green, Devin Booker game, I know it's only one game.
It was fun.
But they looked really from
good.
A chemistry standpoint and a togetherness standpoint and the way that they played together. Here's the way I look at it. On one hand, you're like, well, Tim, it's one game. You know, calm down, pump the brakes. On the other hand, if they looked that comfortable together in their very first game, what does that tell you about the possibilities and the potential going forward? So I understand both sides of it. Yeah, just one game. But already after just one game, they kind of had it working together.
Yeah, and so after 5 games, now the hope is that the injuries they're currently suffering now, and you mentioned this a second ago. I mean, Jalen Green, we're still weeks away. Grayson Allen, we're going to have Kellen on the show coming up in about 20 minutes on social media. He reminded everybody that Cam Johnson with a bruised quad missed a whole bunch of time a few years ago, way longer than anybody thought. I think when the injury happened to Grayson, and just honestly, based off of Jordan Knott's own words, made it sound like, yeah, it wasn't that big of a deal. It was okay. He's out. He continues to be out. There doesn't appear to be any end in sight in terms of when he's going to be available for the Suns. I think certainly his presence will help Devin Booker, and his presence will kind of balance things out a little bit in terms of surviving this stretch. But if that's why I think tonight's game, I'm not going to go off the deep end and say it's important. It's the end of November. There's still 65 games to go. But I do think it's somewhat important to maintain this idea that there is this tier of Western Conference teams, and we're above that. Like, we're better than that group. Like, and if we're going to really get where we want to go, and we know we're going to take some losses against the Thunders of the world and the Nuggets of the world and the Lakers and the Rockets, et cetera, we have to beat teams like the Kings in order to keep ourselves in that play-in conversation. Because if you start losing those games, that's when you start to slip out of that conversation. Make sense?
Yes, and Jordan Knott gets a lot of credit for what he's done with this team. They're 8-2 in their last 10. They had 18-point leads or more in 8 consecutive games.
That was insane.
Now, they didn't start kind of tracking those play-by-plays until 1997, I think. No Suns team in history has ever had 18-point leads or more in 8 straight games. So that speaks to not only the Suns winning these games, but it speaks to them, in a way, dominating. They actually lost one of those games because they blew a 22-point lead to the Atlanta Hawks.
But that's the other thing that I think raised our expectation level for this basketball team a little bit, is that not only were they taking care of business against these bad teams in the West, they were destroying these bad teams in the West. I mean, everything about their actions during that run, most of it without Jalen Green, was like, hey, guys, this team is not only better than the bottom of the West, they're way better than the bottom of the West. They're in a different tier, in a different class, which, again, is kind of what makes tonight so interesting to see. Are they still there? You know, are they still in that space of we're definitely better than these 6 teams in the West for sure? Because they were destroying those teams in that game.
And I think if you don't win this game tonight, it's not an indication that that was false hope. I think it's an indication that the Suns were not at full strength and the Kings are playing a little better as of late. But we talked about it earlier. With the stretch ahead of them after this Kings game, See, that's the hope. The hope is right. Okay, the way the Suns were playing against these lesser lights in the Western Conference, they were not only winning, they were for lack of a better word, dominating them. So now it's like, okay, let's see how you compete against the upper echelon. A, can you compete? And B, can you find a way to win some of these games? We got a taste of that against the Wolves last Friday night when they had the improbable comeback. That was great. Now, after the Kings game, you go to Oklahoma City. You've got the Nuggets. You've got the Lakers on the road. 3 in a row on the road. At the Lakers, at the Rockets, at the Wolves. And here's the thing. In this 8-game stretch post-Kings, they're going to be, quote-unquote, underdogs in every game.
Yep.
So in that 8-game stretch, if they go 3-5, that's not great. But I'll tell you what, there's going to be 3 really impressive wins.
I would throw a party for 3-5 against that schedule. Oh my God!
Right, and if you go 2-6, again, not great. But that means they found a way to win 2 of these games. Like they won a game against the Nuggets, they won a game in LA, or they won a game in Houston. So even if you go 2-6 in that stretch, not great for the record. But there are going to be 2 wins where you're like, damn, the Suns won that game. Okay.
The Territorial Cup is coming up on Friday, and whether you're rolling with the Sun Devils or backing the Wildcats, we want you in the stands. Get ready for one of the oldest rivalries in college football as ASU takes on Arizona. Here is your shot to be there. Text the word Sparky to 620-620 for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Again, that's Sparky to 620-620. Speaking of the Territorial Cup, it's now between 2 ranked teams. You probably won't believe how infrequently that has happened over the years. That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Inbounds pass goes from Livers to Bouye down to the final 3 seconds. He'll dribble it out, and that'll do it here tonight. Suns fall to the Rockets. Final score 114-92. Their 3-game win streak comes to an end, and their losing streak increases to 5 in the series with the Houston Rockets.
More reaction to this Suns loss coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefy.com/careers. That's yrefy.com/careers.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo show, let's loop Lauren into the conversation. She's got our Twitter poll, social media question of the day. Tim Ring's filling in for Gambo today. This one's open-ended. Came from the mind of Mitch Vareldis. We're actually going to do a whole topic about this later in the show. So we don't need to go too in-depth here, but we can at least have a little appetizer of a conversation about it and then get into the full meal later. What's the question? What we got?
Thanksgiving jokes there, Burnsy?
Of course. Oh, yeah. I mean, Tim's asking me about what cocktail I'm going to have waiting for me when I get up to Flagstaff. You better believe my mind's on that food tomorrow, too. Yeah, absolutely.
Fair enough. All right. Poll question today. Who or what in Arizona sports in 2025 are you most thankful for?
Ooh.
Arizona sports 2025.
Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, I got to tell you, the way this is trending, I gotta go Suns too, because you can be really thankful for the job that Kenny Dillingham and Graham Rossini have done over at Arizona State.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm gonna go Devin Booker. I am still all in on Devin Booker. And I am very thankful he is a member of the Phoenix Suns.
I think Jordan Ott would have been another good choice.
Sure, that's a good one.
I think that, and I know this one isn't going to be popular, but given what he did with the team that he had left, Torey Lovullo would be on my list for keeping that team relevant and in the conversation way past the point they had any right to be. I know some of that had to do with the Mets as well, but he'd be somebody that I'd put on the list. So, yeah, we'll talk more about this in a little bit. But what do we got? So it's just a fill in the blank, right? We're not, okay.
It's just.
Any answers coming in?
Oh, yes. Colin Gillespie is a favorite right now.
Okay.
In this one.
I like it.
U of A basketball is a favorite in this one.
Is Gambo chiming in on the Twitter poll?
Yes. You know how we joke that Gambo's got a burner? He just doesn't know it. I'm sure one of these accounts is his
Gambo's burner. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And then also a lot of love for Kenny Dillingham and what he's done with ASU football.
Yeah. I mean, all the injuries they've had, navigating a post-Cam Scadaboo, Jordan Tyson, Sam Levitt, all the injuries, to have them. There are 30 teams in college football who go into this rivalry weekend with a shot at making the playoffs, with a shot at winning. Their ASU remarkably is one of them. Now the path is narrow, but they are one of the 30 teams that has a shot to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, I'll give you the scenarios coming up in a little bit if anybody wants them, how the Sun Devils could end up in the Big 12 championship game. By the way, speaking of Colin Gillespie, I found this note fascinating. You talk about a great start off the bench. Gillespie's the second player in the history of the league to go for 150 or more points, 60 or more rebounds, 75 or more assists in the first 15 games of a season off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
So historic production to start a season off the bench in terms of the history of the league. When you look at what he's done to fill the stat sheet with points, rebounds, and assists.
I would say
that's incredible.
Pretty good reason to have him on the list. Yeah, it's something that you're thankful for. Appreciate your responses to that on the Burns and Gambo X page. At Burns and Gambo, one word is where it's at. So it's ASU U of A. It's coming up Friday night, 7 p.m. kick time at Mountain America Stadium. It is, and this from Shane Dale, as retweeted by Cameron Cox, the third ranked versus ranked Territorial Cup matchup in the last 40 years. This is a comet that does not come around very often.
Made possible when U of A just popped up there on line 25 last night. I'm like, oh, okay. I think the college football playoff is trying to boost the ratings for ASU U of A on Friday.
Maybe. I mean, it's. Hey, they've got a nice resume.
And then ASU jumps up 5 spots. But anyway, yes. As for the Territorial Cup, Shane Dale wrote a book on the Cup. I'm going to trust his
knowledge on this one.
His historical accuracy.
Okay, I didn't know he wrote a book on the Cup. If he wrote a book on the Cup, I'm going to trust him on this one. Just the third ranked versus ranked Territorial Cup match that we've ever had. Kenny Dillingham was a guest this morning on the Bickley and Murata show, and of course there was a lot of talk about this and what he and ASU are up against in U of A. Here's what he said.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that, I've said it before, but Stooks and Genesis and Noah, they were all on that team that won 10 games. And there's about 7 other guys that all had meaningful minutes on that team that won 10 games. So this is a team that, dating back 2 years prior, is a really high-level football team in our league. And they're playing as good as anybody in our league. And they've had an unbelievable season. We've had an unbelievable season, in my opinion. Both teams have had great seasons. And the seasons are over, and how I see it. And this is a one-game separate season, but shouldn't take away from what both teams have accomplished up to this point.
It's going to be a super charged up atmosphere. Cam Scadaboo is going to be an honorary captain for tomorrow's game. It's probably Jordan Tyson.
Friday's game.
I'm sorry, did I say tomorrow? My apologies.
You're already in Flagstaff. Mentally, I'm already there.
I can hear the ice starting to melt right now from the gin being poured over the cube. Focus, Burns. Focus on Friday's game. It's probably Jordan Tyson's last game in Tempe. It might be Jordan Tyson's last game as a Sun Devil, depending on what he decides to do with the bowl game. There's a whole bunch of players on this year's ASU team that are not going to be back next year. They kind of loaded up and brought everybody back. And this, so I feel, in some ways, like this Territorial Cup game coming up on Friday, depending on what Sam Levitt decides to do, could be a little bit of a turning of the page for Kenny in the program, right? To kind of see what's next and who's next and what the next version of ASU football looks like, because this almost feels like this could be the end of this particular chapter for ASU football.
Yes, great way to put it. Not the end of an era, but the end of a chapter. I think that's fair. And I think if you're Kenny Dillingham, you always have an eye on the future in terms of who's next and who's coming in, recruiting, portal, that kind of thing. But you still have a bunch of seniors here, and you owe it to them, and you want and hope for them that they go out on the highest note possible. This is an ASU team. I mean, to suffer the injuries to Sam Levitt, Jordan Tyson's been dealing with injuries all year. For them to have a chance to win 9 regular season games, which means you will have an opportunity to win 10. Only 2 other coaches in the history of the program have had back-to-back 10-win seasons. It's Cush, obviously, and Todd Graham did it once. So you're talking about Kenny Dillingham doing something that hasn't been done a whole lot in the history of the program. So there's that. And then we mentioned, until the dust settles, you still have a shot to play for a Big 12 championship and a college football playoff. Do you want the scenarios? Can I lay them?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I lay them on? We got time?
Got 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. ASU is in with these are all with a win. A Texas Tech loss and a Utah loss and a BYU win. A BYU loss and a Utah loss, or a Texas Tech loss and a BYU loss and a Utah win. I know everybody has trouble comprehending that when I rattle it off, but it's not crazy. Texas Tech losing would be crazy.
Yeah.
But for everything else to happen, like
BYU losing to UCF wouldn't be crazy. That feels like that'd be kind of crazy.
But there's one scenario
where BYU could win.
And
it's Texas Tech that's losing. Okay, all right.
So
you know what?
It's not like a million things have to happen. It's just the linchpin is the Texas Tech.
We're going to swing around and talk about this again at 3:45. Let's dive a little deeper into because the playoff standings were released yesterday. Let's swing back into this a little bit because I want to talk about some of these scenarios and just how crazy they are. Because you've got a spark in your eye over there.
Well, I can
see it in your face.
It's likely not going to happen, but I guess it's not like 7 things need to happen.
Right.
On the final week of the regular season.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, we'll talk Suns basketball with our Suns guru and co-host of Arizona Sports Tonight, Kellen Olson. He'll join us next here on Arizona Sports. Tim Ring filling in for Gambo on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Hayes Davis feeds Oso. He'll throw it down in the lane right on top of Jay Huff. Welcome to Oso's poster, Mr. Huff.
Suns at the Kings. Pre-game at 7, 8 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
It's Black Friday all month long at Freeway Chevrolet. And right now, you can save big with up to $1,000 bonus cash on all new inventory. Visit us online now to get your Black Friday certificate. Then hurry in for some of the best deals of the year. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Must be used at time of purchase. May be combined with other offers. Not valid on prior purchases. Limit one-time use per customer. Valid only at Freeway Chevrolet. Offer expires November 30th, 2025.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my great friends at Waltz TV and Appliance, where Black Friday and Cyber Monday evolve on a daily basis. Make sure you get their latest incredible smoking hot deals by texting Waltz to 620-620. You will get a link to Bickley's Black Friday deals that you can check and refresh daily. Again, save big by texting Waltz, WALTS, to 620-620. And remember, shop local, shop Waltz.
Message and data rates may apply.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's game at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and head coach Jonathan Gannon has already ruled out defensive lineman Walter Nolan III. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight for an NBA Cup game at the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off is at 8, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU men's basketball fell 88-75 to USC in the Maui Invitational Championship game earlier today. The Sun Devils are off until December 6th when they take on Oklahoma at the Mortgage Matchup Center. And speaking of the Sun Devils, Friday's Territorial Cup football game will be a matchup of top 25 teams. Arizona was ranked 25th and ASU was ranked 20th in yesterday's edition of the College Football Playoff Rankings. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at Your Valley Chevy dealers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Suns insider Kellen Olson joins Burns and Gambo to talk Phoenix Suns basketball.
We'll start with questions. Remember to state your name and affiliate, please. Up next. Back here, Kellen. Great. Sorry, Kellen.
My fault, everyone.
Courtside with Kellen. Brought to you by Southwest Gas. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality.
Our weekly visit with our Suns guru from ArizonaSports.com and co-host of Arizona Sports at Night, Kellen Olson. I immediately, almost instinctually, looked up to the monitor to see what Kellen was wearing. Just curious if he had a U of A something on for the Territorial Cup. No, not yet. Too early, Kel?
No, I appeal to Gambo. That's the job of everyone. The job everyone has on this show. Whenever you're on this show, Ring knows this, you know this, Lord knows
kiss
this,
the ring,
Jesse knows this, Mitch knows this, Jamal knows this, everyone knows this. You have to appeal to Gambo in some way. We have this nice U of A bond, so whenever he's there, I'll wear the U of A hoodie. Now I don't have to appeal to Gambo. Not on my list of concerns for me, you, Ring, Lauren, we're all good.
I don't have a ring for you to kiss. There's not something you need to do. There's no sacrifice you need to make at my altar here, Kellen. I'm a little disappointed.
You just love me so much naturally, Burnsy, that I don't need to appeal or anything. Your love for me is so pure.
Fine.
I just know you got me no matter what.
Thought maybe you'd have an
Put
Arizona.
your DePaul sweatshirt on, Kellen,
right.
next time I'm here.
Kiss the DePaul ring over here. No, not doing it. All right.
Not even like a good logo either. At least we have a great logo.
That's fair. All right, Kellen's joining us via the video where tonight they're taking on the Sacramento Kings in a game where once again you had a tweet that actually disturbed me a little bit, Kellen, and I hate admitting that you got to my psyche like that, but you reminded everybody how long Cam Johnson was out with his bruised quad a couple of years ago when he suffered one of these, and it's making me a little nervous that, and Gambo was kind of hinting at this a little bit yesterday before he took off for the Thanksgiving break. Like, it doesn't feel like we should be expecting Grayson Allen to be walking through that door anytime soon, and I really didn't think this one was going to be that big of a deal. It's got me a little worried. What are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, we just live in a world now where with injury updates, we're either going to get clarity on timelines or not clarity on timelines. And right now with the Suns, in terms of, I'm trying to figure out the right terminology to use here, but with Jalen's being like a long-term absence, we got like that 4 to 6 week timeline officially, right? But with anything that's going to maybe last under a month, we're just looking at a day-to-day status, and that's what it's being called. And I think Jordan, when he talked about the injury initially and has talked about it since, is right in calling it something that isn't serious, but it's like, okay, what do you define injury that's not serious? Do you define it as they're going to miss less than 2 weeks? They're going to miss less than a month? I don't know, but yeah, this is what happens with contusions or bruises, whatever you want to call them, around that area where you just have to wait for them to swell down. Sometimes it takes a day, sometimes it takes a week, sometimes it takes a month. We'll see.
Kellen, then along those lines, your evaluation of Grayson Allen's play so far this year while he's been in there, and then now embarking on this stretch, and we'll throw the Kings in there in terms of degrees of difficulty, the way they've played the last couple of games, and then, of course, the schedule between now and Christmas. The impact of maybe not having Grayson Allen to at least begin a decent portion of the stretch of games for the Suns.
Yeah, we saw it for the first time, I think, all year, which is a compliment to how well the Suns have played, but how much they missed him against Houston. It was very clear that offensively, like, their gears weren't able to get spinning. at all. With all the attention that Book was getting and how he's not really playing his best basketball right now, someone else had to try and do that. And we've seen the team figure out a way to do it on its own. But that's just not really the case right now with Grayson out, with Green out, and with Dunn out as well. Mark Williams was gone in that game as well. So they're going to need him back as soon as possible for this stretch, as you mentioned. Like even a game like tonight, like they need him for a game like tonight, because it's been him, Colin, and Book that have been the three guys in terms of their assist totals that have been in a really good spot. So I wouldn't say I was expecting 11 assists from them in any game specifically, but like low assist totals don't surprise me. With Grayson out, you can look at like their assist to turnover ratio since he got injured. It's way down, and it's going to stay down until he gets back.
Kellen Olson is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show with Tim Ring filling in. I want to ask you about Book because we've seen what all of the defensive attention he's received over the last few games, obviously, especially without Grayson out there. And yet, because he's Devin Booker, we do expect him, maybe that's the wrong word, but expect him to rise above that to a certain level and still be able to do Devin Booker things. From your perspective, how is he towing that line between doing the best he can with the attention that he's getting, but also needing to do a little bit better given that he is Devin Armani Booker?
Yeah, he had like 3 or 4 mid-range looks where he actually found his space, and I think he missed every single one of them in that Houston game, and that's just like the little windows where he's going to be able to get space. It's always been like the longest, quickest teams that have given him the most issue, because like those one pass breakdowns he's able to make with all the attention that he's getting to set up an open three. He actually got a couple of those early in the Houston game, and those shots didn't go down, and then from there they weren't able to create those shots consistently. Everything that's been going on with him over the last 4 days, that 3 games in 4 days stretch, this is like why I picked the team to win 30 games. I don't think they're going to win 30 games anymore. We'll see. But how much he is asked to do consistently on both ends of the floor, even when they're fully healthy, is just a whole lot. And it's going to wear on him throughout the entire year. And I worry about what that is going to do for him. Thankfully, for Suns fans listening, you do have a break coming up soon. Now, you have to play 3 games in 4 days one more time, including the back-to-back that's probably the hardest in the league to take right now, which is OKC and Denver. But then next week you have a game on Monday and then don't have a game until Friday. So he's a guy that really needs a break, really needs a rest right now. We heard him admit earlier in the year that coming into one of these games, like he didn't have the energy that he expects. And I've never heard him say that before, and after any game specifically. So this is going to continue to wear on him the longer that this team is shorthanded, and even when they're fully back, which is why guys like Grayson and Jalen are really important. Yes, Book should be playing above it, but at a certain point in stretches of the season, we're going to see its impact, and this is the first stretch of the year we've seen it.
And the last 3 games, Dillon Brooks has been the highest scorer for the Suns, and that kind of leads me to my question about Dillon Brooks. Kellen, we knew what he was going to bring to the table. I don't think anybody knew that he was going to bring this sort of offensive firepower, if you will, early in the season. I mean, his spot-up shooting percentages are among the best in the NBA. He's averaging a career-high 22 points a game. But also he's almost playing with a scorer's mentality as opposed to just the defensive-minded guy that gets under people's skin. How surprised are you at his play offensively? And I know you don't have a crystal ball, but is it sustainable?
Something he and I talked about in the preseason, actually, when I was talking about Nigel Hayes-Davis, because those two actually faced off in college, is you'll see sometimes guys get back to what they did in college, and Dillon was a scorer at Oregon. Like he scored the basketball, and he's scored the basketball over the course of his career, but just not to this amount of he's been very prolific this year. I saw the stat going around yesterday that he has the second best percentage on mid-range pull-ups this year. Mm-hmm. That's just not going to last. I think he's above 50% from the mid-range right now, and his career number is typically high 30s, low 40s. So these numbers are going to go down at some point. The thing I'm really curious to watch with Dillon is like he is a good scorer, he's a talented scorer, and it's what the team needs right now. But I wonder how many teams are going to do what Houston did, which is like, oh, you want to clear out this space, Dillon? Go ahead. Like, we're not going to send any help. Go ahead and play one-on-one basketball over there. That's totally fine. We're going to continue to send extra guys Book's way. We're going to continue to like deny all the swing passes and all that type of stuff. If you want to play iso ball over there and go for 30 every night, go ahead. That's what Houston looked like they were trying to do. And I wonder how many more teams are going to try and do that with him, because he's not much of a ball mover as a playmaker. That's something that Grayson does. It's just different offensive skill sets. It's 8 of 12 games now for Brooks with 2 assists or less. So teams are going to be okay with him scoring to that capacity as long as they can shut down the ball movement and shut down the threes like we've seen recently.
Yeah. Good stuff, Kel. We appreciate it. As always, have a happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. Hope you enjoy the day. We do appreciate you coming on and spending a few with us, all right?
You too, guys. Bear down. Catch my 6.
There it is.
There you go.
Thanks, Kellen. I knew it was in there somewhere. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo with Tim Ring filling in, should we be on alert today with the Arizona Diamondbacks? We'll explain why I would say such a thing next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Max, I mean, honestly, you never experienced a losing season in the NFL. You never experienced it.
The worst season I had was 8-8.
He played for Mike Tomlin. What are you going to do? Tomlin never has a losing season.
19 years. I got the coach that's never had a losing season.
I totally had forgotten that because I know he said that in the past, but it's been a couple of years.
He does not have
me on that.
a PhD in losing like you do,
I can't get over that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
It's the Black Friday sale, and it's on at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, Basinonians. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in-store and online now through November 30th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever at Brooklyn Betting. So here's what you do. You get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations, and you tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever, and that's at Brooklyn Betting.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvese here. Twice in the past few years, I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Squirt. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, it's Wolf. We hope you have a happy Thanksgiving. We'll be back Monday at 10 a.m. to react to what the Cardinals do against the Buccaneers. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there. Happy Thanksgiving to folks who might be watching or listening in Youngtown, Arizona. Happy Thanksgiving to you, Youngtown. Tim Ring is filling in for Gambo today. Gambo got an early jump on the Thanksgiving weekend. It's also his birthday tomorrow, so we'll be sure to wish him a happy birthday.
Oh, did the cannoli cake make its way into the studio?
He got the cannoli cake. Yes, he did.
He's very happy with that cannoli cake. He loves the cannoli cake.
Cannoli cake.
By the way, I'll say this because Gambo's not here, and therefore it feels like a safe space because I know he's not listening. Cannoli cake sucks. It is not good.
Lauren, did you not just hear Kellen? You must.
Ouch.
It's not good.
Ouch. Oh, Lauren.
You're just killing the man.
It's not tasty.
I had a couple of bites of it. It was fine, but then I've never met a cake that I didn't want to devour.
See, this is the problem. I don't like cheese. I don't eat a lot of cheese. There's like mascarpone in the cannoli cake.
Oh, okay. So for you, it's a cheese bias. It's okay.
It's not a cake.
It's not a cake bias. It's
You're anti-cheese.
It's a cheese bias.
Yeah, I'm anti-cheese.
So you don't even get cheeseburgers. You're a straight hamburger.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, the things we learned on this Thanksgiving. You and my wife would not get along at all.
What about pizza?
All cheese all the time.
Yeah, pizza. I'll have a little bit.
Wow.
All right.
Not heavy cheese.
Not a heavy cheese?
No.
Yeah, no. Decision maker.
Love cheese. I'm all about the cheese. More cheese. I'll sometimes have a slice of cheese as a snack.
Sure. Lauren would never dream of such a thing, right? Just a little slice of Tillamook cheddar, right? No? Oh, God, that does sound pretty good, though. That does.
Little brie and cracker.
Nothing wrong with that either. That might be one of the appetizers on the Thanksgiving menu tomorrow. We'll see. So this came from Jack Summers, who points out, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not preparing for a Diamondbacks trade today. It'd be kind of cool if it happened. It'd be a nice little jolt. I do remember.
But if history is any guide.
And I do actually remember one of these. The other one I don't. But I do remember the Eugenio Suarez trade is happening the day before Thanksgiving. Gambo was off. Jody Jackson was filling in. And I remember that news came down about 3:45. And it was just like this bolt that we just rode home the rest of the show. Like, it was just like, wow, they just got Gino Suarez. Look at the home runs. What does it mean? Blah, blah, blah. The Diamondbacks have made multiple trades under Mike Hazen the day before Thanksgiving. The two most notable ones, Eugenio Suarez in 2023, they acquired the day before Thanksgiving. And the Ketel Marte Taijuan Walker trade happened the day before Thanksgiving in 2016. It doesn't mean anything. It's a coincidence. It's not cause. It's not like he's out there trying to get a deal done before the Thanksgiving weekend.
Or is he?
Maybe
he is. That's his thing.
Two of the bigger deals, two of the more noteworthy deals in franchise history did happen on this day under Mike Hazen's watch, for what it's worth.
And by the way, can we pat Mike Hazen on the back for just getting a throw-in name Ketel Marte in the Taijuan Walker trade? Because make no mistake, when that thing went down, it was the Taijuan Walker trade.
I'm looking at MLB.com and Steve Gilbert's write-up of that trade that day. And it's headlined, Dbacks get Walker in a 5-player trade with the Mariners. Walker is the headliner in the deal, a 24-year-old who has outstanding stuff that he's still working to harness on a consistent basis. Yeah, Ketel Marte.
How far down in the story do they mention Ketel Marte, who would end up to be a multi-year MVP candidate type player?
Okay.
How far down in the story
Not in graph 1, not in graph 2, not in graph 3, not in paragraph 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Paragraph 8.
The 8th paragraph of the story. Marte, 23, appeared in 57 games for the Mariners in 2015 before becoming their primary shortstop last season. slashing 259, 287, 323, and 466 plate appearances.
It's like the Cubs getting Sandberg in the DeJesus Boa deal back in 1983.
Well, fast forward now 9 years later, and while we do not expect a deal to happen today, though it would be kind of cool if something happened today to like loosen these lug nuts a little bit. We are starting to wonder if something is going to happen with Ketel Marte. There was a story this morning on ESPN.com in which they did a survey, an anonymous survey of, predicting free agency. How much is Kyle Tucker going to get? Where's he going to go? What's going to happen to Skubal? Is he going to get traded? Not, et cetera, et cetera. One of the questions, Ringer, they asked was, who is the top trade candidate of the winter not named Skubal? Ketel Marte, nobody got more votes than he did. He was tied with the highest number of votes, along with Joe Ryan and Freddie Peralta. And at the very bottom of the write-up, one voter simply stated, quote, "Blockbuster alert, Ketel Marte," close quote. I don't know if we should be on alert, not today, but in general this offseason. I don't know about you. I'm on Ketel Marte blockbuster alert pretty much every day I come into work at this point.
Do I expect it to happen? I think that might be a little too strong. Would I be surprised if it happened? Not a bit. I understand the D-backs position is we're just taking calls. I mean, we're not actively shopping him. Bob Nightingale, who's fairly well connected, early on in the process said the D-backs were actively shopping him, which means Bob's getting that from other teams. Bob's not making it up. Now, I understand why the D-backs present this in that manner. Like, we're just taking calls, because if Ketel Marte ends up staying, you don't want the guy thinking as he embarks on spring training that, oh, these guys are trying to trade me in the offseason. But the reality is, I think that's very much the case. I just, that's my personal belief that the D-backs, they're taking calls, but they're taking calls.
Yeah.
And they're seeing what's out there and what they can get for Marte.
Sean Morosi on the MLB Network yesterday used a phrase that I've been doing this a long time, and so have you. I don't know if I've ever heard the phrase aggressively listening.
Listening.
But that's what he said the Diamondbacks are doing. Let me play the cut.
I think it's at least a 50-50 chance that Ketel Marte is moved by the Diamondbacks. And here's what I can tell you. And I talked to multiple sources on this in the last 24 hours. The Diamondbacks are actively listening on Ketel Marte. Nothing is close, but multiple teams have checked in. Among the teams to check in, the Phillies and the Blue Jays.
All right, so I got the word wrong. It was not aggressively listening. It was actively listening.
As opposed to passively listening. But I understand. I understand how everybody presents this, and you want it to be presented the way you want it presented if you're either team in terms of this, trade talks. But are people calling we just got to listen. It's our jobs. I mean, are people calling the Dodgers about Ohtani? Are people calling the Yankees about Judge?
Are people calling the Diamondbacks about Corbin Carroll? Like, yeah, dude, you can't have him. Thanks for calling. Bye. Right. Actively listening is, okay, I'm listening.
And actively
tell me what you got.
Actively listening, again, takes you back. First of all, Marte's a hell of a player. And he's actually on a great contract through 2031. An amazing contract. But all the issues that kind of reared their ugly heads last summer, and I know a lot of D-backs fans just did not want to hear it. And our Dan Bickley and Gambo got a lot of pushback when they were trying to say that, hey, all is not well within the organization in terms of the way Marte goes about his business day in and day out. It's an issue over there. And this leads me to believe that it was an issue, and it's been an issue, and the D-backs are wondering what they can get in terms of a deal, and will we be better off moving on from Ketel Marte? That's just the way this thing is breaking right now.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. I don't know if I would say I'm in expect it mode, but I also, when those winter meetings kick in another week and a half, I think is when they are, I'll be full on ready to jump on if a Ketel Marte trade comes down. I just think there's a couple things here going on. Obviously, everything that went down last year certainly is part of the equation. I also think that limited payroll this year, limited financial options, you don't really have anything else juicy to dangle in a trade. And I think Mike Hazen is a really, really competitive guy who wants to figure out a way to keep this thing going. And maybe has rationalized that the only way to really keep this going is to dangle Ketel Marte to see if you can get 2 to 3 major league ready pieces right now, especially in your rotation, to keep this party rolling a couple more years. Because he's seen it. He knows he needs rotation help. There's really no other avenue for him to get it. He's seen what having the best offense in baseball the last couple of years has done for his baseball team. They haven't gotten into the postseason because of it. I think this is very real. I think they are absolutely actively listening to what's out there, hoping to broker the best deal they can get for him, hoping that they can get back a couple of pitchers who will allow them to continue the relative success they've had the last couple of years of keeping themselves in the conversation all regular season.
But we're only at this point because of the way Ketel Marte has handled things. And that's what's upsetting to me and to a lot of Diamondbacks fans. Because in a perfect world, you have a guy who's 32 years old. When he plays, he's one of the best, most dynamic players in baseball. He's on a really friendly contract. And you're a better baseball team with Ketel Marte in the lineup hitting the baseball. I mean, but again, we're here
because of the fire that got started during the season.
And it's not just this season. This goes back.
No.
This goes back.
Yeah. The Arizona Cardinals injury report is out. Tyler Drake will join us next to break down who will and will not be available against the Buccaneers. That's coming up here on the Burns and Gambo Show with Tim Ring filling in.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, where they are fiduciaries. That means they are legally obligated to put your best interests first. Their pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without the Wall Street games. If you are looking for a financial advisor, I highly recommend the same guy I use, Stuart Willis. He can help you with 5 locations in the Valley. He can help you with your retirement plan, your financial plan, your tax plan, and your estate plan. Look, there's never a better time to start with a good financial advisor than right now. It doesn't matter if you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, even your 60s. It is the right time to make sure you've got the right financial advisor that can help you get to where you want to for retirement. I recommend Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, 5 locations in the Valley. All you have to do is call them at 602-877-PLAN, and you can get a free portfolio review. That's right, nothing to lose and everything to gain. Call 602-877-PLAN.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters, a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. And Mike, you've got a great special going on if people sign up for the turf maintenance program.
Turf maintenance and cleaning is very essential to the longevity of your turf. Give us a call. We're giving up to $250 off on all cleanings, depending on size of project. We offer a 3-step process like none of our competitors in the business.
623-263-7388. Online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Business owners with fleet vehicles need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles, over $1 million in 2025. And there's never been a better time. The Commercial Truck Super Sale is live at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, Chassis Cab, and Specialty Upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are getting ready for Sunday's game at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and head coach Jonathan Gannon has already ruled out defensive lineman Walter Nolan III. And the Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight for an NBA Cup game at the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off for that one is at 8, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student-athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Burns and Gambo. The Red Sea Review with Tyler Drake. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Kickoff savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Just off the I-10 and Ray Road. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
All right, it's our weekly visits with our Cardinals guru from ArizonaSports.com. He will also be joining us via the air link at ArizonaSports.com unless he's here in the studio with us. And
Speaking of the Maui Classic, great shirt, Tyler.
I'm glad you like it. Good to see you, Tim.
Good to see you, buddy.
yeah, Tyler is known for his eclectic golf shirt collection. He's been complimented.
Yeah, let's not.
No, what? Oh, am I wrong?
Let's not go yes, I like that you say that. I appreciate that. I don't want to go full Jarrett Carlin, though. Please don't include me in anything Jarrett Carlin clothing whatsoever. But yes, I appreciate you. I like to look good on the golf course. I like to look good at Cardinals practice. So, we've got to rock them when we can.
Sounds good.
Well, anytime you want to start, you go ahead.
So let's talk about there's a couple of things that are like the news of the day items when it comes to the Cardinals, and probably none more so than Walter Nolan not being available this week against Tampa Bay. I know Jonathan Gannon. I know you guys work as hard as you can when covering these things to get the information, and I know he doesn't often share a lot of details when it comes to the injuries. Have you gotten any sense at all of any kind of a timeline for Walter Nolan, or is it just this week we know he's not going to be out?
Yeah. Just for right now, it's this week he's going to be out. Obviously, when you look back at the game book, you look back on the game log and see what he did. He only had 6 snaps that last game. So something must happen right away. I did see Darren Urban from Cardinals. He did say that he might have picked something up on that touchdown run, actually, from the fumble recovery. So something to watch there for sure. But ruling him out that quickly without seeing him on the practice field, that does throw up some red flags as maybe this could be longer than a week. But for right now, we're just keeping it with a week, and we'll see. Maybe Gannon will tell us a little bit more Friday. If not, I'm sure he's going to get asked, and I'm sure I'll ask if nobody else does next week.
This is a part injury question, but also just part good old-fashioned personnel. I don't know what the status of Will Johnson is going to be for Sunday in terms of his ability and availability, Tyler, but also Max Melton. Rumblings that Melton has actually been benched for performance. He played, but not that much, and that wasn't injury related because he was on special teams. What do you know?
Yeah, definitely. You got to look at it. I think they definitely wanted to see more out of Keitrell Clark. Jonathan Gannon spoke that he had played into some more reps there, but obviously, Max Melton, he actually, it is interesting. He did leave for a second, he went to the locker room, got checked out, was back in there, but definitely was used more on special teams. Jeff Rogers spoke really highly of him as the gunner. So as much as, yes, I do think they're giving other guys some reps, I also think they've got to try to figure out how to get the special teams unit fully going and fully operational. And I think Max Melton is versatile enough to really help that because, like I said, Jeff Rogers spoke very highly of him stepping into that role. And honestly, we'll have to see what's up with Keitrell Clark because I didn't see him at practice today either. So definitely some names to watch, and he'll still be in that rotation. But it is very interesting to see kind of how the snap counts are starting to play out there because obviously heading into the season, Max Melton and Will Johnson, Starling Thomas was in there too. All those guys seem like they were the unquestioned starters, but now they're starting to move things around. And at this point, I mean, playoffs are just about out of reach. I mean, almost officially out of reach. So you've got to start looking at other guys. You got to start looking and seeing what you can get out of some of these guys lower on the depth chart as well.
You wrote about this at ArizonaSports.com. We're gonna have a conversation about it a little later on in the show, but I'll ask you the question that I'm going to use as kind of a conversation starter with Ringer over here later. Does Michael Wilson solve the wide receiver 1 problem, or does he solve the wide receiver 2 problem?
Oh, that's a good one. I think he really could solve both. I mean, we're seeing some really, really astronomical numbers from him, like over 300 yards in 2 games, ton of targets. I mean, he is really taking the opportunity and running with it. I mean, I did not expect to see such a huge, just absolute go after it from him. Obviously, that's nothing against him. We haven't seen him in this opportunity before. He hasn't been put in this opportunity really outside of his rookie year, filling in for Marquise Hollywood Brown. And now you see this, and it makes you wonder, like, how much more do you need to split up this snap count between the two of them, or at least the targets moving forward? How much more do you need to put Michael Wilson as that first read? How much more do you just need to make sure that he's not just blocking guys down the field, because he's showing you that you can get more out of this position? I mean, that was one of the topics we had all this offseason was, oh man, they need to add another wide receiver. They're just not getting enough output out of guys behind Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson. Well, maybe just throw it to Michael Wilson a little bit more and round out the rest of the room with some veterans, and you might be okay there. But it really does start with taking a kind of full look at this offense and making sure that, yes, Trey McBride gets his, Marvin gets his. You can't fully punt on what he can bring as a number 1 wideout yet. And then you look at getting Michael Wilson his for sure, because there's a trifecta there that you can really weave in there. Take a couple targets from Trey, take a couple targets from Marvin, throw on Michael Wilson's way. And from what we've seen already, you're going to be pretty impressed by it. I mean, the guy's going out there, and for as much as everybody's not surprised within the room, I think everybody outside of it is very, very surprised by just seeing the kind of production that he's seamlessly doing. Like, it's not like he's going out there and doing anything astronomically different. He's still the same guy. He's just getting it done with the opportunity that he's been given.
And especially if Harrison Jr. comes back, Tyler, I mean, is it safe to say now that the Cardinals just have to try to win games by throwing the football? I mean, this running game right now, and I know it's personnel related, and I know against the Seahawks and 49ers, you're down by 2 scores within 30 seconds, so you got to throw the ball a lot. But again, the Jacksonville game was close, and the Cardinals ran for 55 yards. And I'm just wondering, if you're Drew Petzing and you're Jonathan Gannon, I guess you got to try to run it a little bit. I mean, you just can't throw it 60 times a game. But I'm not sure they can lean or rely on this running game to establish anything going forward at this point.
Yeah, and you hope you can get Trey Benson back maybe this week or next week, but even then, I don't know how much more he's going to help just because of what we've seen from the offensive line. I think it really does start up there. When the offseason rolls around, yes, quarterback's going to be right up there as something that people are going to be talking about, but they really should be talking about what they need to do offensively along the offensive line, because that is a position group that has really taken a step back at multiple spots. I mean, Paris Johnson Jr. is probably the one guy that stands out as the guy who is doing what he should be doing this year. Outside of that, it's just has been inconsistent left and right. So whoever you put back there, they're going to have a tough time doing it. And then you lose guys like Tip Ryman, Travis Vokolek, guys blocking tight ends who have made their name doing that. It's only going to hurt what you're trying to get done. So this is very much a pass-first team, even though they are a run-first identity, just based on everything getting mixed around and who's there. I mean, but you look at Jacoby Brissett and what he's doing. He's throwing the rock really well.
Yeah.
I mean, for what they're doing in these wholesale changes, that these tweaks that they did make, it is drastically different than what we saw when Kyler Murray was there. But I think a part of that is also with the personnel, like you mentioned, Tim, with just the guys up front and who you got running the rock.
Tyler Drake is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show, talking Cardinals football in a somewhat related question to the idea of throwing the ball more. Jacoby Brissett has been sacked a lot. He has been hit a lot. I saw Jonathan Gannon's press conference. I watched it on social media today, and he talked about Todd Bowles being able to dial up blitzes with the best of them. We saw him take a huge hit last week against Jacksonville that caused Keaton Slovis to get in the game. What is our general overall concern level about Jacoby Brissett's physical well-being at this point, with him throwing the ball 40 times a game, 50 times a game?
Yeah, well, from the arm standpoint, he says he's fine. He doesn't need to ice it like a starting pitcher. He was actually asked that today. It was pretty funny. He's not old enough, he said, to get to that point. But yeah, you look at it. I mean, I'm starting to look at every big hit. Is that the one that he's got to go sit out for some time or head to the sideline because they continue to pile up? I think he had 15 quarterback hits last week, and that alone is just, you were getting beat up left and right. So it's definitely, yeah, you've got to look at that, especially if you have this feeling of, hey, next year, Jacoby Brissett could potentially be the guy, be that bridge option for the Cardinals, but he's got to be healthy to get to the offseason and not have, an injury really wreck what the plan could possibly be for this team moving forward. So yeah, I'm throw another extra blocker in there. Jonathan Gannon said, I know you guys wouldn't like throwing out another blocker on third down, but honestly, man, if you need to keep Jacoby Brissett upright, maybe you should just do it and roll with McBride or Wilson and just pray that it works because, yeah, he's getting beat up and you really, really want to see him stay upright and finish the season if that is going to be the plan because we don't know about Kyler Murray. Is he going to come back and play? He's still on IR. He's got to miss one more game. And then things are going to get really, really interesting, let me tell you.
Yeah. Tyler, we do appreciate the time as always. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your beautiful young family. We appreciate you coming on for a little bit. I hope you don't have to work too much tomorrow, but whatever it is, we do appreciate it, and happy Thanksgiving to you, all right?
Yeah, same to you guys. Yep.
Thanks,
I will be
buddy.
at Cardinals practice, so be watching.
There you go. He'll be there. He'll be there. That is Tyler Drake joining us from ArizonaSports.com talking about Cardinals football. When we come back, the Big 12 is going to try to sell the college football playoffs and why two of their teams should get in. Tim is going to try to sell me on how ASU can still make the college football playoffs. So let's see if I'm buying it next on Burns and Gambo.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they've got something special for you. You can right now get a $50 plumbing inspection, a $50 AC inspection, and a $50 electrical inspection. Yes, Christian Brothers is making $50 go a lot further these days. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection, which includes a water heater flush. That's right, they'll flush out your water heater to help preserve the tank, get rid of all the hard water sediments. They'll do a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues. They'll do a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs, and you'll get a peace of mind report with expert repair or upgrade recommendations. Their AC inspection's incredible, too. Get a complete system performance test, safety and efficiency review for compressor, coils, and wiring, and tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. So just call 602-222-3535 to schedule. That's 602-222-3535.
Toyotathon is on. Shop all your favorites like the class-leading Tacoma, Amazing Tundra, or the all-new 4Runner or all-hybrid Camry. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate card today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games. Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State, the duel in the desert, on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The college football playoff rankings, the latest standings were released last night. ASU checked in at number 20. Arizona checked in at number 25, making this only the third ranked versus ranked Territorial Cup matchup in the last 40 years, according to Shane Dale, who, as you astutely pointed out earlier in the show, Tim Ring, Shane Dale wrote a book about ASU versus U of A, so we're going to trust that he knows exactly what he's talking about. I'm sure he does. You were active on social media last night. You must have been watching the show.
The college football ranking show.
The college football ranking show. Apparently, at one point, the college football playoff executive director, Rich Clark, was asked a question on the metrics that kept number 10 Alabama behind number 9 Notre Dame, to which he said, quote, "I think one of the most important factors for this committee in particular is that they watch the games," close quotes. You're like, God, I hope so. I hope they're watching the games.
Read what I wrote.
Well, it's nice that they watch the games. Were previous committees doing shots at the hotel bar? Said Tim Ring on Twitter. To which Paula Bolvin, who sat on these committees, retweeted you and said, no comment.
No comment. And believe me, when I wrote that, I thought exactly of Paula, because I know she's been on the previous committees.
A proud member of the committees, yes.
And as she should be. And I assume did a great job, as the other committees have done as well. So that's kind of what I was like. How does the committee chair disparage the previous committees like that? I mean, this guy, between doing the 6-7 thing and then saying, like, hey, the one great thing about this committee is, they actually watch the games. I mean, I always had my doubts about Condoleezza Rice on the committee. Like, what games is she watching? But again, to disparage previous committees by saying, well, we really think this committee's doing a good job because, they actually watch the games. I mean, come on.
I read it as, and I wasn't watching the show, but I almost read it as one of those things that you say and then you see the text of what you said, and you go, God, what a stupid thing for me to say. Of course they're watching the games. And of course you better not be insinuating that previous committees were not watching the games, because that'd be really, really dumb.
I swear to God, Bernsey, I follow this stuff pretty closely. The rankings almost every week mirror the old BCS computer rankings.
Mm-hmm.
Like almost identical. Like they move a couple around.
Yeah.
Part of me thinks like, are these committees just kind of, is this a big dog and pony show? And they're kind of, they're letting the BCS computers do the work, and then we'll tweak it as we see fit. Because it's crazy how much the college football playoff committee rankings mirrors the BCS computer rankings from back in the day.
It's interesting. The Big 12 is trying to get 2 teams in this thing. The story I read today suggested they might actually have a decent shot at it.
Well, they do.
You've got a 1-loss BYU team. You got a 1-loss Texas Tech game. Assuming they're unscathed and they meet each other in the Big 12 title game, that the loser of that matchup shouldn't, depending on what help you get around you, the loser of that game shouldn't fall so far. I would imagine Brett Yormark is going to be politicking hard to get to this year.
I mean, okay, a couple of things. Notre Dame and Alabama are both ahead of BYU. The way that I see it for the Big 12 to get 2 teams in is BYU upsets Texas Tech in the ACC championship game.
Big 12 championship game.
Excuse me, the Big 12 championship game. BYU gets the automatic bid. They go. Texas Tech, who's currently ranked 5th in the rankings,
won't fall that far, losing to a one-loss BYU
won't
team.
be penalized for playing the extra conference game or the extra game period, and they stay. That's the way the Big 12 gets to it.
Yeah.
Because if it's the other way around, BYU is not going to stay behind. First of all, remember, it's not 12 teams. It's really 10 teams because one of those is going to the group of 5, and the 11th ranked team will be whatever crap team comes out of the ACC.
Yes.
Okay? So it's really 10 teams that make it, right?
Yeah.
So if BYU is behind Alabama and Notre Dame, they're not going to lose in the conference championship game and then hurdle those teams in the final ranking.
I wouldn't
That's
think
not
so.
going to happen. Now, Texas Tech, though, could drop and kick a team out like Notre Dame.
Yeah. The story on The Athletic, college football playoff rankings revealed the 30 teams still alive for a spot in the bracket. Technically, ASU is still one of the 30. Now, at the end of The Wolf of Wall Street, Leo DiCaprio walks around the room and says, "Sell me this pen. Sell me this pen. Tim, sell me on ASU and the path that they've got to get this."
I can't for the life of me see a path that's realistic, but I see a path.
Lauren, sell me this pen.
No, because I'll sound like an idiot. Barnesy, here's what's going to happen.
Tim, sell me on this. Come on. Give me the scenario. I know. I'm just teasing. I'm just giving you crap. Give me the scenario.
Listen, I any given Saturday, right, or in the case of one of these games, Friday. There's 3 scenarios.
Okay.
All right. All 3 obviously include Arizona State winning on Friday night.
Clearly.
So we assume that. All right.
Yes.
One scenario is Texas Tech loses to West Virginia, Utah loses to Kansas, and BYU wins. Okay? So one of those is likely to happen, and that's BYU winning. So you need 2 things to happen that would be very unlikely.
Texas Tech losing, Utah losing.
Right.
Okay.
The other way is a BYU loss and a Utah loss. Okay?
Okay.
To me, that doesn't include Texas Tech losing. That's the best path for ASU. Not that BYU and Utah losing. Not that, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's,
I get what you're saying, and you're saying that you're trying to choose a scenario where one of Texas Tech or BYU has to lose, not both. So there's really only one crazy thing that has to happen as opposed to 2.
Well, there's 2 because Texas Tech wins. This is getting a little convoluted to the listeners. I'm just saying that maybe the best path is for Texas Tech to win because they're probably going to. I mean, they're favored by 23 points over West Virginia, and Texas Tech is really good. So even if you get that win from Texas Tech, if BYU and Utah both lose, there's your pathway.
Yeah.
To me, that's the most realistic.
It's hard, and I'm joking about the pen. It's hard because all 3 of these teams are highly ranked teams. All 3 of these teams, I believe, are double-digit favorites in the games that they're scheduled to play. Utah's a double-digit favorite over Kansas. BYU is over UCF. And Texas Tech is over West Virginia. So it would require a pretty sizable upset in a couple of those losses for it to happen.
Let me make it as simple as possible. Texas Tech, Utah, and BYU all play. You need in any of the combinations, you're going to need 2 of those 3 teams to lose.
Yep.
And the only realistic path in terms of that is Texas Tech winning, BYU and Utah losing.
Yeah. So BYU would have to lose to UCF. Utah would have to lose to Kansas. If you assume a Texas Tech win. It's not, I'll be honest with you, when I start watching football on Black Friday, college football in particular, last year I was very much watching the games on Black Friday with an idea of here is a list of what I'm rooting for to happen. I know the playlist. I understand it. I'm not going to be watching the same way this weekend. I think it's such a long shot. Like, I know it. I've memorized it. I understand what the scenarios are, but I'm not watching college football this weekend with that in mind. I think it's such a long shot. I'd rather just enjoy it and not watch it with this to-do list of, okay, this got to happen. And that's because that's what it was last year. I think that's what we all were doing last year to make sure ASU got in the Big 12 title game. Too much of a long shot this year. I just think
it's too much.
It's just too much.
And it'd be one thing if BYU and Texas Tech were playing middle of the pack Big 12 teams.
Baylor,
like
TCU,
Iowa State, Kansas State.
Houston,
it's like, hey,
something like that.
You know, you get some turnovers, whatever, inclement weather. But the fact they're playing a pair of 2-6 teams.
Yes.
If I had my guess, we're going to see Texas Tech and BYU in the Big 12 championship game. If Texas Tech wins that game, there'll be one Big 12 team in the playoff. It'll be obviously Texas Tech. If BYU wins, there's a real good chance Texas Tech stays in the playoffs. And just like that, the Big 12 will get 2 teams in the college football playoff.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show halfway home, Lauren swoops in with the 4 o'clock reset. She'll get us caught up on what's going on in sports. That's next on Arizona Sports.
It originated in 1899, and on Friday, 2 Arizona college football teams battled to win it once again. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State. The duel in the desert on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It's truck time at Sanderson Ford. Now get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on over 130 F-150 trucks in all trim levels. Get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on 54 Transit vans in stock. And get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot. You need a work truck? They've got service trucks, dump trucks, flatbeds, and more that may qualify for Section 179 tax deductions. So if you want selection, low prices, and 0% financing, you want Sanderson Ford, America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. Sanderson Ford is located on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale. You can also go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have added an MVP to their lineup, and this one is so good you should head to Sonic right now. Introducing the all-new pretzel bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere, and only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Phoenix, get ready. The ultimate Black Friday blowout is November 28th at Arizona's largest pawn shop, Mo Money Pawn. Doors open at 6 a.m. with 60% off Arizona's biggest gold jewelry selection only until 7 a.m. Score up to 75% off TVs, electronics, game systems, and tools. Don't miss Arizona's largest firearm selection at MMP Guns. Plus, Jesse James 9mm hollow point ammo for just $7.99 a box until 7 a.m. These deals are once a year. First come, first serve. Visit Mo Money Pawn on 12th Street and Indian School Road or momoneypawn.com.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Honey, look. 4 calling birds.
Do they have cell phones?
Well, yeah. They're called calling birds because they have 4 lines of Cricket 5G.
How do they pay?
Oh, easy. Each line is only $25 a month.
Who are they calling?
Beats me. One sec, gotta take this.
Join Cricket Nation and get 4 lines for $25 per month each. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. New lines only. All lines must be selected. Unlimited plan fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for Sunday's game at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and head coach Jonathan Gannon has already ruled out defensive lineman Walter Nolan III. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight for an NBA Cup game at the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off is at 8, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU men's basketball fell 88-75 to USC in the Maui Invitational Championship game earlier today. The Sun Devils are off until December 6th when they take on Oklahoma at the Mortgage Matchup Center. And speaking of the Sun Devils, Friday's Territorial Cup football game will be a matchup of top 25 teams. Arizona was ranked 25th and ASU was ranked 20th in yesterday's edition of the College Football Playoff Rankings. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock reset time. Here is Lauren, wishing you and yours a happy Thanksgiving as well. You're on your way up to Flagstaff too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, I do want to make it clear for the last time we announced it on air. Burnsy and I are not going up to Flagstaff together to share our Thanksgiving. We're going up separately for our separate Thanksgiving.
Ooh, salacious. You guys are both going to Flagstaff.
You know what? Honestly, it wouldn't have even occurred to me to have to make that distinction, but just in case anybody out there has any, you're going with your family, I'm going with mine. Yeah.
The last time we discussed this, the YouTube chat was like, they're having a Burns and Gambo Thanksgiving, and I was like, no, we're not.
No, we're not. No, we're all having our own separate Thanksgivings from each other. Thank you very much. We all wish each other the best, but we're all having our own.
The Thanksgiving at the Monte Vista up there in Flagstaff?
The Monte V?
The Monte V, yeah. We're having Thanksgiving at the Monte V.
Yeah, the C up there. No, that's not where we'll be. No. Lauren, you got the top stories for us. Take it away. What do we got?
Yes, I do. Well, let's start with Jonathan Gannon.
Okay, injury update. Walt will not be out there today. He will not go this week. And then everybody else, you guys will get the report, kind of varying degrees, who's working back from some things, and just take it day by day.
And just as JG said, we've got the report. Calvin Beecham, Baron Browning, Keitrell Clark, Amari DiMercado, Will Hernandez, Josh Sweat, and Dadrian Taylor Demerson all did not practice today with some sort of injury. Keitrell Clark did not practice today because of a personal reason. And then Trey Benson, Hayden Connor, Marvin Harrison Jr., Will Johnson, Christian Jones, Bam Knight, Max Melton, and Xavier Weaver all limited with injuries.
I think what Tyler said when he was on with us really resonated with me. The fact that they ruled out Walter Nolan so quickly, just bang, right out of the chutes. He's out. He's not playing this week. It does send a kind of a bad message, and I'm not blaming the messenger here. I'm just saying it makes
it's bad enough that they're not even going to wait
exactly
for the week.
Exactly. We're not even going to let the week progress. We're just going to tell you right now, dude's out.
I mean, he took a shot on that touchdown as he was heading across the goal line. It's just, we talked about it earlier. It's just so unfortunate because he looks like such an impact player in the short sample size that we've got, and we as a Cardinal Nation, we need more impact players on both sides of the football, and he looked like he was going to be one, and now he's out again as you go on the road and face a tough opponent in the Buccaneers.
Amen from the congregation on that one.
And the Arizona Cardinals could join the New York Giants in the mathematically eliminated from the playoffs this weekend. If the Cardinals lose against Tampa Bay and the Packers win and the Bears win and or tie, then the Cardinals are eliminated from the playoffs.
I mean...
Go ahead. No, good.
I was going to say, if you fall off the roof of a building and you're 20 feet from hitting the sidewalk, do you say to yourself, hey, I'm doing all right? It's coming eventually, it's not fun.
It's funny how falling feels like flying for a little while. Is that right? What? Hey, this is fun. No, it's not.
Yelling at people in the windows, hey, don't worry about me. I'm doing fine.
Yeah.
Splat.
I think I mathematically eliminated them in my own head when they were 2-5. Like, I think at that point, I'm like, yeah, they're not making the postseason.
No, we'll know the results of 2 of 3 of those before Sunday because the Packers play on Thanksgiving, the Bears play on Black Friday. And Bucs head coach Todd Bowles said Teddy Bridgewater will get most of the starters' reps this week, but Baker Mayfield remains in play to start on Sunday.
Sounds like he's being a little bit coy. I think I saw Baker Mayfield quote where he said, look, if I got to take 1 week off to benefit the rest of the weeks we have after that, I'll do it if I have to. He's never missed a start with Tampa Bay. He's been very durable for them since he's gotten there. So I understand the hesitation to want to take a week off, but it sounds like he understands there might be a long play here for him and them.
At the same time, though, it's his left shoulder. That makes a difference, obviously, given the position. And this is a football team that needs a win.
Yeah.
They've lost 3 in a row. I would imagine if pain tolerance can be had, I kind of expect Baker Mayfield to play on Sunday.
Call me nuts. I think it changes the whole game if he does play, if he doesn't play, in terms of the winnability of it for the Arizona Cardinals. I think this is a winnable game if he doesn't play for them.
And some interesting NFL notes. Diana Rossini's reporting that Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy will not clear concussion protocol in time to play the Seahawks. He will be out this week.
That is starting to look like a lost wager for the Minnesota Vikings, isn't it?
Well, this week they were discussing on ESPN if that means that the Minnesota Vikings are a trade destination for Kyler Murray.
Really? I saw that written about on ESPN.com. It doesn't surprise me that they're talking about it, too. It seems like that could be a team looking for a quarterback.
You draft a guy that high, you got to try to give him a shot, I would suppose. J.J. McCarthy played in such a run-heavy offense at Michigan. It's just, for them to spend a first-round pick on him, and I know he was projected to be a first-rounder, but, man, that's just...
It seemed like a gutsy bet.
Especially after the way the guy played that was in the job last year.
Yeah.
And Frank Ragnow is coming out of retirement to play for the Detroit Lions. He announced his retirement in June, but he's back to play with them because, quote, he loves the game.
Oh.
2 players have done this now, Eagles and Lions. It's actually a great deal. You miss training camp. You see if the team's any good.
Hey, you look pretty decent.
You hang out, and you're like, all right, it's around mid. All right, I'm ready to come back.
Come back and play 6 games. Get a paycheck for 6 weeks. Sure, why not? Go to the playoffs.
Play there for the good part of the season.
Yeah.
See if they can make the Super Bowl. Why not?
Okay, Frank.
Yeah. And in NBA news, the Phoenix Suns, they're back in action tonight in Sacramento for an NBA Cup game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Win that cup.
Oh, so important. The game starts at 8. Pregame starts at 7 right here on 98.7. Grayson Allen, Jalen Green, and Ryan Dunn all remain out.
No Domantas Sabonis for the Kings, who have won 2 straight games after an 8-game losing streak.
Yeah, they're 5-13.
And it's not nobody that they beat. It was the Denver Nuggets and it was the Minnesota Timberwolves. I think the Nuggets were on the second night of a back-to-back, but they did to Minnesota what the Suns did to Minnesota. They had like a 10-point lead in the last 3 minutes against the Kings, and they blew it and lost that game in overtime.
Look, they didn't handle the Rockets very well. What the Rockets were doing defensively, you need better offensive output out of Devin Booker. And I'm not just talking scoring, just the entire floor game. But, Lauren and Dave, the Suns 9-3 in November, and they are playing some good basketball, the Rockets game notwithstanding, so you hope that they can kind of re-find a little bit of the touch tonight in Sacramento because, as we talked about earlier in the show, the road gets really, really tough between now and Christmas.
Sure does.
And some ASU news, the Territorial Cup is taking place on Friday night. That will now be a ranked versus ranked battle, 20 versus 25. That game starts at 7. Cam Scadaboo will serve as an honorary captain for that one. And ASU men's basketball lost the Maui championship today in a former Pac-12 matchup against USC, 88-75. Mo Odom was their leading scorer with 17 points.
Yeah, just Chim and I were talking during one of the breaks, and, we're a couple of old dudes in here, but you're a young woman in there who loves watching college basketball. Weird that the Maui Invitational final was on, 12:30 in the afternoon.
But it was 9:30 there.
Yeah,
to me, that's even more bizarre. That the championship game would be played at 9:30 locally.
And not to get too deep in the weeds here, and I mean this is no offense whatsoever to ASU or Washington State or USC, the Maui Invitational is having a hard time attracting the teams that they're used to attracting there because of money, because of NIL, because of all the reasons that you would expect. But everything about the Maui, for a couple of guys who grew up on the Maui Invitational, for somebody on the other side of the glass who loves the Maui Invitational, it was a very different experience this year, kind of bringing it in and watching it and all that stuff. It just didn't feel like what we were used to seeing at all.
I mean, I go back a long way to the Maui Invitational, way back to the 80s, watching it. And look, college basketball on the whole has been suffering from a viewership and attention standpoint, I think, over the past decade or so. But it's unfortunate that these bigger tournaments that are offering NIL to schools and players have kind of hurt the Maui Invitational because it was an indelible part of Thanksgiving, kind of kicking off the basketball season to watch teams play in Lahaina. And I remember watching Bobby Hurley as a player there 33 years ago.
Yeah.
It was really hurt by COVID, having to move it out of Hawaii,
and
not
also
being able to play that, and the fires.
The fires, yeah.
Also really hurt that.
That's right, yeah.
Hasn't really rebounded in about 5 or so years.
Good point.
Yeah, but with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. We do appreciate it. Territorial Cup, as she mentioned, is coming up on Friday. Whether you're rolling with the Sun Devils or backing the Wildcats, we want you in the stands. Get ready for one of the oldest rivalries in college football. ASU taking on Arizona. Your shot to be there, text Sparky to 620-620 for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Again, text the word Sparky to 620-620. So Devin Booker going to get things back on the right track tonight against the Kings. We'll tell you how it can happen next. Ring her in for Gambo on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Max, I mean, honestly, you never experienced a losing season in the NFL. You never experienced
the worst season I had was 8-8.
He played for Mike Tomlin. What are you going to do? Tomlin never has a losing season.
19 years. I got the coach that's never had a losing season.
I totally had forgotten that because I know he said that in the past, but it's been a couple of years.
He does not have
me on that.
a PhD in losing like you do,
I can't
Wolf.
get over that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Black Friday, elevate your getaway at Talking Stick Resort. Enjoy 30% off the best available hotel rates when you book November 14th through December 11th for stays now through November 30th, 2026. Unwind in luxurious accommodations and indulge in world-class gaming, all in one 4-diamond destination. Don't miss our biggest offer of the year. Book now at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Blackout dates apply. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
It's the Black Friday sale, and it's on at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, Basinonians. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in-store and online now through November 30th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever at Brooklyn Betting. So here's what you do. You get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations, and you tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever, and that's at Brooklyn Betting.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvi's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cardinals at the Bucks in Tampa Bay, Sunday. Pre-game early. Kickoff 11 a.m. Sunday morning. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Shouting out Fountain Hills on this day before Thanksgiving. Dan Bickley living out there in Fountain Hills. Hope you have a good Thanksgiving, Dan Bickley and Bickley crew. Fountain Hills.
Fountain Hills. I'm a hop, skip, and a jump away from Fountain Hills.
Yeah.
It's quite nice out there.
It's
quite fetching.
It is. It's fetching.
A friend of mine lives.
The words that we're using on today's Burns and Gambo show are off the chain, man.
A friend of mine lives in Fire Rock, and whenever I go over there, I get extremely jealous. But good for everybody who's done well enough to live there.
Indeed.
Tip of the cap.
Tip of the cap to you in Fountain Hills. We all wish we were making as much money as you did. Congratulations to everybody out there. The Sons of the Kings tonight, and it's going to be another opportunity for Devin Booker to kind of rewrite things a little bit. The last few games have not gone very well. He's not shot the ball well from three. You heard Kellen mention it earlier, and I couldn't agree more. The long athletic teams just give him problems, whether it's Minnesota, whether it's Houston,
Oklahoma City.
If you've got length and you've got athleticism, it just bothers him. It bothers him into bad games. I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Kellen, because I think it's a good kind of like launching point for a conversation about Devin Booker. On the one hand, we say, man, look at these games. He doesn't have Jalen Green. He doesn't have Grayson Allen out there. Of course, defenses are going to blitz him like mad and try to make life as difficult as they possibly can on him. Then on the flip side of the coin, we expect, maybe wrongfully so, Devin Booker to be an elite player who rises above things like blitzing and double teams and is still great even in the face of that. And I kind of find these last few games we've been towing that line with Book a little bit. Is it because of the defenses, or does he just need to be better against those defenses? And I don't know where you stand on that, Ringer.
I know where that conversation is going when people have it about should he be at, or will he ever be at, or has he ever been at that tier where it doesn't matter what defenses throw at him, okay, whether it's personnel or strategically in terms of double teams and traps and all that stuff. I think I've seen enough of Devin Booker to know that he's probably not that guy. He can find success, but I don't think he's one of those guys that is just going to be unfathomed or infallible when it comes to, attacking whatever the defense throws at him. He can still make plays. He can still be effective. I don't doubt that. But when he gets swarmed like that, and there's a couple things at play here. No Grayson Allen.
Yep.
Okay. We saw him at his very best when Chris Paul was the primary ball handler. And I think when Devin Booker is kind of on an island at times in that regard and has to be the primary ball handler, I think it's really tough for him to be, as you would say, be able to do Devin Booker things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love Booker at the one. I don't love point book. I've seen enough of it.
Yeah.
It can work. You can win games. He can still score, but he's not quite Devin Booker when he's got to play the one. And then when he's lacking some personnel around him and other defenses with their length or athleticism or strategically are throwing things at him, it can be at times a struggle. And I think we've seen that the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think you and I are, to borrow a phrase from the Suns playbook, I think you and I are aligned on this one when it comes to Devin Booker. Yeah, like I think that, and I guess this is a fancy way of saying sometimes I think we expect too much of Devin Booker, but he's not Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's not. I think there are tiers to anything in life, and I think when it comes to great players in the NBA, certainly Devin Booker is a great player, but I think in terms of players that it doesn't matter what defense you throw at them, they can just handle it like a maestro. I don't really think there's that many in the NBA who can truly, no matter what you do to defend me, I'm still going to have success and I'm still going to be great and I'm still going to be awesome. And I don't think Devin Booker rises to that level. I still think he's one of the 20 best players in the NBA, but I think in order to be the kind of player we're talking about, you need to be one of the 5 best players in the NBA. You need to be one of the 8 best players in the NBA. I was surprised. Again, I spent a lot of time on the ringer.com today because the Ringer was filling in.
Yeah, that's why. Okay.
They had their top 100 player rankings today, and they update it like once a month or whatever. And maybe this was before the Houston game. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. But they bumped Devin Booker up. They had Devin Booker ranked as the 18th best player in the NBA before the season started. They moved him up to 12th. And I thought, wow, they're very impressed with the season Devin Booker has had so far and what he's led the Phoenix Suns to. I don't think he's the 12th best player in the NBA. I think he's very good, but I don't think he's the 12th best player in the NBA. And I still think even then, he's a far cry from being so good that we can sit here and say, it doesn't matter what defense they throw at Devin Booker. He should be able to rise above it. I don't think he's that good. I just don't.
No, and you brought up SGA, and that's fine. And you go back to great two guards in NBA history, and I still think Booker's in the neighborhood with these guys. You and I have been talking about this for years. He's not Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant.
No, he's not. Kobe Bryant was a guy. You could throw whatever defense you wanted.
It didn't matter.
He's going to get 40. I mean, he's just going to drop it on you whether you want it. That's not Devin. He's just not. He's great, but he's not that great,
And you look at when he's been at his best, it's when he's had a Chris Paul by him. Now, when he had to be the primary ball handler and he had a Bradley Beal by him, we didn't see elite Devin Booker. Didn't even make the All-Star game last year. But when's another time that we saw Devin Booker be really, really good and effective? The Olympics.
Yeah.
Because again, he wasn't the guy. He didn't have to be the guy.
Right.
Defenses weren't designed to stop him because he was the guy. And even though he'll always be the guy on the Suns, but I think when he has a full complement of people around him, and I'll go as far as to say when he doesn't have to be the primary ball handler, you're going to get Devin Booker as a lethal scorer in this league and a guy that can help you win a lot of basketball games.
I think to hold you over in the interim, he's going to be point book for a big chunk of the season. We just kind of accept it. I think just getting Grayson Allen back, right? Like just getting somebody else in the backcourt who can make you pay for all the attention that he's getting defensively. It doesn't mean automatically his numbers return to great status right away, but I do think even that just gives him somebody else to kind of share that attention with, and somebody else as an outlet to be able to make him as a better bat. I think what we're seeing at Devin Booker right now, if we're going to like pie chart this, is way more about who he doesn't have out there than any flaws that he has baked into his game.
And I got to tell you, Bernsey, I we'll see how it shakes out, but when you say he's got to be the primary ball handler the rest of the season, when Jalen Green comes back,
you think it switches?
I mean,
or you're asking if it switches.
Does it switch, or do they just kind of share it and they kind of have positionless backcourt basketball? I mean, let's be honest, it didn't work with Bradley Beal, but that may have been more of an indictment on Bradley Beal than the inability to have two guards out there trying to run the offense.
For the one game we saw Jalen Green play with the Suns, and I know we've seen a lot of Jalen Green in the last few years, he is a decidedly different player than Bradley Beal. Like he has I know they're both two guards in the technical sense of the term. He plays a very different two guard than Bradley Beal plays a two guard. His slashing and getting to the rim, the athleticism he flashes that I don't think Bradley Beal really has anymore in his game that maybe he did when he was younger. I don't know. I understand they're both two guards, but it seemed to me that Jalen was playing a very different version of it than Bradley was.
We understand the disclaimer. It was one game and 7 minutes of another game. So I almost feel weird talking about it because although you guys, they played one game and but from what I saw in one game, having watched every minute of Booker and Beal trying to play together in the backcourt, what I saw in one game was certainly a lot more effective. Now, it helped that Jalen Green didn't miss a shot seemingly that night. But what I saw in one game gave me more hope that Green and Booker are going to be more successful by a long shot than what we saw out of Beal and Book.
When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, to some, this question might seem like a little bit of blasphemy. But when Marvin Harrison Jr. returns, maybe even this weekend, is Michael Wilson now wide receiver 1 on the Arizona Cardinals? That's next. Burns and Gambo, Tim Ring filling in.
Way out west, there was this trophy. Trophy I want to tell you about. Trophy by the name of the Territorial Cup. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games. Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State. The duel in the desert. On Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Business owners with fleet vehicles need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles, over $1 million in 2025. And there's never been a better time. The Commercial Truck Super Sale is live at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, Chassis Cab, and Specialty Upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
Hi, I'm Dylan, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a customer service specialist, I love helping couples find their dream engagement ring. And guess what? I just got engaged, so it was fun to create one myself. First, my fiance tried on a bunch of ring styles and she was drawn to a classic diamond pave setting. Then we looked at different diamond shapes from pear to oval to cushion. She fell in love with a princess cut. At Shane Company, you can create a one-of-a-kind ring and get it in days, not weeks. Because a friend wants you to have a magical holiday proposal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona, pickleball is booming, and Just Pickle Courts is leading the charge in Arizona. Whether you're dreaming of a backyard court or upgrading your community center, Just Pickle Courts builds custom courts from concept to construction. We handle everything with precision and care. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation, plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models. You name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
I'm Mitch Varel with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. ASU men's basketball's trip to Maui is complete. It did not end with a win, however. They lost in the championship game to USC, 88-73. ASU returns home with a 6-2 record to start the year. Next time they'll play is in the Colangelo Classic on December 6th against Oklahoma in downtown Phoenix. First injury report for Cardinals Bucks on Sunday is here. Of note, Walter Nolan III did not practice today, as head coach Jonathan Gannon has already ruled him out for this weekend due to that knee injury. Marvin Harrison Jr., though, was back on the practice field in a limited capacity. He's still working his way back from appendicitis. On the Bucs side of things, quarterback Baker Mayfield did not participate in practice today. He suffered a shoulder injury in their recent loss to the Rams Sunday night and missed the entire second half of that game. And the Phoenix Suns have the third game of NBA Cup group play tonight, their third game, I should say. Taking on the Kings in Sacramento. They will be without Ryan Dunn and without Grayson Allen. Kings are going to be without Domantas Sabonis, but they could potentially have Dennis Schroeder. He's listed as questionable. Tip-off is at 8. Coverage will start at 7, right after the Big Red Rage here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Text PRO, P-R-O, to 620-620 to book your free consultation.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Did the Cardinals get their stuff together in Tampa? We will explore it Monday morning starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, again, move him around in the formation, continue to put him higher in the progression. I think, whether it's in the run game or the pass game, when you produce in this league, we're going to give you more opportunities to continue to do that. I think that's our job as coaches. I think that's always got to be the case.
That was Drew Petzing yesterday, the offensive coordinator of the Arizona Cardinals, when asked the question how to keep Michael Wilson involved even after Marvin Harrison Jr. returns. Tim Rings filling in for Gambo today. Mitch just mentioned in what's trending now, Marvin Harrison Jr. was back at practice today, coming off the emergency appendicitis surgery that he had a couple of weeks ago. I think we'll all be watching, if he does play on Sunday, and I don't know if he will or not, Ringer, how it looks, how it's distributed, how the targets show up. It's become, I don't think any of us had that on the schedule this year for what to watch for out of the 2025 Arizona Cardinals. But after Michael Wilson do some extraordinary thing the last couple of weeks. Now, again, if you're looking through the lens of wins, it hasn't led to any. So for some, it's kind of an empty stat. But But I think some of the things Michael Wilson has done this year has really planted seeds of questions that we weren't expecting to answer. You know, like is he wide receiver 1? Is he wide receiver 2? How is this going to balance out moving forward, et cetera, et cetera?
I understand the wide receiver 1 and 2 deal. That's fine. You want to label to me like Jacoby Brissett or who's ever playing quarterback, drop back to pass and throw it to who's ever open. Now, maybe the defense dictates who's wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2 more than the offense. Like which guy is getting the attention defensively, which guy is getting the bracket coverage, which guy is getting the one-on-one coverage, and then you kind of make your decision there. But I'm sure Drew Petzing and Jonathan Gannon and Cardinal fans alike, they don't care who's getting the football as long as somebody's getting it and helping the Cardinals offense move down the field and hopefully score a touchdown. But Wilson, Bernsey, I mean, the last 2 weeks, 25 catches, 303 receiving yards. I mean, are you kidding me?
Those are numbers that you just Puka Nacua is the only one who's even come close to that over a 2-game stretch. And that's, I think that's why I asked the question is because I agree with you. Who's open? How does the offense dictate, how guys are getting open? I totally agree with all that. I feel like, and you tell me if you think I'm wrong, and I know you will. It feels like
no, you're wrong.
It feels like the targets for Marvin Harrison Jr. and making sure they're feeding him and feeding him and feeding him. It's been such a priority. Like almost, I don't want to call it an obsession, but I feel like ever since Marvin Harrison Jr. has walked in the door, we have all collectively been, to a certain extent, obsessed with figuring out the enigma that is Marvin Harrison Jr. What is he like? What's going to take to get him unlocked? What's going to take to get him, and I think when he and Michael Wilson are playing at the same time now moving forward, I don't know if that should be so much of a priority anymore. I don't know if making sure you get Marvin Harrison Jr. right should be the most important thing for the Cardinals' their passing offense anymore.
But the problem is when the quarterback change happened, Michael Wilson's production went through the roof, even with Marvin Harrison on the field. So this is not all of a sudden, Marvin Harrison Jr. is out, Michael Wilson steps in, we got nobody else to throw to.
True.
Suddenly his production goes up. No, his production went up when the Cardinals changed quarterbacks and the guy wearing number 7 was going through his progression, standing in the pocket and delivering the football democratically to all the receivers on the field. And this goes for Jay Jones, too, before he got hurt.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that was the difference. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong that the Cardinals weren't making a concerted effort to get the ball to their supposed franchise wide receiver. I get that. They threw it to him 12 times against Seattle. He caught the ball 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that wasn't all that long ago, and that was Jacoby Brissett. But I think overall, Michael Wilson has gone from almost a presumptive bust. Like, is this guy ever open?
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing nothing. He's been doing nothing since he's been an Arizona Cardinal. And all of a sudden, the quarterback changes. Now, I understand this, and I want to be very fair, that the Cardinals' identity under Kyler Murray was to run the football, right? With a lot of double tight ends and Tip Ryman and James Conner, and we're going to pound it up there. That's going to be our identity. And since that's gone by the wayside, you've been down in games, and they're throwing the football at a very high rate. But that excuse, if you will, kind of burns. He only goes so far. Brissett is finding Michael Wilson down the field. I mean, Michael Wilson was out there running pass patterns. I don't care if he had 2 tight ends or not. Michael Wilson was out there running pass patterns trying to get open when Kyler Murray was quarterbacking, and the statistics would tell you he's never been open. Now I question that.
Plus, he's catching balls in a way. Now, this is probably a little unfair because I'm going to compare him directly to Marvin Harrison Jr. He's catching balls in a way that it's very aesthetically pleasing to watch a wide receiver who catches the ball with his hands and not his body, who's able to make contested catches at the level to which Michael Wilson does. You know what I mean? Like all the things that we've knocked Marvin Harrison Jr. for a little bit. Sometimes he tends to make the catches with his body. Does he make the contested catches like he used to in college? Like on some levels, not all levels and not all the time, but on some levels, the things we've been wanting more from out of Marvin Harrison Jr., I feel like we're seeing from Michael Wilson in terms of how he catches the ball and the contested catches and things like that. I certainly think they can both coexist on this offense. But to your point, and you were going down a road that I was kind of nodding my head with internally when you were saying it. The Cardinals' identity as an offense may need a real fresh coat of paint this offseason in terms of the quarterback, the run game, how much you throw, how much you run, how many 12 personnel you run, how much 13 personnel you run, because now you've got two legitimate wide receivers and the best tight end in the NFL, and they got to eat, right? Like you got to figure out a way to incorporate an offense that doesn't just rely on one tight end and one wide receiver. Not when I got both of those guys out there doing what they're doing.
There's a chance that Jonathan Gannon and Drew Petzing, from watching the All-22 and being longtime football coaches, knew damn well that Michael Wilson was open and needed to get the football. And part of the reason why they went with this quarterback change is because now they got a guy back there who's not perfect. I mean, he holds on to the ball too long.
No,
let's understand that. He's a journeyman quarterback that's done a pretty good job with the Cardinals. They're still not winning football games. But nobody can deny the emergence of a vertical passing game with the emergence of Michael Wilson as well and Trey McBride in the red zone and all that stuff goes into a passing offense. Let me just say this before the break. This is a good problem to have.
Oh, yeah.
You need two good wide receivers. This is great. The emergence of Michael Wilson is great, no matter who's playing quarterback the rest of this year and in 2026 and in 2027.
One of the stories I read about this today made the point about this, and I'm glad you brought that up because it's 100% true. There's not that much else to look forward to or to take out of this season as a positive for the Cardinals than this, right? Like this is you say it's a good problem to have. To be honest with you, it's one of the few encouraging things about the Cardinals to come out of this season. Yeah. I mean, it really is. And it's really one of the few things left worth being super engaged with the Cardinals over the last few weeks of the season is seeing how this plays out and seeing how the mad scientists go back in the lab and rework the offense after watching Michael Wilson do the things that he's been doing.
No matter what you think of Jonathan Gannon and Drew Petzing and their future here, and they may not have a future, I'm quite sure they are capable of looking at the film and saying, Wilson was open there. We should have gotten him the football.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're capable of doing that, people.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show on this Thanksgiving Eve day, what are we grateful for in Arizona sports in 2025? We're going to think long and hard about that next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Kenny Dillingham, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
I want our guys to play with an elite level of passion. And to me, passion is not emotion. An emotion is an emotional response to something that's negative. A passion means you have a purpose behind why you're doing that emotion. There is a purpose behind the emotion, and you are controlled in that passion. Like, it's a controlled passion. I want everybody in that stadium to feel our guys play as hard as they can with an elite level of passion for 60 minutes.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped considerably since that time, so you might want to consider refinancing that mortgage and save some money. My friends at Lund Mortgage track the interest rates daily so they can help you act fast and save big. And it couldn't be easier. Just send an email to RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll monitor the market for you and send you an alert when it's the right time to refinance. That's RateWatch@LundMortgage.com. And don't fall for those mailers or robocalls with rates that sound too good to be true. Lund Mortgage will show you the whole picture, rates, and total costs so you can make an informed financial decision. And if you're buying or refinancing now, you won't have to make a mortgage payment until 2026. Generations of Arizonans have trusted the Lund Mortgage team just like me, and so should you. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com and start saving.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars $1,000 in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Want Black Friday deals you won't find anywhere else? Then you have to get to Macy's Friday, because store-only doorbusters are back. Come in for unbeatable deals like $29.99 diamond pendant necklaces, $5 Disney plush toys, and women's cashmere for $39.99. Plus, get a limited edition parade-inspired shopping bag with qualifying purchase. It's only in stores till 1 p.m. Friday and only at Macy's. Savings off select styles. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, this is our poll question. Mitch, who's working a later shift tonight, came in a little bit ago. This was his idea, and it's a good one because I think, and we're just going to spend a few minutes talking about this. It has not been the best of sports years around here. I think we can all agree on that. 2025, a pretty forgettable year locally in sports. But it's Thanksgiving. It's the time for gratitude. Every day should be a day of gratitude, but Thanksgiving in particular, you should say things that you're thankful for. So, Lauren is here with the question that Mitch came up with earlier, and then we're going to discuss amongst ourselves here for a few minutes. Go ahead.
Before we get into that, YouTube chat, I'm reading you, I see you, I don't interact with you, but I read it every day. A point of clarity, I'm Lauren. So to the YouTube chat who's going, who is Lauren? I'm Lauren.
Oh, really? After all these years, somebody dropped a Who's Lauren?
Yes.
There she is, right there.
Hi.
Look at her.
Me.
Lauren, wave to the camera. That's Lauren.
Hi.
That's Lauren.
Yes.
Now you know. The more you know, as they used to say on NBC. The more you know.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow. How would somebody not?
I don't know.
Hey, he may be she may be a new YouTube viewer.
Look, YouTube was giving me...
Just because they heard I was on, and they're like, oh, I got to check this out.
YouTube was giving me a hard time for interrupting Ringer, telling me to mind my manners earlier. So,
stop cutting me off, Bernsey.
Ringer, I apologize if
Lots
I was interrupting
of love for you.
He doesn't
Ringer,
cut me
YouTube.
off. He doesn't cut me
Ringer,
off.
lots of love for you.
YouTube,
Lots of love.
Yeah. Tim's over there typing on YouTube going, yeah, Bernsey, shut up. Let Ringer talk more.
No, you know what's funny is, that's right. I've got burner accounts on our YouTube page.
Totally. Yeah. What's this guy's name? Oss Rules is actually Tim Ring on YouTube. Bernsey, shut up and let Ring talk. Quit cutting him off.
Ring, great point. Apparently people like my hoodie today, which is good. It's good for Fanatics and Phoenix Suns merchandising, I guess.
We love the real-time YouTube feedback.
I actually commented on it for the first time in years, or first time ever, today. So I said, thanks for the support.
All right.
Wow, welcome,
on Thanksgiving,
everybody.
I offer my thanks to the YouTube community.
In fact, This is going to be the answer to the question, one of my answers to the question that you're about to ask here in a second.
All right, here's the question. Who or what in Arizona sports in 2025 are you most thankful for?
Okay. Dylan Brooks is the first name that popped into my mind.
Yeah, Devin Booker was for me. I mean, I know he's old news. I mean, in terms of being around for a while, but I'm still thankful that he's the centerpiece of our basketball team. A couple of people said, hey, Jordan Ott and Kenny Dillingham. I'm certainly thankful for them as well. It's too bad there's not a whole lot to be thankful for with the Arizona Cardinals as we approach Thanksgiving here in year 3 of this quote-unquote rebuild, but it just hasn't happened.
Okay.
It's just not happening.
No, it's not.
It's going the wrong way, the rebuild.
I'm trying to find someone. I can't say it in a way that just sounds like the spirit for which the question was intended. It's been a bad year for the Arizona Cardinals, so I don't want to try to take an answer and spin it and say something that I don't mean. So I won't be disingenuous. I'm thankful for, and some people might not like this, but I don't care. I'm thankful for Torey Lovello for managing that team out of the abyss for the last 2 months of the season. I never would have dreamed they would be interesting or compelling or in it in the last week of the regular season. And not that that was all Torey. The Mets had a lot to do with that, with their collapse, but I think he had a lot to do with kind of keeping that team together. So I'm grateful for that. Kenny's a good answer. What else am I grateful for?
Hey, it's been since last Thanksgiving. I'm really thankful to Cam Scadaboo and Sam Levitt for giving us that ride in the college football playoff, that Texas game. My God, maybe the game of the year in college football. I mean, that was a hell of a ride, a hell of a run.
Yeah, Jordan Ott, you mentioned him earlier. Certainly, he would be someone. Lauren, do you have any that you want to mention?
I'll say, so far of our listeners, the 2 leading contenders here are Jordan Ott and Kenny Dillingham. But I agree with a few people in our audience going with the Phoenix Mercury.
Oh, amen to that.
Yeah, making that championship run,
Absolutely.
That was exciting.
That was exciting. And with a brand new, it felt like a brand new organization, brand new everything, top to bottom. I'm not being facetious at all when I say this. I am grateful for this YouTube. We've really leaned into this as a station. I really like it. I really like that we're on this platform and on this format, and we have this ability to do this now. We're trying to do more of it. So I am grateful that we've kind of changed things up around here with that to keep us on our toes a little bit. Mitch, it was your question. You got anybody that you're grateful for in local sports over the last year?
I was thankful that ASU football had the best of the college football playoff games way back at the beginning of this year.
Okay, that was it a long time ago, but yes, they did have the best. God, I'm really scratching my head trying to think of
What about Matthew's answer of the Burns and Gambo show?
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're thankful for, Matthew, the Burns and Gambo show.
Are you sure? Are you sure? I don't know if gratitude is the right word.
Quit sucking up to try to get your name on the radio, Matthew.
I gotta think better days are ahead. This has been
for the Burns and Gambo show, or for the
state of Arizona sports. And I don't mean the station. I just mean Arizona sports in general.
No,
I gotta think better days are ahead because it has been a rough year. And I guess if I'm really gonna get kind of hokey on this a little bit, I am grateful for the audience for hanging around during what's been a really bad year, right? Like we've been doing this a long time.
It's ride or die, man. It's fandom.
It has not been a good year in Arizona sports, and I do appreciate everybody sticking around in the middle of it because it's sometimes it's hard to take it all in when everything that we thought had high expectations. I mean, we think about the Suns, how bad they were at the end of the year before they traded everybody. We think about the Diamondbacks and our high expectations and how that let us down with all the injuries. Cardinals, same thing, the expectations and how they let us down. It's been a rough year in that regard. Real rough year.
It seems like, and maybe this is just perception, that we as a market, when expectations are high, too many teams far too often underdeliver. And then when expectations are low, you get that season where you're like, hey, all right, that wasn't too bad.
That's why I like
ASU last year.
Yeah, I like keeping expectations for the Suns nice and low. You know, like just for I want to keep let's just keep it low. Let's not expect too much or demand too much or start raising the bar prematurely. We're a quarter of the way into the season. Not even a quarter of the way into the season yet. Let's keep it nice and low so that we don't start demanding things out of them or expecting things out of them so that they just let us down when they don't achieve them. You know what I mean? Like, this is a nice surprise. Let's just kind of ride this out for a little bit.
The Durant era, and I want to phrase it at that, because not that it's all his fault or even a lot of it's his fault or even any of it's his fault. Some of it is, but that Durant era, and we'll throw Bradley Beal in there because it's basically been the same era, was absolutely devastating.
Yeah.
I mean, it was not just disappointing, devastating. After they traded Kevin Durant and they finished up that first season, if somebody were to tell you, not only is that team not going to win a championship, they're not going to win a playoff game for the next 2 years. You'd be like, what?
Yeah.
Nonsense. I know. I can't believe that. I refuse to believe that.
Yeah.
Like, that's how ridiculous that colossal downfall was of the Big Three era.
No doubt. No doubt. And they could be paying for it for years. Potentially could be paying for it.
They could be paying it, right.
Yeah.
They could be paying for it for years.
When we come back, who is the Buccaneers starting quarterback on Sunday against the Cardinals going to be? We'll talk about that and preview the game next. Burns and Gambo, Tim Ring filling in for Gambo here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union, and a better way of banking can be found at Global Credit Union, one that really has you way more in mind than a traditional bank does. You know, everything that you look for out of a bank you can find at Global Credit Union. Checking accounts, loans, savings accounts, credit cards, all the things. But at Global Credit Union, and I know this for a fact, having sat in on their meetings, having looked at the numbers, they do it with you in mind. They offer all these benefits to their members with you in mind, so you can keep more of your money in your pocket, so you can get the things you want by having more of your money in your pocket. Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. That's a really big deal at Global Credit Union. They can get a better interest rate than they can at a bank. That's also a really big deal at Global Credit Union. And as a result, the number that I throw out there, it's a real number. $195 million is how much Global members collectively saved last year. Find out how better your banking can be by going with Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
All right, I'll start. This Thanksgiving, I'm thankful for Parker & Sons.
Here we go.
Hey, they're practically giving away new AC units. 2026 government changes means they have AC systems they have to install before year end, or they got to throw them away. They're perfectly good systems, full warranty, a fraction of the price.
So you're thankful for refrigerant laws?
I'm thankful for a deal and a house that's cool.
This November, be thankful for comfort and savings with Parker's Too Good to Toss sale. Call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Welcome to Cricket Wireless. Santa?
I've got to get Mrs. Claus a gift or I'm in a whole lot of trouble.
How about a single unlimited line? Only $35, plus a free Moto G 5G.
Dude, you're a lifesaver. Here, take a present.
Says it's for Timmy in Des Moines.
Never heard of him.
Join Cricket Nation and get a single line for $35 per month, plus a free Moto G 5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Requires activation of new line on select unlimited plan or higher. Pay $40 first month. New lines only. First month service charge. Tax due at sale fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats, gloves, and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. ASU men's basketball's trip to Maui is now complete. It ended with a championship loss to USC. Final score in that game, 88-73. ASU will now come home with a 6-2 record. Next up, they'll play in the Colangelo Classic down in Phoenix on December 6th against Oklahoma. First injury report for Cardinals Buccaneers on Sunday is here. Of note, Walter Nolan III did not practice today. Head coach Jonathan Gannon had already ruled him out for the weekend prior to practice today. Marvin Harrison Jr. was back on the practice field in a limited capacity. He's working his way back from appendicitis. And on the Buccaneers side of things, this is the name to watch right now. Quarterback Baker Mayfield did not participate in practice today. He suffered a shoulder injury in their recent loss to the Rams Sunday night and missed the entire second half of that game. And the Phoenix Suns have their third game of NBA Cup group play tonight. They face the Kings in Sacramento. No Ryan Dunn or Grayson Allen again for the Suns. The Kings will be without Domantas Sabonis, and they could potentially be without Dennis Schroeder. He's currently listed as questionable. Tip-off is at 8. Coverage will start at 7, right after the Big Red Rage here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Cardinals at the Bucks in Tampa Bay, Sunday. Pre-game early. Kickoff 11 a.m. Sunday morning. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Arizona Cardinals are one beat-up unit as we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo show as they go into this game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tim Ring is filling in for Gambo today, and he came in and he's like, when is the injury report coming out? When is it coming out? It's out, and it ain't good. Here are the lists of the players who did not practice today for the Arizona Cardinals. It's Kelvin Beachum. It's Baron Browning. It's Keitrell Clark. His was just a personal day, not an injury, just taking the day off. Amari DiMercado, Will Hernandez, Walter Nolan, and Josh Sweat with an eye injury. None of them practiced today. Dadrian Taylor Demerson, I missed him too. He did not practice today. There were a bunch of guys, Ringer, who were also limited for the game, or limited for the practice. Trey Benson was limited. Marvin Harrison Jr. was limited. Will Johnson, Bam Knight, Max Melton, all limited for this game.
Yeah, I mean, Browning didn't play last week. Cottrell Clark started to get a lot more reps, a lot more snaps. Max Melton may have been benched for performance. He's limited today in practice as well. The big thing for me is the running backs. Talked to Tyler Drake about it earlier in the show today. To get DeMercado back and to eventually get Trey Benson back will be big. The Cardinals can't run the football at all right now. Now, some of that may be offensive line driven, but the reality is, Bam Knight, he gets stuffed pretty much every time. I know he broke through for a long touchdown that got called back for the holding penalty on Pharaoh. I want to say Pharaoh Brown, right?
It was Pharaoh Brown.
Pharaoh Brown. Yeah,
Brown, yeah.
It was Pharaoh Brown that got the holding penalty.
Yeah.
They need some semblance of a running game.
Yeah.
So to get Benson back or DeMercado back at some point would be huge. I mean, their rushing attack is plummeting to the bottom of the NFL over the last 3 or 4 games.
It is, and I'm when it comes to Jacoby Brissett, I mean, I'm worried about it in general because they're just so out of balance right now. I'm worried about Jacoby Brissett and all the hits that he's taking. The one other thing about the injury report, and the injury report for the game is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Here's Jonathan Gannon today giving the initial injury update before we had the complete list in front of us. He was very quick to rule out Walter Nolan.
Okay, injury update. Walt will not be out there today. He will not go this week. And then everybody else, you guys will get the report, kind of varying degrees, who's working back from some things, and just take it day by day.
And that concerns me, that it was that there wasn't even anything to think about or anything to look at when it came to Walter Nolan. There was no practice to evaluate. It was just
he's out.
He's out. He's out. And any time a player is ruled out that quickly in the process, again, Jonathan Gannon, they could have, the reporters out there, guys like Tyler Drake or Teo Mackey or Darren Urban, they could have asked for specifics on Walter Nolan. They weren't going to get any. That's just kind of how Jonathan Gannon is when it comes to the injuries. But the fact that it was such a quick rule out,
it could mean a multi-week deal.
And I really hope it doesn't, because it just, they could ill afford. Last year was a lost year for Darius Robinson with how little he played because of the injuries and obviously what happened with his mom. They could ill afford another year of having a first-round draft pick on the defensive line not be able to play because of injuries or not be able to play very much, especially one who's flashed the way Nolan has flashed. It's a terrible situation if he's just not going to be able to play that much his first year.
No, and it's a defense that needs impact players. It's a defensive line that needs impact players, guys that can disrupt what the other team is trying to do. And Walter Nolan, in a very small sample size, looks like he can be exactly that kind of player. A player you've been wanting in Arizona since maybe Calais Campbell was in his prime, since Donald Dockett was in his prime. We saw a glimpse of it, J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, the Cardinals haven't had a guy like that up front in a long, long time.
He had Aaron Donald shouting him out on social media.
He did.
And giving him his props for how he was playing. I mean, you dream of finding a player like that.
If you can be that impactful in your first game after missing how many games there were before the Cowboys game, you can be that impactful in your NFL debut. Where's the ceiling?
Yeah.
I mean, it's up there in the sky somewhere. But again, I'm not saying it's a lost season, but if he misses 3 more games, now you're down to 3 games left, and you're going to look back and say, well, we certainly didn't see enough of Walter Nolan III in his rookie season. Much like we didn't see enough of Darius Robinson. The difference between Nolan and Robinson is Robinson's yet to pop like that when he's been out there on the field from a playmaking standpoint.
Yeah.
So that's good for Nolan, bad for Robinson.
Yeah, Robinson is starting to trend towards Bustville if he's not too careful. Whereas Nolan, it's just about availability. There's nothing about Walter Nolan that looks like a bust at all. It's just having him out there for more than, what has he played in 4 games so far this year? And if he comes back and he's able, I don't know. I don't even think it's fair to speculate on how many he's going to play. It's just, it certainly seems like it's something that's kind of serious. On the Buccaneers side of things, no one's ruling out Baker Mayfield for this week, though, according to reports, the plan was going to be that they were going to kind of treat in practice Teddy Bridgewater like he was QB1 and that he'd be getting the majority of the starter snaps. But they're not saying for sure that Baker won't play. As you pointed out, it's his non-throwing shoulder, so it's probably more of a pain tolerance thing than anything else. Saw a quote for him where he said, look, if I can take a week off and get this right, there might be a lose the battle, win the war kind of thing here, and the longer play that I should be thinking about. I do think it makes a huge difference with the winnability of this game if Teddy Bridgewater is the quarterback versus Baker Mayfield.
And the question is, does Todd Bowles feel that? I mean, this is, I joked about it earlier, the pirate ship has been taking on water out there in Tampa. Their division lead has shrunk. They're still in the division lead, barely, though.
Yep.
They've lost, They've lost 3 in a row, 4 out of 5. So the losses have piled up. They've lost to the Pats, Bills, and Rams. No shame in losing to those 3 teams. But you don't want to lose for a 4th consecutive week. So I understand what Baker Mayfield's saying, like, hey, if I have to take a week off to look at the bigger picture and be ready to go the rest of the season, we can appreciate that. But at the same time, I get the feeling that Baker Mayfield can tolerate the pain, take the needle, strap that shoulder up and get out there and try to get his team a win.
Yeah.
Because Bridgewater has not played in a while. But you had, it was
2022 was the last time he started
a game.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Flopping back to the Cardinals offense for a second. Keeping Jacoby Brissett upright against the Todd Bowles scheme that loves to blitz. Gannon spoke about that today.
A lot. Yeah, ever since I've been in the league, and he's cool because he's you can tell, I would use the term curious. He studies. He really does, because he's adapted as he's been every stop that he's been at. You see mid-year, he'll change things. Has his staples, but he's very creative. He understands the run game really well, how to attack it. He understands protections really well, how to attack them. He puts his players in good spots. He's one of the best out there, in my opinion.
Yeah, and one of the most aggressive blitzers out there for a guy in Jacoby Brissett who's been hit a ton lately. This is very much a be careful moment for him and them and that offensive line this week.
Yeah, but you know what, though, Burnsy? The metrics on the defensive side of the football don't line up with how great of a defensive mind Todd Bowles is. They give up a ton of points.
Yeah.
Okay, they're 25th in the NFL in points allowed per game. You can move the football on them. In fact, if you go up and down the defensive rankings, the Cardinals' defense has actually been better in many categories than the Buccaneers, and we know how much the Cardinals' defense has struggled. So you can score on these guys. You can move the football on them. Rushing the passer has been actually an issue at times for them. So, look, this is a good football team that's reeling right now, and I'm talking about the Buccaneers.
Mm-hmm.
Baker Mayfield, even when he's been healthy, has not been the same quarterback he was through 8 games when he was an MVP candidate. So I agree with you. I think there could be a pathway to victory here, especially if Mayfield doesn't play. But the Cardinals, of course, got to look in the mirror. I mean, they got to clean their own house up.
Yeah.
Before you worry about how good or bad the Buccaneers are.
When we come back, the Phoenix Suns look to stay undefeated in the NBA Cup tonight. Yeah, pumping the fists on the other side of the glass, the kids are. They're taking on the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk about tonight's game a little bit through the lens of the NBA Cup next on the Burns and Gambo Show with Tim Ring filling in.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Kenny Dillingham, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
I want our guys to play with an elite level of passion. And to me, passion is not emotion. An emotion is an emotional response to something that's negative. A passion means you have a purpose behind why you're doing that emotion. There is a purpose behind the emotion, and you are controlled in that passion. Like, it's a controlled passion. I want everybody in that stadium to feel our guys play as hard as they can with an elite level of passion for 60 minutes.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Finding the right time to have your teenager's wisdom teeth removed can be challenging. Trust me, I know. My son's school and baseball schedule is always full, so we're doing what most parents do, and that is booking the extraction of his wisdom teeth during the school holiday winter break. And we're going with ProSmile. ProSmile has oral surgeons on site with state-of-the-art facilities, and they can get your child in and out and feeling great before they head back to school for the new year. So if your son or daughter needs their wisdom teeth out, you can rest assured they're in the best hands at ProSmile. And no need to dread it. They'll handle them with kid gloves, and don't let costs hold you back either. ProSmile takes most insurance plans and offers great finance options as well. You can even ask ProSmile about their wisdom teeth package deals. So make your appointment today before spots fill up. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information. Hey, you might even see me there in the waiting room. And no, my kid is not allowed to put his wisdom teeth under the pillow expecting cash the next morning. Not happening.
Message and data rates may apply.
Phoenix, get ready. The ultimate Black Friday blowout is November 28th at Arizona's largest pawn shop, Mo Money Pawn. Doors open at 6 a.m. with 60% off Arizona's biggest gold jewelry selection only until 7 a.m. Score up to 75% off TV, electronics, game systems, and tools. Don't miss Arizona's largest firearm selection at MMP Guns. Plus, Jesse James 9mm hollow point ammo for just $7.99 a box until 7 a.m. These deals are once a year. First come, first serve. Visit Mo Money Pawn on 12th Street and Indian School Road or MoMoneyPawn.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
Hey, Arizona contractors and homeowners. Pioneer Landscape Centers now carry irrigation supplies, and we're celebrating at select locations. From turf to stone, we're your go-to for top-quality landscape and hardscape materials. Tap into more at pioneerco.com. That's pioneerco.com.
Suns at the Kings. Pre-game at 7, 8 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Wickenburg is who we're shouting out right now here on the Burns and Gambo Show. On your way to Vegas, pass through Wickenburg.
Every time I hear Wickenburg, all I can think of is like on the way to Vegas.
The little roundabouts that you go through before you get on the freeway there, yeah. So shout out to Wickenburg on the way to Vegas, as it's the Burns and Gambo Show. I was going to say something like, there are many other great things about Wickenburg. It's not just a place on the way to Vegas, but it's the first thing I think about.
Because
first thing I think about.
I don't have family there. There's a rodeo.
Don't they have the rodeo up there?
Oh yeah, is that the one that Madison Bumgarner?
Oh, you mean Mason Saunders?
Thank you. You know what? Thank you. I couldn't remember his fake rodeo
Mason
name.
Saunders, yes.
God, remember those days?
I believe Jared Carlin has relatives and family in Wickenburg. Does he? I believe so. I believe he said that at some point. Yes.
Oh, okay.
But my experience with Wickenburg, on the way to Vegas.
Again, we're having the more you know. How did you know that about Jared Carlin?
Because I believe we gave a shout out to Wickenburg in the morning a couple of weeks ago.
And he said something about having relatives
yes.
there. Okay.
I think.
Okay, I got you. The Suns, I don't want to sit here and say the Suns better get a win tonight against the Sacramento Kings, but if you take a glance at the schedule, it sure would be nice if they got a win tonight against the Sacramento Kings. Just because this is their last little respite before the plunge into schedule hell for the next 3 weeks, and so it would be really nice.
They are 9-3 in November. They are 11-7. They are on pace for far many wins, if that's the right way to say it, than they were projected to win. The over-under was 30.5, I think, prior to the season. So it's been a revelation. Jordan Ott has been fantastic for a young coach at the age of 40 to come in and do what he's done.
Yes, sir.
He hasn't had arguably his second best player. I mean, he hasn't had Jalen Green. He's arguably their second best player.
Mm-hmm.
So to do what they've done, I mean, to have that 8-game streak where they led all 8 games by at least 18 points at some point during the game. I mean, they're just playing really, really good basketball. And Dylan Brooks has missed games. Jalen Green has missed pretty much every game. Grayson Allen's missed games. Mark Williams has missed games. So he's kind of done it with a roster that's been kind of in and out of the lineup each and every night. But at Burnsy, you're right. This is a game against the Kings. It's just one game, not the end of the world either way. But they've got 3 games in 4 nights. You got Oklahoma City on Friday. You got the Nuggets on Saturday. Then you go on the road for 3 at the Lakers, at the Rockets, at the Wolves. You got 2 more with the Warriors and another game with the Lakers coming up after that. And then you hit, kind of Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. And what is that 11-7 record that's today? What is that going to look like on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day?
Yeah, and then, when they get to Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, well, then, 4 of their next 5 games are against the Pelicans, the Wizards, and the Kings again. So there is an almost immediate opportunity. Like if you go into the red a little bit over these next 3 weeks, right?
The cool down.
Yeah, you can use that to get back in the black a little bit potentially with that schedule, and maybe timing around the fact when you get Jalen Green back, hopefully or potentially, or things like that. The other thing to keep in mind too with the schedule is, between a game against Minnesota on December 8th and then their next game after that against Golden State on December 18th, yeah, there's 10 days there. They're going to put a couple games in that stretch for the NBA Cup, right? Like if the Suns don't qualify for the Cup, semifinals or whatever, they only have 80 games on the schedule right now. The NBA will insert 2 games. And so I don't know.
If you don't go to the semifinals.
Exactly. They still want to make sure the integrity of the schedule is maintained and that every team plays at least 82 games. So somewhere in between the 8th and the 18th, 2 games will be added, and perhaps they'll be more of the winnable kind, more of the kind that aren't so schedule heavy and schedule dependent. But yeah, it's not knowing who those teams are going to be. I also think Sacramento, and you made this point earlier, and I think it's a great one, is that the Suns are almost to the point now where if they just win the games that they are quote unquote supposed to win, or most of the games that they're supposed to, they should be right in the thick of the play-in tournament, the 8th seed, the 7th seed. And I do think that adds a little extra element of importance to tonight's otherwise kind of blah late November basketball game. The Sacramento Kings are a team that you kind of should beat, sort of should beat. And if you're going to get where you want to go, you need to stack as many wins against teams like this as you can, because you're kind of pacing for that kind of season if you do.
From that standpoint, it is important tonight then. But at the same time, when you look at the Kings right now, tonight, the night before Thanksgiving, are they a team that you quote unquote should beat, or is this going to be? And I say that because they've won 2 in a row over the Nuggets and the Wolves, so they've clearly found a little something the last 2 times they took the court. And you're going on their floor tonight without Grayson Allen, without Ryan Dunn, obviously without Jalen Green, and you're coming off a game where you didn't play all that well. Like, does that all that stuff in the margins change the complexion of this is a game they should win?
I use that phrase with a little bit of hesitation in my voice because, yeah, for all those reasons, I don't know if we've graduated yet to the level of, hey, the Phoenix Suns should win this game or the Phoenix Suns should win that game. There are they play the Pelicans, they should beat the Pelicans. They play the Wizards, they should beat the Wizards. But have we already gotten to the point, what are we, 18 games into the season right now, where we're already saying the Suns are so good they should beat this team or they should beat that team? I don't know. I don't know if we should assign that to the Suns just yet this early on in the season. I feel like they're better than the Kings. I feel like they've kind of proven that against the bottom part of the West, they're not only better, they're a lot better based off of the point differential and how they've kind of beaten some of those teams. But I think you bring up a good point. It might be a little early in the season to start attaching words like should to any game the Suns play at this point.
But especially if they're shorthanded. I mean, Grayson Allen and Ryan Dunn, I know Dunn's numbers aren't through the roof, but he's important to what they do. And he's been important in terms of this stretch in November where you've won 9 out of 12 games because of a chemistry standpoint. And he's also a pretty good defender, and he's a disruptive defender. Him and Dylan Brooks are kind of like a nasty 1-2 punch when it comes to disrupting what the other team is trying to do offensively. And then you don't have Grayson Allen. Now, it's been a few games now, and it's going to probably be a few games more. But I think people have to understand, and I think Suns fans do, just how good Grayson Allen's been.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason why they've won 11 of their first 18 games, and a big part of that reason is the play of Grayson Allen. I mean, he's been absolutely phenomenal.
I also think, and Gambo would mock me if he were sitting in that chair right now, for me, there is a little extra something because it's an NBA Cup game tonight. Not a lot.
Extra juice?
Just a little.
Extra mustard on this one tonight?
Because I think they'd go 3-0 in their group, and I do think for a team like the Suns with such low expectations this year, that if they're going to schedule this NBA Cup in the middle of your season and you're in a position to go compete for it, why wouldn't you try? Well, why wouldn't you give yourself something to go fight for in the middle of a season like this? I think you could actually. You remember this?
Do you think the players care?
This is the example I was thinking of. You remember the bubble? Remember the bubble when the Suns went 8-0?
Of course, I remember the bubble.
Yeah, of course
yes.
you do. That's a dumb rhetorical. Of course you do. Sorry.
No.
It's been a long day.
What was the bubble?
Okay. It ultimately didn't matter that they went 8-0 in the bubble, but it mattered. Right?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
It mattered that they went 8-0 in the bubble. It kind of let everybody know, hey, they're coming, right? They're starting to figure some things out. And I feel on a slightly similar scale that winning the NBA Cup or competing in the NBA Cup could be something similar to going 8-0 in the bubble when it didn't. They weren't going to make the playoffs, and they certainly weren't going to win the championship if they did. But the jolt that they got from going 8-0 in the bubble set them up for success later, that they were able to point back to that moment. And I think competing in the NBA Cup and doing well could do something similar in that regard.
I just wonder, I don't care what the players say publicly because you got to defend the shield, obviously, and this is something that the NBA, it's an initiative of the league. But like, if you really, truth serum off the record, like, do the players really, like, okay, you're getting ready to play the Kings tonight, and it's an NBA Cup game. Is there a different vibe in the locker room than there would be if they were just playing the Kings on a regular Wednesday night? I don't know. I'm going to guess not.
Probably not. I bet not tonight. But I bet if they got into the actual tournament, there would be a little bit of a different juice to it.
I would agree with.
Like if they're one of the final 8 teams that gets in.
Okay, now I care.
Now I care. Oh, I'm in it now. I've qualified. I'm now in something unique and different, and it's not just a regular game in the middle of December.
You know what would tell me that they care is if they all stop shaving for the cup. Just like the NHL players, right? Have all the NBA guys grow beards.
Grow this nasty, scraggly, awful beard.
So you would have 2 teams in the championship game, all with Granville Waiters kind of beards.
That's funny.
The Territorial Cup is coming up on Friday, and whether you're rolling with the Sun Devils or backing the Wildcats, we want you in the stands. Get ready for one of the oldest rivalries in college football as ASU takes on Arizona. Your shot to be there. Text the word Sparky to 620-620. Your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Again, text Sparky to 620-620. The question is if Max Melton quietly was benched last week, and if so, how does that relate to how we judge Monty Ossenfort and the work in the NFL draft? We'll talk about it next. Ringer in for Gambo on Burns and Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Dan Bickley here, and the Black Friday sale is underway at Chapman BMW, where you will find the best deals of the year, like 90 days until your first payment, 0.9% APR financing for 5 years on select models. And if you mention this radio station, you'll get a $500 credit for their parts boutique, where you will find great swag and merchandise, including a golf bag I've been eyeing for years. Get in early for the best selection at Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Okay, let's be honest. Guys wait till the last minute every single time.
Hey now, not every guy, but yeah, most guys.
That's why my dad, Diamond Dave, keeps the most insane selection of the diamonds ready to go. No waiting, no stressing, just sparkle.
And listen, this isn't mall jewelry. This is the real deal. Wholesale diamonds, bigger, brighter, better. And yes, she will notice.
Dad, I've seen the look on their faces. You hand them the box, they open it, and boom, it's game over.
Exactly. So whether you want something custom or you need it today, I've got you covered.
Don't overthink it. Just call, text, or come see my dad, Diamond Dave, at Desert Wholesale Diamond.
Bring me your last-minute panic, and I'll send you home a hero.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450 or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
I'm Mitch Varel, this with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. ASU men's basketball's trip to Maui is now complete. It ended with a championship game loss to USC. Final score 88-73. ASU returns home with a 6-2 record to start the year. Next game will be in the Colangelo Classic on December 6th in downtown Phoenix against Oklahoma. The first injury report for Cardinals Buccaneers on Sunday is here. Of note, we learned that Walter Nolan III would not suit up for Sunday's contest. He also did not practice today, working his way back from a knee injury. However, Marvin Harrison Jr. was back on the practice field in a limited capacity. He's working his way back from appendicitis. On the Tampa Bay side, quarterback Baker Mayfield did not practice. He suffered a shoulder injury in their loss to the Rams on Sunday night, and he missed the second half of that entire game. So one to watch there. And the Phoenix Suns have their 3rd game of NBA Cup group play tonight. They face the Kings in Sacramento. They will not have Ryan Dunn or Grayson Allen available. Kings will be without Domantas Sabonis, and Dennis Schroeder is listed as questionable. Tip-off is at 8. Coverage will start at 7, right after the Big Red Rage, right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resorts. Book your getaway at Talking Stick Resort and save 30% off the best available rate. But hurry, as the offer ends December 11th.
Hey, it's Luke. We hope you have a happy Thanksgiving. We're going to be back Monday at 10 a.m. to react to the Territorial Cup and what the Suns did against Sacramento, Oklahoma City, and Denver. It's a lot of basketball. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Tim and I are just having a fun time chatting here during the breaks. Don't mind us.
Hello.
We're here. Burns and Gambo. Tim Ring filling in for Gambo today. Lauren is checking out of today's show a little bit early, but that's fine. She's got to run on out of here and go do some things before she heads out of town for Flagstaff. So happy Thanksgiving to Lauren from all of us here on the Burns and Gambo
You two
show.
have like the Flagstaff Derby going up today. Who's going to win?
it's
Death Race 2000.
What did Wolfley, back when he was a player, he used to call it the Black Canyon 500. When training camp was in Flagstaff and how all the players, when camp was over, they would race down not race like they were drag racing, but they were so eager.
They were going quite fast.
To get the hell out of Flagstaff and be done with camp. That Wolf used to call it the Black Canyon 500 because they just wanted out. It'll be the Black Canyon 500 just getting up to start the Thanksgiving weekend. But we still have some stuff we need to get into here with Ringer filling in.
All right, what do you got?
So Max Melton. It would certainly seem as if he's been quietly benched with the snap count and how many snaps he got this past week against Jacksonville. We'll see if that applies this week. Keitrell Clark was one of the many injured players for the Cardinals, so I don't know how it's going to shape out. But they might also get Will Johnson back this week too. So Max Melton was a second-round pick of the Arizona Cardinals, and it was expected that he was going to – they were really not expecting, Tim. They were counting on a lot of players from a year ago to make the jump from year one to year two and be much better football teams to help them make the transition. That has not happened this year for the Cardinals. Not even when it comes to the 2024 draft class, not even close to happening so far.
No, and there were a lot of players picked. You look at, Tip Ryman was a third-round pick. Now, he got hurt. And was he good when he was out there? He was serving a role. Right?
Yes.
Okay, he's a blocking tight end. One can make the case, did you need a blocking tight end in the third round when you're trying to rebuild the roster and make it playoff caliber? That's to be debated. Darius Robinson in the first round. I'm talking 2024 draft now.
Yep.
Darius Robinson in the first round. I think we can say right now, at this point, after 2 full seasons, it's been underwhelming. Max Melton has popped at times, another second-round pick. But again, here at the end of end of year 2, a guy who was picked in round 2 is seeing his playing time decrease because of lack of productivity. Mm-hmm. There's no other way to say it, right? And Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rollis were talking about what he needs to do to get better. And they're talking about consistency and whatnot. Isaiah Adams, third-round pick. Couldn't win that job. Couldn't keep that job. Had to bring Will Hernandez back. Elijah Jones, third-round pick. Bust. If you haven't done it at the end of year 2 and you don't play and you're not good enough to play, bust.
Yep.
Okay, Rabbit Taylor Denverson, 4th-round pick. Okay, fine. 5th-round picks, Jones and Thomas. Xavier Thomas, Christian Jones. Misses?
Yep.
Misses, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, misses.
And I don't want to.
Xavier Thomas is fine. He was the guy who couldn't haul the pass in. Well, that was Xavier Weaver. I'm sorry, not Xavier Thomas.
Weaver. No, Xavier Thomas is the linebacker.
Yeah, it's
defensive end.
Misses. Christian Jones has been hurt all year. His practice window just got opened up today.
Now,
a miss.
Yeah. Now, but let me preface it by saying this. I understand when you get into 5th round, it's kind of hit or miss. It's kind of the name of the game. So it's not terrible that he missed on a couple guys in the 5th round, but I always try to put it in perspective. Like the LA Rams got Puka Nacua and Kyron Williams in the 5th round.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not just like, well, it's a 5th-round pick. What do you expect? No. You can get players there if you hit on them and you scout the right guys and you pick the right guys. And it's just, and you go back to 2023, I'm still hopeful B.J. Ojolari can be a player in this league, but my God, Michael Wilson, a total hit in the 3rd round. Garrett Williams, a total hit in the 3rd round. Clayton Tune and Owen Popo in the 5th.
Even to your point about hitting later in the draft, Keitrell Clark, I think,
that's a good hit for 6th round.
Productive contributing player in the 6th round. Dante Stills, productive contributing player in the 6th round of a draft. He's part of your rotation. That's not bad.
Clark actually has started more earlier in his career than he has as of late. So, no, listen, every pick has not been a total disaster. But by and large, 3 drafts, okay, three full drafts, like, where are we at? What is your overall assessment? What is your overall grade? How many Pro Bowl players have been picked? How many future Pro Bowl players have been picked?
Yeah. And that's why I thought it was relevant to bring it up. And the Max Melton, has he been benched? Has he not been benched? Is it a quiet benching? To me, is just a symptom to a larger story of, when you've had as bad a year as the Arizona Cardinals have had, one that's been as disappointing as it is, you're in evaluate everything mode, right? Like if you should be, if you're in Michael Bidwell's shoes, you should be looking at you should be looking at your own shoes. You should be looking at everything the organization is doing that has led this year to be such a massive disappointment. Monty Austin-Ford is not immune from that. Monty Austin-Ford is not, and we can go through his free agent signings. Josh Sweat was great. Calais Campbell was great. Mac Wilson Sr. was pretty good. The rest of them haven't turned out so hot over the last couple of years. I look at it, and I'm looking at the 3 drafts that Monty has had so far. And the 2023 draft, 2 thumbs up. Paris Johnson, Garrett Williams, Michael Wilson, Keitrell Clark, Dante Stills later in the draft. That one, it feels like that was a very productive first draft for Monty Williams. The 2024 draft, Tim, it's bordering on troubling. It's bordering on looking in that draft, realizing these players have now had 2 full years under their belt, and you're trying to figure out who among Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius Robinson, Max Melton, Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams, Tip Ryman, Elijah Jones, Rabbit Taylor Demerson, who are usable, functional, second contract guys moving forward. And I know Marvin Harrison Jr. probably will be, but he has not clicked the way we thought the number 4 pick in the draft has clicked. And then this year's draft, it's
too early.
Too early. And a lot of them have been hurt. Nolan's been hurt. Will Johnson's been hurt.
But what is going to become of Birch and Simon? Like, those are kind of the middle round guys that can make or break you as a football team. You can't miss on first round picks. You really can't miss on second round picks. And we're not out of the woods on those guys either. But like Birch and Simon, like, what are they going to become? Because we just talked about the 3rd round picks from 2024. Elijah Jones and Isaiah Adams look like busts. Certainly Jones does. He can't see the field. And then Ryman's a blocking tight end, and he'll only ever be a blocking tight end. Not that that's not important, but
yeah,
it's not exactly that's not a difference maker that you're going to get there in the 3rd round.
No, it's been that 2024 class got me a little nervous. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Territorial Cup, a heavyweight battle between 2 ranked teams. Enjoy it on Friday night because it doesn't happen very often. We'll tell you about it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
It originated in 1899, and on Friday, 2 Arizona college football teams battled to win it once again. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State. The duel in the desert on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
At Bank of America, we asked our people, how do you take ownership of your career?
I'm able to grow my way by putting the priorities that I have for my career first.
I thrive on being a leader who's behind the team, not in front of the team.
Every few years, I'm being re-energized because I get to do something different and learn something new.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America. proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is rolling out Black Friday deals all month long? General Manager John Nissen and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model on the lot. So stop in and take advantage of 0% APR financing for up to 75 months, plus up to $3,000 Ford bonus cash, plus make no payments until Valentine's Day on our most popular models, including 2025 F-150, Lightning, Super Duty, Mach-E, Escape, Explorer, the list goes on. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you will be treated like family, and that ain't no bull. Stop in and see them in person. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or online anytime at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. APR is $1333 per month per $1,000 finance for the first 75 months. Interest accrues from dated purchase. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 12/125.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. When you buy an engagement ring or fine jewelry gift from Shane Company, you get more than what you paid for. Our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. It covers everything. There's no fine print. You'll get unlimited cleanings, resizings, and repairs. Plus, it even protects your engagement ring's center stone. We stand behind the quality of our jewelry, and that's our gift to you this holiday. Peace of mind. Because a friend knows the best things in life are free. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Got a lot on tonight. We got
the Phoenix Suns, Dave Burns.
Suns basketball at 8 p.m. tonight. I was just refreshing the schedule here in front of me. Suns basketball at 8 p.m. They're taking on the Sacramento Kings. That one's here on Arizona Sports 98.7. We've got Grand Canyon taking on Iowa tonight in college basketball. I believe that's a March Madness rematch, if I'm not mistaken. I think those two teams played each other in March Madness, but I could be wrong about that. You got various NBA games going on tonight. Boston ended Detroit's big long win streak tonight with a win just a moment ago. Lots of NBA action on tonight as well. NHL as well, if that's your thing. And
then Thanksgiving NFL football begins at 11 a.m. tomorrow. The Packers are in Detroit. The second game, Chiefs in Dallas, and the nightcap, the Bengals and the Ravens.
Which one are you looking forward to the most?
Packers Lions.
Me too.
Packers Lions. We got a college football game tomorrow night, if that's your cup of tea. 5:30 p.m. Memphis hosting the Midshipmen. From Annapolis.
Maybe.
The Navy Academy.
And then, of course, Friday, Territorial Cup. We'll get into that in a minute. Two Suns basketball games coming up after tonight. Kellen said it earlier, and he's not wrong. Maybe the most brutal back-to-back that you could draw up in the NBA. Oklahoma City and Denver on a back-to-back. At Oklahoma City and then home against Denver. That's brutal.
The Suns have not beaten the Thunder since April of 2023. I mean, think about that. That's a long time ago.
A long time.
That's right after Kevin Durant arrived.
Wow.
And then you got Jokic and the Nuggets. I mean, yeah, in 3 games in 4 nights.
Before we talk about the Territorial Cup, real quick, my phone, about an hour ago, we hadn't brought this up yet. I just want to mention this real quick. Big money things happening in sports, Mr. Ring. Blue Jays and Dylan Cease, 7-year, $210 million deal in free agency coming down today. Dylan Cease got paid. So one of the top pitchers is no longer on the market. What does it mean for Zach Gallen? I have absolutely no idea. He's not getting $210 million. But it certainly means that things are starting to move in Major League Baseball free agency. Dylan Cease gets a 7-year, $210 million deal. And then this one from Pete Thamel over at ESPN. LSU informs Brian Kelly that he has, in fact, been terminated without cause, meaning the school is set to owe him nearly $54 million. LSU was trying like crazy to fight that to avoid having to pay him every dime. Ultimately, they've decided they can't, and they're going to fire him without cause. They owe him $54 million.
Here's how in the wrong LSU was on that whole deal. They made Brian Kelly, literally the most unlikable head coach in the history of the sport, a sympathetic figure. I mean, LSU.
You're so right.
Nobody told Scott Woodward to give him $100 million, 10-year guaranteed contract. Nobody told him to do that. He did it. You made your bed. You sleep in it. You pay him every penny he's owed.
Amen.
And they will. And they try to worm out of it. And I think that kooky governor was in the middle of it. And Kelly and his attorney stuck to their guns. And when you have everybody pulling for Brian Kelly, what does that tell you about what LSU was trying to do?
And you as a Notre Dame fan, you come at this with a special, like, personal, invested kind of point of view on this one because you know Brian Kelly well. I mean, you don't know him as a person, but you as a football fan, you're very familiar with Brian Kelly.
I can tell you.
He's hard to make sympathetic.
Yes.
He really is.
And he was hard to like even when he was your coach, even when he was winning a lot of football games. He's just not a very likable guy. I mean, listen, I will say this. It's easy to say now because Marcus Freeman has done so well, but there was an unknown with Freeman. But
yes.
Notre Dame fans, to a man, were still happy that LSU took Brian Kelly off our hands. I can promise you that.
Territorial Cup coming up on Friday, as we mentioned. Just about every game ASU has played the last couple of years in the Big 12 has been close. So I think it's safe to assume that this one is going to be close too. It should be, in theory, a fantastic game. They're both ranked. It's only the third time in the last 40 years, according to Shane Dale, that they both come into this one ranked. It's going to be, we know that there is still a very narrow path for ASU to get into the Big 12 title game. Probably not going to happen. They're going to need a lot of help from Kansas and from West Virginia and from Central Florida, and as you point out, it's
not going to happen. I mean, you talk about chaos at the end of the year, which is a staple of college football. It's a little too much chaos.
I'd feel better. You said this earlier, and I agree. I'd feel better if the 3 teams that you needed some form of help from, Utah, Texas Tech, and BYU, if they were playing more middle of the road Big 12 games, then I'd feel like there's more of a chance, right? Like if you're playing a Houston or TCU or a Baylor or somebody like that, right?
Yeah, if you're playing living, breathing Big 12 teams with a pulse, maybe the upsets could fall ASU's way. But the fact you're playing a couple of teams that are in West Virginia and UCF that are 2-6 in the conference, they're just not going to have the juice.
I think Friday night is going to be one of the most emotionally charged games we've seen at that stadium in a long time, one of the most emotionally charged Territorial Cups we've seen in a long time. Cam Scadaboo is the honorary captain. It probably is Jordan Tyson's last game in Tempe as a Sun Devil. It might be Jordan Tyson's last game, period, as a Sun Devil if he chooses not to play in the bowl game. Who knows what the future of Sam Levitt is? I think there's, who knows which players are back because of graduation and things like that. It's not the end of the book, but it could very well be the end of a chapter of the book when it comes to this ASU renaissance, and it could be on display Friday nights.
There's no question about it. I got a couple of nuggets I want to pass along before we get out of here. You mentioned you're expecting a close game. If that happens, that's good for Arizona State and Kenny Dillingham. They've won, let's see, They're 10-1 when leading after the first quarter, 16 straight wins when leading at halftime. But the biggest stat is when it comes to close games, they are 10-1 in the last 2 years in games decided by 7 points or less. No team in college football has won more games decided by 7 points or less than